Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. We are so back. We figured out what was going on, guys. So annoying, chat. So annoying. What's up, guys? Welcome back. Hello, Trump, 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 Kamala, Kamala, Democrat, Republican, voting, friendly, sunshine, rainbows, Barney, love, holding hands, skipping through fields of flowers. Keep Trump family in the White House forever. That's called authoritarianism. That's what we were trying to say, that we shouldn't do that. It's bad. That's way bad. Yeah, let's not do that, guys. How's it going, dudes? Happy Thursday. I am so sorry that I teased you guys with two streams. What's up, Alina? Trump is the goat.
Yay, I have somewhere to hang out. What happened?
Poop. Huh?
What happened? I was like, yeah, any moment. He's going to be going live with Felice. Any
Yeah.
moment now.
Yeah, I know. I messaged my Discord. I forgot I had a Stars game to go to tonight. So we finally just got back from that. They lost. We watched them get their butts.
What is stars?
The star,
What
like
sport?
hockey.
Oh, so like, I guess that's not sports ball. That's
Yeah, it's pucky.
sports disc.
Yeah, pucky whack.
Whack a puck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trump backpedaled on lowering grocery prices. Who saw that coming? They're very hard to bring down. There's a beautiful thing you can say. I said, this is what won me the election. I saw the gas prices and grocery prices. They went up. I don't want to get too technical, but when the prices go up, that's bad. We don't like it. That's literally like something he said. That's what it's a beautiful word. Groceries. I just started saying this word. I'm 80 years old. Groceries. It's a beautiful word. Bacon, eggs,
Remember the whole
butter.
soup for my family thing?
What?
Do you remember when he was doing the whole like soup for my family? Like
Uh,
they was saying that the Antifa was
yeah, they're you
carrying
can,
soup.
yeah. Like, oh, I just have soup. And then they throw it. Yeah. Chat, if you are a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Sorry, guys. Tap the screen. Let's get to 10K. Let's get on the FYP. Let's steal some. Let's steal some of Harry's engagement. Let's steal some of the big boys. Jersey Mojo with the sub. Let's go. Thank you guys for all the follows too. Thank you, thank you. Good soup. Good soup. Just came from Harry's? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. He might raid. We'll see. One of these days, Harry will follow me. He's raided me like 9 times, but he hasn't followed me. Blue Jersey Boomer with the 5 subs. Let's go. Hey, liberals, now what's up with all of your little facts? Fact, Kamala is not fit for office. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Trump is literally appointing, like, horrible people to his administration. You guys are coming out, like, your excuse is that you won? That's it? What? Come lost. I had a debate the other night with a guy, and it was like a challenge for him to not bring up how Trump won as his like point. Like I was like, bro, can we debate? Because you've told me Trump won like 6 times. That's all you can say. Like this is all people have to say. He won.
Well, I think that they just didn't plan that far ahead. I don't think they thought he was going to win. I really like they didn't plan for the after, and that's why they're kind of melting down.
Yeah, we all lost.
Hello.
It's true. What's up, guys? What's up, bro?
What's going on? You
TikTok is
guys just
putting
start?
TikTok's putting in overtime tonight.
Yeah, you're
I
Yeah,
was,
making the
no, I
I
just
rounds.
came
was
up.
yeah, I was watching you and Tommy.
I've been having fun with Tommy's. We kind of switching things up a little bit. It's kind of rough there for a minute, and it's been turning around. It's been having some good times,
Nice.
getting new things started. I know,
Good.
but I'm not putting in too much time here. I'm going to bed soon. Just want
Yeah.
to come over and say hi.
Should take your sleepy meds.
Of course.
Your
I like to
sleepers.
write them out a little bit though, like
Yeah.
10, 15 minutes. Write them out. Just get a buzz.
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. It is what it is.
Me Lovely says hi. I found you from TikTok. What's up on Twitch? Hello, guys. Chat. If you guys want to make
Hey,
sure
Grant.
you are following me in other platforms, I am live on TikTok. I mean, I'm live on YouTube and Twitch, and I'm actually live on X right now. But if you guys want to follow me on one of those, whichever one you guys prefer, if we lose TikTok, that's where I'll be, guys. Begging for change on Twitch.
People are judging me for being on lives. So hey man, how many do you get debates off X? You gotta.
I'm sure, like, when I get a few views, I might, but I need
Oh,
to
it's
stream on
just
my
not out
main
there yet.
account. Like, I have an account with 1,200 followers. I'd probably get engagement on that. But yeah,
Probably find some wild ones.
I also like. I think that a lot of my old partnerships, like big names, follow
Actually,
that
yes.
account. So I
Yeah.
think they would probably unfollow me if I started doing political stuff.
Yeah. Plus, that's kind of risky. Like if you're putting something that has no terms of service or things that you could say that could get you in trouble for if it was said on this account, you cross those accounts that can
I
mess
don't
you up
do
pretty
anything
quick.
with those accounts anymore, anyways. What's up, Cruel?
Yeah.
You and I can get unemployment line together. Fuck yeah, Baron.
Yeah.
Hey everybody. Hey Lena. Hey TikTok. Welcome everybody.
Hi,
I have
Hey, Ellie.
Pickles. I have Pickles' new mod announcement. You guys ready for this?
Uh-oh.
let's do
Hey
it.
friends. Hey friends, thinkers, and lovers of calm. Fact-based debates. You've ever you've entered the wholesome corner of TikTok where Pickles, armed with his trusty giant pencil, a sketch pad, graphs galore, and an occasional appearances by his adorable ferret sidekick, takes on MAGA bag takes with wit, wisdom, and a whole lot of heart. It's like a debate masterclass, but cuter. A special shout out to Pickles, our host. Proves you can dismantle bad arguments without raising your voice, all while sharing wholesome vibes and the occasional ferret cuddle. Together, they're the dream team of kindness, facts, and a tiny wiggly chaos. Here's how you can support Pickles, his mission, and his ferret friend. Like the live, tap the screen, like a ferret chasing a shining object. Every like boosts this cozy, fact filled corner of TikTok. Hey guys, share the live. Spread the calm and bring more people to Who Needs Pickles. Edifying logic and ferret cameos. Gets Pickles and his panel. Give Pickles and his panel because gathering facts, creating sketches, and keeping a ferret fed isn't free. Show some love with sparkly gifts. Use those Cash App links in his bio because ferret treats and giant pencils aren't cheap. Missing pickles? Don't fret. Join Discord and get a piece. Link in the bio. And now your friendly reminders. Drink your damn water. Even ferrets stay hydrated. Follow their lead. Take a sip now. Let's take a deep breath. Pickles keeps it calm so we can all stay centered. Inhale the facts, exhale the nonsense, and relax. So tap that like button, share this live with your smartest or most stubborn friends, and let's keep building a world where debates are thoughtful, facts are plentiful, and ferrets make everything better. Stay wholesome, friends.
W Story, thank you, Story. Let's get some story time
You're
emotes in
welcome.
chat. Thank you, Story.
Thank you to Parkers for writing it. I love her to death.
I
Aw.
knew that was a Parker's
Oh,
original.
Parker's wrote it for you.
Parker's did a really good one in my live too. She's amazing.
Yeah, she wrote it.
That's
Thank
awesome.
you. All right, see you guys. Oh, and the SB, North Carolina SB 382 did pass today. You guys, we got to work. We got to work. That's the worst bill that could have ever passed, but it did pass in North Carolina. And what it does is cut the funding for Hurricane Helene, and it also blocks the power for the DIMs that's coming in. So, yeah.
I heard about that. Yeah, we have to choose from a handful of Republicans. All right, I've got some people in the box. I'm gonna
All
invite
right,
some
see
debates
you.
up. Thank you so much, Story. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You want me to hop out?
No, it's okay. What's up, Buck? Hello? Did you mean to come in, Buck? I don't think so.
Hello.
What's up, dude?
How much? What's up with you?
Just chilling, man. Are you a big Trump supporter?
I despise the shit out of that guy, bro. I hate him so much.
You don't like Trump?
That's weird.
Yeah, like I don't like that guy, to be honest with you.
Why is your name
How could I
Trump
like
2024?
him? Because I want to troll Trump supporters, bro. That's the only way I can troll them. I can go in and just try to like.
Come on, man.
Oh, you've been here before. I remember you.
Nah, I swear to God.
Come on,
I
chat.
remember him.
No friendlies. We're trying to get the algo rolling. We're trying to get opposition. Hello. Hello, hello.
Hello?
Hello, are you a
Hello,
Trump
hello.
supporter? Are you a Trump supporter? Hello? Hello?
I'm not sure who you're talking to.
You.
You
Me? I'm so sorry.
are you a Trump supporter?
You're on the live.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm from North Carolina, and I was just wanting to comment on what the past person was saying about the North Carolina Republicans. I'm sorry. I can drop down.
Oh, you're right.
We'll let you say something real quick. We've got a couple friendlies up here, chat. If you want to debate, tell me why you like Trump. Hop in the box. Go ahead, real quick.
Okay. I literally emailed all the representatives in North Carolina in the House to object to the veto of SB 382. And one of the people in our North Carolina House actually emailed my boss. He looked it up and saw where I worked. Emailed my boss and said, "Hey, this person emailed us on your work hours." He literally tried to get me in trouble with my boss.
This person who's on the on the ballot.
No, this person is a House representative. His
Oh, a
name
house.
is
Oh,
Gillespie. He is one of the North Carolina House representatives. And I was like, are you kidding me? You literally just emailed my boss to try and get me, what, in trouble?
Jeez. Did it get you in trouble?
No. My boss is
Good.
a Democrat. Thank
Good.
God.
All right. Good.
But I'm saying, this is
It's a
crazy.
dick move.
It was a dick move, very much. So I will drop down and I apologize and thank you all for what you do.
yeah. Anytime.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Sam.
I came up here angry because I heard you say, or someone say that you had a ferret and you're streaming from a computer and there's no ferret cam.
Right? The ferret. So ferrets sleep like 18 hours a day, and she's probably sleeping somewhere right now. She has like a little closet. She'll come and bother
You
me
think
for
we
a little
wouldn't
bit.
want to watch a ferret sleep?
I would need an awfully long cable.
Dude, there's a streamer on Twitch named Pirate Software. He streams on Twitch and YouTube. He does like
Oh yeah,
video game stuff.
I
Yeah,
love him.
dude, he has an entire channel that's literally just a 24/7 live stream of the ferrets. You just put a ferret cam.
Yeah, I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, you're right.
Monetize the ferrets.
I was gonna take a page out of the Doc's book and get a foot camera. Have a little foot pedal.
Well, I think you might have to do a subscribers only stream for that one.
Yeah, patron only, Patreon.
Yeah, that was it. I came up to demand ferret cam.
All right,
I'll see myself out now.
I appreciate it. Hello,
Yo, hello.
what's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, what's up?
It's a nice profile picture, bro. I'll say it. It's pretty tight.
Thank you. Thank you. Like Pokemon?
Yeah, you want to see something?
Go ahead.
All right. Hold on. You see
It's like,
that?
please, I want to go back to sleep.
Oh, cool. You have all the classic games.
Yeah.
Which one is your favorite?
I started with red, so probably red.
What's your starter? What's your go-to starter?
It's gotta be Bulbasaur.
Okay. I feel the grass type. I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm
Holy
probably
smokes.
I'm a little younger than you. I'm 28, so my first game was Crystal, but Cyndaquil for me is the go-to starter. So
Nice.
I have to bring the fire, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, what
No.
do you like about Trump, man?
What do I like about him? The vibes, the aura, the drip, the charisma, the strength, the maximalism, all of it.
Wait, do you want to date him?
No, but I like having like a strong authority figure at the helm of the American empire. And I think he is just a good image for us to project onto the world
He
stage.
he wears a diaper.
Does he?
Yeah. You can't even
According to who?
control. You can't even
According
control
to
his
whom?
bowels.
He
It's well
actually,
known.
yeah, so like some of the people that worked with him on The Apprentice, they came out and said that he's like incontinent and he poops himself. I don't really care to touch on that. Uh, What I would say is like think about I would say to debate you on that. Think about like the recent events. Have you seen what he's like trying to do with tariffs?
You know, I have seen what he's been talking about regarding tariffs, and I know that it's a hot talking point for Rachel Maddow and MSNBC to talk about
I
how
haven't
these
heard
tariffs
any of that from them. Listen,
are going to destroy the economy and whatnot. But I trust his business acumen and his negotiating prowess with the tariffs, so I'm not concerned about them.
so this is how it's going so far. So he threatened China with some tariffs after he negotiated something called the USMCA. Have you heard of that?
Yes, I've heard of the
So the
USMCA.
USMCA replaced NAFTA. It was like the trade
Right, it
agreement.
replaced the Clinton era trade
Yeah,
standard.
so it was a
Yes.
trade agreement. And when Trump comes out with these new tariff ideas, this is directly against his trade agreement that he was so proud of. So the other thing that's happening is China was like, listen, if you put tariffs up, we will just turn your economy off. And the first thing they did was they just banned, like before Trump put any tariffs up, they banned a bunch of special like minerals, like that we need to make microchips. They're like, fuck you, and that's like big, that's huge. Like this is not going well so far. Same thing with Canada.
I don't
Canada's
know.
threatening to turn off the power of Michigan.
I'm not as pessimistic as you are because I think he has a lot of
This
leverage. I
isn't
think
pessimism, dude.
I
If our
mean
They've
To
already
me,
banned.
it
They've already
sounds quite
banned.
pessimistic.
It's not. It's literally what's happening. They've already banned a number of rare earth materials that we need in this country for things like processors.
You're talking about Canada right now?
No, I'm talking about China. China
China, they
banned
already
rare
did.
earth
This
materials,
isn't being
and this
pessimistic.
is this is
Get it.
they call this their first phase. Their
Did you not
second phase.
see
Their
that
second phase.
Trump
Their
invited
second
President
phase.
Xi
Their
to the
second phase. Holy
inauguration?
crap! I was almost done. Their second phase is going to include even more restrictions on not only the same stuff, but it's going to increase the amount of rare earth that they won't allow over here anymore. Completely crushing our entire technical industry. We won't have
So
computer
I
chips.
haven't seen that. I'm not in that echo chamber. I don't watch
It's not an echo
MSNBC.
chamber. It's
So
literally
This is literally just things
any
that are
website
happening.
you want to read.
You can't just make things not real by naming news stations you don't like.
I didn't say I didn't like them. I don't watch Rachel Maddow. I don't listen
I don't
to her.
either. You
I
think
don't
we
either.
watch Rachel Maddow?
Holy smokes! man.
I don't know what Democrats watch, to be honest with you.
I watch
I mean-
y'all's news
Cool.
mostly. I watch y'all's news. I like my co-host usually that she's not here right now. She's watched every single Trump rally from start to finish.
Really?
Yes.
Well, again, I understand you're expressing concern about China's rare earth minerals and, our inability to access them.
Why do you say it
but
like that?
Well, Trump invited President Xi to the inauguration. It's the first time this has ever happened. I
Yeah,
think it
to
would
kiss
be
his ass.
a bold power
It's
move if
fucking
the guy
silly.
attends.
A power
I think
move.
it's perfect.
Yeah, it's
Because let's
silly.
be real, we're on a Chinese app right now. Xi is Biden's
She
puppet
doesn't
master.
care.
We know that Xi has played Biden like the puppet that he is. I
Okay.
mean, we know about the
sorry,
laptop.
What?
We
I don't
know
know what you're
about
talking
Biden's
about.
CCP
I-
connections.
What are
We
his
kn-
connections to the CCP?
Well, if you look at the laptop, it looks like they had a lot of blackmail on him, on a lot of Democrat politicians, on his son Hunter,
Did you
who
know
he
that?
just pardoned.
Did you know that the people
Why are
that
you?
were responsible for being FBI informants, more specifically Alexander Smirnov?
Are these the ones who were on January 6th at the Capitol? Because they just
No.
found out there were over 20 of them
No.
who were in the
So-
Capitol
no, stop.
that were
stop,
FBI
hey, stop pivoting.
employees.
So Alexander Smirnov today was just I believe he was
Alexander Smirnov.
yeah, he was just indicted. He
Alcohol.
No, dude. He took a plea deal. And in the plea deal, he was found guilty of lying and being a being a foreign agent and completely lying and falsifying about the ties to Burisma.
I have no clue about Alexander Smirnov, but I do know that the
He was
laptop
the
from
informant.
hell was suppressed very heavily by formerly
So what do you know?
Twitter
What should we prosecute Biden on
employees.
for that was in the laptop?
I'm not saying that he should be prosecuted at this point. I think it sets a terrible precedent. The Biden administration are the ones who set this precedent of prosecuting presidents.
What crimes do you think he committed?
Joe Biden?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I'm not someone, I don't have like an animus against Joe Biden. I think that his character is probably
You just have to
better.
tell me.
Like, I don't think he's like a Bill Clinton type guy who's like on Epstein Island every other weekend. Like, I think that he has better character than that, at least personally. But I think what he was doing with his son, they had this pay for play scheme where they were just basically running around the globe with like a bag,
Okay, all right.
and getting cash to throw in it.
Bro,
And he was trading off of his dad's vice presidential position to basically make money that he was not qualified to be the head of an energy company.
Let me show you a few things
in Ukraine, but
he
somehow
wasn't the head of the energy
what did
company.
Biden say? You better fire the prosecutor
Can you
right
stop
now, or you're not going to
rambling?
get the aid.
All right, Mav.
And that's the same thing that they tried to impeach Trump for. So
Okay, listen.
No, it's
This
not.
is what happened with that. Burisma was not being investigated by a prosecutor named Viktor Shulkin. He was a Russian asset, and he was not investigating things that were corrupt. And he was being told it was the will of the United States and the UN. The UN even wrote a letter about this, said that Viktor Shulkin needs to go What Trump was impeached for was withholding aid to Ukraine for over the 6-month period, which was what the legal limit is after Congress allots money. He withheld it for more, I think it was 6 months, and he did it for personal gain, to get political like knowledge on his political opponent. This is not the will of the United
Well,
States.
he
This
was
is
obviously
Trump's own
acquitted,
thing.
so I call bullshit on that, and
We
he
all
was
heard the
not.
tapes, dude.
Dude, you want to talk about tapes and the Democrat Party and Diddy and Epstein and tapes? You really want to
Do
talk
you
about
really want to
tapes?
say Trump, the guy listed
Why is he
on the Epstein
pivoting?
flights and fucking literally besties with Epstein, and has been on tape telling us that Diddy is a really good guy?
Yeah, to catch him, who was the president where Epstein was finally arrested and held accountable?
Wasn't it
Who was the
Biden?
president who was the catalyst?
Wasn't it
No.
Biden?
Epstein, no,
Oh,
Epstein
you mean
was
I'm
arrested
sorry,
under
but what
President Trump.
about Diddy?
Well, Diddy, I mean, you want to talk about the DNC and they have every Diddy party celebrity on stage twerking
So
at
this
their
is
rallies? Are you
this
kidding
is
me?
All right, you guys
That's
had
the modern day
an
Democrat
adult
Party.
actress and a fucking you had Hulk Hogan who slurred like the N word on tape multiple times.
Hey man,
Dude.
just wondering, are how old are you, real quick?
I'm 28.
28. Are you rich by chance?
I'd say I'm middle class, upper middle class, maybe even middle class. I went to private school, but
Is your
you know,
family rich?
I would say middle class, upper middle class. Like,
So
we,
working class.
sure, you could say working class, yeah.
Do you wear a name tag when you go to work?
No, I don't do that. No.
No. All right. Well, still working class. Do you
But what does that have to
think?
do with anything?
Well, I'm gonna continue. Do you think that we have fair representation within our government to represent the working class Americans?
Yeah, I think Trump was elected by working class Americans. I think that blue
That's
collar
not what I
working class
asked.
Americans are the modern Republican coalition.
Okay, that's not what I asked. Do you think we have
Yes,
fair?
I do. Yes,
So,
I do.
who do you think in our government represents middle class Americans?
I think in our government you have two political parties, and both of them have working class support and would purport
Well,
to have working class
I just
support.
name me one.
One person,
Sure. Name me
Speaker
one
Mike,
person.
Speaker Mike Johnson.
Oh, okay. What does he do to represent the working class?
He cares about the American family. He cares about uh, basically stopping things like mass migration illegally into the country that harm American citizens.
That's
Um,
literally harming
you
American
know,
citizens.
hyperinflation or Biden inflation as it's been coined. You
So I
know,
don't
I don't know
think
if
you
that
understand my
I don't know if
question.
that was time.
I don't think you understand my question. All right, man.
So what's your question that you're having that you're having difficulty with? What's the question? What's the big question?
So my big question is,
What happened,
basically,
as
if you're
Hillary
not,
Clinton would say?
basically, if you're not a billionaire, if you're not being helped in any way by Donald Trump, why, as a working class, middle class American, would you vote for a bunch of billionaires to run this country that have
Because, like I
that
said, I
have
don't think
you
that most
absolutely
people
not within
feel
their
that
mind?
way.
But that's
Mo-
exactly what happened.
Most people, well, no, if you look at, they've polled most Americans, what are the number one issues for you? The
No, that's not what
economy
I
and
said.
immigration
That's not what I said.
are the number one issues
That's
in the
not what I'm
2024
talking about.
election, and
Okay,
Americans
cool.
voted for Trump. He
Yeah,
won the
hey,
popular vote.
can you address what I said though? I said, why did you vote for
I
somebody?
just did.
Yeah, no, you didn't. You said this is the people that voted for him. I didn't ask that. I said, why did you vote for a billionaire to represent you when they don't represent the middle class Americans?
I mean, he's a businessman. He's
A billionaire.
he, Sure, he's a
Yeah.
billionaire.
He
People,
appointed
I
the
mean, just because
richest
he's a
man in the world.
billionaire,
Okay. He appointed the richest man in the world in a cabinet with him. Do you really
I
think
mean,
these two billionaires, two of the richest people, so 11
I think we
billionaires in
should be
total?
critical of Elon Musk, but maybe not for the
Okay.
same reasons that you're thinking of. Like,
Okay.
I'm not a
This is
big
not
fan
answering
of
my
like,
question. Not answering my question again. So 11 billionaires total now has been appointed into his
It's 15.
cabinets. 15? He's up to 15? 15
you do realize
fucking
also that
billionaires.
the Democrats
15
outspend and
billionaires.
outraise Republicans every election
Yeah.
cycle.
Hey
Are you
man,
not aware of that? It's absolutely
No,
true.
I want
The
you to
Democrats
focus on my
have
question. I'm almost
every
done. I
Hollywood
want to focus on my
coastal
question.
elite
Okay, cool.
donor
Cool. Hey,
on their
stop.
side.
Stop. Stop.
I think that the Democrats have these
Okay.
insanely wealthy
All right,
elite
Mav,
surrogates
out of
that are
out
the
of this
faces of their
last
party.
election, out of all of the money given by billionaires, 2/3 of it went to Donald Trump. 56 out of I believe 56 over 42 billionaires versus non-billionaires voted for Trump. Is that how it was split? It was like a 12-point split. It's like 54-42. The billionaires are more likely to vote for Trump for the tax break.
Again, I just don't find. I don't know. This is just isn't like that compelling of an argument to me. I understand that you're plagued by this question about billionaires and why they're supporting Trump. You know, I'm not really plagued by that
So you were
same
just shaming us
quandary.
for the fact that we had big money in our party, but now
I
when it's in
wasn't
your
shaming
party,
you.
it's
I was
chill.
trying to point out your hypocrisy to you. I was trying to hold up a mirror to you and show you that if you're complaining about billionaires, why is your party the party of the Lolita Express and the P Diddy's of the world and every major Hollywood celebrity
you have
and
no,
coastal elite?
you have no room to say like Trump is an adjudicated sexual abuser.
I mean, first of all, that was a civil trial, was it not?
That's right.
No, I want to acknowledge what you just did right now. So you said, hey, we have all the billionaires, we have the good guys, we're in control, and all of your party are pedophiles. That's exactly what you just said.
I'm not saying that it's one-sided. I think that there's no political affiliation to people that abuse children. Absolutely not. But I definitely think that the Democrat Party this year was a big Diddy party. If you looked at the people that the Harris campaign brought on stage,
Diddy
had
will have nothing to do with our government.
Epstein Island. You guys are all
and an Epstein party too.
Can we stop deflecting? Like we're literally allowing him to deflect and run this fucking conversation into nothing. Instead of talking about the questions,
dude,
you've been playing.
You're literally like talking about.
We're talking about playing Barbara Walters interviewing
Your guy just elected Pete Hegseth and fucking Matt Gaetz, and he tried to appoint Matt Gaetz as AG, the guy who's got a fucking committee, ethics committee fucking investigation on him that had fucking underage girls testify.
Okay, and your party has Harvey Weinstein and P. Diddy and Jay-Z. So
okay, no, these are
with a 13-year-old
politicians in your party, actual politicians, and Trump is selecting them to lead parts of our government.
Yeah,
and your party has Bill Clinton.
We can't be guilty by proximity when you guys are literally
documented as being on Epstein Island regularly, and Hillary Clinton. And let's not talk about those WikiLeaks emails and the pizza parties. Let's not get into that.
Oh yeah. Let's talk
literally
about
Alex Jones
stuff.
bullshit.
No, let's not. Yeah, listen to Alex Jones.
Alex Jones bullshit.
But those pizza emails were very interesting. That's all I can say.
No,
I've never heard of someone spending $13,000 on hot dogs from Chicago or whatever Obama purchased at the time.
Hey, do you know what stop
the pizza handkerchiefs that
I guess you don't know what stop means. So I made you stop.
Hillary's pizza handkerchiefs and all that.
All right,
stuff.
You're getting kicked out. Congratulations, you're getting blocked.
Enjoy your Diddy party.
The fuck out.
I just think that you have to hold yourselves accountable, especially as the loser.
What the fuck?
As the loser of an election, you have to look in the mirror. You have to look in the mirror.
Sorry,
do you not?
Dude, you guys had funding from a billionaire. He donated like $270 million to Trump's campaign.
You're just talking about millions and billions. You don't want to talk about Diddy. You don't want to talk about the pizza parties.
How are we guilty by association for Diddy? I don't get that one. Like, literally, Trump is like singing Diddy's praise, but Kamala, our side, is like somehow more guilty. Like Trump is literally an adjudicated sexual abuser, bro. So crazy. Hello? Any?
Hello. Hi.
Hello. Are you a Trump supporter?
No.
Okay. We're looking for opposition, but thank you for coming up. Well, chat, if you are a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Come and debate.
Those conversations make me feel gross.
Yeah. Jess, thank you for this. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Watch Trump
Anyway,
pardon Diddy.
man,
No,
it
I
is.
don't think so. But like,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Trump pardoned Charles Kushner, who literally paid a sex worker to do you know what with his sister's husband, I believe. Trump pardoned him.
What?
Yeah. That was one of his pay to play schemes, his pay for pardons. You
Yeah,
guys
he
can't be
recorded
serious.
it and used it as blackmail.
Yeah. Now he's the ambassador to France. And then what's her name? Fucking Trump's Don Jr.'s ex-fiance of like fucking 10 years. That
I think that one was kind of vindictive, though.
yeah, he appointed her as ambassador to fucking Greece. So she's
think he
gonna
did
live
it
in
just to
Greece now.
I think he did it just to get her out, dude.
Kimberly Guilfoyle, yes.
I hate to be like that, but
Well,
I think that came from Don
Jr.'s been
Jr.
seen publicly,
Yeah.
yes, holding hands with the new
Yeah, he's going.
sweetheart. So he's like, hey,
She's got to go. She's gonna cause trouble. I
you
know it.
too much.
I know
Peace. Get out.
her.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the worst.
Yikes.
Carrie Lake got she got appointed to. Oh man. So she's gonna be in charge of public broadcasting. Is that correct? What is she doing? In charge of propaganda, or
she's gonna be working for some media organization that's got like a $300 million budget each year from the government. Tight. And then we've got the person who
The
wrote
Voice of
the part
America.
of Project 2025 about the FCC, Brendan Carr. He's going to be leading the FCC and doing all that stuff in tandem with her.
this is it, guys.
Harry Raid, are
This
you
is
guys
how it ends.
serious?
No way.
Again? USA
That's awesome.
News to
Thanks,
outside
Harry.
sources. Oh my god. Harry Raid. Oh my god, guys. Harry Raid. Let's go. Guys, all of you guys who came from the Harry Raid, next time you're in Harry's Live, you should be like, hey, Harry, you should follow Pickles when you raid him. You should follow Pickles. Say, hey, Harry, you know who'd be neat to follow? Pickles.
The Pickles guy. It's funny. Well, you guys are here. Tap the screen. Thanks, Asher. Tap the screen. Share some lives. Share it to your backup.
I do follow Harry. I've been following Harry forever. Hello? Hello? Mr. Daniel?
Yeah, hello.
What's up, bro? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I am.
Bro, that mugshot is... I don't know if it's giving badass anymore.
No, it's giving old man.
I don't like it.
Old man got arrested at the bar. That's what it looks like.
Just gonna say it. What do you like about Trump?
Yeah. Yeah. I voted for Donald Trump because I am Jewish. I don't know what your views are on the Israel Palestine, but I think that he is not, I think that Kamala Harris will not support Israel like how Donald Trump will.
I'm side eyeing you, buddy. Side eyeing you.
You don't support the Israel?
Guys, we can do better than that. We can do better.
Yeah, just use your real voice, guys. It can still be funny.
I hope that wasn't from the Harry raid. Harry gets better trolls than that.
Hello?
I came up wrong. Can you push? Sorry.
I'll be back down.
Okay. Harry Raid, thank you guys for all the follows, chat. Thank you. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to like 75k likes. Hello, Brittany.
Hey, what's up?
Hello. Are you a Trump supporter?
Do I look like a Trump supporter?
I don't know.
I don't know. Never know.
I don't think you want me to answer that.
No, I want you to.
You want me to say
I usually
it?
get yes.
I think yes.
It's either or for me. It's either or. I'm gonna say you're smiling, so no.
Yeah, I'm not.
Good clue. Context clues.
But I get it so often. I'm like, God, I really should be a undercover, like, go into the Republican Party. I apparently give off all those vibes, and so I'm like,
we could use you.
I get mistaken for a Republican all the time. I know, right? Send me undercover, boss.
She just came in here to test it out.
You're just coming up to
I
say
kind of have this perspective. I get bored. I need the dopamine.
Well, we appreciate you coming up. We hope you have a wonderful night. Thanks for coming to say hi.
Thanks.
Have a good night. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, jump in the box, hop in the box, come debate me, tell me why you like Trump. Debates. How do you say debate in Spanish, chat? ¿Cómo se dice?
Debato.
Debato?
Oh, fucking. I just made that up.
Rashid, you like Trump? Come up in debates. Did I ever play with Choco Taco? No. You know who I was in a stream with was Courage.
I don't know them either.
Courage is pretty big. And Tim the Tap Man. Debate is debate in Espanol. Trump will make America amazing again. Oh my goodness. Hello? Hello?
Hey, what are we debating about?
Do you like Trump?
He's the best president of my lifetime.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
I like that he wants government off people's back. He wants low taxes, cut regulations, which is huge, big burden on American people, keep America's First Amendment right, Second Amendment right. He understands the Constitution with abortion, which it should be the 10th Amendment, which states that anything that's not in the Constitution to go to power of the states. I think that was very smart. Most people don't even know the 10th Amendment. He never did really anything constitutional. His executive orders got held up, but his executive orders were constitutional, which eventually got overrun by the Supreme Court, and he got to keep them. Like the travel ban, as people called it, that was totally constitutional.
Well, yeah, he used a fucking law from like
he used
way back in the day.
He used Article 2 of the Constitution that says that the president can protect citizens from abroad or from people at home, domestic.
Yeah,
it's right in the Constitution.
It made it was a stretch because what happened was something happened in I think it was Vegas And if it's
It was
domestic,
right when he became president.
Yeah.
Hawaii sued, and another state sued, and he won it 9 months later.
Okay.
Unlike Biden for putting an executive order out that said people don't have to pay their rent. I was renting an apartment at the time for $2,300 a month. 5 months they didn't pay their rent because Biden made an executive order that they don't have to pay it during COVID, and I got screwed. Every executive order Biden did, like the student loan interest, which was totally unconstitutional, he did it actually twice, gave more money out for that. Biden was literally the worst president, and I was born in 1980 when Reagan. So I take Reagan even second over Trump. Trump's the best president we've ever had.
Man.
You know what would have been really screwed? Is the 5 people you kicked out during COVID if he didn't have that moratorium.
COVID's a bunch of nonsense. It should never even happen.
COVID wasn't a bunch of nonsense. 1.5 million people died in America because of it.
Let's talk about First Amendment. Let's talk about First
freedom of
Amendment.
speech.
Okay. So, do you think it would be pro First Amendment to check people's religious beliefs and their economic beliefs at the border, such as we should see?
The border shouldn't even happen if they don't have a green card and apply to this country.
I'm sorry.
They shouldn't be coming across the border.
Okay, but if they are, and if they do legally, should we check
What,
them?
to seek asylum?
No, if they're just coming. If they're just coming for travel or work visa, should we be checking to see if they're Christian-hating, Marxist, communist, or socialist?
How would you even describe that on a chart? Who cares?
I don't know. How would
I don't think so. No, who cares? It should even come into our thing.
We shouldn't do that.
No, we should do a merit-based immigration system where we fill out a card.
Do you think that would be pro First Amendment? Is what I'm asking you.
To check people coming into our country of these questions, it has nothing to do with citizens. What does that have to do with our citizens?
I'm sorry. This is the First Amendment applies to who? I'm sorry. All the Constitution applies to who? Who gets rights from the Constitution?
Our citizens in America.
Just citizens?
Well, you argue Supreme Court if someone's born off the coast of San Francisco has an ambassador. It doesn't even matter.
Do you think the Constitution only applies to? Do you think the Constitution?
You want to talk about?
Do you think the Constitution only applies to citizens
that are coming into our country? Yes, it should. Yeah. What are we going to worry about? People in Australia and Germany?
No.
The
U.S. Constitution applies to any and all persons.
You can ask me the same question.
Any and all persons on U.S. soil.
What's your argument about Trump being a terrible president?
I'm sorry. This is the First Amendment. Stay on track. Keep up. It's about the First Amendment. Do you think that's pro First Amendment?
I already told you.
Legally coming into our country.
It doesn't matter. As long as you're in our country, then the amendment applies to you.
No.
If you're not from our country, you're trying to come in.
If you're on U.S. soil at the door and you say, "Hey, I have a work visa. I'm coming in."
How'd you get in?
Should we be able to ask these persons what your religion is?
Yes.
Why?
Well, just like on our census, we ask what race you are, how much money you make. Right?
Should we make decisions?
Just like we do on our census.
Should we make decisions?
We can ask it. You don't have to answer it.
Okay. Should we make decisions?
There you go. You don't have to answer it. You can use the Fifth Amendment.
Sorry. Hold on.
You can use the Fifth Amendment.
Decisions?
Can you stop talking?
Should we make decisions on letting them into our country based on their religion?
No.
Okay. Is that against the First Amendment?
No.
Wait. Why not?
Well, what do you mean? You have freedom of religion. It doesn't matter. We can't do anything against your religion.
So if we do that, that would be against the First Amendment, right?
So wait, you're asking if people come into this country and they have a different religion, we won't let them in? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Would that be against your First Amendment right?
They have a visa to come into our country. It has nothing to do with the religion.
Would that be against your First Amendment rights?
Obviously.
Okay, so now I'm gonna show you a little thing. I want you to watch what I do. I'm typing in DonaldJTrump.com. And I'm gonna skip his donation, and I'm gonna scroll to his platform. I'm gonna go down to here, and I'm gonna go all the way to the first section that talks about the border.
If anybody even broke that they could sue.
I'm so sorry, man.
Did anybody file a lawsuit?
Sorry this is happening
that they didn't get let in the country because of their religion?
I'm so sorry this is happening to you.
I'm so sorry. You guys put up a channel of Trump's the worst to get people to join, but you're gonna have this nonsense.
This is on Trump's website. Republicans will use existing federal law to keep foreign Christian-hating communists, Marxists, and socialists out of America. Do you think that's
good.
pro-First
Keep them out.
Amendment?
Yeah, get them out. But you can't sit there and put that on a visa. Yeah, get them out. If they're Marxist, communists, and they want to come in our country, get them out of here. Yeah,
so
get them out
for the First Amendment. You're not pro-First Amendment.
Dude, Get them out.
So that's against the First Amendment.
That's my First Amendment is to say whatever the hell I want to say. I don't care.
Okay,
If someone did that,
but
and they want
enacting
to
that
file, who
is
filed
against
the
the First
lawsuit?
Amendment, right?
Who filed a lawsuit and sued it for that policy? Is there a court case that I know about?
No.
Could you cite it?
No.
No, you can't. You can't cite a court case
All I
because
have
no
to do is
one's
cite
ever
the
been
First
not
Amendment.
let in our country on a visa for the religious belief, which is against the First Amendment. And
It's
if
against the
they
First
did it,
Amendment,
they would
right?
file a lawsuit and sue the federal government.
What
in
you're
court.
saying is Trump
So who
should be
did it?
allowed to try to violate
Oh
the
my
First Amendment,
God,
and
dude.
someone
Let them
should
try.
just sue
Let
it?
them try. Let them
Someone
try.
should just
And
sue
when
it?
someone sues, they'll actually, Supreme Court will
Can you
uphold
see
their
how
decision.
you just
not
changed your
Trump's.
belief in like 30
Dude,
seconds?
it's not even a belief. It's just
because,
a stupid.
Because you
It's a
just
stupid
didn't want to be
question.
wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. It's a stupid question.
Okay. Here's my second question. Do you think we should ask people in our military what like political beliefs they have and then fire them based on their political beliefs?
No.
No? Would that be pro First Amendment?
It would be just against the Civil Rights Act, I believe.
Okay,
so if you want to,
I want you to
that
go.
Civil
This
Rights
is the
Act.
very last page of Trump's
So
document.
if he fires somebody, then they sue. Who did this?
I'm so sorry.
Did you cite a court
Republicans
case?
will ensure our military is the
Where
most
you-
modern,
who-
lethal, and powerful force in the world. We will invest in cutting-edge research and advanced technologies, including an Iron Dome missile defense shield, support our troops with high pay, and
Reagan
get, I
wanted the
quote,
Iron Dome.
woke left-wing Democrats fired as soon as possible.
Yeah.
So now you're cool with it.
Well, if they did something wrong, then they could be fired.
Do you actually have any real beliefs, or do you just like go with what Trump's doing?
I do the Constitution. I teach the Constitution.
You
Yeah,
don't
I'm a
teach the
teacher.
Constitution. You literally
Yes,
didn't
I
know
do
that the
I deal with the
Constitution applied to
Constitution. That's
everybody.
why Trump's a great
You don't
president.
know the most basic part of the Constitution.
I cite me a court case of the things you mentioned in some platform. Cite me a court case that sued and went through the court system. You can't. You know that. You can't. So stop. If you had a court case, then you'd actually have an argument. If Trump actually did that to somebody,
So
and
someone's
then
already
this
had
is
to
his
try this
platform
and
for-
failed for this to be a thing.
So you
Yeah,
have
this is his platform for his future.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so where's the
like,
court
reign.
case?
Gotcha.
There's no court
man.
case because he
Well, when
hasn't
someone
been in office
files a
yet.
court case, then you have an argument,
God.
right?
Can you stop talking when people talk? Can you let somebody talk for like 7 seconds before you open your mouth? There is no court case yet because he hasn't implemented these policies.
And when he
These are
does, they'll sue.
hey,
and
that
it
was
won't
like
happen.
4 seconds. I got 3 more
Shut up.
seconds there.
You said
I got
7.
3. I only did 4. So give me 3 more seconds.
Go ahead.
So that was on his platform that he's going to implement with Agenda 47.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
When he
So was
implements
president
it, then the
first
court
time in
cases
4
will come
years,
through.
What did he do that was so wrong that Trump sucks? For 4
Hey,
years.
we're not talking about 4 years ago. We're talking about
How
what
you
he's
talking
going
about
to do.
hypotheticals in the future, you
No,
dumbass?
this isn't
It's January
hypothetical.
20th.
This
He's
is
not even the
hey,
president, you idiot.
Pumpkin, you fucking
This
turd.
is so stupid.
Look right
You're talking
here.
about
It's
what
right
if he
here.
keeps somebody at
He's
the
saying
airport
it
and
right
won't let him in
here.
because of the religion? It's
Okay,
a
dude.
hypothetical.
Look, it's not a hypothetical. It's
Yeah,
his
it
plan.
is. It hasn't happened yet.
It's his policy. He's written it down.
And who's
It's
enforcing
right
it?
there.
And when
It's
they do,
Donald Trump.
I'll actually go to the airport and put that on Muslim. or
Donald
something,
Trump
and I'll
is.
have a good lawsuit. It's just stupid. He's not going to do that.
He said he's going to, man.
And when
now
he does
you're
it,
you're
when
okay
he
with
does,
it.
we'll
You're
talk
okay
about
with it because he said it, even though goes against the First Amendment.
Dude, it's so stupid. He would never do something like that. It's dumb.
Yeah, of course not.
Down.
Of course
he
not.
wants to, but all
When
right.
he does it, then people have a court case. And I told you they would be right to sue. Right?
You're right. Hey, I shouldn't have brought
Easy.
this up, dude. You're right.
That's an
we should
easy
have just
court
gone with
case.
it. You're right. We should just wait till it happens. My bad.
Yeah, we should.
My
Exactly.
bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just let him attack people's rights. That's cool, huh?
And when he does, you sue and go through the proper system.
Hey, my
When you
bad,
go through the
dude.
courts, it's
My
an easy court
bad.
case to win.
I'm sure. Hey,
Boy.
it's not like he's not going to be in charge of like the DOJ and the FBI and like all
Good.
that. He doesn't have the Supreme Court. in
Thank
his
God
pocket.
someone in
You're
charge that
right.
has some dignity.
You got it. Cash Patel. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
Cash Patel.
Oh my God.
Christopher
Payne
Wray was on TV today talking about the Jan 6 people. He lied and said that there was no Trump people. There was 26. Did you see that today?
No, there were 26
see
that were
Christopher Wray?
not in. They were not.
They
involved.
were
They had 26
paid
sensitive of
informants.
inside information
Paid
coming. That's
informants.
it. There was no
26 of them.
FBI actors in the crowd. None. Zero.
26.
Zero.
It just came today.
Zero. No, I read it. It's zero.
I watched the press conference. I watched a congressional hearing
Okay.
today. 26 people from the feds were paying that were in the crowd. 6 of them went in the Capitol, I believe. And the other ones went past the barriers.
It was like
I don't
26
know.
or 27.
I don't know.
Okay,
26 and
so
27. I
Watchdog
don't know.
determined that 26 FBI informants were
There
in
you go.
D.C. on the
Yeah.
day. That's it. They were not in the crowds. The report also found no evidence that FBI had undercover employees in the protest crowds or at the Capitol on J6. Although the watchdog determined that 26 FBI informants were in D.C. on that day,
There you go.
reports said 3 of the informants were tasked by the FBI with traveling to Washington specifically to report on domestic T groups subject who might be attending the event.
Well,
None
when
of the
Cash
informants
Patel
the report
puts
said
his
were
article out, we'll
authorized.
find the
None
truth
of them
out.
were
It'll be
authorized
great.
to enter the Capitol or the restricted area, nor were they authorized to break the law or encourage others to do so.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing. You guys have nothing. We have Trump
I
literally
just
on the
said it was
stage 2 miles
26,
from here
27
telling
over
everybody to
there.
go do
I
this.
said that. You said it was
That's
wrong,
chill.
and then you found it. Okay.
You were wrong.
Yeah,
You had a small sliver of a seed of a truth, and then
okay.
you
All right.
lied from there on out. The
I did.
26 was
I
truth.
totally was. I'm
Everything
trying to
else
deceive
was.
everybody.
You're like, yeah, it kind of was. You're like 26
I don't know
federal
how
agents.
you guys take news like
6
this and
of
make
them
it a
broke
W.
through the.
I don't know what
through
right-wing
yeah,
media
6
looks like
I
right now,
don't.
but
I
that's
don't
insane.
think it's a W. I think the whole January 6th thing was a bunch of bullshit. Stupid.
It was.
Hey, you guys shouldn't have
They
done
got-
It hurt so bad. I don't
What
get
do you mean
why was it
so bad?
stupid.
I just think it was a terrible thing for our country. It was like a stain on our country. It's terrible.
Dude,
Yeah,
you know
that's
what was
it.
a stain on
They
our
shouldn't have
country?
done it.
Trump doing fake slates of electors in all the swing states.
Come on. He said that they go peacefully to
No, fake
protest.
slates
that.
of electors. Do you know what that means?
I know he
doesn't
didn't
know.
want the state. I do understand what the electoral college and they come and they cast their electoral
He
votes.
had
I get it. I
fake
know what he
ones.
wanted to
Fake-
do.
fake
I know what he
seats.
was trying to do. But there was so much fraud. Where did the 15 million Biden voters go
What
when
are
to
you
not vote for
talking
Kamala?
about?
Bro,
What
we're
are
not
you
Biden had
talking
80
about that. We're
million
talking
votes.
about
Kamala
the.
had 65. The Democrats get 60
Hey,
some
man,
million
we're
every
talking about the
election. 60 some
false
million, and
slate
Biden
of
gets 80.
electors.
Where'd those 15 million
Hey,
people go?
You're
Answer
you're
that
flailing
question.
right now. You're
Where did
flailing
those
right.
15
You're
million
out there.
people go?
You're a
Hillary got
wacky
63 million. Biden
wiggly
gets
inflatable
80.
guy. Wacky wiggle inflatable guy. Stop flailing
Where'd
around
the
like that,
15
man.
million people go?
You
Hey,
walked right into the point, and you didn't even realize the fact that 2 female candidates got much less votes than the white dude in between.
Obama had 60 million too. It went from Obama. You could trace
Less
every
than the
Democrat
white
back.
dude. Yep,
60
less
some
than the
million
white
every
dude.
time. And Biden gets
You're
80
catching it.
million.
You're catching it.
He gets
You're
80.
so close.
So those
You're
15
so
million
close.
people that voted for Biden just vanished. Where'd they go?
You're so close, friend.
Where'd they go? Look at there's a bar graph that shows Democrat voting. It's
was
60 some
6
million every
It
election.
was 6
And then
million
Biden gets
that didn't
80.
show
And then
up.
it goes back
They
down to
didn't show
60
up.
some. Come on. Mail-in ballots, stuff in boxes is terrible for COVID.
What do you? What
The
do
only
you?
way that
What?
they beat
Hey,
Trump the
man.
first time.
Okay, we get it. 6 million people didn't show up to vote. We get it. Why do you keep
15.
wanting
It
to
was
talk about that?
15 million. 15.
No, it was 6.
Look at the total counts of the vote. He got 80 million votes. Every other Democrat gets 60 to 63.
And what she get?
He gets
74,
80.
correct?
He gets 80. Look at it. There's a bar.
She got 74.
Who got 74?
Kamala.
74 to 77. So
So
it
you
was
got what?
71 to
So you got
81
what?
last
So
time.
when he got
That was
80,
one- that
when
was
he got 80, okay.
73 to
I was just
81?
trying to do my numbers. No, when he got 80, Biden got 80, there were 6 million votes less. I said 6 million people didn't show up. You said, what's 6 million? It was 15 million. That's where my numbers are coming from. It was 6 million less votes than Joe Biden got. That's what I said. Like he talking, he just yabbles on, man, and I can't get a fucking word in.
Yeah, I don't know where you're getting 15.
Fucking wild.
You're yelling at us like we're stupid. 15's nowhere to be found here.
He's making my blood pressure go up, and I'm stoned. I don't know how he did that.
I need to get more elevated for this. We can't hear you when you're outside the app, by the way, Jason. Jason, I'm going to say it. You look like you have Trump's skincare routine.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you got the math now?
Yeah, Trump won the popular vote. I got it.
He didn't, actually.
I didn't.
He didn't? Kamal won the popular vote?
No, Trump got less than 50%. That's not the popular vote.
Well, he won a majority of the popular vote.
He got the most votes.
Yeah, he won the popular
Yeah,
vote.
he got the most votes. It's not. The popular is over 50.
Oh, okay.
Wait, you said you teach civics?
Yeah.
Uh-uh.
I wish I had a couple of you guys in my class. You might have learned something.
Shit. Are you fucking kidding me?
Exactly.
Yikes.
What could you teach us about 4th grade civics?
I teach 12th grade civics.
12th grade civics.
But what I could
start on day 1.
How many people are in the House of Representatives?
435.
There you go.
What else you got?
I don't know. I'm not really. I thought we were having a debate. I don't know. You bring a topic up, we'll talk about it. I don't know who had better economics.
No, you literally said that you could teach me a few things. So
I want to learn civics.
I said if I had to pick an amendment of the 27, I would consider the 10th to be the most influential amendment because the states need the power. I'm not a federalist. I like the states to have the power. And the 10th Amendment, in my opinion, of all 27 is the most important amendment. And when they talk about the abortion conversation, I think it's the best way to keep it in the states and let the states decide where you're living.
Yeah,
so
sure.
if we had a debate on amendments, I mean, I like the 10th.
Okay.
I mean,
What's
that's
your
what caused
favorite
the
thing?
Civil War.
What's your favorite thing Trump did for the economy last time?
Tax cuts.
That's it.
That was you asked me one thing, my favorite thing. That was the number one, tax cuts.
If you're an educator, you're not making a
I got
return on
$200 more paycheck after his tax cuts.
And now what?
Well, they're still in place.
You don't get those cuts anymore, bud.
No, the tax policy ends next year.
Yeah.
So we get the same tax cut.
They've been depleting every
But they have
2
not.
years.
No, they haven't.
They've been depleting every 2 years.
No, they haven't.
Yes.
The tax policy has not changed. It ends next year.
I know. He said it to where individual taxes, the reductions deplete every 2 years. And now they're finally gone. All of them next year.
Well, I'm just saying, I pay the same taxes as I did when I got the tax cut. I thought it stimulated the
I'm sure you've
economy.
been paying attention.
What, my paycheck? I could go look at my paychecks for the last 3 years. I see when the tax cuts came in. They're the same thing. They don't take more taxes out now than they did when the tax cuts came in. I don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't make any sense.
All right.
That's why they said Kamala, anybody
so-
making under 300, she would literally have to go in and redo the tax policy.
It's fine. You don't need to show us your paychecks. You can just give me the login to your bank. Just give me the login to your bank, and I'll take a look.
2 seconds. The tax policies haven't changed.
Just give me your bank login, and I'll take a look.
Trump's going to get to be. He's going to write
chart
another
it.
tax policy. But this is what I want to show you. If you're making below $157,000, which is probably you if you're a teacher, you're going to be negatively affected by Trump's
I own a lot
tax
of stocks too, so I make way more than that. But I make 107.
Okay, tight. So you're still going to be negatively
the same
impacted.
taxes.
I'm so sorry.
$170,000 a
I'm
year as a
talking.
teacher.
You're going to be negatively impacted by Trump's plan when Kamala's plan would have impacted you positively.
What do you talk? Her plan? She didn't even have a plan. Never. She came.
Trump doesn't have a plan. Kamala had an 82-page,
Trump's
82-page
went through Congress and
PDF.
already
She had an
isn't-
82-page PDF. It was beautiful.
And Congress would have to pass it, right?
Yeah.
So it would be Trump still till she got elected and done. If she would have saved me money, I would have been happy.
Every 10 years, you write a tax code. We would have had to write a
I would have been
tax code.
happy.
They would have had to pass it.
Congress doesn't have to pass a tax code if they don't want
They
to.
do. And every 10
No,
years,
it doesn't.
yes,
They
do.
Bro, you teach
They-
civics?
They could
Hey, I don't
I do
believe
not
that.
teach
They don't
civics.
have
I
to
do
teach
not
civics.
believe you teach civics.
You do not teach civics.
Demanded a tax vote every 10
100%
years.
don't teach civics.
Are you one of those civics teachers that was actually a PE teacher,
Yeah, I
and they
was,
just stick
yeah,
you in the
I was.
physics?
You're a fucking
I mean,
PE
in the
teacher,
civics thing.
I was. I am.
Yeah.
I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud.
Are you being for real now?
No,
I mean, it's
but
kind of
the
apparent.
tax
but
policy that he put in. You asked me what I thought was his best economic policy. I said
I don't know any
the
teachers that
reduction
make
of taxes,
$100,000 a year.
and then you're
anyway.
saying that her plan's better.
In
What
Canada?
his tax policy did is increased the
I mean,
amount of
Connecticut
taxes that we gained as a society.
Connecticut teachers get paid well.
Like blue state teachers.
What state are you in, Jason?
So I live in New Jersey and I teach in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
Always. In Texas, we can't even unionize in certain
You're
places.
a teacher and
Kristen,
you
you gotta
voted to get
yeehaw.
rid of the Department of Education.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you
$9
know what
billion
that
of
entails?
waste. Why do we need the federal
Really?
government to deal with the education system?
What do you think that they do?
Local education is where it's
What do you
at.
think
Every
that the
place
federal
is different in the
government
United
is
States.
doing? What are they
States
doing?
can handle it.
What do they
Well,
do?
when the federal
Wait.
government got involved in education under Bush, No Child Left Behind, everybody remembers that. No Child Left Behind.
Okay.
They made fun of
Okay.
them for
Now it's
years.
different. Yeah. Now it's different though.
They added standardized testing based on money for schools on the federal level,
Yeah.
which was terrible.
Yeah.
I teach in a terrible
Yeah.
place in Philadelphia.
So when
They
we
got
get rid of
screwed.
the Department of
And then what
Education,
happened was Obama became president, and what was his economic policy? Anybody name it? Obama's education policy? Go ahead, shout it out. No Child Left Behind was Bush's because they made fun of him all the time. What was Obama's?
I don't know.
Yeah, it wasn't
It's called Rise
successful.
to the Top. It's called Rise to the Top, which they increased more federal testing and more of the same stuff that Bush did. But Obama never got harassed in the press.
I'll be
So
so for real. Men
for
are
me, I
stupid
would
and they
get
put
federal.
children on standardized tests when it
Yeah,
wasn't a good measurement of any kind of progress, and especially not when you're looking at curriculums that haven't been updated
I
and
totally
textbooks
agree.
coming from
You
Texas.
shouldn't have federalized a standardized test based on economic back to your school. That's why the federal government needs to get out of the way and let the local community and states control education. What do we have to give them
Yeah,
$9 billion?
no.
That's what their budget is.
Because then you have states coming up with stuff like rewriting history, like what Florida's doing. Are you okay with that happening? Because that's what's
Absolutely
going to
not.
happen.
Here's what Philadelphia does, for
That's
instance.
what's going to happen. Well, that's what's going
Philadelphia
to happen.
doesn't
Like
even
if
allow
it,
U.S. history to
okay,
teach from the Constitution to the Civil War.
yeah,
They
cool.
put African American history in, and the U.S. goes from 1865 on, which is terrible. They
All
don't.
right. This is what I'm going to tell
I
you.
really
All right?
wish I
want
could.
you. Are you sitting
Okay,
down right
I
now?
guess I'm not saying
Are you
anything.
sitting down? Your state's about to receive $800 million less in funding from the federal
Good.
government.
Good.
Hey,
I
but
think
you're
it's
probably
also
going to get a
important to
raise.
note.
Money doesn't matter
You're
for
probably getting a
education.
raise.
It's important to note that states like Pennsylvania do get a lot more funding typically than a lot of other states. So I mean,
Yeah. I
you're
think it's
you're
You're
discounting
terrible.
the
probably looking at
children.
a big raise coming soon.
Yeah, I will. I got 5% last year because they didn't want us at a contract dispute in Philadelphia when the election year was. So they just gave
Wait,
us
are
a
you
5%.
unionized?
We are, yeah. We're
That must
PFT.
be nice. Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
But
Okay.
now Democrats aren't going to be in control of the NLB. Republicans are.
It's messed up, man.
I don't know what it has to do with anything.
Well, I don't know.
The
Just good luck
National
with your union
Labor
stuff.
Relations Board.
I'm not a big union fan, really. I support
But you
unions,
benefit from it. You
I
benefit from
understand where
all
they
these
came
things
from.
that you don't like. And I'm in Texas
I'm
where
a
I've worked
huge
in
union.
education, and you said states' rights, and
Yes,
then
I'm a
it
union.
fucked
I'm a
us. You know
union
that,
person,
right?
but I don't like how our union, what they
Well, then
use
quit your
that money for.
union.
What?
See how it goes.
Do what?
Quit your union. See how it goes.
Well, I
Stop
would
paying your
lose my
dues.
dental insurance and my eye insurance. Why would I do that?
Yeah. Why would you
Oh.
do that? Because it would be stupid, right?
I never said I was going to quit my union.
Yeah, I know. What I'm saying is there are places like Texas where there are a lot of places that can't have teachers unions. They literally
Why?
don't allow it in
Why
Austin.
can't they?
So I mean, like, you're complaining about all these things that are blue state, blue governments, and you're benefiting from them, but you want to take away the federal funding that actually helps red states, and it's fucked up.
Blue and red, I really don't even see it that way because I
Of course
was
you
blue.
don't, because
I
you're
was blue
privileged.
forever. I voted for Obama twice. It's not blue versus red, and that's one of the problems where you pit people against
I
each
don't know
other.
what the fuck
Where
that
if they don't
means.
believe in a
Yeah, I don't
certain way,
care.
you're blue or you're red. It doesn't have anything to do with it. You can have a
Can you
perspective.
address what she said instead of this fucking weird ass conversation you're having off to the side?
Yeah, like we don't have like student lunches paid for as a whole, but we now have Bluebonnet Bible teaching. So how is that going to benefit our students? I don't get it.
Pickles, the chewing.
Well, I don't.
You
I
got
think it's
flagged
terrible,
for
but
civic and election integrity.
if you can't have a union, there's
For civic and election integrity?
Oh, you have to clip that. The civics teacher getting flagged for election integrity.
That's hilarious.
That's wild. Anyway, I'm going to bed. It is 11 o'clock. It's 11:21. So, I turn into a pickle pumpkin in 40 minutes. So, all right.
Wait, what's that fancy one on the charcuterie board? What's the fancy pickle?
Oh, I just bought some of these.
Not a gherkin. It's like a chicharron or something.
Cornishin?
Thank you. That's what TikTok becomes, a Cornishin.
Cornishin for sure. Anyway, you guys have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for letting me up, guys. I figured someone needed to tap out for a minute.
I'm sorry, I'm not opposition. I was just trying to get in Jason's face. I'm gonna get out of here.
Okay. Valid. Hey, Bacon.
What's up, Bacon?
Yo.
How have you been, Bob?
Yo.
I've been alright, dude. How about you?
This is what I do now. Do you like it?
Hey, man, I'm all for it, bro. You know? I supported you anyways. Doesn't matter. You gotta do what you gotta
Appreciate you,
do.
Bob.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get in here, say hi. How you doing and shit.
I miss you, bro. Come say hi more often.
I will. I have notifications on, all that kind of stuff.
Hell yeah, bro. All right, man. I'm gonna
All
get
right.
to the next one.
Yep. Have a good night.
All right.
Later.
This has to be an op.
Sharon,
Yeah.
are you a Trump supporter?
Sleepy one.
Oh.
She's obviously a Sleepy Joe supporter. What's up, Michael?
Yeah, what's good? What's good, Pickles? What's Antifa up to tonight? What's going on?
Just got back from the meeting. We watched the Barbie movie. It was sick. We had arts and crafts, made macaroni necklaces. How was your night?
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I bet. I've been watching. I've been in these lives watching all like the liberal meltdowns because Trump invited Xi Jinping to the inauguration. Did you see that?
Yeah, I don't know who's gonna have a meltdown over that.
Yeah, I mean the people are mad. You know, y'all get mad over anything. He could invite Trump right now could donate $10 million to charity, and y'all will find a problem with it.
Hey, Alina, do you see any liberals in here?
Yeah,
I don't see any.
I see 3
I wasn't
Antifa.
asking you.
I see Antifa. 3 Antifa members.
Well, I'm
3
definitely
far
Antifa.
left Antifa. That's what I see.
Okay.
Who's mad about the thing with Xi Jinping coming to the?
They're all mad. They're saying that he's
so gaslighting. Like, what are you talking
They're
about?
mad. They're mad. Look
Who's
it up.
they?
The fake news. The fake news on the news.
Okay.
I thought you meant us. I was
We're
like, I don't feel mad.
We're fine.
No, they're calling.
Like,
they're saying,
good?
"Look, this is a talking point I heard. I swear
This
to God,
is boring already.
I'm not lying.
This is boring because
though.
this
You're
is
arguing
nonsense.
against someone else.
No, look, listen. They were saying why is Trump inviting a dictator to this country? Because they're mad. They're mad, and
Dude,
that's what
Biden invited him to Camp David along with South Korea.
Okay.
Just mad that Chairman Mao isn't here personally, but
Oh my God.
I know.
So it's any
Biden had an actual constructive meeting with him. Didn't invite him to a party.
Yeah, I mean they're just mad. They're mad. They're once again you guys get mad over anything about Trump. This is what I call it. It's called.
I'm so mad. I'm so
yeah.
mad.
It's called
super pissy.
It's called TD. It's called TDS. It's called TDS. It's called TDS. It's Trump derangement syndrome.
My angry mouse too.
What are you talking about, Michael?
Dude, I'm spreading the truth about Trump. I'm spreading.
You spread your diseases
spreading a good
elsewhere?
word.
This is not working for me. This is not
Holiday
working
cheer?
for me.
Oh my God.
This is not working for me.
So Bickles, are you out of your denial phase yet? Denial is one of the stages of grief. Are you out of it? Are you embracing Trump yet?
What am I in denial of?
I mean, it's been a month. It's been a month and wait, what's today? The 13th?
What is this? This hurts my head.
It's wait, so November 6th was a month and 6 days ago,
Were you the one that kept bringing up the Trump one for your
Yeah.
argument?
No, stop. No.
He
did win.
Is that all you've got? Are you still doing that?
I'm just
Yeah,
saying he won very decisively. I
He
would
won
say.
by the
no.
smallest margin in like 12 years.
But if you look, number one, it took
Like, what is the
Kamala.
point of this though?
It
Like,
took
what what
Kamala a
what what is the
week.
point?
It took Kamala a week to even get within 2 million votes of him. But I'm talking about
She's not the one
Okay,
counting
do
votes.
you
What are you
haven't? Do
talking
you want to
about?
talk politics yet?
okay, yeah, okay, all right, okay. So what you want to talk about? Is there anything
Are
new
you
that's
stoked
caught your
about what
eye?
Trump's doing right now? Do you know that China just banned all sorts of like precious like metals and minerals that we need to produce microchips? They just banned it because of the Trump's tariff war thing. Like they've
So
already banned
so
it.
There's
so,
so
so
many instruments we won't be able to build parts for too,
oh
like
my.
trumpets.
Trump's
Okay.
winning all day. He also got fucking choke slammed by the president of Mexico. She had a beautiful
Oh
letter for
my.
him on Twitter.
Oh my god.
She's like, hey, we've been working in tandem with you guys on the border for the last 4 years, and you guys are releasing guns into our country.
Oh
We are
my.
feeding Mexico guns, and they
Oh,
don't have an F drug crisis. We do. It's crazy how that works out. It's crazy that
number.
Wait,
we are the
pickles.
ones
Was
trafficking
she
Don't
F
like?
say it.
drugs through their
Don't say it,
country.
Kristen.
Was she like vayan contigos? Oh, nope,
So,
nope, didn't work. I'm
so
not good at it.
And then Canada had to come around and say, "Hey, we're just going to shut off the power. If you guys are going to do that, we're going to shut off the power to Michigan." All of this stuff, like Trump, you can tell he totally thought of this stuff. He totally has a great
um,
negotiation ready for all this. He's
so
he's he's totally got this all figured out.
Pickles, are you ready? Because I'm about to deconstruct everything you said right now, and
Go
it's
for
not
it.
going to take long.
Go for
So
it.
first off, the tariffs are a good negotiation tactic. We don't even know if he's going to implement the whole plan. We don't know this.
Oh, so now it'd probably be a better situation if he didn't, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, probably because
So the
these people,
tariffs are bad?
like a little bit,
Hey, you
a,
said it yourself.
a blanket tariff. It's a
Hey,
good negotiation tactic.
guys, where is it?
Oh my god,
Say that
you
again.
better,
Say that again.
dude.
Hold on.
Not with the camera out. Not with the camera out, dude.
What were you saying?
Are you serious?
Dude,
Are we serious?
you and I both know that the Trump tariffs suck, and that if he does go through with them, nobody wins. We fucking lose. They lose. Everyone loses. This is not a good way to start a negotiation. We have no power. China can just shut off our economy. Mexico can be like Mexico said, if we put tariffs on their products, there's car companies that exist in Mexico that are US owned that would make our like GM would go under if we put these tariffs up. Like none of this would make sense for anybody. And this is
Right.
Trump's brainchild. This is Trump's like brilliant idea that you're saying probably won't happen.
That's because it probably won't. During Trump's first term, listen, can I
He
finish?
was a brilliant economist.
Listen. During Trump's first term, he said a lot of things that didn't happen. He said it would be a whole border wall built and everything. It never happened.
Bro,
It never happened.
fucking
The whole
GTA
thing.
6 is going to
Are
cost
you
$6
serious?
million.
It's not. Oh my God, dude, will you stop? Listen, it's a negotiation thing. A blanket tariff will not happen. It won't happen. The point of what I'm getting to is Mexico has this agenda against North. I say North. Mexico has this agenda against the USA for some reason. Do you hear
Like how?
Do you hear what you just said?
They
We're
have an
flooding their
agenda
country.
against
Feels
the US. The
offensive.
biggest trading partner that we have has an agenda against us, even though they
I mean,
rely on our success.
their president sounds like a dictator. She's blaming like firearms on
Yeah,
the
you
U.S.
just hate women.
How is
That's
No,
that
fine.
no, I don't.
How is that dictatorial? Like her being like,
Look,
"Hey, by the way, y'all's guns are over here fucking our country up."
no, because it's not. She should be worried about them cartels that's been tearing their country
Okay,
up.
how do they
Can we
do that?
not?
With
Can
do
you
you
look
think
at?
they manufacture those pew pews in Mexico, bro?
It's not our fault.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, look at all the
It's
crime that
not
goes
when
on.
I can just go buy a pew pew right now. I can just go buy one with cash, and I'll get like a
Yeah.
receipt on a napkin, and I can go fucking like take it to Mexico. And that's
Oh
not,
my
it's
God,
not our fault. It's dude. There's no regulation on guns here at all in Texas.
that's
Like at
Texas.
all.
That's
That
Texas.
the border.
It's
Well, we're in the United States.
yeah, I guess. Whatever, dude. Like you can't
Do
be
you want us
serious.
to secede and go back to Mexico? Is that the plan?
No, I mean they lost the land fair and square. They lost. I mean we won it fair and square. So I mean they're not getting it back. I wouldn't imagine. But The point of what I'm getting to is
Silly.
they are once again. Look at what she's saying. Look at what places that's under a dictator right now, like Venezuela or Cuba is one of those where they're Venezuela. They're under a dictator currently right now, and they use that same rhetoric to de-arm their citizens. She should
I
be worried
love
about
that
those
you decided
cartels.
to vote for a dictator for us to have too, so we can be best
He's not a
friends.
dictator.
You guys elected the dictator, dude. This
Yeah.
guy's
He's
trying to
not
put
a
all of his
dictator.
administration
Fucking
through
nuts.
Congress without them going through FBI background checks. Like he's fucking us so hard. 15 billionaires in his cabinet so far. Do you think they have our best interests at heart, or do you think they're about to play fucking 3D chess with money and make a lot of money?
Once
Like, they own
again,
more
you
wealth than
guys
all
To
of
like
us.
start spreading the wealth, start spreading it, or you think they're consolidating more wealth?
y'all only care about millionaires and billionaires when it's conservative. When it's liberals like Warren
Bro,
Buffett and Mark
This
Cuban,
is
y'all
unheard
have
of.
They're
no
not in
problem with
power.
them.
Unheard. Mark Cuban is not holding hands with the president and creating laws.
Yeah, George Soros was.
Says
Wow.
who?
Nope.
How?
It's
Uh,
gonna be anti-Semitic
Says
in
who?
like 3 minutes.
No, number one,
Less.
no.
Can I read a news article where George Soros did that? Soros is doing that.
I'm just saying we know that he's
It's
been
just a
funding
conspiracy.
the liberals for. He's just funding
Dude,
them
you
for a
guys
long
have the
time.
Koch brothers. You guys have Russia. You guys have all sorts of people funding you. Get over it.
Oh my God. Yeah. Can we talk about the left media and how the left media knows the truth but have been lying to you guys for the
You mean
longest?
like who?
The Joe, what's his name? Joe Scarborough of
He's not left at all.
yeah. No. Let me finish.
You're talking
been
so
talking this whole
much.
time.
Like it's
Listen,
painful.
his
You're just yelling at us.
the viewership in his show has dropped because the leftists were mad that he went down to party with Danny T at Mar-a-Lago. They were mad. But he called out. He said it the other day, and I can prove it right now. He said that the only thing different between him, the Washington, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and like the Wall Street Journal was that they were transparent. Do you know what that means?
Do we have a kick pool going or like
those? Do you know what that means? That means all the left media is down at Mar-a-Lago partying with Danny T, and they're lying to y'all, is saying that he's a fascist and he's dangerous, but they're partying with this man.
Dog,
Okay.
he's literally doing fascistic things. He's about to summon the military to start fucking deporting people, doing mass deportation. He's literally about to collapse like the tax structure so that America has almost no income. And then he says that we're going to get this income back with tariffs, and you say tariffs aren't even going to happen. So we're just going to go even more broke in your best case scenario?
We'll be defunding a lot of these government agencies, so we'll save a lot of money
You'll
there.
see what they defund. You pay into Social Security?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, but I'm in my early 20s, so I wouldn't have to worry about that till I was like in 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can keep paying into it though. And then you won't get anything.
They're about to cut it. So they're talking about cutting 30% of the spending, about $2 trillion.
Do you have a mom or a
Spending
dad
is
or
1.6 trillion.
Yeah.
So we're looking at least like a $300 billion cut to Social Security, but they swore up and down for years that we were like lying. This is propaganda that they were going to come after Social Security. Here they are.
Can I say I don't agree with that? I don't think older people who've paid into it for years should lose their Social Security. That's not.
They're
That doesn't
not.
make
We
you.
are.
This doesn't make this okay.
That's not fair.
Well,
I'm just saying we need
that's
to.
what you voted for.
What you say?
That's what you voted for. So I hope you don't have a mom or a dad or a grandparent that takes Social Security.
My mom is literally right there at that age where like they might bump it up right out of reach right before she collects. And she voted MAGA, so that's what you get.
Well, that's terrible. In case like that, that's terrible, right? What I'm saying is though, we need to be optimistic about. Let's not because with the
I'm optimistic about this conversation with you ending. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I bet because you can't disprove nothing I'm saying. You don't like.
You're not saying anything.
Yes, I am.
Giving you like 7 gotchas, and you've like
You didn't give me a
shrugged it
gotcha.
off.
You're bringing up what you do every time, Pickles. You bring up the worst of the worst of the worst. You never say
Pickles
nothing.
hasn't even said anything yet.
Pickles, can
like
you
just
say,
keep talking.
Pickles, can you say one good thing right now about this upcoming Trump administration? One good thing. Any good thing.
That it's going to end in 4 years?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
Term
about.
limits.
That's what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Trump derangement syndrome. It's a
This
real
is not,
thing.
you guys can't call it Trump. Like we thoroughly know Trump by now. We all know that. Like you guys can't keep calling us crazy. We're trying to show you how bad things are happening every day, and you're just like, can you just tell me one good thing? Like you guys are trying to come sing Kumbaya and say sorry because it's so bad. That's what you're doing.
Okay, sure. Whatever, man. Whatever.
It's so bad. He's
Hey,
got a
and I
WWE billionaire fucking running shit for us. He's got
Linda McMahon won't get passed. I'm sure she won't get
what?
passed.
Okay, how many of his fucking picks are not going to get passed?
A few of them probably.
Bro, like what is going on? What's he
I
doing?
I think he's playing with them. I think he's playing with them.
Why
Being
is he
honest.
playing games with our government? This is our lives.
Can I tell you something? And I'm gonna be honest when I say this. These people, Trump is one of the most resilient people I've ever heard of. 2 impeachments, 34 felonies, 2 assassination attempts. They tried to debank this man. This government deserves anything. It's time for revenge.
Dude.
It's time for revenge.
They
deserve everything
you
that's
guys have
coming
no
to them.
interest in bettering America. You're just ready for Trump to get his revenge. Trump has no plan to make anything better. He said himself, it's really hard to lower grocery prices. He's about to make groceries more expensive. So that he's going to get his revenge. Thank God. You don't even know how this is going to help us. You can't name one thing good that's going to come from Trump. That's what I'm up here asking you.
I can.
You just say that he won all the time. That's all you say.
Dude, how many times have I came up here and debated you on 2A? You know, I'm a single issue voter. All I cared about was the firearms, really. But so that's a good thing for me. I can't say a good thing for everybody because everybody doesn't have the same problem. Everybody didn't vote for the same.
Who's just like you know who Pam Bondi is, right?
Yeah, I already heard her little spiel on taking them.
So that's not going too well for you, is it?
But she was a second choice behind the other dude. The other dude needed to go. The other dude needed to go.
So yeah, that's not weird either. So he's killing it. He only hires the best people.
No, he doesn't. Pam Bondi's a bad pick.
Can you name a good pick?
If we're talking about Doge, the new department.
We're talking about real government.
Okay,
like a real job, a real government job. Yeah.
I mean,
Pickles,
Marjorie
do
Taylor
you know what
Greene
a
is the head of Doge.
4473 is?
Marjorie Taylor fucking Greene. She's dumber than a box of hair.
Oh my God.
Also, guys, can we get Alina to like 1,000 coins real quick? Thank you.
You know it.
Dude.
Just do it for Mal.
Do it for Mal. Is there a kit gold out for real?
So once again,
Pickles, do you know what a 4473 is though?
Yeah, the thing that Hunter Biden lied on. He's a liar. That's what he got partnered.
It's an inside joke, Michael.
Yeah, Hunter Biden's a liar. That's what he is.
So cool.
Yeah. Defend.
He's not running for
Nobody
office.
cares.
Yeah, but no one's above the law. According to Joe Biden, no one's above the law.
Can you get a hobby, or can we talk about your Mike Myers thing? Yeah, that's way more interesting for you.
Yeah, you don't like what I'm saying.
You're not saying anything, man.
I am.
Dog,
like you're literally not
your
engaging
guy
in
pardoned
anything.
so many people that did heinous stuff. Like you can't do the pardon thing. You guys have nothing, bro.
I can, dude. He gave Hunter Biden like this blanket pardon that even went back 10 years.
Okay, and Trump pardoned Steve Bannon, fucking Peter Navarro, fucking George Papadopoulos.
Hey, just wait.
Who ripped off like his own donors.
Hey, please, can you right now look up for the whole for
pardon
everybody?
that sheriff?
Can you please look up who Joe? Please look up who Joe Biden pardoned yesterday. Please look him up. Please look up.
He did like a record now, like of a federal. What are they called?
Executions.
No.
Oh no, he did. But he did do Trump did do a record number of federal executions. So.
Yeah, hey, can you look up right now who Joe Biden pardoned yesterday? The terrible man that Joe Biden pardoned yesterday. Can you look him up?
Terrible man. There's me.
Well, I promise you, I will never vote for Joe Biden. You're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, you voted for him in 2020, so.
What are we doing? I just don't get what we're doing.
The damage
what does
is
this
already
matter?
done.
Can you
this
just tell me who I'm looking for? Because he just keeps bringing up his son.
Huh? I don't even.
It's a no.
Well, no. See, I can't remember the name, but
I just listed like 7 people that Trump did. Like Trump has he fucking pardoned his close friends, his inner circle of people, bro. People who like didn't like adhere to congressional subpoenas. People who stole money from the Trump wall.
I bet he's gonna pardon Diddy.
Dude, are
That's my
you
prediction.
serious? Are you bringing like this? Come
I
on
bet he
now.
will. I bet he will.
Probably.
Wow. Will you stop?
And then Joe, what was his name? Sheriff Joe that went around fucking stopping people of color, making sure they were legal citizens.
Oh my god,
That
man.
guy, Trump pardoned him. Do you think that guy should get one?
No, he shouldn't. If he
Probably
was,
going to be a cabinet member.
He's paid him a couple $1 million for it, so he deserves it. Guys, I gotta restart my goddamn it stream. Please come back. Please tap as much as you can. My fucking shit crashed. I love you guys. See you soon. Hello, am I back? Am I back? What's going on, guys? We're back. We're back. What's up, chat? We're back. Tap the screen, guys. Tap the screen. Let's get the algo rolling again because I'm pretty sure we lost algo love from that one. Where are my tools? Where are my tools? Boom. 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 Chat. Tap. Tap. Tap.
I feel like you did that just to get rid of Michael. Let's be real.
You guys know me too well. You know my tricks. I don't think it actually did. Yeah. Yeah. TikTok Studio just crashed. It disappears for me. Like I can't click on it. It just goes blank. No, soy boy. That's me. That's me. Look at this. It's actually
Monsanto
on.
boy. I low-key thought you just made an excuse to get rid of the last guest. That's why I said,
I drink
silky.
silk. I drink almond milk. Fucking read it and weep.
Suck on that cashew milk. Or no milk.
Read it and weep.
This is a real cat. Look at him. He loves his little hat and his sweater.
Look at the little bub. Chat, tap the screen. If you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Come debate me. Come tell me why you like Trump. Also, please do gift my guests. And we do have Cash App Venmo in the bio. If you guys are trying to kick, you know, we do kick pulls sometimes. Hello?
Oh, DJ.
I'm just saying hi to Alina.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good. I mean, he is an op. He is an op if you want to talk to him.
Did I miss frenemies tonight?
I told you Frenemies got paid to kick in my live. I mean, he's welcome to come here, but he's probably asleep.
Yeah, I think I missed him tonight.
Oh, are you Frenemy's date? I forgot about
yeah.
that. Okay.
Yeah, we are, but I think you guys.
We ruined it.
Yeah, you guys.
No, I think the transphobia is what ruined your date.
Guys, there's a new Venusaur coin in the Pokemon TCG, guys. Wow. Run, not walk, run.
Daisy, you lucky girl, you.
I'm not transphobic, so.
Oh my god, so you came over here to do it again?
No, I figured I'd join the live. I don't know.
Welcome to the live. What do you like about Trump, DJ?
I don't know. I find Trump to be just a genuine chill guy, honestly.
Really?
Like, how?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like listen, I don't see what you guys see. I just find him as a genuine, normal guy. I don't know.
Do you
Are
have a
you being
relationship with your
serious?
parents?
Do I what?
Do you have a relationship with your parents?
I do.
Have they been actively trying to get rid of said relationship?
No, they're also Trump supporters, actually.
No. So are mine. It's okay.
Like, how
It's
many
not
degrees of
a bad thing.
separation do you think like your family tree is?
What's that?
Don't. Okay, I
Yeah,
got
let's
banned
not do
last time I got banned after we did
And
that.
I was also on that
Oh,
live, so
fair enough. Fair enough.
look at Mal. Look at him.
Yeah, meow.
Okay. I mean, I think Trump is a panouche, in my opinion. I think he's extremely weak-minded, very insecure. Like when someone threatens his ego, like someone publicly gets on his nerves. Like remember he like went directly to Twitter and had them try to take down a tweet from what was her name? They called him like a pussy ass bitch.
Oh, Chrissy Teigen.
Chrissy Teigen. Love
Yeah.
that.
Well, Chrissy Teigen is repulsive.
But that
Trump
doesn't
is
give
it?
like First Amendment rights though, right?
John Legend writes ballads about her. She must have something good going on.
That's not
Yeah, I
First
mean,
Amendment. Especially
I don't
directly
know.
from the president. That's fucking weird.
I don't know. I find Chrissy Teigen to be
Yeah,
It
that
doesn't give
doesn't
you an
matter, dude.
excuse
excuse for what?
to reach out to Twitter and ask them to delete a tweet.
Yeah, isn't like their whole Republican thing about like,
Well,
oh,
didn't
cancel culture, we need free speech, but like you guys are hypocrites.
well didn't she have like 60,000 tweets that
That's
were
what they do with Chrissy Teigen.
incredibly?
She has every right to, right? She should be allowed
But
to.
yeah, but her tweets were incredibly inappropriate.
So?
Bro, have you read True Socials?
So?
Have you read True Social? Have you read Trump?
Yeah, and I'll denounce all of them, but
Cool,
I'll
but
also
it's
denounce Chrissy Teigen.
okay.
I
But
won't.
that doesn't give you the right to like say it's cool to take off her tweet.
I promise I won't vote for her for president. If that makes
I
you feel
might.
better.
Wait, have you seen her tweets?
Like, what is your point though? Like, it's not free
Is it? Are we
speech.
like? It doesn't like? Don't you guys like champion Musk for giving you all a platform of like absolute freedom of speech?
No,
Like people are
absolutely.
so
But
stoked they
if you
get to
want-
say the N word all the time over there.
Yeah. He lets Yahtzees up there, but like Chrissy
But if you're
Teigen
gonna-
calls him a PUSSY, and it's a conniption fit.
if you're going to talk about like toddlers and tiaras or whatever she was talking about, she was talking about
show?
very inappropriate stuff.
You know what's inappropriate? Not talking about a pageant, but actually walking into a pageant dressing room. That's inappropriate.
Mm-hmm.
As a
Bragging
grown
about
man.
it. Have you seen that? Where he brags about walking in on women changing because he owns the place.
Yeah, that's. I would denounce that as well.
I
Like,
guess we have
imagine
to
your
tune in for
close-
teenagers and tiaras instead.
Imagine your close friend like tells you that. Would you be like, bro, that's fucked up?
Of course.
Nah, I doubt it.
Of course I would.
I don't know. Like I just don't get it. I don't get it. Like I just think he's like a disgusting guy. Like I am not a prude by any means. Like this guy's gross though. This guy's fucking heinous, and he's remarkably dumb. Remarkably dumb.
So
you
why
heard
did he
him
go
talk?
on that page?
Did you see his interview? Who was it with NBC? He's like, the economy. Nobody knew this was a beautiful word, groceries. And then he's like, when the prices went up, like he's talking about it like the way I understood it in like third grade. Like, I really just don't see how. I've never heard about him talk smart, like about anything in nuance. I
So
would love to find a clip.
there's nothing that you can find about Trump that you would like over the last 8 years.
No,
Nothing.
no,
Zero. Not one
no.
thing. I don't believe that.
I think
Why?
he can work a small room well. He's charismatic, if
Like
that's something.
his photo after he got almost shot. That was kind of dope. I'll give him that. That's it.
I can find many good things about Kamala.
Yeah, because she's an
I-
actual
Cool.
good
She's not a
person.
rapist.
She's a
Yeah,
great
so
person. She's an actual good person.
Okay, but you also haven't seen the good things that Trump has done as well.
Like what?
So like just very like anecdotal things, for example, like him, I think there was a little boy who was maybe like 6 years old. I forget what his name was, but Trump went to go
solid.
visit him in the hospital. Just like little things like that.
And then
that
he
It's fun.
fucking defrauded
like-
a bunch of children's cancer charity funds and is no longer allowed to even have a charity fund in New York. And then he started a fraudulent fucking university that he promised people to do like one-on-one tutoring and like a year of like hands-on like counseling after graduating. Like, and then he got sued because he sold it as a university, but it wasn't an actual school. It was a multi-level marketing program. It's like it goes on and on. Like he has so much thing all the way back to like the 70s where he like tried to like deny black people rent in
But
his
I've also
places. Like he's
I
the
guarantee
worst person in every aspect. It's
it's not
disgusting. And then he gets his picture taken with some dude in a hospital, and he's great.
And you guys still don't seem to approach the Epstein files that were released like at all.
well, yeah, he's been I think photographed with
No, the
Epstein.
Epstein files, trumpfile.org.
No, but he's
He
been
was
photographed
named.
with
He was
Epstein.
named with two underage girls. So I'm not going to go down that road, but I'm just saying, like, you guys don't care. And I don't know why we're going down this weird pathway of like finding like some redeemable quality in a monster.
His whole campaign was a
That's
lie.
weird.
His
I
whole
don't know.
campaign, like the fact that you think he's just like this honest person is crazy. Like he ran on the border and catastrophized like immigration to a point where I can't show people facts about like immigration. They won't believe it. They won't believe it.
So what factor are you showing about immigration?
Like how many people do you think are here right now that are non-citizens?
Well, according to Trump, it's 20 million plus, which I don't agree with.
So he's lying, like I just said, right?
Yeah, I think he's over exaggerating that.
Okay.
I would say probably.
Yeah.
Listen,
There's hyperbole and then there's flat out lying. He's lying.
It's a lie. It's a lie. In fact, the numbers we have are right here, and it says that right here this is from the DHS. It says in 2018 we had 11.5 million, 2019 11.1, 2020 10.9. We don't even have that much total. Trump says that we have 12 million new people here, and what no one's counting is like how to read. Like no one knows how to read the data, but like we're expelling half of the people that even try to come.
There's 1.9 right now.
10.9. 10.9. This is 2 years, so we like data takes like a year or two to come out, but this report was released July this year. So
wouldn't you say that
our estimated population of undocumented migrants is 10.9 million people right now, which is less than what Trump had.
Okay, but whether it was 20 million or 10.9, wouldn't you say that that's an astronomical amount?
No.
It's 2% of our population.
Dude.
So, for
What?
example, Obama was called the
Oh my God. Deporter in chief. Yeah, we all fucking know. I'm sorry. Do you think that migrants don't serve a purpose here? I don't understand what you think our economy is. Stop it. Stop
Obama
conflating
also
things.
recruited Tom Homan.
You're going to put us into an economic crisis with all this shit, and it's insanity.
So what is the difference from Obama to Trump?
Trump is
Why does that
using the
matter?
military to deport people. He's talking about separating families. He's talking about like can you like spending $80 billion a year to deport 1 million people, and then by the time he's done, we're going to be missing like 6 or 7% of our GDP. And not even to mention, like, we have reports from the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, that say these immigrants are going to add to our economy so much, like $9 trillion for the next 10 years in GDP.
But they're also going to take from our economy
No,
too.
they're not. That's literally there's
They
no
literally
way.
don't.
No, the total is going to grow. The GDP is going to grow.
We're going to spend
But
so
don't you think
much
it'd be
money on this process of getting people out of the country and not putting any more money into the country that they bring in, and it's going to fucking devastate us.
We're in
And I don't think you
population decline.
understand.
We have 8
but
million open jobs. We have
it's
4%
going to
unemployment,
cost,
and we're about to deport 12 million people. It makes total sense.
and
And
I
they pay
believe that's
$100
going to
billion
cost what?
into federal taxes every year.
Hmm.
So we're going to lose that too.
So it's
Which
going
is
to
going to
cost what?
crumble Social Security's like basic kind of bottom line at this point.
I believe it's going to cost what,
Cool.
98?
You don't know things. You clearly don't know things.
Yeah, it's
It's
going
going
to
to cost
cost us money, and it's going to it's going to make
But
our
how much is it
market
going to
dip.
cost us? 90 billion?
80 billion a year, 88.
Okay, so 88. And how much did we pay for Israel and Ukraine?
Different budgets entirely.
40
What the fuck
to
are you doing?
Israel. I'm sorry, 40 to Ukraine, and I think it's like 25 to Israel by now.
Okay, so let's stop sending money to Israel and Ukraine
Okay.
and use that money to
Okay.
deport illegal citizens,
It's not how that fucking
undocumented
works.
migrants. It does,
It's
yes.
not how that works at all. Those are
Good
different
luck.
budgets. What the fuck are you talking about?
All right, this is our budget, all right? This is our budget for the military. All right, we sent 40 billion to Ukraine. If we don't send 40 billion to Ukraine, can we like put this money somewhere else, like in science or education or whatever you're talking about?
Absolutely.
Godfrey
Absolutely.
Williams.
No, you
Women's
can't.
health care
It
would be
goes
great.
right back into the military.
Okay, but should the military fund be used for good things, such as
Such as helping like nations protect their sovereignty and
I don't
upholding
think
like
that
national like nuclear peace
I
treaties?
can
Things
almost
like Congress passed, and so
I
doesn't
can
matter
almost
in this conversation.
this is very anecdotal, but I can almost guarantee that most people would not want their tax dollars going towards Ukraine.
Yeah, most people are
Because they've been
dumb,
propagandized. You probably
and
don't know
also
How
much
we
is
don't
about
get to
that?
it.
pick. We don't get to pick, dude.
Yeah.
But of course we don't get to pick because our government is corrupt. But would
And
you
also,
not
you
want
don't know things. You don't
but would,
know why we're doing this clearly, and I
Dude,
need you
but
Trump
to
would
is
just
the
like
not
most corrupt
go home.
politician. He's doing things right in front of your face. He like owns Congress. He's threatening people in Congress right now if they don't fucking like confirm his administration picks that he will fucking oust them from Congress. He's literally openly saying that, and he's openly tweeting or truthing that if you have $1 billion, he will let you come and do business here and let you bypass all regulations. He's a pay-for-play billionaire helping rich people get richer, and poor people are not good enough to get those cool things he's offering. He's helping his rich friends, not you, not me, his rich buddies.
I don't know if I agree with that.
He's doing that. What do you not agree with?
I just know that over the last 4 years, our tax dollars have not gone towards us.
You're
It's gone.
you're
It's gone.
Did
literally.
they?
Can you name a thing that Biden did?
It's all.
Can
It's
you
all
name
gone
one thing?
overseas. It's gone overseas.
You don't know.
It
No,
hasn't
we're
gone.
talking about $40 billion, which is literally like 0.5% of our military budget. And we have Biden who passed a fucking, get ready. He passed a whole ass infrastructure bill.
And also, bro,
Two
we've been in Afghanistan the whole time too, so I
two
don't know why you think this is
Well,
new.
$2
the
big trillion
Afghanistan
dollars.
pullout
That's
was
at
was
home. That goes to us. He did the PACT Act, which is the biggest veteran fucking healthcare thing we've done in decades.
So let me ask you, if I believe there was a poll back in
Okay, you're
I
gonna
believe
rely on your
2024.
sheepish, like your mentality. Be like, hey, everybody else thought this, so why can't I think this? Like, can you just
Well,
make
listen,
sense of it?
I don't really necessarily follow the polls, but this was one poll that I kind of looked into. So over 60% of the country said that we were on the wrong track.
Okay, that doesn't prove
Mm-hmm.
anything. That just means they don't know like what they're talking about, just like you.
So
60% of
you're
the country
saying
don't
DJ,
know what they're talking about, maybe.
60% of the country don't know what they're
DJ, you
talking
brought
about?
up this poll in
Yes.
another live and you were
Mm-hmm.
debunked
It's
in
no,
another
but I
live,
checked that
DJ.
it was not from 2021,
Okay,
Alina.
I'm
I
giving you
checked.
here. I'm giving you facts about how Biden has done things for us. The CHIPS
But I
Act,
looked at this
CHIPS
poll.
and
It was
Science
not from
Act. Okay,
2021.
your stupid poll doesn't prove anything. These facts do, though. These are things that Biden did for America. So besides giving like huge tax breaks to rich people, what did Trump do for America? What did he do America first when he was in office?
So wait, you don't think that a poll
I do, so yeah.
A poll is
of,
not
Buddy,
going to
of
be. Can you just tell
20
me what he
taxes
did so
that's
that you can stop relying on other people's opinions?
what Trump did? Sorry, what did you say?
What did he do that was America first besides giant tax breaks for rich people?
Specifically, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, and here's 3 things, big things, historical things that Biden did.
And what was that?
Infrastructure, 56,000 projects have started so far. Bridges, highways, school, everything you can think of. The PACT Act, veteran health care, the biggest one in decades. 1.2 million people have
So
applied
what?
for
So,
this. Chips
so
and
let me
Science Act, we're building giant manufacturing centers. If you look at this map right here, it
so why?
says
So let me ask you, why is this not resonating with the American
because they
public?
don't know. They'd rather hear about eating cats and dogs, about
That's
50
false.
about how like migrants have murdered 63,000 people and things like 25 million migrants have flooded the border. Things like that. That's what people think about. They don't think about
But that's
boring
what.
stuff.
But that's what we voted on.
Yeah, I know. You guys were you were conned.
We weren't caught. It's obviously an issue that's affecting the American public, which is why we voted on it.
No, you voted on it because it's just in the news a lot. Like this is the news. This is how like people die, for instance. Heart disease, cancer, blah 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 blah, and this is like causes of death. And then like migrants would account for like 0.001% of that. And this is what the news shows you. This is how it's represented in the news. That's why you think you're like I'm right because everybody else thought the same thing. No, you guys are just watching the news or something.
But do you not think that this is a valid issue,
No.
whether or not how minuscule, according to you, it is?
I think that the problem at the border is something entirely different than you guys like are worried about. Like we just need more judges.
No, no, no. It's a very serious issue, and you know
Is
that.
it? What are we losing? What's the impact here?
What our country? What do you mean?
How are we losing our country?
Because our country apparently it's a free for all right now.
Says who? We have fewer migrants here than Trump.
We have fewer migrants than Trump.
Yeah. And
What do you mean?
we also have numbers that show that Biden expels people from the border than Trump, more than Trump.
So you agree with Obama doing what he did over the last?
Listen, Obama didn't run on demonizing migrants. Maybe he
But
did some stuff with ICE
yeah,
and
but
he deported some people, but
he pulled the
Obama
bait and
didn't get
switch.
elected on demonizing people, calling them rapists and thieves and like violent people. He didn't do that.
He did the bait and switch.
Do
He
you
acted
feel like we
like
were
this.
cheated when he deported people?
Well, I mean, he had Tom Homan. He deported over 3 million people, but you guys are
Okay.
demonizing Trump for
We
wanting to
don't
do
know.
the same.
We're demonizing Trump like because these people that are here, like we've already we deport criminals, like violent people, like people who don't belong. But we have all of the data that all of these migrants are like adding to our like economy, and they're very very unlikely to do like crime. It's very unlikely. Like 29 murders happened last year because of migrants, and like that's out of
Whether or not
17,000.
it's whether it's one or two,
You can't say you guys have
that's
40,000 gun deaths on your hands and you're pointing to 29 deaths from migrants. You guys are
but
dumb.
guns are a constitutional right.
Okay, but you see how you're silly? Like we could literally just like save lives tomorrow by writing a gun legislation like, hey, raise the age to 21 to buy an AR. That would immediately save lives. You guys don't care. My rights, my guns.
Well, listen, I'm one of the ones that think that there should be gun reform.
Yeah, okay.
Or
All right.
reform.
All right.
But I do believe that every citizen should protect themselves, and including women. I feel
There
like
is no
women.
correlation between migration and crime. That's what I'm saying. You guys have
Sure,
been given this enemy, and it's like, oh, we have to act on this. And when you look at the numbers, it's like, oh, that's what? Like it's nothing. It's literally nothing.
That's not true.
It's true. It's very true. 29,
It might not
like we
just
have
to the
like car
extent that
accidents, we have tobacco, we have firearm deaths, we have all of these things, and we have this like the tiniest. I think there's not even a stat, like a murder stat you can find, like maybe people who wore red hats while they like murdered somebody would be a smaller
But what
stat,
would you say
but
for the
like
parents,
29
though?
migrants is the smallest stat I could think of, and it's your biggest thing on your platform. It's y'all's
But
big platform.
But what are you going to say to the people that were directly impacted by that?
What are you going to say to the
Are
people
you
who are
going to say it's a
directly
very
impacted by
small?
Uvalde?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah,
But are you
nothing.
going
You're
to
going to
say
pray for
to
him?
an
My
American
rats?
citizen who is directly impacted by an undocumented migrant, are you just going to say, oh, it was just a minuscule stat? How do you think that's going to
Yes.
go over?
Yes, I would say yes. It's an isolated incident, and that they're politicizing your family member's death, and I'm sorry that they're doing that.
Well, I would not agree with that.
Yeah, cool. Can you stop weaponizing women and girls' trauma for the sake of your bigotry? Because it's really not helpful. If you guys really care about lives and people's wellness and their happiness and their
I'm
safety,
not
1,200
weaponizing
women
either.
died giving birth last year, and you guys are
I just
outlawing
want to say,
abortion.
I am a gay man that grew up with women all my life.
cool, you don't care about women though. You've made that very clear.
What did I say to make it very clear that I don't
Because
care?
you're focused on 29 migrant situations, which is far lower than all of the cishet men who
But are
attack
we going to
women and
denounce that?
children.
Are we just
I'm
going to
sorry?
brush that under the rug, or?
What we're going to do is stop pretending that you actually care about an issue when you don't.
Well,
You're just weaponizing it.
Yeah,
And it's
it's
gross.
literally the
Of course
smallest
we do.
statistic. Like you could literally do anything without like demonizing another group of people and punching down. You could literally do any cause. But
And
Trump
keep in
chose
mind, you're
that.
also voting people in and cabinet members in that are actually harming women and girls. You're
And
voting for them.
how are the cabinet members
Oh my
actively
God, I'm not
voting?
gonna fucking go
Pete
over all
Hegseth,
this.
So
you familiar
I
with
think
Pete
I know what you're
Hegseth?
trying to get. You're trying to get that AB is the cabinet members are trying to restrict AB. Is that what?
No,
No,
I'm
I'm
talking
talking
about
about
the
Pete
fact that they're
Hegseth.
actually essayers.
Yeah, like
Same thing with RFK.
Wait, our cabinet members are essayers?
yes,
Who?
They have
Pete
very credible
Hegseth.
claims. Two of them.
Hegseth is an essayer.
Yes.
Yes.
You know what? So I did see the, I guess it's not an article, but I guess a summary of what his mother said.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it could be, it could be seen as.
No, there's a literal police
As-
report from him
Yeah.
and another woman who was Republican at a Republican conference. He was drunk like he always is, and he was getting handsy, and she had to go run interception and try to play crotch block because he was getting a little handsy. So the next thing you know, she gets blackout drunk, ends up in a hotel room with him, and wakes up and goes like to work, and then goes to the hospital and says that she thinks she was SA'd. Her husband was texting her, "Hey, where did you go? What happened?" And then she contracted an STI consistent with having a new sex partner. And then he made her sign an NDA and paid her hush money. But it totally, and then he said that she is just a crazy woman who's been known to make the same allegations over and over again. And then the New Yorker, I believe, or somebody went and did an investigation and pulled the FOIA request, and it showed that no such thing was true. He just lied about it and demonized her. And he says that if he doesn't get nominated for DOD, he's going to sue her.
Listen, I think and it's very valid points, but I think a lot of people have demons in their closet. Does it
Do you
affect?
think that being a rapist is just a demon in the closet?
But it hasn't been proved. These are all
How do you prove
accusations.
it? How do you prove it, buddy?
But these are accusations.
And then
How
he
do you
has,
prove it?
and then
Because
he
you guys
has
don't
like
care about Trump's proof.
he cheated on he had up to 10 affairs in the last 2 wives. One of them, he was fucking
Hegseth?
the Fox host that was working with him and impregnated her and then dumped his wife and married her.
Like, y'all are supporting literal Sith Lords. They're Sith Lords. I don't understand. And you're
then
complaining about
he's
migrants.
literally been carried out of
Everybody
multiple.
has.
He's been carried out of multiple bars and parties, drunk as fuck, screaming "Unalive all Muslims," and then like just so many things. But this is Trump's guy to head the Department of Defense, which has a huge rate of SA, like a huge like problem with SA, and he's going to
The
be the
SHARP
guy in
program's
charge.
probably going to be gone because he doesn't want even women in combat.
So
That's
mine is
cool.
his personal life, and obviously this is very
It's not his
valid.
personal life, dude. He's
Dude,
a
he led
politician
like
now.
one platoon before.
not a
He's literally
politician at all.
he's not fit. He was in the
He will
military.
be.
He's led one platoon, and that's it. He's not fucking qualified to run the whole
Well,
military.
minus that.
He ran a fucking nonprofit for veterans into the ground, negative $500,000 and
He's
negative
also a
$70,000 in
decorated
credit
vet.
card bills, and got fucking drunk, and fucking got carried out of one of their parties.
He's also a decorated vet that we should
fuck off.
thank him for his service.
Fuck, there's a lot
Cool.
of decorated
He's still
vets
not
who could eat
qualified.
fucking dicks because they're still horrible people. There's a lot of those too.
I listen. I'm not gonna fight you on that. I agree. But listen. I take what you're saying, but this is also his personal life that he should deal with.
It's not his
But to
personal
do
life.
for the actual job, I don't
Shoving
think
grape
that-
into the closet and calling it a personal life is problematic.
Having a literal
But
drunk
these
lead the
accusations-
DOD is insane, dude.
But these accusations have not been
Yeah,
proved.
you can get bent about that
But the accusations have
because
not
you
been
don't care because Trump's was
He's a
proven
Fox.
and he didn't care.
He's a Fox host. He's gonna be the head. Like it's just a Cash Patel, FBI. What do you think about that? The guy who's openly saying that he's gonna go after all these judges, all of these people.
Listen, but if Biden or Kamala were in office, they would do the exact same.
They're
are
not
in
doing
office
that. We have no
currently.
evidence of
But
that.
They would.
Merrick Garland, Chris Wray was fucking Trump's pick. Trump elected Chris Wray.
Sorry, the comments are making me laugh that they can't stand me.
Trump elected the current FBI director that just stepped down.
But don't you think that if Biden or Kamala were in office, that they would
They are
appoint
in
people that align to their ideologies?
Yes, but
and
they
what
would at
they're
least get
looking to do?
confirmed and be fucking qualified, not just be like random billionaires
But
who are
exactly,
yes
they're gonna
men.
be
Like people
confirmed
that
and they're gonna be-
rubbed elbows with Trump is like Trump's like, hey, what if you ran the this? Like Trump has no real
But they are
business
going to be.
connects.
But they're going to be confirmed.
Like, honestly, do you recall anyone ever caring about cabinet picks really that much before? I would say no, because
Of
this is the first
course.
time they've been complete jokes. Like, these are not qualified individuals. This is our country. These are our lives. I don't know why you guys don't care.
Tulsi
Well, no,
Gabbard,
of course we care.
the guy also fucking what's his name? Vought's the guy, the architect of Project 2025. He's going to be in charge of our budget. That's tight.
Well, Trump
So
has
cool.
denounced Project 2025 since
He's denounced it?
Oh, okay.
many times.
What do you think he's doing
And
now with all
then-
of his cabinet members?
And then his like he
But just-
hires the
but
cabinet
there's so
members
many
in their
people-
respective places to carry it out. Like the
Yeah.
guy who wrote the FCC part, Brandon Carr, he's in charge of the
But
FCC.
did you watch the
That's
interview
wild.
with Kristen Walker?
No.
Well, he said that yes, there are many people that are a part of his cabinet who are part of, I guess, quote unquote, part of Project 2025, but he knows nothing about it.
That's insane if he knows
Denounces
nothing
it.
about
Okay,
it.
no,
Because he literally had those people in his fucking cabinet before. Those were his
Have you not
advisors.
seen
If
the
he
hidden-
doesn't know about the Heritage
Have you
Foundation
not-
after going to
Have you
their
not
events,
seen
I
the
don't
hidden
get it.
camera? There's a hidden camera that goes undercover. It's a guy that he pretends to be like some green energy guy, and he's interviewing Vought, the guy I'm talking about, the architect of Project 2025, and he goes, "Yeah, Trump's gonna have to distance himself. He'll probably do it at least 10 more times by the time the election's over." But he's like,
So
"That's
what
okay."
about Project 2025 don't you like?
Do you like Overtime?
Wait, have you read it?
Overtime?
Mm-hmm.
I have not.
Okay, you won't be
It's
getting
overtime.
overtime if they go through that. They want
Well,
to
did
do
you
this
say
thing
no
called
tax on
unitary executive theory, and they want to consolidate like the FCC and the FEC beneath the executive branch, so that Trump can control whether or not we can like investigate elections. That's going to be cool. and then he's going
What
to be able
else?
to like harass media stations. Like that's why MSNBC like
Of course, and I
crawled on their
agree
knees to
100% with that.
Mar-a-Lago because they're going to
The
be
media,
harassed by his FCC.
but the media is our enemy at this point.
Oh my God. That's
Listen,
fascism.
but
That's
hold on
a
a
tenet
second.
of fascism. Also, guys, can you please tap the screen, share out the live, gift the host and panel,
But
keep
I would
the
rather
live going. Please, God, get us a new guest, please.
Why do we have the government controlling what
but
media
hold on.
exists and
I
which
would
media doesn't? Why are we doing
I
that
would
again? Is
I
that
would
freedom of
rather
speech?
I would rather hear from you and Kristen and Alina than MSNBC. I would rather hear from you guys
Okay,
than the
but
legacy media.
this is still
That doesn't mean that I'm a
this is
fascist.
a form of this is so silly. Like
And this is
literally,
what I
there's
agree
both
with.
sides. Fox News is one of the biggest media
I
networks
don't
on
agree with
planet
Fox News
Earth.
at
They
all.
are
I don't agree.
conservative.
I don't agree
And
with Fox News at
conservatives
all.
own the majority of the media outlets in
Fox
America,
News
including
is
CNN now.
Fox News is just the flip of a coin from CNN. They're the same
They're
thing.
owned
No,
by the same.
you guys cheer for people like a football team. So the second they criticize Trump, they're bad. Like you guys are too like tribal. Like you guys
But I'm on your side with
conform.
this.
Like you guys absolutely have to fall in line or else you're a rhino. Like that's why
I'm on your
Trump
side.
demonizes
Well,
Fox
hold on a
every time they
second.
speak out against him. It's fascism.
When it comes to rhinos, let's talk about Kamala inviting Dick and Liz Cheney to your campaign. Listen, I am not a Trump loyalist by any means, but if you're gonna run a campaign and put Liz and Dick Cheney in your rhetoric, I guess you can say, you've
Bro,
completely
they
you've
supported.
lost me.
They supported Kamala. That has nothing to do with what Kamala chose to do. They
But
saw that this
I
is
don't agree with
dangerous, which
that.
is saying a lot.
It was saying more about Trump than Kamala. It wasn't because Kamala was this great like warmonger. It's because Trump is such a
Of
bad
course he
person and
was.
that he's got so much luggage that we shouldn't trust having him run as the fucking president. He's got more
So
luggage than anybody that walks the earth.
so the fact that Liz and Dick Cheney are now with Kamala, that means that you guys are siding with her now. But if she wasn't with
No,
Kamala, you would
I don't like Liz Cheney. I don't like any of her fucking her
so
values. She is a
exactly.
conservative. She is y'all to the core. She is
No.
anti-abortion.
She's
She is small government. She is small taxes. She is fucking anti-union. She is whole rib bull. She voted with Trump 94% of the times. But you guys don't like her because she outed Trump. She held him accountable. You don't like her because of
And
no,
probably
that.
because
because
she's a woman
she's a
too.
war hawk. That's why.
No, she's
Dude,
not.
what do you think Trump is? What do you think he is?
Trump had no wars during his last 4 years.
Yes, he
That's a
did.
lie.
That is
You guys
false.
read.
So
Why do you
what
guys
wars did he
say
start
that?
over the last 4 years?
Technically, if you say that we had no new wars, sure, Congress hasn't declared war in decades.
Since
But if you're talking about conflicts, you have to remember things like Syria was going on. Afghanistan was still afoot. Biden hasn't started any new wars either. So what you're doing is a false comparison, and it's gross and it's silly because you guys have bumper sticker logic.
Trump was not dropping bombs on Syria.
he had 400.
Oh my
He
God.
increased drone strikes by 430% from Obama. He did way more than Obama.
Lies.
Okay, all right.
Obama was the divider in chief.
What does this say right here on the screen?
Under Donald Trump, drone strikes far exceed Obama's numbers.
We'll go to the next one.
Chicago Sun-Times.
He was so bad that he rolled back a regulation that required transparency on civilian deaths because he was unaliving so many civilians.
And he completely abandoned the Kurds too, which, not great. Not great.
Listen,
like 80,000 unalivings.
From 2016 to, I'm just going to say,
you don't know things.
From 2016 to 2019, I'm not even going to say 2020 because 2020 was a very interesting year. From 2016 to 2019, our lives were great. As Americans, yes. Of course
this is another part of fascism.
But wait, hold on. This is exactly why Trump
reveling
got
in
back into
nostalgia, like the
office,
way
though.
things used to be. Do you think Trump has a magic way of making prices go back to the way they were before COVID?
Absolutely not.
What's he
But
gonna do?
what I do think is he will lower the temperatures of these world issues.
He's already causing problems with our neighbors.
How so with Canada? Just so you know, I'm a dual citizen. I was born in Canada.
Okay, so yeah, you've heard about like them threatening to turn off the energy to Michigan because of what he
This
said,
is
threatening
this is.
tariffs?
I know Doug Ford very well. I live in Ontario. I know Doug Ford very well. He is a close ally to Trump. He essentially is saying, I'm telling you, it's not going to happen. These are
Okay,
all
all right. Oh,
negotiating
okay.
tactics.
But so you agree it's a bad move, right? Nobody wants any of that to happen. He's just starting shit.
These tariff negotiations are just that, a negotiation tactic.
They already negotiated trade years ago. It's called the USMC. Trump negotiated
With Canada,
USMCA.
though.
Why is he
Canada and
breaking
Mexico.
this? What is he doing?
With,
No one's
with
asking for
Canada.
tariff. No one wanted this.
So,
This
but
is
wait,
so bad. We've been
but
telling
what
you
is,
guys for months that the tariff thing was bad, and now
but
that you
hold on
guys
a
voted
second.
in, you guys are like, okay, it won't happen. Promise.
Yeah,
But wait,
even
what is,
Elon said it was going to be really hard for us. Even Elon did.
but what is Trump asking? He's asking to secure the borders.
What?
He's not doing anything to secure the
Wait,
borders.
so
He
That doesn't
hasn't done
mean anything.
anything.
but hold
Trump
on,
needs to secure the borders. He needs to
but wait a
stop letting
second.
guns go all across
But
the border to
what's the issue?
Mexico.
But what's the issue with that? He is telling our allies,
Can we get a new
Canada and
guest? This is
Mexico,
ridiculous.
to
This is.
close your borders.
What does that even mean, dude? What does that
What do
even
you
Our
mean?
borders aren't open, and they're never technically closed either, and they're invisible lines. What is your point? He's not doing anything.
He's asking for the borders to be closed.
What does that even
Bro,
fucking mean?
He's asking Canada
what do you
and
think Border
Mexico,
Patrol does?
but
Like, what do you think they do?
but they're clearly not doing a good job of it.
Okay,
Wow.
all right. You guys are so
Incredible.
good. You guys got all the deets.
I don't know.
How
If you
much
guys
to
want to
kick
invite
said
somebody else
yes?
up to come back me up, I'm telling you guys.
You don't know things.
But
Like, you
but
haven't
hold on.
given us any real information. You don't know policies. You don't
I'm
know
t-
what he did.
You guys just have the talking points. Like the second I ask you for details, you just crumble. You fold like origami.
Details about what?
Like what is it? What does close the border mean, bro?
So, do you not think that there are issues with the border?
Exactly.
Yes.
You can't
I
tell
know.
me. You
But hold on
can't
a
tell me
second.
what's going on. You just know that a lot of people came to the border. You can't tell me anything
And
about
I
the
know,
laws. You can't tell me anything
and I
about
know
like
with
what happened.
well, I know with asylum that you have to step on American soil in order to apply for asylum. Do you not think that that system is
It's been the same way
abused?
since 1953. You guys are just now waking up to it because Trump politicized it.
So
Yeah,
whether
there
it's
were
Democrats or
there were 8 different bills to address the border. One was voted down by mostly Democrats, so fair enough. 7 Republicans voted down because they don't actually care. This isn't a real issue for them. They continue to run on it. They continue to self-aggrandize about how they care about our national security. Meanwhile, they're fucking with Russia, and they don't actually do any policy changes, and they don't care. They
but
just
do you
don't
not think that
care.
it's an issue?
Dude,
We need more judges. We need more
But
judges.
hold on.
the asylum
Subjective.
process is taking too long. We don't have
Do you
clear
not think
pathways to citizenship. And are you in a border state? Do you know anything about what's actually
yes.
happening?
I have a home base in Arizona.
Okay,
I do live in a border
fantastic.
state.
So,
The
what
majority
has
of my life is
been
in
done?
Canada, but yes, I
What has
do
been
have.
done since Trump was already in office once? We've had Republicans writing up bills and not passing them. So, I mean, like, what is he doing except for saying he's going to get 11 million people out?
Well, he's
What's
going
he
to
going
shut
to do?
down the
Knock on their
border.
doors? Have you thought about this pragmatically?
Well, he appointed Tom Homan, who was under the Obama administration, and he's going to deport people the exact
How
same
is
way
he
that
going to
Obama did.
deport people that are
The
undocumented?
exact
How does he find them?
the exact same way that Obama did. He deported over 3 million people. He's
That
not
was
going to do
also
anything
over a
different.
period of
But
time.
you guys
You
had no
understand that,
issue.
right?
You guys had no issue when Obama was doing it.
Because it
You
was
have
over
an
a period of
issue.
time, and it was a fourth of the amount of people that you guys are talking about doing all at once.
Well, it depends how many undocumented migrants are in the country.
This is
You're
crazy.
also probably talking about like exterior expels too. Like we like I just
Yeah.
showed you, we have better numbers than Trump. We expelled at a higher rate than Trump did. Our laws are not laxed, or else you would see a higher acceptance rate. We don't have that.
Can you walk us through Obama's deportation strategies and just said that Trump's going to do the exact same thing?
So he appointed Tom Homan, It was
That's
under
not.
the Obama administration.
That's not what I asked. I want to.
Elena, you know I like you, so I'm not even going to argue with you because I genuinely like you. So
We've also
So
devastated the global
To answer
south.
my
Tom
questions.
Homan was also in charge of the child separation policy. Did you know that?
No.
under the Obama administration, did you
No,
have an
under
issue
Trump
with
in
the claim?
2014. Oh, I'm sorry. Under the no, actually that was 2014. Under the Holman begun to argue that but he didn't actually do it. Trump said yes to it.
But who set up those cages?
He didn't
They
do
weren't
it
separating children.
They weren't
But
for children.
who set those cages up?
They're literally just overflow
But I'm asking,
centers.
who set those cages up?
Like we can set up like prisons, but the who we lock up is much different. It's a much different conversation.
So who set those cages up?
Obama.
What is your point, dude?
Obama. But who
Exactly.
separated children in them? Trump.
Obama. Obama started that.
No.
Trump.
Obama did not use the cages. Nope.
So I'm just. How is everything Trump's fault?
I'm so sorry. You can't just throw your
How are
hands
you
up and victimize
negating what we're
yourself.
saying?
Because
But
Trump
I'm
is a
telling you,
horrible
when
person.
Obama
He's
set
got a
those
horrible
cages
track
up.
record, and yes, he sucks.
But
He
Obama set
lost
those
those
cages
kids.
up.
He lost them. We're not talking about Obama.
Dude, 1,300
But we're
kids,
talking about the
1,300 kids
immigration.
under Trump specifically are now without their parents. Imagine separating a kid, jailing them separately, going to court separately from your parents. Your parents get deported, and you're like 1 year old, and they come to you and say, "Hey, what does your dad look like? What's your name?
But
Where are you from?"
But Trump also said that he wants DACA kids to have a place in America.
No, he wants to undo birthright citizenship. He's the
Did
opposite.
you not see the interview with Kristen Welker on NBC?
Yes.
He said that he wants to work with Democrats to make DACA kids legal citizens.
Why didn't he do that in his first term?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because he doesn't care.
He's golfing.
So why didn't Biden do it?
Biden introduced this stuff on day one, and
why
Republicans
didn't
didn't
he
show
do
up
it?
to vote.
Yeah,
So
again, there have
Biden
been
proposed
8
a bill
bills.
for the DACA kids.
8. It just feels very disingenuous, dude.
Biden proposed a bill for the DACA kids, is what you're saying.
No, he proposed a path to citizenship for a lot of people, though, and immigration.
Which Trump, by the way, does not have a clear pathway to citizenship in his agenda.
There's no positive outcome from what Trump's about to do.
There's many positive outcomes.
Like what?
Such as?
And I don't mean to say this in a negative sense, but do you not think that the country needs to be quote unquote cleaned up?
What's the actual positive outcome?
What does that mean?
Again?
What's that mean?
So essentially, we have let too many undocumented migrants into the country that need to be quote unquote.
What's good? What's good?
This language
that's
is
gonna
gross.
happen? What's gonna happen again? That's
I'm
good.
trying to speak on this in a non.
Just tell me what's good that's gonna come from this. Don't keep telling me the situation. Stop framing it in a way that makes you feel better. Just tell me what's good. What's the outcome?
With deporting illegal migrants.
Mm-hmm.
So this shouldn't even be an argument.
It should.
What is the
You're right.
issue with deporting illegal migrants? Illegal.
We should make
go
the
ahead.
pathway to citizenship
Can
much
you go ahead
shorter
and
and
tell
easier
me
for
what
them.
the positive outcome is going to be instead of like reframing like what you
Deporting
think about
illegal
people?
migrants?
Yeah. What's the positive outcome?
So do you not think that there's a strain on our healthcare system?
Can you
right
stop
now?
asking us questions that deviate and just answer Pickle's question directly?
But I am. So do you not think that there's a
No,
strain
but can you
on
stop
our-
doing that? Because we keep going down. We've been with you for like an hour doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
tell us,
it's-
what is the direct benefit of doing this?
Yeah, I want to know what the country needs to be cleaned up from.
So okay, I didn't
The
mean
bad
to say
genes
it like
Trump
that.
was talking about. They have bad genes. Is that what we need cleaned up?
Do you not think that there's a strain on our
Damn
healthcare
it.
system, for example?
Dude,
No.
you just
guys,
did
you
the
guys are
same
the
thing.
strain on the healthcare system. Republicans are, not migrants.
So there's
We
no
have to get
strain
free
on our
healthcare
healthcare
and shit.
system
So
right
like, stop.
The strain on the healthcare is because of capitalism, and also
But hold on a second.
C19 deniers that ended up spitting on nurses and forcing people out of the medical field because they couldn't take it anymore, getting
But
like
we're-
bullied by anti-vaxxers.
But we're engaging in capitalism right now. Capitalism
Yeah,
is a
no
good
doubt.
thing.
Capitalism is inherently flawed because it's
Please, somebody engage in
using the backs of other
capitalism. We do have a
people.
kick pool.
But we're engaging in it right now. If someone wants to kick me and
Yeah.
pay $30 to kick me off,
That's not what
it's.
capitalism is. You know better than that.
But it is. It's a great thing that we
No,
can
it's
make
not.
money by.
Capitalism unalives more people than any other system.
So you prefer to live under socialism or
I prefer
communism?
for you to even know what socialism actually is.
So I'm a Canadian citizen, so I know
Cool.
exactly what.
It's not
what
a social country. It's got social programs, and you
yeah.
get healthcare there, so that's cool.
So have you lived in Canada ever?
No.
Canada is not socialist.
Yeah.
Don't
So
make me bring
Canada.
Brio. Don't make me bring Belle over here.
I am
She's
wearing
still
my
awake.
commie Jovan
Yeah,
sweatshirt.
because
So.
I live in Canada. I know exactly the
Cool.
way
Then go
the
vote
system is
there.
set up.
Stop talking to us about
A
our
socialist
country.
country. Define socialism.
Socialism is essentially where my tax dollars and my
Nope.
pay
Already
essentially is
wrong.
spread out amongst all the citizens.
I love how it's just me, 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 me. Like you're the only one paying
Our
taxes.
tax dollars.
Giving the
Speaking
power back to
of
the people in the
capitalism,
proletariat.
big shout out to Phil. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I'm not getting notifications for my Cash Apps, but Phil, thank you so much for the $30 to kick.
Oh my
And
gosh.
Oh my
Casey,
god. Thank
thank you
you,
for the
Phil.
5. Been laying dormant the last 2 weeks. Love you, picks. Keep educating. Thank you, Casey, for the $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you, guys.
Phil's such a romantic for that. I'll write you poetry, Phil, because that was hurting.
All right, guys. Heavens, Lord.
Why do I always bring the strays? I'm sorry.
Yellow.
Wow.
Bob.
Bam.
Bop.
Bam.
Hey, Boppy.
Grandpa.
Hey.
Bop.
Thank you, Cal. A little flower.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry, Lord. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I voted for Kamala, but I just have a question. Why do Democrats seem allergic to winning? I mean, they were literally going up against an actual rapist, and they still lost. I just don't understand how that can be.
I don't know. Thank you, Cora, though.
Patriarchy.
Thank you.
Misogyny.
Guys. The algo is roaring. Please tap the screen. Get to 250K ASAP, guys. Fill this up. Friendlies, please do not hop in the box. Please do not hop in the box, friendlies. Please. Please, please, please. No matter how much, how big our love is, don't do it.
I'm very excited to talk to anyone else. Yeah. Maybe. Thank you, Doug.
Chat, follow the stream if you enjoy these debates. We do these all the time.
Sporadically. Sprinkles throughout the week.
Also, Alina and I have Cash Apps and Venmos in our bios. Just saying. There's also a Christmas list and a kitten list in Alina's. So, and don't forget to continue to tap the screen.
Kristen, I can't wait to show you the snow. The snow fluid has arrived.
I'm sorry, the snow fluid?
Yes. Got a snow machine.
Is it magical?
Shanty, are you there?
Okay.
Shanty? Oh.
Kristen, are you joining me tomorrow for Feminist Friday?
Heck yes. What time?
8-ish.
8-ish. Is that EST?
Yeah, it just depends.
Yeah, I
on
can do that.
Jovan, actually.
I didn't know you guys did that. I just randomly roll in over the course of 4 years to Jovan and harass him, so I had no idea. I'm very excited,
Cheeto
though.
bad signal, guys. My PayPal doesn't work?
Not bad.
Uh-oh.
It's probably because of Musk. I'm going to blame him. Also, guys, please aggressively share and tap the live because the algo is starting to uptick again. And we need something tasty to munch on.
Up, my fellow Trump supporters.
What's up,
Hi,
Matt?
Maddie.
How are we doing
Tonight, Maddie.
See, you responded to my Cheeto bat signal.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All
We
right,
all
Maddie.
like hot Cheetos here.
Okay.
Hot
What do you
Cheetos.
What do you like about Trump?
I love his creativity.
Like his face paint?
No.
It is specifically from Poland, and yeah, he's been buying it for years.
I like his creativity when it comes to immigration. I think it's beautiful.
What does that mean?
He wants to give citizenship to, people to come here and do the right thing, go to college, get a degree,
He
be
does?
productive members of society. I think
Is
that's
he
beautiful.
doing all that?
Very creative. What do you think,
Everybody's so
Pickles?
creative.
I mean, like, he's not giving amnesty like Reagan was proposing. I mean, I guess he did for some Venezuelans, but now he's trying to kick him out. So, I mean, I don't really know what you're talking about.
Amnesty. I don't know. Like, how can he give someone amnesty? Like, can anyone get amnesty?
Oh
Yeah.
my lord.
So anyone can get amnesty.
Wait,
So
what's
yeah,
the, no,
I'm not
that's
for
not what we
that.
said. But what's the creative part? Like, I'm very confused what you're
Are
saying.
you a civics teacher too, Matt?
No. It's creative because no one else has done it, and it's a new thing. So that's why it's creative.
I hate to burst your bubble, friend, but there was something called Operation WB that was done. We've actually done this quite a few times. It's very American to do this.
Really? Did it pass?
Yeah, obviously, if we're talking about it in the past tense, yes.
Oh, it's not around anymore. Well, I love the fact that he's bringing it back because I don't think you should be here if you're not the best.
Wait, what?
I
Are
don't
you the
think.
best, Maddie?
Yeah, if you're not the
Are you the
best, you
best stock
shouldn't
that
be
we
here.
have,
Can
really?
y'all
Like,
please
what
take
makes you
this
the
one?
best?
I swear to
Yeah.
gosh. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so here's my logic. So if you guys
Well, I want to
watch
hear
any
your
college
resume to be
sports,
a citizen. I'm very curious.
here's my logic, guys.
Uh-huh.
You don't see Alabama recruiting fucking 1-star, 5'7" wide receivers. You don't see that. You see them recruiting the very best. As America at the
We already
top
have
and the best
visas
country
for
that
that
everyone
stuff.
wants to come here.
We have visas for that stuff.
We want the best. We don't want the scrubs.
Wait, how are we doing that?
Why are you here, Maddie, then? I don't understand.
What do you mean? I was
Like,
What are you good
grandfathered
at,
in.
Matt?
what are your qualifications, Matt? Give us your metrics.
Oh,
Show
what
us
do you
your
want?
best
You
Juno
want height,
pose.
weight, 40?
How tall are you?
You want height, weight, 40 speed?
Sure.
Okay. Height 6'3.5", weight
Mhm.
220,
Knock 4
40
off of that.
speed, 4'6'8".
Cool. Now, what level of education do you have?
I have a bachelor's degree from Southern Utah University in
Southern
economics.
Utah, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Where women make 62% if they have the same degree as men.
For sure.
There it is. Okay. So you're a misogynist too. We're going to put that one on
No,
your
I don't know
resume.
about that. Women make a lot more and a lot
What do you bring
They
to
literally
the
don't.
table,
You
Matt?
just.
What do
You
you
know,
bring to the
women
table?
make 10 times as much as a man when on OnlyFans. Did you know that?
Do it?
When women go on OnlyFans versus men, women make 10 times more.
Number one, that's obviously a statistic that you just pulled out of nowhere. Number two, not
I
on
mean, we can
topic at all.
find it.
But
Call
number
me
three,
out
I
on
love that you have to use objectification and sexualization of women in the one site that they actually have
Ooh,
market share
here we
on.
go.
No, I'm not engaging with this because it's a dumb point. You're wrong.
It's not. It's
Can't say that
absolutely.
site. You're gonna get the
You
live
want me
taken
to pull
down.
the source?
I don't care about the source, dude.
Of course you don't.
Why are you guys so
Of
upset
course you
that
don't.
women finally used the
Women make more in the
objectification
salon
to
than
their benefit?
men do.
They make
Well,
more in the
when we start
salon.
making more money overall, then
Women make
you can talk.
more in maids. Women make more in a lot of
In
jobs.
maids?
Yeah, in a lot of jobs.
No, oh my God, dude.
Men can't be cheerleaders.
This is yes they can. Men are absolutely cheerleaders. What the fuck are
Really?
you talking
Because
about?
when I see the Dallas
That's not the
Cowboys in
topic
football,
though. It's not the top.
Pickles
Do you know
lives
how
in
much the Dallas
Texas.
Cowboys
So
cheerleaders
when
actually
Pickles
make?
turned on,
They don't
Pickles
even
is
make a
probably a
living
Cowboys fan.
wage.
When he turns on the Cowboys cheerleaders, you don't see men. Yeah, you see
Okay,
women.
well, that's because we love to objectify women as a country.
Well,
Congratulations.
Actual
women make good
cheerleaders, they're more
money.
like a dance squad. They're not
Women
really
make
like
good money.
cheerleader.
Please compare the cheerleaders' salary versus the players and see what happens.
Okay. Are the
Cool.
cheerleaders putting their bodies on the line?
Yes,
Really?
absolutely.
Okay. You tell me last time a cheerleader got injured.
Constantly. Are you
Yeah,
serious?
okay.
The
You don't
sport.
know the last time, do you?
Practice, probably.
I've
You
been
know, there's
injured as
about
a
like
cheerleader
4
myself. Like, what are you
injuries.
talking about?
You know, football is literally the only sport that
Well,
has
they
a
make millions of
100% injury
dollars. So what
rate.
is your point? Why are you here?
Are we going back to that topic? All right.
And also, if
Are we
you
going back
really
to
want
my
to see a
specs?
trained athlete at excellence, try
Are we
point
going back to my
dancers.
specs? You're kind of
Are
objectifying
you
me.
like 18? What are you?
I'm 24.
Okay.
Actually, just turned 24.
And what's your job?
My job, construction management.
Hmm. Cool.
You couldn't
Well,
do
I don't
nails.
think you passed the test, so I think we're going to deport you.
Deport me.
Hmm.
Well, I'm sorry you don't I'm sorry you don't agree with me. So,
Yeah,
you
it's a
just feel
bummer.
sad about it. I don't
Yeah, I'm
agree
not
with
really
you.
sad. It's not really worth it.
I won. You lost.
How? I mean, I
Daddy
guess I
Trump's in
lose by being
office.
here with you, but that's about it.
He's
Trumpy's in
actually not.
office.
He's not in office, actually.
Yeah,
Friend.
Yeah.
Trumpy's in office.
Okay.
He's
Actually,
calling shots.
No, he's not.
Pickles. Pickles.
Pickle.
GG's. GG's, Pickles.
GG's. Are you leaving?
No, honestly, I love Pickles' channel. I think he's probably the best.
We'll keep him, but we're deporting you.
Even though I'm gonna be honest, I've seen Pickles get pretty frustrated at Trump supporters.
Yeah, y'all are frustrating.
And it kind of irks me, to be honest.
Why?
And it really irks me with you, Kristen, because like
I'm sorry.
you really don't have any good points to like
Yeah, well,
defend
unfortunately,
yourself.
y'all have yet to make a point that I can actually argue. You just come up here and talk about football players, which is super relevant to this conversation.
Well, no, we were talking about immigration, and I tried and put it in terms where the basic human American could understand.
A basic human American.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, how can I put it in terms for you that you may understand? Do you not understand the
I accept
analogy I
money.
gave?
I would get that. If you could make it into little paper dolls, that'd be swell. But you know
Okay.
what? I'm pretty well versed. You don't have to educate me.
All right. So we want the best here in America when it comes to immigration. Do you disagree with that?
I don't know what that means. It's very vague. And
The
who's we?
best at
Is it
immigration.
vague?
Like, literally, we are thriving because of the migrants that we get.
No,
Trump just
yeah.
politicized it and made you guys angry and want to deport
Pickles.
him. And then when we show you guys the math, it's like, hey, it's a bad idea. Remember? Because we have math.
Hey, Pickles, I agree with you on that immigration is real good, but it's not good when the immigrants aren't working. So that's all I'm saying. Yeah, take the jobs that no one wants. If you're a hardworking immigrant, yeah, please come here.
Right,
But
like I just saw a news thing of like a dairy farm, and they employ, it's like hundreds of migrants, and it's the dairy farm has to be like worked 24 hours a day. Like, we're about to see major like inflation like Florida has like 9% inflation. They still have the highest in the country because they did this same thing. They made sure that all of the migrants left their state. They made it like a finable offense to employ one. So they still have the highest inflation. Like, we're about to see that all over.
We destroyed our
Pickles,
hospitality industry.
everyone's moving to Florida.
Okay. All right. It doesn't change the math.
Well, I'm just saying, there's probably a lot more immigrants in California, but everyone from California is moving to Florida. So
More people per capita moving from Florida to California than California to Florida.
Yeah.
Per capita.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you know
Okay,
what that
so
means?
you're saying per capita, more people are moving to Florida from California, right?
No, from Florida to California.
Oh my god. Bring Michael back, please.
I don't
Somebody.
know about that,
Someone send this to
Pickles.
him.
I'm gonna have to look that one up
It's the truth.
because I know a lot of people are leaving California, like a lot.
Like 0.3% of their
Cool.
population left. It's not a lot.
No. In how many years? What are we talking about?
Last year.
Okay, in the last year. Can we pull this up?
You know, there are a lot of like Americans moving to Mexico too. Like, what is your point?
Oh yeah, I'd move to Mexico for real.
Awesome. Well, you're on our deportation list, so you're
I'm
already halfway
actually
there.
headed
Like
to
you guys
Cabo
don't have
San Lucas
anything
on
to offer
Saturday.
people. You just say, hey, look at these states. Look at people moving. Like you don't have like I get everyone up here all the time saying, oh, look at all the homeless people in California. But what do Republicans do better? Like they don't do anything better than Democrat. Like they don't do anything about homeless people. They don't do anything like that. Like the reason California has so many people leaving because they just have so many people. So there's a lot. Yes, they like leak more people than like states
I would
that
disagree.
exist.
Like when you go to, I've been to Portland, Oregon. I live in California. When you go to these Democrat-run cities, you see homeless.
Most
you see
cities are
homeless out of
Democrat-run because they're
control.
cities.
There's no such thing as a Republican-run city. Can you name one?
What? Miami, Florida is Republican this year.
And
Come on.
they've got homeless people there too, right?
Bro, no, they're probably the most
They've got
favorable
plenty of homeless
city
people.
upon all American citizens.
I live in Miami.
What-
We have a
what is
fuck
a
ton of homeless
Republican
people.
Everyone loves
What is a
Miami.
Republican thing that reduces
Everyone hates
homelessness?
Los Angeles.
What's a thing that Republicans do to reduce homelessness? What's a,
They
law
just
that
don't
they do?
allow it.
What? Would they just go around and yell at
I
them?
need something substantial, dude. This is painful.
All right. Let's do
They
one at a time
trash.
so we can have a
You
conversation.
don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm just saying, when I go to San Francisco, when I go to Portland, when I go to Los Angeles, there's
Because we have a
That's
ton
where-
of homeless people here.
There's a lot of people there too. Like Los
I
Angeles
agree, but
County,
is there not a- is there not
9.5
a lot
million
of
people,
people
Los
in
Angeles County.
Dallas?
And then you look at fucking Kentucky or Wyoming, it's 500,000 people. Yeah, if you see a homeless person, it's going to be like in the middle of a fucking field
I
growing
get that.
corn.
That's a great point. But I'm saying, do you see as many more Republican areas? Dallas, Texas, Houston, Texas, Miami, Florida. No,
I live in
you don't.
Austin.
You don't see
and
shit on the
there's
floor.
tons.
You can't actually draw a line to like Democrat law and homelessness. You can't actually draw like that's all you guys do is like vague complaints. You don't know what actually like.
Well, let's just
we
look at the
actually do
red
things
states
for
that are
homeless
highly
people. We do things to
populated.
reduce homelessness, and we help people like in poverty with like food and shelter. You guys don't do that. You guys exasperate the
What are
problem.
you talking about? You
You
guys
guys
don't
could
do
like
Gavin
advocate for
Newsom
everyone
don't
to
do
be
shit for
entitled to a
homeless people.
home.
We
That'd
do
be
way
helpful.
more than y'all. Who votes to like do things like
What
that?
does
The left or
Gavin
the right?
Newsom do? All right, this is my problem with Gavin Newsom. He created this homeless problem we have in California,
Create
and
a
then he
home.
had all
What are
the
you
homeless
talking
people
about?
get the fuck up and go and leave. So, is he like conservative or is he?
Are you talking about the
liberal?
Supreme
Okay.
Court ruling?
I'm talking about 6-7 months ago where he was
Yeah.
picking up like homeless shit and
Like the
saying they
Supreme
need to
Court
fucking leave.
ruling.
And you have something against that? Because that's what Ron DeSantis is doing. He made it illegal in Florida
No,
to
I
urban camp.
don't have anything wrong with that. I have a problem with him creating that problem and then
Damn it.
saying backtracking and going against what he wanted in the first place.
Capitalism
created
created that problem.
unhoused people. This
How
is
did he create
bananas.
that problem?
Yeah, I want to know how.
Okay. You see any other governor in California never had this much of a fucking problem?
Okay,
So I have
so you
no
don't
idea.
know.
Population has gone up over years.
This is what we're
I don't
looking
know.
for.
I mean, look.
This is what we're looking for.
Has it?
Listen, this is
Has
what
it
we're looking
gone
for.
up?
Yeah.
This is
And
what we're
by how
looking for.
much?
Gavin Newsom passes a law that creates tariffs that put all these businesses out of business and created a bunch of homeless people. That's a thing that creates homelessness. You don't have anything like that. You're just like Gavin Newsom in office, and I saw some homeless people.
Wait. Gavin Newsom is putting 75% gas tax at the start of this year. Sorry, not 75%, 75 cent. We already have
Okay.
gas tax. Let me give you an
Cool.
example. I
Bunch of
drive to
new.
Needles. I drive through Needles, California to get up to my school, and you have Bullhead City right there. Gas in Needles, California is $3.89. You drive a mile
Take
to
it
the
up with your
border.
state. That's not
Hold
federal.
on.
Like,
You
what are we
drive a
doing?
mile through the border to Arizona and it's $1 cheaper. That's probably all tax. And he's adding
Let
another
me show you
75
something.
cent tax on it.
Let me show you something. All right, this is a map of the United States. These red states cannot pay their own bills. These green
Wow,
states
look at
have
those
enough
big red
taxes to pay
states.
their own bills and the bills of the red states because you guys are too pussy to raise
No, here we
taxes.
go. This is where you got this wrong. Those are all the highly populated states. Look at Texas. Look at Florida. Look at those 3 red states up there: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Those are just the highly populated states. So you
And
know
people
that.
move there because of the great policies.
No, people are leaving California, going to Arizona, actually. A lot of people from California are going to Arizona. A lot of people from California are going to Texas and Florida. I know this because I hear this every other day.
That's
No
called an
one's moving
anecdote.
there.
It's called an
We
anecdote.
actually we got a lot of snowbirds coming from Oregon and Washington and Canada from California, but they don't live here year round.
All right. We raise taxes. Democrat states, they have high tax rates to raise taxes so we can pay for all these bum red states. That's what I'm saying.
Really, because I see half those green states right there are red states.
No, New Mexico is the only blue state that's like really bad because they're a fucking desert. That's it.
Yeah, because they're lowly populated. They're not populated.
They have no natural resources they have to sell.
You know for a fact this map here is based off population, and if you can't argue that, then don't argue it. But
Okay.
give your best
What about
shot.
the Bible Belt? It's pretty
Or
populated.
are you saying that's highly populated?
Mhm.
No, it's
You guys
not.
are it's the capital of divorce, teen pregnancy, school shootings,
I mean that
all the other stuff.
those are all side facts, but
Those are all like
those
main
aren't highly
facts.
populated. Those are not highly populated at all.
How are they the capital of all those things?
I don't know. They're in the South. I don't know. The South has a different culture.
It's called deep red states.
No. Look at Utah. Utah doesn't have any of that shit, and Utah is one of the most reddest states ever. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Utah absolutely has a lot of very young brides and low education in certain
Yeah,
places
they have
and
young brides
teenage
because they're
pregnancy.
Mormon.
They
Yeah.
absolutely have teenage pregnancy. They don't teach sex ed.
Yeah,
Sex
because
ed.
they're Mormon and they believe in having a lot of kids and getting married young.
No,
Yeah.
they think that they think fairy tales are real, so they don't teach
Hey, let's
fucking
just be
sex ed
real
and
though.
science.
Okay? Start being real.
Hmm?
Start being honest with yourself. Hey, can you zoom out of this map? I just want to do a little more thinking on this. All right, so you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 red states on there.
Excuse me?
You got 6 red states on there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
There might be
7,
more.
8, 9. Well, this is blue now. Or no, this is purple. But 10, 11,
Nah,
12,
pickles are
13,
either red or blue.
14. This is on the rough. 15. This is
Pickles,
blue.
quit playing dumb. I mean, you got like 7
This one,
Republican states. I'm not talking
bro.
about the color. When I say red, I'm talking about Republican. You got Nevada,
I'm sorry.
Texas,
This is
Florida.
purple. Georgia. This is red. These are red. Dog, I don't know what you're talking about. But it turns out that when a bunch of people have to like live against like close to each other, they end up voting Democrat because we create systems and like safety nets for each other to where we can thrive.
Well, what I believe is when you get a group of people all shoved into one small space, it's easier to indoctrinate them and that's what it is, to be honest.
No, I think it's when you're isolated out in the middle of the country and you guys like only talk to your cousins and your like three neighbors, and
Well, I'm
you
from
are fucking
California,
weird and you
Riverside
don't know
County.
how socially weird you are and how weird your beliefs are. That's called a little bubble. That's where a lot of red people, that's where the red votes come from. People who live out in the country, don't know fuck about shit sometimes, think gay people are weird, they think trans people are weird, they don't know anything. They've never
Well, I
seen
think trans people are weird.
the different types of people. They've never had to like ride the train with them, ride the bus with them, buy groceries next to them. They don't know shit. They're in their own
Well, I
little
live
bubble.
in Riverside, California, very highly populated. And you know, like, I think Riverside was actually red, and it's very highly populated, and it's in Southern California. So I don't know. You know that Donald Trump got like more of the popular vote, so you can't call
Okay,
us weird when
you
we're the
can't keep
majority.
leaning like you know we've had the popular vote for like the last 30 years and we've
Yeah,
stopped
so it's
like
kind of crazy. It's kind of
you
crazy that Trump has a popular vote right
he
now.
doesn't
You
actually
guys had it
have
the
the
last
popular
30 years.
vote. He has the majority vote. He has 49.9% of the vote. That's not popular vote.
Bro, you're telling me, okay, wow, you're really flexing about a
Trump
0.01%
had the
difference.
smallest margin win in like 30 years.
That's
It's
what you
not the
got to
greatest
do.
thing ever.
Okay.
He does this thing every time he loses or like barely wins something, he still claims he won by a landslide. He does it every
Well,
time, even when he's
let's be
losing.
honest. In every swing state, what was it, an average of like 3.5%?
I don't know. You guys like you guys know the numbers of the polling data more than anything. Like you guys don't know anything about like economics, about policy, nothing. You guys just have
Well, how would you
everything.
figure?
You guys look at how much people have confirmed your bias. That's what you look at and obsess over. You're like, look how many other people think our way. But I've been shunned to think this way so much. But all these other people thought the same way secretly. That's what you guys are coming out and doing.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. When it comes to this, Democrats bring up this LGBTQ plus, like Republicans and most people don't like being being told what to do and how to think. And that's where a lot of people get problems because when you got a transgender starting saying, "Oh, you can't call me him or she," people don't like being told what to
I
do.
know that's called the social wedge issue that the Republicans they
No, but
politicize.
people just don't like being told what to do,
So
dude.
like
That's
I
just what it
Bro,
is.
you took
my
our bodily autonomy, so
my
stop.
my grandpa he still says
Whatever
things
she
like the
said.
N-word. He still says like really bad slurs about like our neighbors. Like and
I don't.
my
I'm
grandpa
Republican.
does. And if you asked him, he would say the same thing. He would say maybe the things that you uphold to be more politically correct, to be liberal, like indoctrination. Like, hey, grandpa, you can't say the R slur. It's like, what do you mean? That's what you're doing. You've got a piece of that and you just don't see it. And that's how we look at you.
No, I'm just being honest. Like, you don't like being told what to do either, Pickles. If I told you to, like, if I was rude and I said, shut your fucking mouth, like, you wouldn't like that. So when a trans person, when I accidentally call them he, when she wants to be called she, and she gets on my ass and says, hey, you can't fucking call me that,
Bro,
that just makes me want to fucking pick on them
all
more
you
and
have to
talk
do
more shit.
all you have to do is respect people's like, hey, by the way, can you just call me ma'am or whatever, like, and just be like, yeah, that's cool, yes, let's do that. Like, you can't be nice. It's not that
No,
hard.
I get that, Pickles, but
I'm sorry, did you just
it
say
doesn't
punch
go
on
over
them
like
more?
that. It's doesn't go over like that. It's actually very rude
Okay,
most
I'm
of the
so,
time.
you it sounds like you've been a victim of something, and I'm sorry that's happened to you, but we're talking about people who are like in actual like mental health crises, and these people need love and grace, not people being dicks to them.
Well, they got to understand what they're asking for is brand new, and it takes it takes time to
What
change.
actually happened in Santana's live? I'm interested in what actually happened and how you kept misgendering Sean over and over and over.
Yeah, well, I'm not used to it. I'm sorry.
Oh, there he is.
Dude, honestly, I live
Maddie.
in California and I don't see trans people. Like, do you guys see a lot of trans people?
They only make up 1%. You guys are obsessed with them. Yeah.
No, so I'm just saying, like, yeah, no one's really used to it. So, like, they should chill out.
Maddie, the fact that you literally, I had multiple trans people on my panel tonight,
Santana, what's up?
an opportunity for you to learn and actually have a conversation,
What's
but
up,
you
bro,
couldn't
bro?
stop crashing out.
No, Santana, dude. Like, I was really trying to have a conversation, but like that Sean person just kept insulting me. He didn't want to have a conversation.
P, you're
She
doing
just
it
wanted to
again.
insult. So I said, "Fuck it, dude. I'll be immature also with this fucking piece of shit,
But
and I'll insult
you
you."
came in and you immediately crashed out over and over and over, and I was trying to keep you involved in the conversation because I
Hey,
wanted you to talk.
hey,
Maddie,
Santana. I feel like you're a real good businessman.
Maddie, do you owe
I feel
somebody an
like you get the
apology?
people going.
Do you owe somebody an apology?
Who, Sean?
Santana.
Yes. No, 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 no.
Oh,
Pickles,
Santana. Yeah, I love
genuinely,
Santana.
genuine. No, no,
I
genuine.
love Santana. I
He
think he's
doesn't
a good
owe me
dude.
an apology at all. Like I'm perfectly fine. You definitely owe Sean an apology though. Like because
No,
the way
I
you
ain't
came in,
apologizing to Sean. No, I'm
no, but
not.
it's the way that you came in. Like I'm
Sean
Maddie.
insulted me and
But
insulted my
Maddie,
intelligence.
you came in intolerant because you realized it was a trans person, and so you immediately turned. You weren't doing that to me.
No, I just spoke my opinion. I said I don't think trans should be in the military. That's all I said. And she got all mad.
Yeah.
Santana, I applaud you and how like you speak to your viewers. I think you're great,
Uh,
and I think
uh,
you do great in business. And you
Stop
know,
uh,
honey
I
dicking
think
it's,
him.
you
Stop
are a
honey dicking him,
businessman.
Matt. Stop it. Stop
I
buttering
mean,
him up.
like
No, I
genuinely,
do.
Matt. Like genuinely, Matt. I mean, and if you seriously, if you want to show me any type of quote unquote appreciation, like just be more respectful to people. Like I really wanted to give you an opportunity to talk because I wanted your opinion to be heard. I don't agree with your opinion or your stance, but I wanted to be heard, and you couldn't hold it together just to have a conversation.
Hey, I'm gonna be straight up. Um, I really think there's no way that like you believe what you're saying. To be honest,
That I believe what I said.
no, like you honestly believe what you're saying sometimes.
Me? Oh, I
Yeah,
believe what I
I
say
think
all
you're
the
putting
time.
on an act, and I love it, and I
Oh
think
no,
you're
no, no.
fucking hilarious.
I am actually very honest
And you
in
know
what I
what? I
say.
think Pickles is putting on an act too, bro, and I
I'm
just
putting on
love
an
that.
act.
Dude, you guys are fucking funny as fuck, and I just love it, man. I do.
Well, you do understand that sometimes you can't just be serious with people. Like sometimes the only way someone's going to get a message is by delivering it with a little bit of humor. You have to understand your
Mm.
audience and the best way to actually get that message across. And just because I say certain things with a joke doesn't mean that I'm playing.
Damn, this guy's good up here, man.
No, it's just the truth. It's the truth that like, never mind. Pickles, Elena,
No, I
Christine,
mean, dude, like
you
you're
guys
You
good.
do it.
too, man.
You
You
guys
guys are
do it.
fucking good at what you do.
I'll see
Seriously,
you
man.
guys later.
All right, man.
Put you guys in the Grammys or the Oscars.
What do you?
Pickles,
He,
bro. I think you're the funniest fucking guy ever, dude. I really do. I think, you're serious though. Like, you know how to be serious. But like, I just think like, you know, I think you could go on fucking stand-up comedy and do great. Are you high?
of course.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's fucking hilarious.
All right, Maddie. Well, we love you back. We've had our 30 minutes.
I
You're welcome.
appreciate that.
You're welcome to come back some other time. All right.
All right,
Stay out of
man.
trouble.
Love you, man.
I love you back.
Great guy. Great guy.
Get out of here. Hello.
Hey.
What's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
What do you like about Trump?
Well, I mean, I love the economy, right? Before COVID happened, it was booming. There's no discussion about that. I mean, in anybody who wants diversity and equity and all of that, more black jobs than
What do you think helps the economy? Like, what do you think did all that good stuff that Trump like made the economy good with? Like, what do you think Trump's actions were to make that happen?
Well, I mean, one of the things that was major was the way that he made the country a seller of oil, right? So, and you guys have to admit that You can't deny that. We were selling oil to other countries. Were we not?
We still do that.
No, we don't.
So
No,
say
no,
what?
no. We are buyers. Go look it
Oh.
up.
So where do you look up your information about oil? Just
I,
checking.
I look up every single
Where's
site, and I
where's the
read.
main place we look at? If we were talking about like government agencies, where do you look?
Well, I mean, NIH is one of them.
Why would we look at the NIH?
Why
The
wouldn't we?
National Institute of Health?
Yes,
Why wouldn't we look at the EIA?
we can look that up too.
Okay, so let's look it up. I'm going to go to EIA.
Oh, let's start with NIH first.
Yeah, EIA.gov. Yeah, if anybody knows where to find the NIH stuff, love to know. EIA oil production. Now let's look at this. This is oil production by president. And we have Trump starting in 2017, 8.8 million barrels per day. And then we go up. And then we go all the way to 2024, and we're at 12.5 million barrels per day. And if we go all the way to the end, we're at 13.2 million barrels per day. That's way more than 8.8. We're more energy independent than Trump ever was.
So what I want you to think about this. And if that's actually correct, what I want you to think about is why was oil so much less under Trump?
I'm so glad you asked. Have you ever Googled that?
No.
I have.
Oh, I didn't know. I just went to the pump.
Okay. So when I'm like, dang, this is expensive, or hey, this is wrong, like I usually like go on the interwebs. I go to Ask Jeeves and I say, hey, why is the oil so expensive? And
I
here's
gotta
the
go to Alta
story.
Vista.
And we talk about, when we talk about oil prices, we talk about 2020 and the price of a barrel of oil. It was negative $38. And Trump had all of his big oil friends, his big oil oligarch friends go, hey, Trump, we're dying over here. Can you do something to make oil more expensive? And Trump goes, sure. They go, hey, why don't you call up Saudi Arabia and Putin and tell them to stop making so much oil? He goes, yeah, I'll do that. And that was April 2020. This is called the OPEC Plus deal, OPEC 2020. And he went to them and they said, all right, we're gonna reduce negative 10 million barrels per day. It was actually like 9.7 or something. But you just saw, that's like as much as we were drilling, period. Like that was Trump's whole, it was 10 million barrels a day on average. So he made them reduce the world supply by the amount that USA makes, which is a lot. And that was a 2-year plan. And that was right here. You see where this is the price of oil? This is April when he did that. And this was 2 years later when it ended. Do you see how the price of oil fucking skyrockets? That's Trump.
What happened right there? I'm curious.
COVID.
Oh, Jesus.
It's almost like I mentioned that.
Yeah. So realistically, what you have is the only time that it skyrocketed under Trump is during COVID, correct?
All the way to 2022 during Biden.
Yeah, after he did
Look at it during Biden.
It's right here. This is on this chart. We're
Oh
looking at
man,
it.
dude, just go to the pump. Go buy
You see
eggs.
that? Exactly. And Trump did that. So I went to the pump and
Go
I said,
buy
dang,
eggs.
I went to go buy gas and I Googled it and this is why it's expensive.
Yes, it's expensive because COVID and Biden.
It's also super
What did Biden do to
interesting
make
that
things more expensive?
Trump made an
What
OPEC
do you
deal
mean?
for 2 years on a
He's been
pandemic. He said it
paying
would last a couple
money
months.
to every single illegal 10 million, over 10 million
Oh my
illegal
goodness.
immigrants are getting free housing, free
Nope.
food, free
Nope.
phones.
Free.
Yes, free.
For all the illegals.
Well, it's not free. It's coming out of our pockets.
Wow.
Did you know that they pay $100 billion in taxes every year?
Who do? Illegals?
Yeah.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
What if I proved it to you?
Prove it. The best part about that is that you can't track illegal aliens, and
Oh man, wait till we wait till we
no, you
teach you.
can't. Like it's so
How are you
so.
gonna
Wait
deport
till
them
we
then?
teach you. Have you heard of this little thing? It's called the ITIN number.
What is that? You cannot track
You've never heard of
people.
ITIN number, have you?
You cannot track
Have you
them.
not? So
You can't track them.
I'll
You know
tell you
that
what
you
it is.
can't.
An
Like this is a stupid argument.
Hey, get your learning hat on. An ITIN number is
I don't have to learn because I know it is
identification
impossible
number.
to track people who have just crossed the border,
It is an
and
individual.
you have no ID, nothing about them.
I'm sorry, Bob.
Bruh.
Individual tax identification number, and it's for undocumented migrants exclusively, so that they could pay taxes. Did you know that?
Do you think they all do that?
No, but we make about $100 billion a year on this.
Do you think they all do that?
They don't need to. We make $100 billion though doing that.
Yeah, and then it gets sent out to who?
We keep
Ukraine?
it. They can't even cash in on it. They can't collect anything. How do you, as an undocumented migrant, how do you collect on something?
How do you even get tracked? How do you get tracked unless you want to be tracked?
Exactly. So they would never go, hey, Mr. Government, I live over here. Where are my food stamps? By the way, I shouldn't even be getting food stamps. Come arrest me. They don't do that.
Right, but the Biden administration actually let them in and then gave them that ability.
Can you tell me what law passed that gave undocumented migrants benefits?
Yeah, it was actually. You can look it up. It was one of his first moves in president.
Can we get like specifics, like a policy or a bill or somewhere? No.
Give me 1 second. I'll look.
Absolutely. Hi, Isaiah. How are you?
Isaiah.
Big deal.
Bro, Pickles, you guys are. Well, I don't know. I don't want to mess up the vibe, but you guys are cooking. Yo, I'm sitting over here, Kristen. I'm over here listening, and I'm like, "Ooh, this man Pickles got this man in a crawfish tub, man. Jeez."
Pickles is on point. And a hi, fellow Texan. It's always fun to see someone who's in the shit with us.
That's right, fellow Texan. That's right.
Yeah.
I'm a Dallas.
Of course.
We got the trifecta: Austin,
right.
Houston,
You
Dallas.
see, we got the Texas Triangle in here.
The Holy
Love
Trinity.
We need a handshake.
I love
Got
to
to
see
have
it.
tridents. I'll figure it out.
Tridents? I don't know what all that means, but the thing is that you guys are cooking, man. I'm just over here, like, listening to this. It's crazy, man. It's diabolical.
I saw you with Liam last night, which Liam's my frenemy. I keep him around for live sharing. And that was hilarious. I don't know what happened to his live, but that was super funny.
Yeah, Liam is he's an interesting fellow, but
That he is.
he's funny to mess with. I'll say
I think
that.
I could save him sometimes. No.
I don't get Liam, but you know what? He's a nice little fellow, so bless his heart. As our former governor Ann Richards used to say, bless his heart.
I have a prize photo with Ann Richards at Eeyore's birthday. It's me at 5 years old with 4 Cookie Monsters and Ann Richards. It's amazing.
Oh my God! Someone just said Liam Raid too. That's crazy.
That's hilarious.
All right, so this is.
Nope, we can't hear you in your teacup.
American Immigration Council, right? So Biden has absolutely opened the deal for immigration. Like he basically says he did it presidentially, and he opened it for all illegals to receive
what's it called?
Citizenship, and they also receive
all illegals to receive
money.
Citizenship.
They receive healthcare. They receive all that.
All right, where do I find this?
I've seen.
Yeah, I just told you.
Do you have camera access? Pull it up.
I've seen this before, Pickles. I've you're gonna love this article that comes up. It's gonna be hilarious. Watch.
Oh, is it The Onion?
No, it's not The Onion. You're gonna love it when you see it.
Amazing.
What is it called?
You just got to read like the first paragraph, and then you got to read the second paragraph, and it like completely debunks their whole argument. It's gonna be so funny, bro. Watch this.
Like, if that were the case, then how could we deport them?
It's gonna be beautiful.
Oh, this is where he
That's
said.
what. That's it. That's it. That's it. Just keep reading, bro. It's just
Okay.
all. It's just.
The second measure announced by the White House would ease the process for DACA beneficiaries and potentially other Dreamers to access high-skilled employment visas to allow employers to keep their critical employees while providing DACA recipients opportunity to continue to invest. First program which offer relief to undocumented married U.S. citizens. Oh, this was the Citizens Act, the day one thing. Oh, is this new? June 18th?
Oh wait, no, wait. Is that what he's talking about? Wait, no.
Oh.
Oh no. What he's talking. What he's talking about. What he's talking about is not. What are you laughing at?
Do you
I don't
still
really.
Because y'all are fucking stupid and you just
You're
fucking
not
got proved
proving
wrong.
anything.
You haven't
Y'all are
proved
fucking
anything
stupid.
wrong.
You just
you
got
tell-
proved wrong.
What did we
Look
do?
how
What did
look
you
how
prove you
desperate he
wrong on?
is.
Read the article.
That's what
Read
you're
the article.
I am. You're laughing
And
already.
what I love is this idiot Isaiah over here. He fucking thought he knew, but he didn't.
I'm trying to really
You
understand.
still
What does
don't
he think
know.
he's done?
No, I read the entire article. That's the
No,
funny
you
thing.
did
I was
not.
waiting for you guys to do it.
Look at this. He's just talking about them
Parole
expanding
in
access.
place.
Right. What is this? How does this prove his point? I don't
Oh,
understand.
the people who've lived here for at least 10 years. You said all undocumented migrants?
No. That's what Biden did. Yeah.
The first program was to offer relief to undocumented people married to U.S. citizens and who have lived in the United States for 10 years. So these are the people that Trump wants to deport. Should we deport these people
That's
or
one.
give them
No.
citizenship?
That's one part. We didn't read the entire article.
Okay, but that part's good?
What?
Okay. Through parole in place, which has been used for over a decade to provide relief to family members of military personnel, the administration will provide some mixed status families with streamlined path to permanent status. The White House estimates over 500,000 people could benefit. That on average, applicant has resided in the U.S. states for 23 years. Damn. I already read that second paragraph. Today's announcements transform the lives of thousands of immigrants and families across the U.S. who've lived in fear and uncertainty for too long. While much work remains to address the needs of thousands of other mixed status families. So this is just for mixed status people?
So once again, exactly like Pickle said, where did you get the words all? Because that's not what that says. And the point still remains once you read past the first paragraph.
You don't believe
it's not what it says.
That on day one that Biden did set this up.
Now he's stuttering again, Pickles.
On day one,
I'm not
on day
stuttering, bud.
one, he did this thing called the U.S. Citizens Act, something like that.
10
and
million.
it was the same thing. It was the same thing.
10 million illegal and mostly your age.
Can you tell me where to find that? Because I'm not
single.
finding that. This is just about the mixed families.
10 million illegal immigrants under Biden, and they're all your age men with no kids,
hard workers,
and no wife.
Holy
Oh,
shit!
new
they work,
boyfriends? Cool.
And they're mobile, and they can travel.
We can upgrade.
What?
Are they single?
Ooh.
Do they look like
I don't
Antonio
know. They're
Banderas?
coming in single.
Camon.
Ooh. Why are they?
Because think about a family living south of the border in a country that may not doing too well, and you're poor and there's violence around you, and you have a mother and a father and an 18-year-old boy, and then you have a 6-year-old girl. Who do we send on a 300-mile hike through the desert to work in America to send money back so they can eat and not starve? Who do we send? The girl?
So just let
girl?
everybody through. Just let everybody through.
Where are you getting that? You're wondering why these people are all this type of person, and I'm telling you that's why.
But do you realize that there's fentanyl? That there's.
Hey, Pickles.
Can't say that name.
Can I ask a question?
Why can't you say that?
Can I ask a question, Pickles?
It's against TOS. What?
Can someone please tell me where in this article it says the words "all"? I still haven't found that. Michael, can you please tell me? Because I'm still looking for that in this article.
All right. Let's do a little due diligence where you figure out that 10 million.
I hear a lot of pivoting, Michael.
10 million is all.
You read the whole thing. Where is it?
10 million is all.
10 million is all what?
Everybody, just let them through.
What are you talking about? We had a higher expel rate than Trump did.
Because they didn't come through.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
This is a little article. This is by the Cato Institute. This is a libertarian website.
If you're pushing that point,
Michael. This is a libertarian website. They're citing the Customs and Border Protection website. These are all numbers from our government, where Trump gets his numbers too. And this shows that out of the 5 million people who came, we weeded out 50%, while out of the 1.3 million people Trump let through, 47% were only kicked out. So Biden was 3% more strict.
But whoa. But 1.3 million? It's because he didn't let him across the border.
No, these are the people who tried. You silly goose.
He didn't let them across the border.
He did.
That's why
He
it was
let
1.2, and you're talking about 10 million.
He only kicked out 47%. He let 53%
Of
through.
1.2.
Yeah.
He didn't let him through.
We can't control how many people come.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. How do you do that?
Trump did it.
How do you do that?
1.2 to 10 million.
How do you stop people from coming?
Very easily. I'm from Texas. Are you from Texas?
Of course he's from Texas. We're all from Texas.
Yes. All right. So have you been to the border?
No. What does that
all
mean?
Right, so there's legal ports, right? And if you trump up the areas that aren't supposed to,
how do you stop people from coming to either side, to the ports or the non-ports?
Explain to me then why everybody decided to migrate to
That's
right
okay.
when Biden.
So you don't know. You're saying
no,
you
Trump
don't know.
knows though. Trump knows, obviously.
Bro, you also need to understand geographical land.
You don't know.
But it was
you just
Title
give them this
42.
magical power.
Title 42.
Title 42 allowed people that it was a revolving door.
You said it yourself. 1.2 million compared to 10 million.
Okay,
right?
Title 42 went all the way to 2022.
No, he actually abolished it right on his first day.
No, he did not.
No.
What?
Yeah, he
That's not
did.
how that works.
You're gonna be proven wrong, bro.
He tried
you
to
cannot double down on
reinstate it.
this one.
All right, check it out. All I have to say is 10 million under Biden and 1.2 under Trump.
Can I add something here? Because I just think it's really interesting. Michael, I'm not sure if you know this, but we had a global pandemic in 2021 that happened in America, 2020, all across. And what happened was people left poor countries and they went to wealthier countries. That was a part of the pandemic. When the pandemic happened, it made a large surge of poverty. People left those poor countries and they went to wealthier countries. It's all what we saw around the world. Why you saw an uptick in illegal immigration in the United Kingdom, why you saw an uptick in the EU, why you saw an uptick in Germany, why you saw an uptick in Italy. Because during this pandemic, people left poor countries and they went to wealthier countries. So just because you see something doesn't mean that the cause is what you think it is.
And right here it says Title 42 was lifted May 11th, 2023.
Well, 1.2.
Okay,
and
that's what I thought. You can't control that though. We can't control how many. We just went over that. You just told me you don't know.
But
right?
obviously somebody can. Obviously somebody can.
No, it's environmental things. That's obviously out of everybody's control.
It's always an excuse.
was
man.
helping.
It's always
Kamala
an
was
excuse.
helping.
So gas prices were lower. There weren't
I just
any
explained to you what
wars.
happened to gas prices.
No. Seriously, like think about this. Gas prices were lower. Eggs were lower. Beef was lower. All of these things were lower prices. And
what did
you have an
Biden do
excuse
to make it
for
more
that,
expensive?
right? And then you have an excuse for the fact that 10 million people
You don't know.
crossed
Can
the
you
border.
tell me what Biden did? Did he pass a bill that like the egg inflation bill?
No,
or
they
something?
just well, I can tell you that at the border they were telling ICE to not.
Okay.
To not apprehend these
You're
people.
back to the border. I'm chasing you around. You're like a cat. Are we talking about the border? Or are we talking about eggs?
We're talking about all of it. What was better when Trump was in office?
I'm scrambled, man.
But this man,
it was all better. That's the whole thing.
It wasn't all better.
Yeah, it
you
was.
guys were taught
really
to
wasn't,
everything
man.
in life that's bad. It's like Trump will make it better, and it's Biden's fault. But you can't explain.
It was
you can't
better
articulate
under
it.
Trump, and you know it.
Do you?
Stop
talking.
Let me ask you
You're
simple
literally
questions
you can't.
so you guys
you
can
cannot
understand.
quantify anything. You
Let me
literally-
ask you simple questions
so
so
lost.
you guys can understand.
You're so lost.
Was gas price better under Trump?
Yes.
This guy has no idea.
And they're better under
What did he
Obama,
do?
so
What did he do to make them better? Was he golfing? Do we need Trump golfing more to make gas prices lower? What does he do? What did he do to make gas prices lower?
Were eggs cheaper?
You don't know. You have no idea. You're just taking his word for it. This is what you're slowly finding out, is that you've been lied to, and you have no idea how Trump can take credit for these things, and you're still trying to push it.
Did we
and
have
trying to
it?
make
Do
me
we
believe
have
it.
any new wars?
I don't believe it. I don't buy it, bro.
Yes.
I'm smarter than that.
I feel like Big Easter is really working with the evangelicals.
Did
to
we
get
have
the
any
eggs
new
up.
wars?
Yeah, the
Dude, you don't
$200
know.
billion we
You
spent
don't
on
know
war
things
never
about
No, we
worked.
wars.
didn't.
Yes.
Did we have peace in the Middle East?
No.
$200 billion spent on a war
Yes, we
never
did.
Syria,
No, Trump
the
increased
Kurds.
drone
What are
strikes
you
by
talking
400.
Syria
about?
now.
Trump, I'm sorry,
By the
Trump
way.
increased drone strikes by 435%. He pulled out of the Turkish-Kurdish war and let 80,000 people get slaughtered. And then he did all sorts of things to piss off Palestine towards Israel.
Mm-hmm.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. He moved the embassy.
CNN, dude.
He moved
Like,
the embassy
you
from
listen
Tel
to
Aviv.
CNN, it's unbelievable.
He moved the
Bro,
embassy from Tel
CNN's
Aviv
owned by
to
a
Jerusalem.
conservative
He
outlet.
moved the embassy
CNN
from
is
Tel Aviv
terrible.
to Jerusalem. He fucking signed these Abraham Accord things that didn't even include Palestine. It pissed them off. It was a slap in the face. He did all sorts of stuff, bro.
And nobody started a war.
Okay,
Well, Biden didn't start a war
besides the
then.
Turkish-Kurdish war, or besides the Afghan war we were still in, and besides Iran bombing one of our fucking bases.
I said new wars.
We're not in a new war. Are we in a new war? Where's the war?
Congress hasn't declared war in years.
Are we
If
in
you
war?
want to talk about if you want to talk about Afghanistan, then you need to go talk to Biden, and you know it.
Oh, we're about to
Bro,
teach
you're being
you.
so
We're about to
disingenuous.
teach you
It's
about
crazy.
this. What do you know about the Afghanistan pullout, sir?
Which part?
All of it.
Well, the fact of the matter is that he should have left troops there.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. You don't know fucking anything, and don't you fucking dare bring this up without fucking listening to me right now. Trump did this. Trump fucking released 5,000 Taliban prisoners. And those people went and broke out people that were in ISIS-K, and they sewer slide bombed our 13 soldiers. He didn't negotiate with the Afghan government. He didn't bring them to the negotiation table. He negotiated with the T group like a fucking weirdo, and his whole administration said it was weird. And then he invited him to Camp David on the fucking anniversary of 9/11. It says it right here. This is from our government. This is from whitehouse.gov. President Biden's choices for how to execute a withdrawal from Afghanistan were severely constrained by conditions created by his predecessor. Trump went and he reduced the amount of troops all the way down to 2,500 troops, and then fucking told Biden, here you go, boom, you're gonna fucking do this withdrawal by May 1st. I'm not gonna give you any details. I'm not gonna give you any transfer of power. You're just gonna do it. And Biden's like, well, fuck, what do we do? Do we send more people in, or do we just pull them out? And Biden decided to just yank them out. He said by September 11th, the anniversary, we're gonna have everyone out, and that's what he did. And Biden and Trump has done nothing but try to say it was Biden's fault since the day that happened, and it's because he's guilty, because he did it. You don't hear anybody. You don't know fucking anybody. Any of the soldiers that died under Trump's watch. 65 soldiers died under Trump's watch. You don't know a fucking goddamn thing about any one of those soldiers. You only know the ones that Trump's politicized.
Boom. So did Biden pull those soldiers out and leave all of our weapons?
That's another
there?
thing. We gave $17 billion of equipment to the ANA over the course of 20 years. Since 2001, that was their equipment. Trump kept bringing this up as if it was another thing that his own Department of Defense decided to do. His own Joint Chief of Staff, Mark Milley, said this is what we do.
All right, so you are pivoting because he left the equipment there. He pulled the soldiers out, and you're blaming it on Trump. It was under his administration.
Do you know what the Doha Accords are? Doha
He
Accords.
did it.
This is Trump's. This is Trump's
Did
plan.
he do
This
it?
was Trump's
No.
baby.
Did Biden do it?
No.
Yes, he did.
No, he simply had to go. He was
Trump
dealt a
had
shit
zero
hand. He said,
power.
"Hey, we just got to pull out."
Trump had zero power when Biden was the president. And you know that.
Trump negotiated this thing. It's called the Doha Accords.
No.
It was
It
the
doesn't
entire
work that
negotiation.
way. It doesn't
Trump
work
did the
that way.
negotiation.
When there's a transition of power, you can't blame it on the guy
I'm
before.
sorry, Trump did it. He
Okay, you
negotiated
can keep
the Doha
saying
Accords.
it, and it won't work.
It's right here.
Because you cannot blame it on the guy before when the guy pulls the fucking trigger. And you know
Listen, you don't have to be fucking Stonewall Jackson to know you don't release 5,000 Taliban terrorists next to our 2,500 troops. I'm not a fucking strategist, but it's not a good recipe for a good pullout.
You cannot blame it on the guy
That's
before.
what Trump did. That was Trump. Trump did that.
That was Trump. Oh, really? So who was in power when
Trump
they
released
pulled
those
out?
prisoners, and weeks
When it
later
happened,
they threw over the
who
government.
was in power?
Trump
When
did
it
that.
happened, who was in power?
Trump did that. When Trump was in
When
office,
who
it was like
was in
4 days
power?
before he left.
Who
He
was in
released those
power?
prisoners.
Who was in power?
All right. So Trump was in power when
Yeah, so
COVID
you're an
happened.
idiot.
Trump was
Seriously,
in power when
you're
COVID
an idiot
happened.
if you think
is that Trump's
Biden
fault?
couldn't fucking do it. Okay, so Biden's a fucking moron?
So Trump is a moron because COVID? Biden has no new
No,
pandemics.
because Fauci's a moron. If you want to bring
Biden
up
has
COVID,
no new pandemics.
Yeah, Fauci's a fucking moron. Hey, do you know how many vaccines I've had?
How many?
0. All right, I'm living well.
Please don't take any.
I
want you to get that Herman Cain Award, baby.
Hey, man, you know how many times I've had COVID? Once. And do you know what it felt
Proud of
like?
you.
The flu. All
Proud of
right,
you.
so you guys suck. You make up bullshit and you follow like sheep. That's what you do.
You're right.
And
You're
that's
right.
fine.
I can't explain my side at all.
Please,
like you.
hey, take your how many vaccines have you taken?
All of the ones that science recommends. I look
All
at
right,
science.
so bumps.
I get extras.
Taking bumps too.
I've taken
them,
all
man.
the good ones.
I'm sure they're doing real well. Like,
I'm sure
have
you've got
had
all
COVID?
sorts of
do you
good
mean
science.
bumps?
How many times have you had COVID?
Once.
Oh shit! Same as me, man. Holy shit! That's fucking fantastic.
Nice. Did you know that? Did you know the
I
Republicans?
didn't take any,
Did you know the
and
Republicans?
you took them all, and we fucking definitely have had the exact same amount of fucking
what?
COVID.
Republicans died at a 15% higher rate than Democrats from COVID because
No,
you
they
guys
don't.
talk like that. Because you guys were anti-intellectual.
Like liberals are just little.
I have the
bitches.
data. Do you want me to pull
Drink
it
raw
out?
milk.
Liberals are bitches.
Michael, do you drink raw milk?
Do I drink raw milk?
Yeah.
I don't drink milk.
Yikes! 15% higher rates. That's real. That's real tough. Make sure your friends and family don't get vaccines.
Do you know what the average? Do you know what the average death rate of COVID-19 is?
Less than 1%.
Oh shit! And do you know what the average age of death from COVID is?
I'm sure it's older. Listen, did you know that
it's 77?
Did you know
Do you know
that
what the average death? Do you know what the average
1.2
death of
million
a
people
human
died?
is?
Did you know that?
Do you know what the average death of a human is?
The average death of a human?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, men are worse at
Pretty bad
it than we are, so
77. So basically, the death,
All right, bro. All right.
the average
I know
of death
you've-
from COVID is the
I know-
exact same
All
as
right.
the average death of a
we had
human.
1.2 million excess deaths. We have 1.2. We have the mortality rates to show the excess mortalities. We have it on graphs. We have the data. I don't know what to say.
Why did flu
to
go
put
down?
this into perspective for you, the Civil War was 500,000 deaths. Vietnam was 65,000 deaths. The Middle East was 4,400 deaths, and you just trivialized 1.2 million deaths because you got some good math to do it with, and you just got fucking flagged.
What's funny about
You got flagged for misinformation.
fun fact, more pregnant women have unalived in the last 4 years than all of the Vietnam troops. So that's
true.
interesting too.
That's true. Women are more soldiers than men in America.
Diabolical.
He was fun.
That guy
Super
sucked.
fun.
Chad, if you don't suck, hop in the box.
That guy sucked. But the crazy part about it is that, like, I mean, he just had nothing, bro. Nothing.
Yellow.
Yo, I'm so sorry. Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Hey, I listened to you guys for a pretty long time, and after listening to the last guy talk, it's just really depressing to hear how they vote for this person who has such power and ultimate control, but yet know nothing and just refuse to listen to people who are knowledgeable and refuse to listen to things that are being presented to them in ways that are going to affect their lives and ultimately affect all of our lives.
All right, I love you guys. No friendlies. No friendlies. I love you, but no. Don't come up here and monologue. Hello?
I don't want to join. Cancel.
I didn't want to come up.
No problem. Guys, remember to tap the screen, share out the live. We only have 559 shares, so if you could send this out to your least favorite friends, the family members you'll be avoiding at all holiday functions because they voted for Trump, the creepy guys, conservative ones in your DMs, send them to gift goal, sub goal. You're welcome.
Hello, Zoo.
Yo.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm not. I just wanted to bring up a point from our last guest about
All right, my mods will remove you if you are friendly, chat. My mods will get you.
I like how cutthroat they've become.
Hello?
Hey.
What's up? Are you a Trump
Hi.
supporter?
Yes.
All right, what do you like about Trump?
He spoke for the middle class.
You said the what? The middle class?
Correct.
Oh, that's crazy. Can you tell me how?
He partook in interviews that he was highly scrutinized in, as opposed to Kamala Harris. I feel like the DNC. I feel like the DNC did a disservice. I like Kamala Harris, and on top of that, I will be one of the first ones to scrutinize Donald Trump. I feel like his pro-Zionist approach is not something I'm okay with.
That's it.
Guys, I'm going to sleep.
All right,
Y'all have
Isaiah. Thanks for hanging out, man.
always,
seeing
man.
ya.
It's been fun, man. Y'all keep cooking them. Y'all are the best.
All right,
Follow me
bro.
back,
Thanks for the
Isaiah.
raid, man.
That's Kristen. All right, bye.
Bye.
Chat, follow Isaiah, please. Give
Very
him
cool
all the
guy.
love. And Kato and Peter Pan, thank you for the subs. Man, I forgot what you just said, Jo, but I remember it being real bad.
Jo, would you just repeat your premise? So sorry. We're tired.
Okay, so I feel like, and this isn't what I was gonna say.
Oh,
but
you said
this
it.
is
The
something.
interviews. The interviews, bro. I don't know, man. Like Trump's been campaigning for presidency for 4 years, like a weirdo, right? And Kamala had to like put together a presidential campaign in like a couple of weeks. She was very limited to what she could do, and she's also got a job right now, the vice president. She's very. This is what I looked at. Like we look at like, hey, what are their economic plans? What are their plans for healthcare? What are their plans for this and that? Instead of like the
I'm glad
vibe,
you brought up healthcare.
like we're just like looking at like what are their actual plans? What are they going to try to do? Instead of like Trump on one side was saying, hey, look how bad it is. He doesn't tell you why it's so bad, who made it bad. He just says it's Biden's fault. Like he doesn't tell you how it's going to fix it. Nothing. We look on his website for his plan. It's nowhere to be found. He's got no economic plan whatsoever still on his website. Still not there. And Kamala had like an 82-page plan.
I agree with what you're saying, but when it comes to healthcare, typically unbound regulation results in lower infection rates, lower mortality rates for the patient. If you give
Wait, are you
the
going
health.
with this argument about like the doctor-owned private care? Because like the statistics are sort of like if you can afford it and if you can get in, it's very
Again,
small.
if you look at physician or privately owned
I
facilities,
knew it.
you will.
I heard you earlier today. Yeah. Okay.
If you look at physician-owned facilities, privately owned facilities, they outperform government-run
Okay, that's not
facilities.
in Trump's plan though. Trump's had 8 years to draw up a plan, just like something on paper. He could just write 2 sentences, and it would be more than what he has right now.
Yeah, but he probably is more for unregulation or freeing up
Deregulation.
So like
deregulation.
consumer
If
protections.
you,
That's another word for regulations. Consumer protections.
It's like
if you
fuck the poor
give
people.
If you give the healthcare worker the ability to care for their community, it will result in better outcomes for that community.
You mean like masking up during a pandemic?
Yeah, I saw what we all saw.
I just like
It
I don't
was
know where you're getting
obvious.
this from because
It was obvious
Trump
that
doesn't have a
obesity
healthcare
and
plan.
diabetes and hypertension led
Oh.
to
You're
people
an
that
RFK guy. You're an RFK guy, aren't you?
I don't have a problem with them.
I mean, man,
If you look at the patients that succumbed or demised due to COVID, you will see that they all happen to have comorbidities.
yeah, a lot of them
Yeah,
did.
turns out like when you're sick and you get COVID, you're more likely to die.
Correct.
Yeah.
But that's something that they didn't want to discuss. And most of the expenditures within our healthcare system directly is based in our lifestyle choices that
You
are
do understand,
most
like, capitalism's a very large component of this, and we have things like food deserts. And I understand you're going towards, our eating habits and what we ingest. But at the same time, I think you're going to be ignoring things like the total lack of research and development in like women's healthcare, the fact that we don't give impoverished people healthcare or preventative care. So I don't know how this helps.
then why is it that privately ran facilities perform better than government ran facilities?
Because they
That's
can perform
fact.
better when they have all the money and they can choose their patients and they don't have to follow
Not true.
EMTALA.
I've never looked at anybody's insurance status to
Are you a
decide.
doctor?
No,
What do you do?
I'm a travel RN.
Okay. So you are kind of like someone who goes from different hospitals or different practices.
Correct.
Okay. So you don't stick with one and see the real long-term patient outcomes there.
A part of my scope of practice is to understand what each individual community needs.
Okay. And do you do the billing for each community?
No, because I don't look at billing. I just
I wouldn't assume you would. And I'm not trying to be facetious with you. I respect your profession. It's just I don't know how you can come up with this conclusion that deregulation in
I
a
feel
system that
like
we're already suffering is going to be a good idea.
I feel like government should step in regarding prescription-based medications, but that's all they should do. They should give us free reign to care for the patients in the community. When you look at government-ran facilities, you will see that there's middlemen people that are involved that have little to no education in healthcare, uh, where we have to seek approval for things like supplies.
Sure. So
Correct.
where does that come into play when it comes to
So
insurance companies as well as people who simply cannot afford care? What happens?
again, I can't decide or discuss anything outside of inpatient needs. If you happen to come in and you have a life saving or a life threatening disorder, we're going to care for you regardless of your health care.
Well, I'm in Texas, so they don't really consider women's health care life-saving anymore.
And that's unfortunate. I
Yeah.
feel like I agree with you. I feel like women go through a lot more issues than I think men understand.
Yeah, I more so mean specifically, obviously abortion care, but also like we get diagnosed or misdiagnosed for heart attacks 50% of the time, kind of shit. So it's hard for me to understand a structure where it's deregulated because then we're going to have a lot of people who simply cannot afford things or people who maybe can't get things done at that particular facility.
If you're talking about deregulation and you're talking about like giving the healthcare worker free reign without little to no intervention, you will see it'll result in a better patient outcome for the community.
Do you think the
We
better
now
patient outcome might be preventative care as well, not just life-saving care?
absolutely. Most of our healthcare expenditures are based in our lifestyle choices.
Okay. Um, I mean, I guess I could agree to a certain degree. I mean, women have
It's
chronic
fact.
inflation
It
because of
is
stress.
fact.
So, I
It's
mean,
fact. If you look, we have more obesity, more hypertension, more diabetes than any other first world country. And we expend a higher amount of income to our healthcare needs that are based off of uh,
so
lifestyle
why not just
choices.
socialize it? Why not just have health care for everyone if we're
Because
spending more?
the fact is, if you look at privately owned hospitals, they perform better. The government ran
Sure.
facilities because we do not have to go through any regulation
You can
to
also
obtain.
like reject people for things like abortion care.
Not true.
Catholic hospitals, would that be considered? Or is
If
that kind of
it's
a gray area?
yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I don't think patient needs should be based on finances, I'll be honest with you. I hear you, but like none of this was in Trump's plan. He doesn't have a healthcare plan.
Yeah, I don't know what's in Trump's plan, but I do
Well,
understand
there's
what you're
not one.
saying. And I agree with you. We should not look at anybody's finances. I've never looked at anybody's health insurance to decide if I'm going to provide care for a person.
I appreciate that. I mean, I don't know how much more we disagree on.
Well,
You're
I think
paid.
I think what we disagree on is expanding government overreach. If
Jay,
you give,
I feel like we're having like a pseudo. We're not even having like a real debate right now. I feel like you really want to geek out and talk about medical stuff.
Yeah, and I would also just note that I don't
well, if you
believe
if
that there
you
should be government overreach into my reproductive system, but that's what Republicans did. So,
if you look at the expenditures that we're expending every year, you will see a large percentage goes towards healthcare. And
yep.
much of that healthcare is due to our lifestyle choices. If you give government ran facilities or you expand government ran facilities, you will result in lower patient outcomes. And let us decide what we need to do for the patient. We do not care about money. We just want to provide care.
But
So
most people care
government,
about money, and if it's a privately run facility, then they do care about money, right?
if you come in with an immediate need, and that's life or death, we do
Yeah,
not
but why
look
is
at health.
everything life or death? That's not the typical treatment.
But
Even
we're
people who have
talking about
cancer,
we're
it's not
talking about
immediate.
hospital stage where it is life and death.
Okay. I just this has nothing to do with Trump's care plan. So I mean, like I don't want to take over
Casey,
Pickles' platform.
thank you for the $3. I'm in Washington State. I buy 36 packs of eggs. The price was steadily going down this past year until the election. It went from $7 to double over 13 after the election. Wow. Thank you, Casey. That was for a few guests ago, I think. Thank you for the Venmo chat. I have a Cash App and Venmo and PayPal in the bio. If you guys are trying to help us out. And yeah, it was bird flu.
Yeah, my bad, Phil. Thank you for the $5 for being an awesome panel member. Shucks. Thank you.
Anyway, is there anything other than healthcare you want to talk about?
That's my specialty. So if it's not healthcare related, I really have little to no say. Uh, I'm about caring for the people that need care. I'm blessed to be in a position where I'm rewarded financially and I give back to the community.
That's great.
Um,
Can I ask him one last question? And we won't go down the road, but I'm just curious. Since you're a traveling RN, what do you feel about women having different reproductive rights across state lines as you travel? Is that ever something you have to deal with?
yes,
Okay. How's that going?
I'm pro-choice, but ultimately, um, that's their person, each individual choice. Um,
You'd think, but you know.
no, I'm totally
No, I
agreeing with you.
appreciate that. Yeah.
I
I was
feel
just
like
curious.
uh, And most people don't realize this, but when you're in the healthcare system, if you happen to have a moral dilemma regarding patients that need AV, they're given free reign to kind of step aside. Um, I agree with that too. I think if you have a moral dilemma for it, then you should be able to step aside. But ultimately, that's that person's decision to make. I don't agree with it, but ultimately, I'm not the one going through that medical intervention. And if that person chooses to do what they need to do, I will happily step aside and allow somebody else to provide the care for that person.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Okay, bye.
I hold my tongue. He's a very nice guy, but I don't believe that there should be moral exemptions for healthcare providers.
Bro just needs someone to talk shop with. Hello?
Hey, howdy guys.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Um, I'm really I've been riding this battle of kind of breaking out of being a 10-year Trump supporter. I'm not fully off of him, but yeah, I kind of got radicalized in a live with Dan last night, I think. So yes, I did vote for Trump, but I'm starting to have regrets of that decision. I think it was a really complacent vote. Yeah.
I'm sorry you're going through that, but I appreciate your candor.
What
Yeah,
are you on the fence with?
such is life, right? What do you mean? What am I on the fence with? Like, as far as fully withdrawing my support for him?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess to fully withdraw my support, like, I guess I can't do that because I'm a patriot, I'm a veteran. I want whoever does get the job to be successful,
Yeah,
of
I
course.
think we all
But
do, truly.
yeah, like if Kamala won, I would have hoped the best for her. I wouldn't have dogged her or anything like that. And Trump ended up winning. I hate to see that people just have so much discontent with it. It just furthers the division between us all. I think
Well, can I
it could be
ask
fixed.
you, do you think Trump participates in that? And also, do you think that people maybe have visceral reactions for deeper purposes besides just a politician getting into office?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%.
Like
But
it's the grapest part for
I'll say
me,
this. Absolutely, 100%. But about that though, statute of limitations was out, right? How did they get that into court?
Do
Wasn't
you
it
think
like
it's
20 years
cool?
plus ago?
Do you think
So
it's
a bunch
cool
of
that on violent crimes, like statute of limitations apply for like unaliving someone, but not for SA? Do you think
No,
that's a
I think
good
that's
thing?
crazy, but that
Yeah,
is the law, though. That is
sure.
what's on the
so
books. I don't support that, of
what happened
course.
was a bunch of victims of the Catholic Church came forward and wanted to pursue their assaulters. So they petitioned to have a
Mhm.
1-year window to pursue their assaulters. And since E. Jean Carroll was trying to pursue Trump with a lawsuit or a defamation or a libel lawsuit, she would have to prove that he, in fact, sexually abused her. So then that's when she jumped on the bandwagon and did that with all of those other
Well, so,
victims.
but here's the thing, though. If you're convicted of a crime of sexual assault, ranging anything from like being caught peeing in public, which is called public nuisance, like if you're convicted for a sex offense, you have to be on the sex offender registry.
This was a
Well,
civil
that's
Trump
not
case.
isn't on
actually
there.
true, but
This is a civil case.
No, anyone who's convicted for felony sexual assault has to
well, now you
be on the
preface
registry.
I'm not
felony.
saying that that's what he did. He got
Yeah.
he was adjudicated civilly. He was found liable for it. So they found him to have done the action that E. Jean Carroll said he's defaming her over. So that entailed him sexually abusing her. So the court, the 7 or the 9 people on the jury, they all believe that he did do that. That doesn't
Okay.
mean that he's being held criminally accountable for that because it's outside of the statute of limitations for criminal.
That's so confusing to me though, because like everyone says he's found criminally liable for the sexual assault, but
No,
you're
it's
saying
civilly.
Yeah, the language choice is incorrect. Civil
Yeah.
court is different than criminal court. But I will say that
okay.
SA and grape is only prosecuted very marginalized amounts and even far less reported, but
I
only
mean, yeah, I was
about
about to say, not to
like
mention the
2% see a
non-reports.
day in
Yeah.
jail. Yeah, so I mean, it doesn't really matter. The point is that a jury of his peers unanimously decided that he was, in fact, found liable.
Liable.
Hmm.
But he gets to stay off of the list
Right.
because it's civil.
Case not criminal at all. So
Man, I don't like that. That kind of
I don't
sucks.
either. I agree.
I mean, if he's found liable for this, then he should be put on the damn list, you know? But anyway,
I appreciate that. That's refreshing to hear. Yeah,
I have a question
unfortunately,
though
we're
that,
not very kind to those laws.
yeah. Well, the pendulum is swinging, you know, but, after the Me Too, like a lot of people got their justice. Unfortunately, there's like a negative side to that is like some people wielded that movement as a weapon against their
I'm gonna
boyfriends or their husbands, you know.
I'm gonna stop you there real quick because I don't want to dislike you in this conversation because you're open to learning. The Me Too movement, alongside other movements, very little was actually prosecuted as much. We've seen even like Larry David's case was overturned, or not Larry David. Who am I thinking of? Someone tell me in the chat. It's 3 a.m. Like OJ got released compassionately. Not OJ. Oh my God, Cosby. Too many
Yeah.
rapists out there, guys.
Yeah, well, he should have never got out. That's insane.
But the issue is, the Me Too movement essentially was about the public wave and people coming forward. And
Yeah.
still, we only see about 2% of essays and grapes are prosecuted. So when we think about
Who?
something
What do
like
you mean? The uptick was like
convicted.
oh, okay. But
Yeah. And
2017 to 2020 though had the like highest conviction rate across the country.
yeah, and it's still very,
And
very
there's
low.
hundreds. I don't know the exact number. It's under 1,000, but we got really close to 1,000.
It's under 1,000.
Under 1,000 that were falsely accused.
Are you? What do you think false accusations actually entail?
When a woman claims that a person did something to them, and then later in court, they were proven to lie.
So
like,
no, they weren't
example.
proven to lie. They're not proven to lie. Number one, it's usually evidence cannot be found. That's number one. Number two, false accusations come up with at about 2 to 6% of grape cases, far less than women who are graped. So I don't want to focus this time on false accusations because
Baylor linebacker had to spend 2 years in jail. Baylor linebacker had to spend 2 years in jail until miraculously, very lucky for him, one of his cousins found a conversation with the victim celebrating, like talking, like admitting that it never happened. The conversation got screenshot and it got him out after sitting in jail for 2 years.
I don't think you understand how a lot of people process trauma. Number two, I don't necessarily believe that's evidence that you have.
Everyone processes trauma differently.
Number three, I'm going to go ahead and ask the chat, if you guys don't mind participating with me for a moment, if you could go ahead and give me a 1 in the chat if something like SA has happened to you and you were not given justice. And we'll just see that difference. And give us a 2 if you were falsely accused. We'll just see those numbers. I think you need to understand that 1 out of 4 women in America is raped in their lifetime, sometimes multiple times.
What's the number on men?
Are not, I'm sorry?
I said, what's the number on men?
It's about, well, it depends the age, but I believe it's like 1 out of 18.
It's hard to know because they underreport even more.
Both do. Absolutely.
Yeah.
My only issue, because no one is saying that men and boys do not go through this. My only issue is that this only gets brought up after false accusations get brought up and during a time when women are trying to fight for themselves.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. But do we agree that false accusations do happen?
Sure. I believe that they happen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Very rare. I think it's far less than Yeah.
Like not even comparable. And I don't really know where all this came from. Do you think that Trump was falsely accused 27 plus times?
No, I can't. I can't say that. I just don't know. I don't know enough about the court hearings and the victims and
Well, the jury found him liable.
okay.
So it's decided. I don't know what
So
else
if
you
they
could
found
possibly
him
need
liable for this, how was he able to run for president? That baffles
because
me.
America doesn't give a fuck about women.
It's like Air Bud, bro. It's like there's no rule in basketball that says dogs can't play basketball.
Yeah. You can be in prison and still be president. Fun fact.
They would just give him some what do they call
Give him some
them? The
slack.
the people who protect him or whatever. What are they called?
Like parole? I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
No, the people who protect him. What's Secret Service? If he ended up in jail, would they have to put Secret Service in there with
I
him?
mean, he's never going to
Oh,
see
shit.
time in jail, but
Guys, we have a $20 added to the kick pool, and I don't hate this guy enough to say that's all it takes to kick.
it's valid.
Chat, we can do
I'll
better
also
than
accept
$20 to
$20.
kick.
Someone paid $20 to kick me out.
And thank you so much. Big and W's in the chat, please. It
I'm
was for
guessing it's
nurse, bro.
because
Oh fuck.
triggering.
I'm sorry, Ann.
Oh, okay, I understand.
Okay.
I could change the subject matter. I have other things I wanted to talk about. I have a confusing question for me. If I could just get it out real quick before you
I
kick
think
me.
that would be a good idea, just for the sake of everyone in the chat.
How do we feel about Trump being the only president in the last 9 presidents to enter office and leave office with less money?
That's just a rumor. That's just what he says.
No, it's not. No, that's not a rumor.
No, he
No, it is.
made
He
money
entered
during
office
his
with 3.1
administration.
billion, left with
Yeah,
2.3.
no one knows what his actual net worth is, bro.
Yeah.
Where is his net worth listed?
It's on Reuters. That's where I got that.
Yeah.
That's a Reuters.
You know, Trump.
So.
You know that Trump has listed. He's like been caught. Have you heard the fake phone call that he posed as like a reporter?
Yes.
Yeah. And are you aware of like his lawsuits in New York where he's like overstated the like the values of all of his properties by like tenfold, by like
a majority of people do that though, but yeah, a very big majority of rich people do end arounds.
This is the thing
with taxes.
So no one really knows. Like Trump.
No,
Trump
it doesn't make it okay.
Trump is notorious for just lying his dick off about all of this stuff. He might be worth way more. Like think about all the shoes and the Bibles and the fucking
freaking
golden
playing
cards
cards
and the dollar bills that he's selling. Like he's making a fucking fortune.
And how much he
off of
charged
this.
the Secret Service agents.
Man, I was disgusted when he did that interview. I think it was last night, and the live, what was his name, Dan, he counted up 77 lies in 77 minutes. It's a lie a minute.
For Trump?
Yeah, for Trump in that last interview he just did. 77 verifiable lies. And we went through every one of them, and he showed me. Yeah, it was like 4 hours. Like he radicalized me, man. I can't support that guy.
Yeah.
I was just I supported Trump because of my surroundings. I grew up in Alabama. I'm religious. I'm a veteran. I thought I was supposed to support Trump, but I had been tricked and bamboozled. It's kind of hard to admit, but yeah. Anyway, all right, y'all can go ahead and kick me now since you got paid to kick me. So
No,
it was nice to meet you, man.
It wasn't for you. It wasn't for you.
And if it's any consolation, I voted for Trump in 2020, so you are not alone. It's a scary process.
I would also say we got news today that he's cutting veteran funding.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He wants to also, I don't know how much he's cutting, but I do know that he's also talking about either you get disability or Social Security, which is frightening.
Social Security probably won't even be around when we get to that age.
I'm sorry, guys. Is it disability and Social Security, or is it disability and there's something else that they should be entitled to? Someone in the chat, let me know. But yeah, he also did not really give veterans raises. Congress had to step in and make him higher. He is not for the troops. It is a
Well,
bummer.
historically, though, I think the last 5 presidents really struggled to do right by our servicemen on raises. You know
I would
what I
agree, but
made
Biden did give them a very high.
as a okay, yeah.
I mean,
So
I'm not going
Biden
to
raised
overspeak you. You know
salaries
more.
for military?
Hmm.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like 5 point something percent, 5.2.
Yeah, it was the biggest
Uh,
raise since early 2000s. It was a 5% raise.
but that barely keeps up with inflation.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
it
we
never
agree,
does. It never keeps up with
but
inflation.
Trump proposed like a 1.6% increase.
Oh, that's
Congress had to step
disgusting.
in. Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know. Yeah, he's talking about dismantling the VA system, $300 billion. Yikes.
Yeah.
Well, the VA system cannot be canceled, but it does need an overhaul. It's a
But they're talking
very
about
poorly ran program.
killing it. So,
Well, you kill it, then it's going to directly cause a lot of death to the
yeah,
veterans that need it to survive. So,
I would agree. They do not care. Trump does not
can
care.
I say this? Okay. Now I've realized that I was wrong about Trump.
Okay.
I still don't support Kamala. I'm kind of in this point where I think that this is my newfound position. I think the right and left work together against all of us. That's why
Sure.
they work so hard to divide us, because if the left and right start to agree on things, we just saw this with the Luigi Mangione thing. Um, I, I think that's directly why the government's been putting these drones all over the place to pull the attention away from a potential revolution brewing. You know, I've seen so many people talking about right and left coming together. It's us versus them. Those conversations haven't been happening for a long time.
Well, the proletariat needs to rise. But I would want to ask you, what do you even know about Kamala to
Uh,
dislike her?
Hold on. How do I say it right? Because I always say it wrong.
It's Kamala, or you could say Harris.
It's like
Uh,
a comma.
I guess you never should call a VP by their first name. I guess the respectful way would be VP Harris. Okay, so VP Harris, what do I know about her? I need to relearn what I know about her because, the right and Trump used that fake news thing so well. When you're told something so many times, you just start to believe it. It's just a human thing. And so when I would see CNN or whatever, I would just call it junk, fake news. It's not, it's a lie. Nothing. I wouldn't believe any of it. So I kind of need to do some digging and relearn who VP Harris is, to be honest.
I would also suggest like maybe consider the fact that like you may have seen her in a light because maybe you hated Democrats.
Yeah.
I don't hate Democrats at all.
I'm not saying
Okay.
you're a horrible person, but like maybe you just disliked Democrats. So like when you just don't like somebody and you listen to them, you're like, oh my god. But maybe if you have like respect for them, you listen, you're like, okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, this is one thing, like, as like a trained rhetorician, I can definitely say you are not alone. And
Yeah.
Trump has alluded to using certain training mechanisms that do brainwash. It's really easy to do that to people, by the way. But when people compare him to like Adolf, it's not only the fascistic tendencies, but it's also the playbook of what kind of language choices and rhetoric that he uses.
Do you think it's
Um,
fair to compare him to a man that was the direct result to
no,
9 million
that's
people perishing,
That's why
though?
I'm saying specifically the speech pattern is all I'm talking
Yeah.
about right now.
Okay.
Because that's literally what I'm trying to do is analyze political and social speeches.
Okay.
And certain types of things, like when you hear kind of a bumper sticker slogan that crystallizes public opinion, is very easy to remember. He'll repeat it 3 times to certain audiences. Those are more impressionable audiences. It takes about 10 for more educated audiences who are a little bit more nuanced in their understanding of our political system. So,
Okay. The Alabama rallies.
long story short, I really appreciate you kind of coming around and hearing us out, kind of unpacking some of this because it's very hard and you're not alone. This happened to a lot of people.
It's going to be very difficult, but I think that I kind of want to help these. Like, I've been watching the Dean guy, the Dan guy, the what is his name, Harry Hisson or
Listen, yeah.
Yeah. So, but I think that they could be changing minds and shifting minds so much better if they weren't using the same talking point that they've been using for a year, which is Trump bad. When
Well,
I think,
in
I
fairness, we
think,
understand they're like 20-something-year-old boys. I would
yes.
diversify your portfolio. I followed you, so I go into a lot of different types of creators who
Okay.
don't necessarily have the same kind of monetization pattern for their platform because those guys are also, this is their job. Whereas there's
Mm,
a lot of very nuanced conversations that happen about really kind of breaking things apart. Like Mishi for Change was a longtime Republican. She's a great person to follow. I go into a lot of those spaces as well, so we can certainly talk about it further if you want to.
I just think it continues. It's a grift, and all these conversations, like he very rarely ever like makes someone change their mind or anything. I think if you shifted the conversation to maybe not just the same thing, Trump bad. Like, how about
Yeah.
what policies should we be working on? Like, what's the most important? Like, educating people about policies and things like that instead of just Trump bad, I would go a lot farther, don't you think?
Oh, I agree. That's what Pickles up here always does. And,
Oh, okay.
some of these spaces are debate platforms, and some of them are really about churn and burn. But now that we've already had our election, I think it's going to
Mhm.
be a lot easier to kind of deconstruct and learn about what we've seen in this election process and what we can do moving forward.
Yeah. Would you agree with this? Did you watch the VP debate as well?
Hmm. Oh, wait,
To
no, I was
me,
sick
watching
that
that,
day. I was sick, so I only saw
okay.
half of it. I saw half
So
of it, though.
to me, it was like obvious that, to me, in my opinion,
Hmm.
especially, oh hell, I'm drawing a blank. Trump's VP, what was it?
Yeah, JD Vance is
JD Vance is so much
rhetorically.
more presidential than Trump is.
Yeah, but it seems to not matter to you guys, or it didn't matter to you guys. And that's kind of I mean, when you say presidential, I'm not calling you anything, I'm not assuming anything, but I think you're probably also thinking about a certain type of button up, maybe cishet white man with an
No, it's not
education.
about his whiteness. It's about his education. It's about how he carries himself. It's about how
Yeah.
respectful he was with his opponent.
But
It was like
did you see that,
a
like,
total opposite of Trump.
Trump didn't shake Kamala's hand, and Kamala nailed it on that debate. But you didn't vote for her, but you liked JD Vance's performance. Why is that?
Um, well, I'm a Republican. I'm a Republican.
Is that it though?
I wish we picked a different person. I wish Trump didn't somehow get back into office.
Hmm.
It actually enrages me now at this point.
Yeah,
Dude, the other thing I'll
I
say
feel
is
you.
thinking about Republican policies, right? Thinking about like who would fund the government, who would fund the military, who would pay for veteran benefits. How are we going to pay for any of this if Trump keeps cutting taxes? I always rebuttal people who say that the left defunds the police, but like the right is constantly cutting taxes and cutting our ability to fund our government and aka military. Trump has
Why
put
would they
us
be
into a
cutting
huge,
taxes?
huh?
What taxes is he cutting?
Like he's cutting like he's going to be cutting the corporate tax rate from 21% to 15%. He already took it from 35 to 21 his last administration.
Holy shit!
Yeah, he's literally bankrupting
You
us.
said 21 to.
Now it's
He's gonna
15. It's
leave
going to
us
be
in a really bad
15
position.
or 14 now. He said 14 the other day.
14%.
Tariffs.
Bro.
We're gonna it's gonna be rough.
Okay, so one thing about the tariffs, though, I think a lot of people overlook. Do you know what country tariffs the highest?
China?
No.
Which one?
Here, let me look.
And also, guys, tap the screen, share the live. Please get us some ops up in here. We would appreciate it. Don't forget to subscribe to Pickles. He has dope stickers. Eventually, maybe Kristen will get one. That's a daydream of mine. Also, press that little heart me up there. It really helps staying on the algorithm. And don't forget to continue to comment and interact as you can.
Don't watch this live. It's all an act. Good Lord.
It's true.
To think
This is
like
a
people
production
live in that
studio.
reality. People actually live
I
in
went
that
down the
reality.
pipeline. So I mean, like, I feel him on this one. Not quite
Bermuda,
as heavy.
Bermuda has the highest tariff in the world, and they also have the highest GDP per capita.
per capita. Do you know why? You
It's
know
a very
why?
small country. I get that. Yeah.
6,000 people live there or something. It's tiny.
I
So
didn't realize
yeah,
it was that small. That's like a city, a small
it's
city in
tiny.
Mississippi.
It's like 60,000 people. It's tiny.
Right, I wonder what the GDP is in the Vatican City or the Holy See.
So, but if they're benefiting so well off of those tariffs, though,
63,000.
and okay, but that's
63,000.
63,000.
That's tiny.
What about 400 million people?
Dude, I've been at a Taylor
That's not how
Swift
that works.
concert that has more people than that in it.
I get that. But if it's working on that small scale, wouldn't we just be making it bigger?
No,
Well,
you can't like
no.
no, because it's because Bermuda has the fucking
The Bermuda Triangle.
well, don't they have all those tax benefits? Like people just put their
Yeah.
tax-free corporations there.
How
And
would
a
you
blue
feel about a
hole.
flat tax rate for everyone at 10%?
It disproportionately affects the lower
Republicans.
class.
Republicans
The
are
lower
bad at the
class?
economy. Can we just start there? Republicans are bad at the economy. They are not good at it. They don't.
Tell me how 10% flat tax would hurt them, because that's less than they're paying now.
Have you heard of marginal utility?
Marginal utility. I will admit I have not.
It's the idea that every dollar that you gain is worth less than the one before. So like think about a millionaire losing $20. Probably not too life-changing. Think about a poor person that they can't pay rent and they lose $20. That's a big deal. So we're talking about like a tax rate that would incentivize upward growth. That would look like a scaled tax rate. So like barrier to entry would be 0, and once it starts working, once the infrastructure starts working, once you start making money, that's when you got to start paying in, because we have this huge $1 trillion like military that we
Yeah.
have to pay for every year.
Yeah, I think we should be auditing the military and the wasteful spending for sure. When I was in the Marine Corps, I saw rampant waste of money just so that they could get the money back in the budget for the next season. They would just make up ways to spend money to secure the same budget amount the next year. It's infuriating. I would say it's unquantifiable how much money is just wasted in the military industrial complex.
Yeah, I at least would like a free drone that can take my temperature or something if we spend that much, but that's just me. But the problem is that we keep voting people into Congress, the Senate, and the presidency that are making these same decisions to fund military stuff, but not necessarily things that help, like Black Molded Barracks kind of stuff.
The one other thing that Trump did during his presidency was the 2018, 2019, it was like this military thing. He spent $2 trillion pumping fuck tons of money into the military. At the same time, somehow didn't give you guys a raise that was like significant at all.
No, because it wasn't, that money wasn't dedicated to salaries. It was dedicated to equipment and infrastructure.
Remember when Tommy Tuberville tried to not give people their promotions and raises because of abortion? That was fun.
Because of what?
Because of that was the Pentagon, wasn't it? Never mind. Is that the Pentagon? Yeah.
Thank you for the raid, IMI. Thank you.
All right, I'm trying to think. Could you maybe educate me a little bit on, do you see Biden's pullout and the deaths of the 13 Marines, well, and a corpsman?
Bro, that was Trump's plan.
No,
Biden
hold
just
on. No,
stuck.
that's not true. Trump's plan was an 11-month pullout. He did it in like 6 days.
No.
Left all of our equipment.
So Trump did this thing. It's called the Doha Accords, and this was the negotiation. He did not invite the Afghan government to the negotiation table. He negotiated with the Taliban, the terrorist group, by themselves like a weirdo. His own fucking chief of staff called him out and said that's weird as fuck, bro. And then he invited them to the to Camp David on the anniversary of 9/11, which was weird. But Trump withdrew troops all the way down to 2,500 troops, and his commitment to the Taliban, not the Afghan government again, the Taliban, is that he was going to have everyone withdrawn by May 1st. That was Trump's commitment. It was in the Doha Accords. Biden came into office when Trump was still denying the election, whining and crying, kicking and screaming on his way out of the office. Biden's like, I don't even know what to do. Apparently, we're pulling out of Afghanistan. And so they looked at it. They're like, okay, Trump tried to add 3,000 troops and they got a stalemate. And then he withdrew and he withdrew. He's like, now we have 2,500 troops and 5,000 Taliban people, which in turn took over the government immediately because Trump didn't include the government in this negotiation. They literally took over the government immediately, broke out a bunch of ISIS-K members from jail, from a prison. That ISIS-K member that they broke out went and sewer slide bombed our 13 American soldiers.
So do you feel that that was okay? Do you feel like he set that up intentionally to work out that way?
Yes.
Oh my god.
I don't think
And
he
if he
intentionally
didn't,
meant to
then
like
it was a
hurt
reckless
soldiers.
regard.
He intentionally meant for the Taliban to take over Afghanistan.
Like, who negotiates with the Taliban? Can we just kind of think about that first? Like, it's not what we do typically.
No, literally, it's actually that is the precedent. We don't deal with terrorists. We don't.
Yeah.
He negotiated
Exactly.
with them and not the Afghan
Yeah, that's.
government. It was weird.
I didn't know that part. I'm gonna have to look into that a little bit more
Here,
because that's
I'll show it to
baffling.
you.
It
This
gives
is
me a
from
little
White
bit of
House.
anger, like in my soul.
Right here. I was just reading this. This is from our government. U.S. withdrawal from Afghan, and it says President Biden's choices for how to execute a withdrawal from Afghanistan were severely constrained by conditions created by his predecessor. When President Trump took office in 2017, there were more than 10,000 troops in Afghanistan. 18 months later, after introducing 3,000 more additional troops just to maintain the stalemate, President Trump ordered direct talks with the Taliban without consulting with our allies and partners or allowing the Afghan government at the negotiating table. In September 2019, Trump emboldened the Taliban by publicly considering inviting them to Camp David on the anniversary of 9/11. In February 2020, the United States and the Taliban reached a deal, Trump years, known as the Doha Agreement, under which the United States agreed to withdraw all U.S. forces from Afghanistan by May 2021. In return, the Taliban agreed to participate in a peace process and refrain from attacking U.S. troops and threatening
Ceasefire.
Afghan major cities, but
Yeah.
only as long as the United States remained committed to withdrawal by the agreement's deadline. So we have to absolutely be out by May 1st. And as a part of the deal, President Trump also pressured Afghan government to release 5,000 Taliban fighters from prison, including senior war commanders, without securing the release of the only American hostage known to be held by the Taliban. Over the last 11 months, President Trump ordered the series of withdrawals down of troops. By June 2020, President Trump reduced U.S. troops in Afghan to 8,600, and it goes all the way down to 2,500 to the same date. And it just says that Biden had to push it to August. He had to withdraw. He said, hey, guys, can you just not kill us and we'll be out by August? And that's all we could do. And then he yanked them out.
And then they prepared. For how they
It
were
was a
gonna.
powder keg. It was a powder keg situation that he left him really no options except for to slightly delay. And we had promised to get out of there after 20 years.
What
So
about
he,
leaving those 11,000 interpreters that were working alongside us that
it's
earned
horrifying.
citizenship rights in here?
Yeah.
How most of them probably were murdered when we left them behind.
We do want
That's
to
not
watch
Trump's
TikTok
decision.
language.
Oh, I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
Chris.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Just say idle live.
I haven't been on lives a lot. I gotta get better at that.
You're good.
But like that you can't put that on Trump. That's just a failure of the decision makers that day. Like, how do you leave behind that many people? Not to mention the what was it, 550 billion in helicopters and
No,
vehicles
it was 17 billion, and it was all things that we gifted the ANA, the Afghan army, the government. We gifted those are things with like their name on it. It's their
but some of
stuff.
that equipment was used to smurder Jewish people when they attacked. Same weaponry that we left there.
We gave that to the Afghan. I'll show you. This is specifically something that Trump likes to bring up because he doesn't understand. This was his big review. You know, Trump's like a money guy. He's a shrewd. And he's like, well, who's gonna get all this equipment? We gave them all this equipment. Who's gonna get all this? Like, it was the Afghan governments. That's why he kept bringing it up, though. He's just a fucking shrew.
Beats Bears Battlestar Galactica.
Okay, noted. All right. Well, I've learned a couple of really interesting things. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate your
Yeah.
time.
Well, I'm not trying to get off. I'll continue, but if it's time for me to
Yeah.
get off, I was just letting you know I'm willing to. You guys can pull someone else up here.
But every time we pull out of a conflict, we leave stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Every time.
Well, I mean, it's probably cost effective in some ways because
Yep.
Yeah.
at the end of these tours, a lot of this equipment is just going to require a complete overhaul of maintenance when it gets back.
Yeah, and like Millie explained it too. He's like we do this all the time. This was nothing out of the ordinary. Like Trump kept complaining about it because he like wanted to make Millie like a bad guy. He's like, this is what Millie
Yeah.
did, and this is what we do this all. Millie's a 4-star general. Like I trust
Yeah.
Millie. Like when he's like, this is normal.
Well, he's university loved too by everybody that was around him in his unit or his I don't know what you call it, a brigade.
Millie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the people
I
who
think
worked around him never had anything bad to say about him.
that's a really important thing to kind of note about Trump. His very specific talent for basically degrading and taking down someone's reputation publicly. He's done this with, I mean,
Do
even
you
Anthony
think?
Fauci, huge
Sorry.
in the HIV, help.
Mm.
Like this is something that his lies continue to harm us over time. And
Do you
I'm
think
glad
that
that you're
Trump is
being
the only
concerned
one
about
that does that? Do you think
it.
Trump's
No,
the only one that utilizes cognitive dissonance to divide
no.
us?
Mm-mm.
It's on both sides, right?
Sure, but I do
I would
think
say
it's
the
a
right falls
specific
for it a lot
thing.
harder, though. Like when the right
Yeah.
says Trump derangement syndrome, I think they actually, like, I had Trump derangement syndrome because I just so easily listen to these things that once I flipped the lens up and had a different perspective, like, oh shit, that's a, I'm sorry, oh crap, like that's an easy, passable lie. I can't believe you just said
Yeah.
that the 10 worst states of violence are all Democrat.
Yeah.
That takes 30 seconds to verify as a
Very
lie.
digestible.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Isn't it like 8? Red are the top 8, and then there's like 2 that are
Red on
blue
the
for
top
the top 10.
8, and then 2 blue cities. But still, I think, yeah, because Missouri is a red state, right? But St.
Yeah.
Louis is one of the
Well, he
highest per
also
capita.
infiltrates people's prior biases. So, I mean, it's much easier to implant kind of a fundamental
Yeah,
idea if people already have that kind of bias.
yeah, yeah. Like,
Unfortunately,
I
the
had a
left
lot of
tends to really think a lot more in nuance as a whole, and they do have higher education levels. And our communication is not as easy. Like, we need to work on that part.
yeah, yeah. Hmm. Um, I thought I had one more question for you guys I wanted to ask.
You can always feel free to return to if you can't think of it.
Worst case scenario. The this whole plan to deport, which they claim, what is it, 11 or 12 million that came across during her, which I think it's an inflated number. I don't, how in the hell 12 million? That sounds crazy. Do you think that they're going to do that, or is there some way for Congress or the Senate or someone else to block him from it?
From doing
I don't
what?
want
The
10 million
deportations?
people deported out of the country.
I mean,
I
I
don't
don't know
know.
how pragmatically they're going to do it, to be honest with you.
Because it
It's going
takes
to be
away, because the
incredibly
people who
expensive
do it
too.
are local police and he even considered National Guard, which I think is crazy. I don't even think they're constitutionally allowed to operate
No,
on our land
they're
Yeah,
not.
they're not.
unless
So
it's
no, like so, the federal government, like our borders are under the purview of the federal government and only the federal government. So National Guard can't do anything, even if he tried to. They also don't have the ability to like check citizenship. So like, can you imagine, like? Like what system would a army, like a soldier, have to like run someone's background and their citizenship? They don't have that.
Texas.
You
Remember,
can't do that.
Texas put in that police officer kind of law where they can just take people over the border now with that if they don't have their
oh my
papers
gosh.
or
Did you
form
see
of
that they
ID.
want to incentivize reporting legal immigrants for a reward of $1,000?
Oh
Yeah,
my
it's the same as the
god.
$10,000
Do you know how
bounty
much
for insisting
violence?
on an abortion. Yeah,
I think
they're
people
they're
will get
using it.
killed doing this.
They
Like,
will.
because they're going to be like bounty hunting people, following them home and trying to do all like that's a dangerous game.
It's a very dangerous game, which once again, there's a $10,000 bounty on anyone who aids and abets an abortion in Texas. And I need y'all to
What?
understand how dangerous that
Mm-hmm.
is.
Yeah.
See, this is something that I just don't understand why people can't shift their perspective just a little bit. Like, uh, hey, Grandma Nan, who's been voted red your whole life, this 14-year-old girl who has to make a decision. She wants to be a doctor when she grows up. If she has this baby that she wasn't even. I,
Very few people understand
that's her right. It's not Grandma Nan. It's the
how
little
deep
girl's
it
right to
is.
choose.
Yeah.
I,
I appreciate that though.
my
You're very
stance has always
refreshing,
been this.
Chris.
I'm a man. I can't give kids. Those decisions should be made by the ones who can actually produce. I'm a man. It's not my business.
Although I
That's
would
y'all's
say
decision.
vasectomies are a good thing to promote because they're much easier to get, cheaper and less
Can you get them reversed
invasive.
though?
You
Oh yeah,
can't, well,
baby.
I don't want to speak as a doctor, but there is a high reversal rate, but it does
Okay.
degrade over time, depends the type of procedure. I would call your local,
I got it
clinic.
done.
I'm not considering. I don't want to have one. I want to have a family.
$700,
Well, but,
baby. The best
that's the
$700 I've
problem.
ever spent. Turns it into a toy gun, chat. Do it. If you're thinking about it, do it. Just do it.
A toy gun? What do you mean? You're getting a benefit out of
Also,
it?
I'm shooting
you can
blanks.
bank your
Yeah.
swimmers. So, I mean,
Shooting blanks.
Okay.
like, we can't leave women and girls on their own. So,
$700, huh? Wow.
Yeah. In and out. They give you a sticker.
and you guys get pain meds or anesthesia. So, that's pretty cool.
Hmm.
They don't give us that shit. It's FYI.
So I didn't really understand what you meant.
I mean,
Can I get some clarification on that? Like why a 10% flat tax would be bad?
Okay.
oh, we went all the way back there. Okay.
Yeah, well, I
Okay.
just didn't
Okay.
come to an understanding at all.
So, okay. Think about this as the distribution of wealth in America. So we've got poor people, poor people, poor people, poor people, fucking super rich people. All right?
Yeah.
And then we're going to do a 10% tax. Like I don't even know how to illustrate it to you, but like this is obviously
But if a poor
gonna
person is paying 23% now, that's a deduction in their tax rate. A person working at Taco Bell pays about 22% of their income into taxes. So if it's a 10% flat rate, they're paying half their taxes now.
It obviously wouldn't. It would not. It would not come like if there were no deductions, we'd probably collect more. But like there would obviously be deductions. There would have to be deductions. But no, we would.
So your argument is that it would just allow the rich to pay less.
Yeah, it would still be debilitating. Like our economy, it would be lopsided. Like to be less dramatic, like imagine this. So like it would improportionately affect people at the bottom.
See, that's what I don't understand. 10% is less than what they're paying now. How does that harm them?
10% less than the rich?
No, listen. The tax, I believe around the $30,000 range, which would be like a minimum wage worker, 27,000, something like that. They have the lowest tax payout. The lower you make, the lowest. You know what I'm saying? Like for me, I make about 180,000 last year. That was the highest tax bracket I've ever been in, and it was almost at 40%, including my California state tax as well. The benefit of me only having to pay 10%, quantify that. That's a big chunk of change.
Did you
35 grand back in my pocket.
Did you pay 18 grand?
Did I pay 18 grand? No, I paid 42% of my total income, which that's including state.
Okay.
So I would rather pay 10%. You understand what I'm saying? 30% less. I don't know why that's so hard.
So
like
you're in the upper part, so yeah, I'm sure you would enjoy paying less. But like people at the
Who
bottom,
wouldn't, dude?
people at the bottom, like my mom when she was at the bottom, she would get these huge tax refunds, and we would like get clothes and like shoes and stuff.
Yeah, yeah, okay. I still don't understand why.
And
I think the
like instead
lowest
of her
tax
having to
right now is
pay
like
in
20%, 22% for their lowest earners.
yeah.
10% is less than what they're paying now. So
I just don't think we would
you're not
pay
making this make sense.
like 10% wouldn't account like if we just threw 10% up as a flat tax, it wouldn't balance to what we have right now.
It wouldn't. Mm-mm.
You know how it'll balance?
It
You
would
get the
probably have to be
government
like 20.
to spend their money better.
Dude,
Every one of the
Stop
government
voting
departments are.
Republicans into
yeah,
Congress.
stop like Trump and Republicans have been doing this last 20 years. I don't know where you've been, but like this is the
They're bad at the
Republicans
economy.
baby right here. This big old green thing, this is the military spending, bro. And then
Yes.
we do like little things like education and energy and health. Like these are tiny compared to
Okay,
like
look, half of that big green part of the pie, half of that is for spending and protecting and putting bases
Yeah.
all
But
around the world. We don't
here's
need
the
none
thing,
of that.
man. Here's the thing, man. You also have to recognize that they always cut corporate taxes too. They always do this.
Yeah.
And we have to basically make up for it as the middle class and the lower class. And that lovely little Reaganomic situation has created this problem that we have. The
Okay.
huge wealth disparity.
Doesn't the top 1% pay almost half of all the taxes?
They own like 90% of the wealth in our country as well. So
Okay, but they're
we
paying.
have to make up for a lot of things too, and we don't have it.
this
Okay,
is
yeah, I agree with that.
this is
Yeah.
do you ever play like video games?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I love Call of Duty, man. Sure.
You play COD? So like
Yeah.
think about the stats on your favorite pew pew, all right? Like what
Okay.
like the meta versus one step down, the tiniest step down, and think about how that affects your entire gameplay. Like think about those tiny things. This is what this is how the tax system works. So like we would fine tune it kind of like you would see like on an EQ. If you're like sound, you could change your
Fucking
EQ on your
nerds.
thing. Like we need to fine tune it so that the economy is healthy, so that like the flow of cash is sustainable. But what we do when Trump gets into office, he like slid the bar all the way to the rich people. He's like as far right as you can push it. And this 1% that owns this right here in America, when you do things like that, you're growing the 1%. You're like buffing the M4. You're buffing that meta. And he buffs it even more. Like this is what he's doing, man. And what we need to do is like slide that way to the left. We need to slide it all the way because this is way too much. This is you and I right here. See that little fucking that red dot?
I'm smaller than that probably.
We've got nothing. We need it
And
all
it
the way
keeps
on the
getting
other side. We
worse.
need we need an overcorrection. And Trump like
Absolutely.
carelessly like instead like if Trump released a gun in COD, it would have like 100% in every stat. Like this is what he's doing for himself.
Wow.
This is why Kamala should have been a dungeon master instead. We would have gotten the nerd vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, he sucks, basically. I hate to piece of grass, but Trump isn't good at things this way. He wasn't good at business. I don't know
Trump
why
nerfed
we keep
us.
thinking he was.
Guys, we're literally
hey,
debating in
me.
Fortnite
Yeah.
terms.
Yes.
Trump has 0 skibbity riz. He's skibbity toilet.
Speaking of, did you see Arcane? Because it's glorious on Netflix.
What is it?
Arcane.
It's the best.
Have
It's the
I
best
seen
anime I've ever
Arcane?
seen.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've been
It made
fucking
me
telling
cry
y'all to
multiple
watch
times.
Arcane for 2 months
Because of PUBG?
because of PUBG.
Are we getting a part 3?
Were you telling Thickless and not me? Or were you telling me and I wasn't paying attention?
Maybe both. But I've been
Fair.
I've been yelling from the rooftops chat. If you haven't watched Arcane, it's so good, dude.
This bitch wept
Yeah.
so many times. So many times.
He just
Are we gonna
released
get a
it.
part 3 of that?
No.
Aren't
We're
there
gonna
3
get a spin-off.
spin-offs?
It's gonna be a
Oh, they're done? The second season was it? Damn.
well, they're gonna get
Captured
like
the
they're gonna
story.
expand to other characters. I think some characters will leak into like from this series to the next series, but they're gonna do more League of Legends.
It's an impeccably written show, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just curious if that animation had any hand in the Spider Multiverse one. Multiverse, whatever the hell the
Oh, that was so
Spider-Man
good.
last movie was. It was so good.
Yeah. What's up,
Into
Buzzy?
the Spider-Verse? There we go. Where's
Hi,
Buzzy?
friends.
Hi.
Hello.
I've missed you. Long time no see.
Long time no see. Missed you too. Actually, I
We
was just
have some
telling.
purebred good
Which
boys for you.
I see. I was just telling Nicholas and a bunch of others. I feel like the way that I've been coping with that red spiral of doom that Pickles just put on the screen is quite literally by doing girly pop things and being spoiled by my boyfriend. And I think honestly that is how I've avoided. Well, I did make a big purchase. I bought the car because I'm not
Ooh.
doing that in Trump's administration. But I did the important things, right? The responsible things, right?
Yeah,
I
you got
made
the
sure,
motorcycle tattoo boyfriend.
right? I got a heavy metal tattooed boyfriend,
Oh, excuse me. Correct.
so that works. I don't want him on a motorcycle. I would panic. My anxiety could never.
It's not as bad as I thought, I learned.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll have to consider it. So Carpenter, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. Now that this has been explained to you in memes and a bunch of other things that I am too old to understand what is happening, right? Do you now feel confident that you could explain back why that is a red spiral of doom? Just out of curiosity.
Why? What in particular is a red spiral of doom?
Pickles just put a little picture up, and then
Okay.
he was circling why things were bad.
Are you asking if I understand it?
Yes.
A lot more than I did 5 minutes ago. Yes, I'm gonna have to look into it a little bit more and wrap my head
That's
around it.
fair.
But yes,
That's fair. Okay.
yeah,
Just wanted
And
to
don't
make that
forget to
happen.
take
I definitely
notes.
have a foothold that will allow me to take a step forward on it for sure. This process is going to take a while, guys, because I've been a Republican since I was 18 years old. I grew up in Alabama. I've lived in 10 states throughout the South. That's just what's always been around me. But then I came to California, and that's when I started to I develop a much more open mind, experience a lot of different types of friendships. And
Poked a little bit of smut. Took a little bit of
what's
shrooms.
that? Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I thought you said smut at first, and I was like, oh, Buzzy, we're here.
Wow, what a
Good.
time to be alive.
Not
I'll tell you
smut.
this. I'm very lucky that I left Alabama and I went out to a state like California and was exposed to like an entirely different way of life, that type of people. Um, I would still be very ignorant and I would have never been able to admit being wrong about Trump if I still lived in Alabama.
Well,
That's what I fear about my friends and family.
I wanted
I
to
do want to
offer another perspective. Oh, sorry,
Oh, no,
Kristen. You
you're
go.
good. I was just going to recommend sending him over to that Alabama fella at some point. He speaks in Alabama terms about this kind of stuff too. Not to take you away from pickles, he speaks more about like capitalism and some different stuff. So I'll
Yeah.
send you his info.
So I wanted to offer a different perspective, and also I think people think that I was hoping that you would change your opinions overnight, probably because of the tonality of my voice. But no, it was a genuine question. I'm always curious about what language we're speaking, right? When we talk about education and educational disparities, one of the things that we must understand is not everybody understands things the same way. So I think Pickle's spicy pictures really help people because then there's a visual representation for what is being said, and it's not just you trying to get your synapses to connect the dots where you might have been fully engaged in the conversation at some points and then listening to respond at other points, right? So that's why I was wondering if maybe speaking a language that Carpenter understood or something that he could conceptualize visually made things a bit easier. So I wasn't being a but I was quite literally just curious if it helped. On the opposite side of that, Carpenter, what I want to offer you is that you can be Republican and not be MAGA. Those two things are not mutually exclusive.
I
There
learned
was
that.
a
Yeah.
time in this country where being a Republican did not necessarily mean that you are a horrendous human. It really just meant that you were rich and stingy in most cases. Like if I was to blanket old Republicans, it would be rich and stingy.
Hmm.
Why? Because they wanted the tax cuts. Also, they only cared about money. And as long as the money made sense, they didn't give a fuck about anybody else.
Can I say something on that
And
real quick before you continue?
yes.
I would say a majority of all of our leaders, left or right, all they care about is money. They care about money more than serving their constituents who put them in power. That's obvious.
I mean, it depends on the person
There's
you're talking
few.
about.
There's very few. AOC is one of them. I think she's truly serving her people.
Ironically, for people that never
Oh, you
cared
like
about the
her?
money, yeah, I like AOC.
Yeah, man, she was a bartender and then somehow pulled off like, dude, yeah, she's
I
sick.
love AOC. You don't got yeah.
Yeah, I love AOC. On the
She's my
opposite
Wendy
side of that,
Peppercorn.
I'm really
ironically, another
excited for
person.
that generation and that age group to start ascending into the power, and the boomers getting out because it's past their time, you know?
Well, I mean, that has its own timing. In 2026, majority voters will be millennial and Gen Z. So we'll have to see what that looks like. We'll have to see what Red Pill actually does to the
Mhm.
men of that generation. We'll have to see what deeply rooted effects that has, especially when we already know that there is what has been considered a male loneliness epidemic happening for ages 18 to 25
For the last
currently.
5 years. Yeah.
And then the other thing is women are not experiencing that loneliness. And the reason being that has been stated via research is that women are choosing to date women or women are dating much older men. So I don't know, it's going to
Unfortunately,
be,
women dating women doesn't end very well. It's the worst divorce rate. But yeah.
we're going to
It's
have to
also
see
the
what
first
happens.
domestic violence rate as well.
But on the opposite side of that, the most successful married couples are part of the LGBTQIA community. And that could
And
be
they're
for a number
male.
of factors.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So we'd have to see what all those factors take into place. So yeah, I don't think that you have to be a horrible person if you are Republican, because historically that was never the case. These people are just weird. It was just
I don't think I want the
weird.
Republican title. I think I'm just going to call myself a libertarian.
I mean, I guess you can. And on the opposite side of that, to what you said about politicians that never really cared about money, ironically, one of the people you could put in that category as a long-standing politician that wasn't really in it for the money is the current president of the United States of America. He didn't
Biden?
get his wealth until after he was VP and he went on book tours and speaking engagements. As a matter of fact, when he entered office, because of medical bills of his child, he was about to lose his home, and Barack Obama paid for it, told him to
Wow.
not sell his home.
Well, he better. He made $70 million in his presidency.
But Barack Obama and his wife were both very successful people before becoming president.
No, he had 1.3 million in net worth and then succumbed to 77 million when he left office. But he
But
did have
I'm
multiple
saying he was
best-selling
wealthy
books.
entering office. Biden didn't have that. Obama and his wife, and actually Obama's wife made more money than him when he was running for office.
You know what he does now? Movies.
Yeah.
Obama, yeah. Yeah, their wealth has gone up considerably since then.
Yeah, but when he entered office, when he was running for office, his wife made more money than he did.
Wow, I didn't know
Majority
that.
of that wealth was his spouse.
My only thing with Biden has always been this. It's very clear and obvious to me who watched my grandma and grandfather pass from Alzheimer's that since about year two, he's been on a decline. It's been obvious the whole time. It was just ignored by the media. Did you guys agree with me on that, or do you not? Did you not see it?
He has some gaffes.
The
He is
doing the
declining.
Roomba,
His
not knowing where
age
he's
is showing.
going.
Like
Yeah,
on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being like somebody who's just brain dead. Biden
yeah.
is like a 2.
I
Nah,
would,
4.5,
as
brother. I
as
would have to say
you
four and
know,
a
as
half.
somebody
I
that
think
went
Trump's
to
like a 3 or
nursing
4.
school, as somebody who went to nursing school, I think people don't realize that a actual diagnosis is called normal aging, and I wish more people would read what normal aging is and then think about Robinette's age. As a
But do
matter
you
of
think
fact, you
brain
can go.
surgery had anything to do with his normal aging?
As a matter of fact, you can go on PubMed and it gives you a clear description of the diagnosis of normal aging. And I think more people should read about that than assuming that people that are old are in cognitive decline, because
Well, I mean,
those two things are not concurrent.
when they were in court, I think it was the Congress court session or whatever, and they admitted that Biden couldn't stand trial because he wasn't fit to stand trial.
That's not what
When they were
happened.
trying to go after him with the laptop, all that nonsense, they
No, that was language interjected to be able to read back like that. That had nothing to do with the actual decision.
Correct.
explain
I
that.
think you should read the actual decision. So I'm going to restate what I said. I think you
Okay.
should read the decision of that and also read the diagnosis that is called normal aging. You can go on PubMed, you can type in normal aging, and you can read what all of that entails and then consider his age. There is a difference between someone aging and someone in cognitive decline. And for the sake of the elders that live in the United States of America, I want us as a country to try to be more informed, as we all will age one day. And
So you think he had normal aging?
the only way to make sure that we don't fail ourselves is to be informed and stop casting people out because of the age.
Okay. Would it be fair to maybe put a limit on age for president?
What did you say?
Sure.
I said,
I
would
said
it be
like
fair to maybe put a limit or a cap on
I think 70.
being the leader of the free world? I think 70 is a good spot. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think our lawmakers should all predominantly not be able to see the results of what they pass. So,
What do you mean?
I mean, like the fact that number one, the wealth, but number two, the majority of like our Congress or Senate, everything is made up of essentially far older people than us, is really problematic because they don't tend to see. Well, they're not in the same juxtaposition of wealth inequality as us, but also they don't necessarily have to see how bad it gets after they're gone. It's us.
Okay.
Well, hey, we've
There's
had you
two
up.
ways to have this conversation and things that must be considered. If you put an age cap at the highest, there are a lot of people that have said for a number of decades that the age minimum should be lower.
Oh, I agree. I agree with the age minimum for sure.
Hey, we've had you up for like an hour though. Do you
Oh man,
wanna?
yeah, I'll jump off. No worries.
Yeah, I was gonna say you just want to say one more thing before I let you go, or
Man, I just appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys being really super respectful. And Christian, you are a beautiful woman, the most beautiful person I've ever been in a
Yeah,
live with. Yeah,
that's
no
really
problem.
kind.
Yeah, y'all have a good one. Stay healthy, stay strong, and stay amazing. I got you guys followed, and I hope to see y'all again.
Thank
all right.
you.
Thanks, man.
Hopefully, more prepared and not sounding so stupid. So,
No,
all
dude, you're
right,
good.
I'll work on that.
You're good, man. Have a good night.
Yeah, see you, man. Yeah.
She's also smart.
Can we compliment Kristen's brain? Can we?
I mean, I
Can,
like all of them, but yeah,
Kristen
right?
has a beautiful
can we
brain.
talk about?
Thank
Can we
you.
talk about how beautiful and rough Kristen's brain is? It's not smooth at all. It's not rounded at all. It's just rough and ready to take on the world.
Like a loofah.
A beautiful brain, soaking up all the knowledge,
Like a sea sponge.
Absolutely.
Hello.
Hey, how's your guys' day going?
It's going good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Probably a little worse. I am in a swing state. I was a lifelong liberal, and I went out and canvassed to make sure nobody voted for Kamala, anybody that I knew.
Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that?
So, as an Arab American, I felt that we've been overlooked constantly, always told we need to just, suck it up and vote Democrat, suck it up and vote Democrat, and our voices were never heard. I feel that the Biden administration did a horrible, horrendous job in the Palestinian conflict. and no matter how much times the Muslim community and Arab community advocated and asked him, "Hey, please do something about this," he was a staunch Zionist, refused to do anything about it, and the
Are you
only
stoked about
time that
what
they
Trump's
changed,
about to do for y'all?
no, I'm not stoked, but what I'm excited about is the fact that I hope with this learning experience, the Democratic Party learns that, hey, we matter too.
Dang,
That
you got
it's not
us.
it's not it's like it's
I,
infuriating.
I will
Michigan.
literally never
I
think
live in
about
Michigan.
you or these words or Palestinians in regards to like what's going to happen in 10 years. I will literally never think about that when like I'm looking at like the economy being fucked,
Mhm.
about the nation's debt being upside down. I literally like maybe being trapped in a fascist regime. I literally won't give a flying fuck about Palestine at that point. This is not going to teach anybody anything.
I don't
Oh,
know. I guess my question would be, do you consider yourself to be a part of the group of people that made a protest vote?
Oh yeah, I was
Okay.
out in every single protest and every time and every. I live in a large Muslim community here, an Arab community in Michigan, and it was something that was very very important to us. And we showed up for Biden the first time whenever he ran against Trump
So
because he
how's that
promised
working
that
out
he
for you
would hold
guys? You
Jerusalem.
glad Trump's in now?
It didn't work out for us when Biden got elected because we showed up for Biden after
But
he
wait,
promised the whole
I get it, but
Jerusalem thing.
now it's even worse. You see how that works?
I see how you say it's going to be worse, but it's not like it was getting any better under the Democratic Party.
But it
guess
could be a
The
lot
Democratic Party,
worse.
all they said
Dude,
was,
how do
"Oh,
you
we
are
promised."
you like this it sounds like very immature. I don't know if you've thought this through. This is
I don't
actually going to be
necessarily.
your people are actually going to like be unalived at a faster like worse rate. But thank
We
God
were
the libs
unaligned
got
at a
owned.
faster and worse rate under the Democratic
So,
Party,
so
Thank God
and
you
it
Pickles, I
own the
don't know.
libs. Get them.
So Pickles, I don't know that it was an immature decision. I think it is a conversation that I had a couple of months ago in a live. What was I saying? There are people that are voting from emotional spaces without thinking about the bandwidth of how that is going to ripple effect and what that looks like in the future. Because some people vote for the now without thinking of the consequences for the later. I don't necessarily think it's a immature vote. I think it is an emotional vote, and I think it's fair to say that it's an emotional vote, and it should be because obviously, for the communities that was just stated, it is something that is important to them in this very moment. And when you have people that are suffering, you don't have the ability to like widen your lens. But the problem is on the back end of that, to not be able to retroactively look at it and see why this
and
would be more harmful in the future is where the problem lies.
I understand what you're saying, but under the Biden administration, it's not like it was getting any better for the Palestinians or for the Arab community in Palestine. We constantly, when the whole UN and the whole international community is saying one thing, and we're saying, no, here's an extra 50 billion. No, here's an extra 30 billion. No, here's an extra 20 billion. And the whole world is saying maybe we should ask for a ceasefire. And then the only time that we decided as Democrats or as Biden and them decided, oh, let's ask for a ceasefire is when they realized through the polls we might lose Michigan, we might lose Pennsylvania, we might lose these states that have a large Arab population. Then maybe now we should ask for a
There
ceasefire.
was a
When throughout the
ceasefire asked
whole
for
time,
multiple times. I think the problem we have in the United States of America, amongst a lot of different demographics, is that conversation of American exceptionalism, where people think that because America, who is the big bad wolf in most conversations, has the ability to tell other governments and other countries what to do. We don't. A ceasefire was asked for multiple times, but on the opposite side of that, now that this has
but then
happened,
you ask for. I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead and finish. I'm sorry about that.
but on the opposite side of that, now that this has happened, I hope that for the sake of your communities and other communities in the United States of America, that in 4 years, we have the ability to look retroactively and understand better why we don't make decisions for the now and why we make votes for the future.
And I understand what you said, but there is no guarantee that under the Democratic leadership it was gonna get any better. When you're saying, "Oh, it's gonna get so much worse now with the Trump," It might get worse with Trump, but it was not getting any better with the Democratic Party.
And no one
It was
claimed that it was getting
constantly,
better. We simply said it's going to be worse based on what he's told
and
us
it
he's
was
going to
probably
do.
going to also be worse under the Democratic Party because let's be honest, and
Then
this is
we're
how
fucked, aren't we?
a lot of Middle Easterners feel. We're not considered when it comes to anything. Our lives, whenever airstrikes or anything happens in the Middle East, we're just a number. We're not like a lot of European countries. When something happens, there's moments of silence. There's flags flying. There's all kinds of stuff. When airstrikes happen in Yemen, when airstrikes happen around the Middle East, we're just a number. That's all we
I
are.
think we
That's
can
how we feel.
agree,
And it,
unfortunately.
And
yes, and I
to be
understand
honest,
that.
like
uh,
the how we showed resilience with Ukraine, as we should, was not the same thing that happened when we were the Palestinians. And we just kept sending money and money. And the most infuriating
We
part
didn't
to a
show
lot of
Ukraine
Arab Americans,
resilience.
a
We
lot
didn't
of
show Ukraine resilience. I don't know. We didn't show Ukraine resilience. I don't know what you've been reading.
And
People
Russia is
don't.
not our ally in the same capacity either.
Correct. Russia is not our ally. And on the same conversation, we didn't show Ukraine kindness. People
They
get on
think
here
so.
every day saying that we shouldn't be helping Ukraine, even though we have an agreement that we signed under the Clinton administration that tells us that we have to aid them
We
in a
also have an
situation
agreement
such
that
as
we
this.
signed under the Clinton administration saying that we would stop illegal settlements. And then once and Obama, and I love Obama. Obama was one of the few presidents that came up and said, "No, we're stopping illegal settlements." Trump came in and Trump did start illegal settlements, and Biden just said, "Continue on, continue
Well,
on the
are you
illegal
happy with
settlements."
your Trump vote then? I'm
I
Oh,
don't.
I didn't vote
confused.
for Trump. I just did not vote. I asked people to
Oh,
don't vote. Let them hear that our voices matter. Just don't vote.
okay.
I didn't vote for Trump. I would never vote for Trump. God,
Okay, I was
yeah,
confused if it was a
God, no, I
protest
would never
vote for
vote.
another
And the
party or
reason I
not.
wouldn't vote for Trump is because, like I said, there's so much stuff that he does that I absolutely cannot stand for. I'm not fucking voting. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cuss, but I'm not voting for somebody who was civilly held liable of rape and
I
stuff like
think
that.
it's fair. So
But at the
before
same
we
time, I'm not
steam
voting for
past this,
somebody who spent
Biden didn't say
$90 billion
continue on.
plus to airstrike children and hospitals in the rest of the world, including the UN, is telling you guys,
This
hey,
this
maybe you
makes
stop
so
importing weapons.
so pulling out. Wait a minute.
I'm
So
sorry.
Biden didn't say continue on. That is not the actions that Biden took in your settlement statement. I would encourage you to read more because he definitely did not say continue on. On the opposite side of that, while I understand where you're feeling for the now, Donald Trump told Israel that they should finish the job, and I believe later made a statement, or maybe somebody close to him made the statement that that Israel should turn it into a parking lot. That
He
is
said
the
about to
difference.
finish the job.
That is the difference between negotiation and trying to settle a matter versus just saying to do what you please. And again, American exceptionalism is hitting people in the solar plex. We, the United States of America, have no legal right to tell another country what they can and cannot do. We can negotiate, we can pull some of our resources, we can do a number of things, but we cannot tell a country what they can and cannot do, just as no one can tell us what we can and cannot do. We, the United States of America, that bald eagle flying, does not give us jurisdiction over the rest of the world.
Can I, what's it called? I'd like to address your point first, but um, about the American exceptionalism. It's true that we cannot tell somebody, but we've done it often where we've strong armed in a situation, or not even strong armed, just don't support. If you want to stay neutral about it, or you don't want to, don't send $90 billion worth of weapons. And I understand the defensive weapons. That is completely understandable. But we were not sending defensive weapons. We were sending air ballistic missiles. We were sending some weapons that did all kinds of damages to refugee camps, to schools, to hospitals, to UN workers. For crying out loud, they airstriked a the worker aid convoy, and they got a slap on the wrist. And we said we don't support that. That's horrible. And then 3 weeks later, we sent $20 billion. And then you guys ask us, oh, ignore that because Trump's going to be so much worse for the Middle East. It's so much worse. But the Democrats haven't been any better. It's the exact same thing. My dad used to always tell me it's better to have an enemy that you know than a friend you don't know.
Our purse
Sir,
is controlled
respectfully,
by
we're
Congress.
also not Democrats in this live. I think that's important to note. I mean, at least I'm not. I don't
I'm
believe
just
Buzzy
not
is.
just hell no.
I'm very much a leftist, and not to censor
Socialist.
myself. I'm just saying, like, we don't agree with everything the Democrat Party does either.
But I'm saying, like,
Not a goddamn
there's
clue.
somebody who says, "Hey, we care about you and we want the ceasefire," and then the second they get elected, they're like, "Hey, here's an extra 90 billion. Continue what you're doing."
So
Now we know what we signed ourselves up for. Versus, oh, we think it's going to get so much better, and then power comes up, and it's like, I'm sorry.
So Congress controls. Congress controls the purse strings. Whatever happens in a congressional session, if Congress votes on it in its majority and it passes, not even the President of the United States of America can say no.
Actually, if I can, because I taught government for like 5 years, and I know what you're talking about. The whole, we create a bill and this, but there is also a
We're not
veto
talking
power.
about
And if
creating
the
a
president
bill.
exercises that veto power, there's no way that anything's going
No,
to get.
there is no. So there is a point in voting where the veto power of the president is null and void. There are things that get passed that are unvetoable. As long as it's vetoable, yes, you can veto it as President of the United States of America. As a matter of fact, that is the primary power of the President of the United States of America, veto power. However, Congress can make him unvetoable.
With a 2/3 majority vote.
Congress and Senate, they together can make him unvetoable. There are things that get passed in Congress all the time that are unvetoable. The funds that were sent were unvetoable.
They were also encouraged by the president.
No, there are other agreements that were put in place, and Congress decided that they wanted to move forward with those agreements in their unvetoable vote. That is not encouragement by the president. That is past administration signing deals that either Congress can choose to uphold or they can choose to not uphold at the time at which they vote. And if Congress votes and makes it unvetoable, there's nothing the president can do. House and Senate.
It's a 2/3 majority vote for a veto to override a veto. But I understand what you're saying, and I don't know, it's just a touchy subject for me. But
No, I think we understand. We want to give you a platform for that. I don't know productivity wise what we can help with at this
it's just more of a
time.
vent, I guess. But yeah, I guess I got my 2 cents out. I'm not gonna stay on for a whole hour and ramble on about different things. But you guys have anything else questions to ask me? I'm here. Otherwise, I wish you guys all the best.
Thank you.
Stay
You as well.
All right. You suck.
Alrighty. So do you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Say bye.
Bye.
Do you feel better, Pickles? I'm glad you got that off your chest. I think sometimes you just need to let one out of the brain space, and it really does make your day better, for sure. That's why I text my boyfriend while I'm at work. Sometimes you need to get it out.
I think I won that argument, chat.
Yeah, I think you really did. I think you did. Yeah.
That's why I just send Thickless torture devices throughout the day. Helps.
I'm telling you. I text my boyfriend all kinds of random things or random TikToks or things that I might or may not buy. I got a Temu gift card a while ago, and when I got my new car, I full sent.
We got any more in the box? Guys, don't forget to tap. We're still not even like at 600. What are we at? 378? That's crazy, y'all. Please tap the screen. Please share the live. We need ups.
And I
I'm
feel
hungry.
I thought I was so obvious with it. I guess I should reintroduce myself. Hi, I'm Buzzy Little Socialist B. I'm so glad we could have these conversations. I am so glad. I thought it was so obvious.
Chat, if you are
Your
trying
voice
to
is
join
by far
the live, click on this thing right here. It looks like 2 people.
Do I give Democrat energy?
Not at all. Fuck Ronald Reagan. Just a quick reminder.
That's what I'm saying. Fuck Ronald. I thought. Have I not said it enough?
Yeah, how you guys doing?
What's up, bro?
Hi.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I am not a Trump supporter. I'm a veteran. I served in Afghanistan and Iraq. I felt like November 5th was like a stab in my back, to be honest with you. Everything that I did over in Afghanistan and Iraq, just gone. Just, it's sad, man. I look at these people and their cognitive dissonance, and they don't fact check anything. They don't check anything. Google's free, but it's true. Ignorance is bliss, I guess, for them, for the MAGA.
It really is. Like, I personally wish I could just, like, get into Christianity. Like, that seems like a sweet deal.
I go to a Christian university right now,
Oh, cool.
and I go in when it goes to discussion boards.
Sometimes you gotta do
You're
what
a
you gotta
rascal,
do.
aren't you?
Personally, I hope
They,
there's a different
sometimes they don't
way you
understand
can.
where I'm coming from, but I was born and raised Catholic. I'm from the Detroit area. Um, you know, but when my parents got divorced and they forced my mom out of the Catholic Church, but they allowed my dad to stay, and my dad wasn't a faithful person, but my mom is. I saw no need in it anymore.
That's a very cool thing to say out loud. Thank you for giving a shit about women.
I have a sister. I have a daughter.
Yeah.
I have a
Well, a lot of people
granddaughter.
do. They
I have a
still don't care.
granddaughter. It's just I don't understand what people's thought processes are. The whole thing when you guys were talking about that the 13 people who lost their lives, that drove me crazy because I was like, really? Like he negotiated with the Taliban, the people that we had been fighting over there in Afghanistan, at Camp David. Not even the Taliban government, or not the Taliban government, but the Afghan government. And it's like, really? And then when he did the photo op at their grave sites this year,
Yeah.
it's like, how disgusting. And nothing's ever done. And then the fake assassination attempt in July. I mean, come on, 134 yards with a red dot sight and AR-15.
That is goofy, but I won't go as far as to say it's fake. I won't.
The reason
I
I
won't
say
all that.
is because Trump had met with that kid months prior to that.
Oh.
So, and the fact is that they had an Overwatch that was 129 yards from his position, that were higher up, that had a higher elevation. And of course, the kid got killed because dead man can't talk. Right?
I'm gonna be so honest. This topic is what got me doxxed the first time, so
But
I'm
I'm just saying,
staying out of it. But I hear
it
you.
was a publicity stunt. Anything that Trump does is there's always deceit. If you just pull back the curtains, he's not truthful.
I just miss QAnon. I thought they were the cool times.
Personally, I do miss when conspiracy theories used to be fun.
Right?
I personally loved when they were outside of the airport waiting for that dead
Well,
man to rise from the ashes.
I've shot these weapons, so I know how lethal they are. Within 300 yards, he was 134 yards with a red dot, and I use iron sights. I used to dial mine in myself. I used to help people on the range.
Well,
Fuzzy, do you understand this language he's using?
I'm just a military brat. I
I got my
understand.
first little hand one.
Yeah, I'm just a military brat. I understand
But
basically the math
I don't understand how
of what
everybody
you're saying.
could honestly vote or not vote for Kamala. Like they're voting for Trump or they're not voting for Kamala. And a no vote is a vote for Trump or a Republican. We know this. Historically, it just shows out every time.
If I
But you
may,
do seem informed, which is a difference.
Just
I was
remember
gonna
the
say,
Bernie
yeah,
Bros in
yeah.
2016. They were so mad,
Mm-hmm.
right? And they either
Big
voted,
time.
they either voted for Trump or they didn't vote. But either way, it was a vote for Trump.
Well, I think that answers your question. That's what I was going to say. I think because you seem informed, I was going to tell you, remember what happened with Bernie Sanders, right? And I think the person that was just up here before you is a good example of that. There are people in the United States of America that vote from emotional spaces for the now with no concept of the future, right? The question that I was asked in the lab a while ago, and it was the first time I was asked a question so genuine that I actually was like, wow, on Beyonce's internet, this is possible? Somebody asked me, how is it that Black women avoid the propaganda? How is it that historically Black women always vote in a way that benefits everybody and puts marginalized groups at less risk? How do Black women avoid the propaganda? And I thought back to when I was sitting in my house because we early vote for safety reasons and for the fact that we all are career people. I sat at the table with my mother and we were sitting looking at our voting ballots. She had an iPad, I had a laptop, and we were scrolling through every single candidate and we were having conversations. We were having conversations about the bills that were being introduced, about the laws that were going to be changed, and we were trying to figure out what would be the most beneficial in the long term. And the one thing we did not vote for was for the sheriff, but that's because there was no one running against our guy, and he's an asshole, and I wouldn't put him in that dot regardless. And so we had that conversation, right? And thinking back to that experience that just happened in November, well, we did early voting, so it was a little bit more, but you get the point. Thinking back to that experience in all my opportunities to vote, and again, I'm only 30, so there hasn't been super many. But before that, before I could vote, I did those same things. I sat holding the computer, reading the information to my mom while she made decisions, and we talked about it. That's the difference. People vote for the now based off of how they're feeling with no concepts of the future. They don't think about others, they think about themselves.
Feelings over facts. Yeah, when it needs to be
Also,
the opposite.
communication. Yeah.
But
Suck at it.
speak to African American women historically are some of the most educated in our population, right? If you look at them, that's why they're exceptional in school. I've been in college, and I'm just blown away sometimes, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I think the lack of privilege and that hypervigilance that's required, I would
But I
assume,
think all women,
also really
honestly,
makes
aren't
someone
all women, if
have
you
to
look
work
at it,
a lot harder.
yeah, but all women lately have been historically doing better in college and in education.
Well, we're smarter than y'all. Yeah.
So,
Hey, listen, I have some opposition in the requests, so I don't want to keep friendlies up for too long. We're kind of losing viewers, so I appreciate you coming up, and
all right,
I appreciate you giving us your 2 cents, man.
all right, I appreciate it, man.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
service as well.
Yeah. Oh, and thank you for your service. Um,
Hello.
Yellow.
What's up, boss? How are you?
How old are you, bro?
I'm 28. How are you? How old are you? Sorry.
28.
You're like, yeah, you're about
Oh,
the same age.
Pickles, can I do a real quick PSA while I'm thinking about it since that veteran was up?
Mm-hmm.
Just came to me. There's a lot being said by the impending administration about veterans and the potential loss of benefits and other things. If you're a veteran in here and you do not have a community of veterans to rally around, or you are not doing the mental health services offered at the VA for a number of reasons, know that in this very moment you can outsource for mental health, and it would be beneficial to have those conversations as these things that are happening, the current threats to your livelihood, can be sending some of you into a spiral. So please talk to someone, talk to everyone, reach out if you need anything.
Absolutely. And also, thank you, Carbon Raiders.
Carbon rated me, yo. That is so awesome.
Yo.
Welcome, everybody.
I love
Welcome.
Carbon.
We
Good egg.
love Carbon around here. Carbon's welcome around these parts all day.
What's up, everyone? Are you a Trump voter?
I'm actually independent.
Okay.
Who did you
So,
vote for?
I'm 28. My voting, my entire life was, I voted for Obama. I voted for Clinton, and surprisingly, it's going to come as a shock. I voted for Trump.
Wait.
That's not that big of a shock.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I actually want to thank the last guy for his service. Obviously, you know, I know he's not here anymore, but I hope he's still listening. On top of that, I actually did have a question for him. I'm not gonna go too deep into that argument because I know you wanted to stray away from it, but I had one concern that I actually was curious to hear his take on, since he served for the country.
I don't want to speak
COVID.
for Pickles, but if we can have him back up for a moment to answer that question, I'm sure that's
Yeah, if
fine.
he wants to come back in, and I can skip over to another question if you guys want me to.
Sure.
All right, perfect. So, I guess the second question is I'll go back to politics a little bit. Is I'll get into like why I voted for Trump, and I'm just curious to hear some takes on this. So, I went to MLU, and I went to school for nursing, and
Did he cut out for anyone else?
Yeah, you cut out.
Completely gone.
oh, I'm sorry. Is that better?
There you go.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. So I guess I'll swap back over. My question for him is, so you served in the military, right?
Yes.
Okay. So here is my one major concern that, so I guess I want to make a valid reason for why I voted for Trump. So I voted for Trump in the sense of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Trump is a class traitor in the same government pool as everyone else. And I believe that since 1992, the same group that has been in power has been winning elections and has a general advantage that I had to take a look at from a third person's, like a third point of view, and look at the fact that every single state that we do not have the ID requirement to vote, meaning that you do have to re-register to vote every year. I don't know if everyone knows that. Every election you have to re-register to vote, but you don't actually have to showcase any identification outside the first time you vote ever. There has
Yeah,
been a
that's
significant.
not
There's no.
necessarily true.
And also,
There's,
when you register to vote, you have to have ID, and you
yes, that's
also
the only time.
yeah. So also we don't have a high like fraud like problem with voting. There's not enough
No, I
for
know,
us
but
to
I
be
feel
like,
like
hey,
if
we
I'm
need to watch
buying
it. Like
alcohol and I have
this
to
is.
show ID,
I'm
you
sorry.
know, if I had to show an ID to buy alcohol or like
Sure,
to
like
buy,
yes, this is
you
a
know what I mean?
like
Like it's
these things you're saying that is a racket because there's no
no, but
problem.
no, but
There's
we
just room
have.
for
If
you to
this is our
complain.
government, we deserve 100%. We
You
Wait,
do.
show
Sure,
that
can I
you
it's a
do
also
have
ask
to.
racket. Like
you?
that's not a
I'm
real.
so sorry.
No, no, this is a real thing. Let me
Oh
finish my
God.
point before we're going to devoid any facts here.
Well, I
All
was
I
just going
had,
to
I'm
ask
not
you to
insulting anyone.
clarify
I'm not
something really
attacking
quickly.
anyone. I'm not going after anyone. All I did was state a fact,
No, you said the
which is that there
party.
is no
That's the
ID
good
requirement,
God, dude.
which is the same exact
Okay, what's
state.
at risk? What's at risk? You just have these like sayings to justify your position, but like where's the problem? What are you trying to fix?
And I also need him to clarify which party's been in power since 1992. That's all.
That's what I wanted to know. That's the only thing I've been trying to ask. And on the opposite side of that, now that I see that he's making a blanket statement for voting with an ID, so depending on what state you're in, there are states where you have to show two forms of ID where you go voting. There are states where you either take your driver's license or your voting card. And if you're early voting, like here in the hell state, Satan's armpit of Florida, you sign your ballot and your signature has to match. If your signature
That's the
does
same as
not
in Arizona,
match,
where I'm at.
yeah, if your signature does not match, it will be rejected, which is why it's important to track your vote on the back end. I spent lots of
Also,
time saying this.
was he able to vote for Obama?
How old did he say he was?
28.
My eyes started twitching. He sounded like a red pill guy.
Yeah, living in an anime.
Well, my thing was he didn't really even ask me a question.
Yeah,
Where'd he go? He's gone.
I don't know.
I think he felt attacked.
Well, cry
Even
harder.
though we're just having questions. So I wish he would come back because I was still waiting for that question, but Yeah, in Arizona, they track our signature. So if it doesn't match, so you have to check your vote afterwards on the site.
Chat said he was 28. So if he was 28, he could not vote for Obama.
Yeah,
Maybe the
mail-in
second time.
entitlement is wild.
What about the second time?
Oh yeah, maybe the second time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, he ran, and I don't see him coming back.
2012, maybe. It's 12 years ago. No.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Still doesn't work. Oh.
He sounded.
Why we always
like
got to check girl math, guys? Come on.
second term. Okay.
Okay.
Whatever.
Who's next?
I was gonna say because I voted for Obama and I'm 30. He would have to be 30.
I just have to say one thing before you guys probably get off the live here.
Go ahead.
I just want to say that anybody voting for Trump is voting against veterans, in my opinion.
Agreed.
Because how he spoke about veterans was, despicable. I mean, I even told my friend said he was going to vote for Trump. My friend of 40 years said he was going to vote for Trump. And I said, dude, and I laid into him, and I've known him for 40 years. And I'm like, I can't do this with you. It doesn't even make sense. I was like, he didn't even know that Trump said what he said about us being suckers and losers. Because I had people that I lost in Africa. I never said that. I had to go visit their family after I got back. So,
he never said that.
Oh, goody. Hi, Nonstop.
Pull me up the clip where he said that. You can't because it doesn't exist.
Did you vote for Trump, Nonstop?
Yes, I did.
How old are you?
And I would have voted for RFK had it not been for the Democrats selecting their own.
Yeah, he's
candidate.
not a victim. How old are you?
I didn't say he was a victim, did I?
How old are you? We need it for TikTok purposes.
36, 88.
Thank you. Appreciate
Come
it.
on. Yeah, you're so concerned.
I mean, it's a TikTok regulation, so don't get attitude with me for no reason.
Okay, well, you think I
very
would be on here
sassy
if I
for
was
5:30 in the morning. Do you want to just get
18?
whatever you have to get off your chest?
It's not 5:30 in the morning to me. It's 2:27 over here.
No, it's still early in the morning for you to be so sassy. So why don't you get whatever you have to get off your chest and stop attacking me?
It's not early.
It is very early.
Is this how you want to
Over
spend
here
your
is
time with us?
considered late. I mean, is you guys asking me questions that are irrelevant?
You're slurring your words and it sounds like you're driving. Are you sure this is the conversation you want to have?
I'm a commercial truck driver. I'm sitting in my truck getting loaded right now.
You're still slurring your words and about to drive. I don't see how that changes anything.
I'm not about to drive. Yes, I'm part of the supply chain.
Cool.
I'm getting my trailer loaded. Yeah, we sit in our trucks with our trucks on because it's cold and we want our cab to be warm.
I'm very happy for your warmth. So I see that you told Jason here that he was wrong about something. So carry on.
Oh, he is. I mean,
he's saying
you
that
guys,
like General Milley did say that he said this, a 4-star general, someone who served this nation
when they were in France
for a long time.
Yeah, someone also who went around the president and talked to China. Yeah,
And
that
said,
guy.
"Hey, China, we're not going to bomb you."
Yeah, I mean, why say anything to China in the first place about
Because
anything
Trump
like
was
that?
throwing he was being a baby back bitch, saying the
It
election
actually
was
doesn't matter. It's not
actually
his.
General
It's not
Mattis.
his place to say. It's
Actually,
not
it was
his
General
place
Mattis
to say.
they said it to.
It was Mattis?
It was Mattis when he was in France visiting the graves.
Yeah. Well, anyways, as far as claims like that, I mean, you would have to hear it directly from him to believe it. You should
I trust General
hear it
Mattis over
directly
you
from him to believe
and
it.
Fox News.
Yeah, I mean, you could believe. Okay, so and what if he lied? What if he lied? What if he did lie?
Well,
What if the truth
people
is
can
that he
lie.
lied?
What is your point,
about
man?
that? Exactly.
It just
Well,
sounds like
don't
something Trump
bring
would
up
say,
things like that and
It just
don't
sounds
spread
like something
things
he would
like
say,
that.
honestly.
Okay, but what if he didn't say it? What if
His
what if
grandfather
it's
was a draft
wrong?
dodger. He's a
What if
draft
it's
dodger.
wrong
About that.
and was
Honestly,
spread by the
Trump's not
media?
about, like, you feel so offended by the idea of this happening, but Trump's not about it. He
No, it's
literally
because
said
you
it.
guys do this
All
all the
evidence
time.
points to him
Like
doing it.
it's like
All evidence
Like
points
just
to him
about
doing
the
it. When you
fine
get
people
banned from
thing.
somebody's funeral on their deathbed, when you get banned from somebody's funeral on their deathbed for being a disparaging human, yeah, you definitely did it. You definitely did. When I'm about to leave this earth to ascend, I'm going to ban you from my funeral. Yeah,
What
you
if I never
definitely.
even wanted to go?
Oh my
This
god.
woman.
You
Jesus,
are a
You
dude.
child.
probably didn't, and you probably. I mean, that fits. If the shoe fits,
You're
Cinderella.
bringing up something that's completely irrelevant. Like
Okay,
it's
we're gonna
crazy.
embalm you then, whatever. You just came in and interjected
Nah,
on a
cremate
point that you
me.
have no
Thank
proof
you.
on, so I mean, like, do you
And
have
you guys got
anything
no
else to
proof
talk
on
to
it
us
either,
about?
other
Why
than
are you talking
hearsay.
over women? My god.
Oh wow, you're
Mm-hmm.
gonna go
Dude,
there.
everything we
Yeah.
do have proof on, you guys haven't read. You don't care. It's all fake. It's conspiracy.
How
It's a
is
corrupt
it,
Exactly.
boss?
government.
How is it?
Exactly.
How is it? How is it, boss? Anybody that agrees with you is well informed. Anybody that doesn't agree with you doesn't know what they're talking about. Come
Dude,
Not
dude,
on.
they
And
true.
that's where
guys.
you guys
I'm
messed
up
up
here.
this election.
Dude,
You
I'm up
guys think
here.
you guys know better than
I'm
everybody.
literally
Well,
up
we
here with
clearly do.
crayons drawing for you guys. That's how desperate I am.
And then
We
that's
don't
how
want
dumb you
the
look.
we don't want the country to crumble, dude. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter which side we're on at this point. We
And
need
He's an
people to
over the road driver.
understand.
He's an over the road driver. So
And
when
and,
he
and,
has to
and,
stop
and,
for
and
fuel,
and you
we'll see
think
how
and
he
you
feels about
really
it when he has to pay for
think
that tank of
that
fuel.
the last 4 years have been great.
What
You
does
I
really
that
really
guys
even
you
think you
guys
mean?
don't
think that.
understand how to
Can
fundamentally
I
Because
measure the
be?
last four
you know
Yes,
what
years.
it
yeah.
means? It means that it hasn't been great. Because
Your
look
last
what
name is
happened
David
during
Jack,
the
sir.
election. Everybody with eyes and a brain seen what happened the last 4 years and was like, no, we don't want that again.
what are you
Wait, which
A
one are
talking
you
about?
majority
He
of
voting
got
for?
less
people,
votes
a
this
majority
time.
of
You're
people.
you literally have to like zoom out 30,000 feet and squint your eyes and be like, if you look at it like this and you don't know anything and you have no context, yeah, you can say Trump's a good idea. But if you say, hey, let's talk about the economy. What did Trump do good for the economy? You're going to be like, I don't know. It was good when he was there. And then I'll say,
Oh, he
hey,
did.
what did,
He did
Taxes.
plenty of things.
and then,
Deregulation. He did.
okay, sure.
Especially
And
for
then I'll ask
trucking.
you
He
what Biden,
Especially.
deregulated.
and then I'll ask you what Biden
Oh
did to
my
mess up the
god.
economy. You won't know. You won't know.
I do know.
He
What did he
didn't
do?
In the first day of
no, he
office, he signed
deregulated the
executive
economy.
orders that that took away all the immigration things that Trump
All of the
And he
implemented
still had
things.
that
more.
helped
Loser.
to slow down the immigration
Because
problem.
illegally they had to be removed because COVID was decidedly over. Not by a lot of people, but by some people in power. That
And the
this
What are
Supreme
you
COVID,
Court made
talking
that
about?
decision.
Biden had a
yeah,
higher
COVID was.
expellation rate. Biden had a higher refusal rate at the border than Trump.
Oh,
Biden
that's
tried to
cool.
mandate a
So did Obama.
medical thing, and
What?
it didn't go well, and that's
Wait, he
why
tried to
Obama
courts
mandate
deported
what?
more
overturned it.
people. Obama deported more people too.
I
But
gotta
that
say,
has nothing to
Yes,
do
I
with
know
what we're
that,
talking about.
and I was actually in support of Obama in 2008. But
Deporting
he
people is
went
not the
against the
problem.
things that he said
We
he was
need,
going to
we
do.
need immigrants in this country. We were a nation of immigrants, sir. You are an immigrant. I'm an immigrant. Everybody in here is an immigrant.
Nobody's saying anything about that. I'm saying
something
that
about this
on the first,
engagement is
he asked
giving
me a
me Afro
question.
Man
He asked me
vibes
a
How did
every
that
chance
question
I
cause
get a
as
chance.
to
inflation?
his spending, the American Rescue Plan, the infrastructure plan, the inflation is
So
directly
does government
is a
spending?
direct consequence of overspending.
Okay, so overspending
Bro.
causes inflation. Is that what you're going to stand on with 2 feet?
It's part of it. It's a big part of it because
Like the
you cannot
biggest?
print money that we don't have
Do
and
you
go
think
into more
printing money?
debt
Let's
and
go over
not
this.
cause inflation.
So printing money
Come
causes
on.
inflation too?
It's a combination of things,
Okay,
sir.
so maybe a
It's
combination of spending
inflation.
and printing money? Will you
No.
say that?
Listen,
Will
okay.
you say a
Listen.
combination of printing and spending money?
Okay. Can I? Oh,
Okay, let's look at it. Okay,
it's
so here's what
spending
Trump.
money. The cost of energy.
I'm
You want to
sorry.
hear all the
Hold on,
causes of
Bub Bub.
inflation? I'll give them
Bub
to
Bub.
you.
Let's go for the
It's just
first
not
two.
one
Let's
thing.
talk about the first two.
It's part.
Here's what Trump spent versus what Biden spent. So Trump caused inflation in your view. And then we're going to look at the M2 money supply. And we're going to see how much Trump printed versus Biden, because Trump printed $5 trillion and Biden printed $1.5 trillion. So if those are the two things that cause inflation, Trump's your guy.
No, it's not just those.
Not
It's a
just that. It's
combination
other
of
stuff
things.
now.
It is.
What about
It
the oil
is.
deal?
The lack of intelligence
What?
is making my eye twitch.
The cost of it's also the cost of energy. If the cost of energy
I
changes,
love this.
us
I
to
love this.
transport us to transport goods to get into the stores.
Okay.
If our gas prices are higher, our fuel prices for our trucks are higher,
Yes,
of course,
there's a
when you
part
see
of
them at the
inflation.
counter, they're going to be higher.
There's a part of
Okay,
inflation
so
called
there's
energy.
different parts
Yes.
of inflation.
Yes, and let's talk about
Okay.
what things caused energy to rise. What caused energy prices to rise? I'm going to tell you what Trump did, and then you can tell me
Look.
what Biden did. Okay? Trump.
Okay,
Trump
his
did this
executive
thing.
orders
I'm
that
so sorry. Hold on, my turn.
his green
I'm so
new
sorry.
executive
That's not even a
orders.
real thing.
You
Hold
can
on.
look that up.
That's
Yeah,
not a
it
real thing. The Green New
is.
Deal is not real.
Yes, it
Trump,
is.
excuse me, Trump did
You
this
guys
thing
are
called the
ridiculous,
OPEC.
man.
No, it's not. OPEC 2020 deal. Trump called his buddies in Saudi Arabia and in Russia and said, hey, you guys need to stop drilling and you guys need to reduce the supply of oil by 10 million barrels per day. And to give you a perspective, we drill right now about 13 million barrels per day. So he told them to stop drilling so much oil because his oil buddies were going broke. So they stopped drilling oil for 2 whole years. And if you look at where the price of gas went up, these are those 2 years right here. You see that big shoot, that big line right there? This is the price of oil. This is Trump right here. This is when the Trump OPEC deal started, and this is when it ended. That's what Trump did.
Kristen is holding what looks like a banjo. Do
You're
you know
wrong in
Do
every
you
sense
know
of the word.
Afro Man? I'll sing the lyrics. You play the song.
So now you tell me what Biden did to make oil prices go up.
Okay, go to your computer then, since you have a computer right in front of you. Type in
Okay.
executive orders that cause prices to go up for fuel during Biden's presidency, and you'll see the executive orders right there. You'll see
This
them over there. You'll
conversation
see
is
them over
why
there.
my
They're there,
boyfriend's gonna have
and
to
you can
watch
laugh about
Twilight
it,
tonight.
but it's there, and there's articles about it on how those executive orders cause fuel to go up. It's easy.
okay.
It's not hard.
Is that on the New York Post? That's owned by Trump.
Do you see?
Oh
Do you
no,
see this?
it's not
Do
the
you
New
see
York
this
Post,
thing right
buddy.
here where it starts dropping?
It's crazy.
Do you see that? That's when Trump's
Do you
thing
see
ended.
where you won't even look it up on your computer in front of everybody because you know I'm right?
You're asking me to
You are
fish
not
for
right.
you. You need to tell me what executive order he's doing.
I'm
Because
not
I'm
gonna.
telling you the
I'm not.
exact
I'm not
order.
asking you to fish.
Okay,
It's
let's
things I've
simplify
already did
this. Let's
research on that I know
Let's
about.
simplify this.
Yeah.
That I'm not
Nonstop, let's
gonna.
simplify this.
Biden.
Nonstop, is an executive order a law?
No.
An executive order, is it a law, Nonstop?
No.
Exactly.
It's not a law. No.
Exactly. So an executive order is
It's
not
an
a law.
order.
So does that mean an executive order has no
So
standing in the United States of America? They can be overturned and removed at will because they are not
look at what he
laws.
just pulled up. Check that out.
Adopting new EPA oil and gas rules. The
Can you circle
EPA.
it with the red pen so you could really see it?
No,
The
this
EP
is what
the
you guys need to
EPA
see.
The EPA announced new regulations governing methane emissions from oil and gas production, transmission, storage, and distribution that would cost more than $1 billion a year. Tiny. The oil industry is
Pickles,
like 300
is
billion.
there a possibility? I'm so sorry. Is there a possibility you could put in dark
It's
mode
tiny
for
to
people?
you, but boss, it matters, and that's what you guys
There's
don't
context
get.
to
Look
everything,
at all
buddy.
that.
There's context to everything. I'm sure this is a nice
Yes, there
right-wing.
is.
I'm sure this is a nice right-wing leaning website.
It has nothing to do with right wing. These are executive orders and rules and regulations that were implemented during Biden's presidency that caused these things to happen.
Okay. Well, if you can tell me if they're better or worse than reducing the supply of oil by 10 million barrels per day, you tell me if this is better or worse.
You're funny.
Okay. So $1 billion of increase in the oil industry. Let's just see what the oil industry. How much is?
Oh no! Go through the whole list, boss.
Can we go
Because
back
I
to that
said
screen
it's a
for what he was saying?
combination of things.
Shush.
You're funny.
Hey, Pickles, when you're done with this
You guys
song,
are
can we go
basing
to
it
that
off of
screen
$1
again? I
billion
was trying to see what
now
it was saying about
instead
the
of
Keystone Pipeline.
a combination of things.
It's $244 billion industry. So we're talking about $1 billion. One of his executive orders. Cool. One of Biden's first actions after taking office was to halt new oil and gas leases on federal lands and waters. Biden administration delayed decisions on these leases, a move that results in higher energy costs for the most vulnerable consumers. That was 6 months, and we're still drilling more than Trump ever drilled in those times. We're still drilling more. And I'm going to show you that right now.
There's a cause and effect, buddy.
No, look at this. Watch this. This is the EIA.
I like how you try to deny the facts.
Yes, I know. I'm showing you context in what I know versus your one thing that you're reading as scripture. Okay, so this is
It's
Trump's
not
presidency.
scripture. It's cause and effect.
It's everything.
If he does something, it leads. It's unintended consequences to your actions.
Got it.
Things that don't.
You're the unintended consequence to your mom's
2017.
actions.
It's called blowback.
Trump was drilling 8.8 million barrels per day. Now Papa Biden is drilling 12.5 million barrels per day. Can you tell me where we fucked up? We're now at 13.2, and we're doing way more than Trump.
Biden messed up by doing all those things that are being stated to those oil companies. You think they're gonna act friendly after he does that? No, they're gonna obviously react in a way where, hey, we're gonna profit the most as we can, since he's gonna basically implement a Green New Deal. So
There's no
that
such thing.
electric cars are going to have more advantage and more of an incentive than us.
Can you tell me when the Green New Deal passed?
When the Inflation Reduction Act passed, because it was to get green energy things going, and it was supposed to reduce inflation, which economists say it didn't even do that.
It did do that.
No, it didn't. Look it up. Again.
Listen, if you're going to start listening to economists, I've got some bad news for you for like everything Trump has proposed. But Biden's Green New Deal, the Inflation Reduction Act, paid for itself. First of all, it paid for itself. It gave a 15% minimum tax.
It caused more inflation.
I'm so sorry. It was a 15% minimum tax on corporations that made $400K or more. And then it also hired IRS agents. For every $1 spent in the IRS, we receive $5 to $9 back. So it literally paid for itself. It is net positive.
Thank you, boss. Appreciate you.
I'm gonna start driving now.
You have a good one, boss man. No, not technically. I gotta still wait, do my pre-trip, do everything else. But yeah, you guys are wrong. And it's obvious that you guys don't know what you guys are talking about. You guys have
check out Mr. Global. He's on all the platforms, including this one. Check out Mr. Global. He's an oil and gas expert. He's independent. He's conservative leaning. Check out Mr. Global. He'll explain it to you better.
Guys, you got me. Chat, I gotta quit streaming. I don't know anything. All right, see you later, Hustler. He is literally nonstop. He's doing something right now, and it's too much. Nonstop Hustler.
I loved it. That guy's the best.
You forgot one thing though. You forgot when Trump took over, he bankrupted our oil industry too by flooding it.
I have a question.
He drilled, baby.
No. He asked the Saudis back in 2018.
No, I know, man.
To flood the industry, and the oil dropped below zero.
And
we had mass bankruptcies in small oil companies, and also we lost 4,000 refineries.
Trump's a genius.
There's like 1.1K people in here, and I have a question, just out of curiosity. I don't know much about truck driving. I do know truckers, and at one point I dated one. Aren't you supposed to pre-trip before getting your load? No?
Yes.
I don't pay very much attention to things that I'm probably never going to do. But I don't know. I like to take a vested interest in what the people I'm dating are doing. And I'm pretty sure that like the way you're supposed to do this is pre-trip, then get your load. I don't know much. I don't know how to pre-trip. I know it if I see it. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
I love when you say load. And also, I only know one thing about truckers, and it's the fact that they are the #1 serial unalivers. So
Whoa.
Wow. That came out left field.
All right, I gotta
I mean,
slim
I'm
down
a
the
horror
panel,
scholar. I don't
guys.
know what to tell you.
By the way, Jason, I'm gonna boot you. We've got too many people up here, so I appreciate you coming back up. That guy
No
disappeared
worries.
though. If you want to talk to him,
Yeah.
he's in my Twitch yapping. If you want to talk to him.
Of course he is.
All right, guys.
All right,
Thanks
man.
anyway.
Also, to the person, I wasn't questioning his job. I just was. I really just wanted to know.
I love when men mansplain to me about like cargo diesel or whatever. That's also very fun. Guys, please tap the fucking screen. I say politely. We are still under 500K, which is wild to me. And please get the shares up to 1,000. We could really use the help in getting ops in. Don't forget to gift and sub.
Someone said that pre-trip is the starting of the day. See, I thought pre-trip was like every time you take a trip, like every time you pick up a load, you do. All right, truck drivers in the comment section, I will start typing. I don't want to bore them with this. Okay.
What about just the pre-tip?
I heard that leads to pregnancy. Be careful.
Yeah, it's dangerous in Texas. It's fair. Every time I come up, I feel like Pickles is like, why'd I let her up again? Yeah.
I'm just used to having brand deals and not being able to say that kind of stuff. So
I'm just used to being a succubus, so I don't know what to tell you.
Can't imagine
I get a
if
brand
somebody
deal with Hal.
overheard me saying that stuff and I had like a brand deal. I get cooked.
Although, weren't you a gamer? And don't gamers typically like swear and say terrible things to each other?
Yeah, but I can't.
I just can't imagine Pickles participating in such heathen activities.
I've definitely seen Pickles on a YouTube video be a little bit of a heathen once, and
Look
I was
at
like,
his
oh,
face. He's such a cherub.
he really is a baby cherub angel.
He's such
like a
He
Precious Moments
wouldn't
doll.
be in a Call of Duty lobby giving people hell.
He's not the one calling us fat or whatever.
No,
Guys
he's a cherub, a little angel baby.
What's a cherub?
Little baby cupcake munchkin.
How do
You
you
know what
spell
cherub
that?
is? Oh my god. CHERUB. You'll recognize them.
Oh.
A little cherub.
A
Little
very
baby cupcake.
clothed cherub.
I mean, Daisy. Man. I riz on Daisy too much. That's fair. Do we have any oppies? Probably an opties. We've got a Kelly and a Dutiful. I don't know who they are.
Hello.
Wow.
Hello.
Kelly, what is ready?
Hello.
One day we'll witness an unaliving, and it'll be interesting.
MAGA, are you afraid? You're scared of the truth. What they
Yeah, brother.
You're
Squeal
scared.
boy.
You can't handle the truth. You're so indoctrinated. When you come up here and you hear all these you hear all these facts, your brain just gets all fucking messed up, man.
All messed up. Like on Mountain Dew Baja Blast. Remember those good old days?
You hear that accent? This is why we know so much about truck driving.
And lot lizards. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry.
I just
Carbon
want to
gets
say
it worse
that
if it
last
helps.
conversation is going to be the reason my boyfriend ends up watching Twilight.
Has he not watched Twilight? Has mine?
I tried to meme watch it. I got through like the first like 2 movies, and I had to stop.
Now, was
Can't
this by
watch Twilight.
force, or did you do this on your own
No,
accord?
this was a thing. This was a spiritual thing by myself.
So I think you'd be able to, for people that can't watch Twilight, and I don't understand why anybody can't watch Twilight. It's a cult classic. It's amazing. It's the #1 comfort movie. My eyes twitch too much in these conversations. I've got to find my center, so I'm going to watch Twilight. But for those of you who can't watch it, try to find it online with the commentary. Nobody hates Twilight more than the cast.
That's fascinating. My comfort is definitely Queen of the Damned. Twilight doesn't quite do it for me. I need them to be a little bit more violent.
Have you guys watched the new Penguin series?
Yes, it's amazing.
It's so good.
It's so good. I love that it's like out of the universe.
Yeah. Chat, if you
It's
haven't
great.
watched it, it's like up there. It's like good.
Yeah.
Cohen, if you can find it online with the commentary, it was on the DVD where you could watch it with commentary. If you can find it online with the commentary, it is the movie, honestly, primarily Robert Pattinson. It is disparaging that movie from beginning to the end, starting with the theme music.
And guys, for the Penguin reference, it's on HBO. It's a part of the Batman kind of universe, but it's very kind of Sopranos-esque and very
Yeah.
neo-noir. It's great.
Very giving, and it's very dark. It's very morbid and like gory in some scenes.
And
It's
super
good.
feminist in some ways, which I
Yeah.
love.
But not sometimes.
Exactly.
It serves
Throws you for a
both.
loop. Mm-hmm. It serves both. The incels and the feminists. If they do, they can think it's alright. I've also been watching the Ted series, like Ted the Bear. It is not bad. It makes me giggle.
Really?
Yeah, on Peacock.
I just can't. It's literally Peter Griffin. That voice is. It's
Yeah,
just Peter Griffin.
absolutely. They just reused the same music as well from Family Guy, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
Mm.
Invincible was good. But no, this is like real. Like this is not live action. Like this isn't. This is not animated. And it's not cheesy. Like if y'all watched Gotham, kind of got kind of cheesy.
Yeah.
It was kind of comic-y. I don't know. They try to do it. Yeah. This is much more serious. This is big boy stuff. Arcane.
Arcane's amazing. Regular dude, what's up?
Good morning, guys. How are you today?
Good, good. Are you driving or do you have like an echo or something? Like
No,
we're
there's
hearing
probably
lots.
an echo, but it's okay.
Okay.
How are y'all doing today? Is everything okay?
Yeah, we're good.
Are we still coping? Okay, it sounds like you're still coping. Shh, quiet. Quiet. I like the whispering condescending better.
Very strong.
Well, we do need to give you a muzzle when you come in.
Yes.
He's a dog without a leash, Kristen. What are we going to do?
I mean, throw it
I
out.
was gonna be nice, but your opposition. You sound weird.
Just sit there like a quiet houseplant. Take it all in.
Well,
The election's
aren't
over.
really quiet.
The election's over. The people have spoken. Nobody cares. You guys are weird.
Why are you here then?
I mean, you sound like you're lacking. There's nothing to take all in.
I like the coping.
I understand that you're on the registry.
Are you at least tapping the screen if you like my coping? Did you follow?
Pickles, I think you're the sexiest.
That's true.
That's the only reason I watch the show is because my little cherub.
Yeah.
God, take your hat off, please.
This feels
Put a
like
mag
my
in.
stalker. I don't know why.
This does feel like Pennywise from the drainage pipe.
Ooh, the fly.
You sound like you're trying to concentrate. This is getting real weird, bro. I don't know. That's
That's a BB
weird.
Tom. Men are not
Guys,
okay.
you do meet weird people on the internet. They're out there. That guy's one of them. I promise you. I've been doing this for a while. That guy's one of them. That's a weird guy. Stay away from that guy.
That guy carries like a rabbit's foot in his pocket and uses it for obscene things.
He rubs it under his nuts, for sure.
1000%.
That guy and Pennywise from the drainage pipes in the books have things in common.
I'm very excited about the new Nosferatu coming out at
I am
Christmas.
too, actually.
Yeah, it's gonna be dope. I thought I'm skeptical at first, but it looks good.
Yeah, that guy was
Now,
weird.
if they can just make another Gattaca, you know, shit. Guys, tap the screen. We need ops. Share the damn live. We're still under 1,000. Gift and sub to your host and panelists, please. We're poor. Or just leftists. What else can we do?
Guys, I'm just a broke girly trying to get my way to the next Trump rally.
Downtown.
What kind of girly pop things do you enjoy?
Are you a corn girly pop girl?
I don't know. Like freeze dried candy. I like Nora Jones.
Wow, look at you.
Just like a little bit of Nora Jones in your headphones with a little cup of coffee,
Girly pop
hanging
that
out.
floats.
She's
hanging
an
out
excellent
with a friend.
songwriter.
Float.
Yeah, it's nice.
You know who I miss? Blue Cantrell.
Huh.
Oh my god, yeah, no, great song.
It's just so good, Blue Cantrell. And I miss I need more Tony Braxton in my life, I feel.
Indeed.
Always.
Little Fantasia.
Yes, sorry, I went to Fantasia the movie and I was like, no thank you. My that and Return to Oz just kind of fucked me up.
No, fair.
But also horror, so I mean, it was a good thing.
Girly pops for pickles.
Girly pickle pop is cute. Ooh,
Honestly,
we should play
that's
pickleball. I know how to
I
play
should
racquetball. I
sell-
don't know what pickleball is.
I should sell pickleball paddles.
Yes, dual use.
Honestly, they will get used. The girlies are pickleballing.
Okay, what the
Truly.
fuck is pickleball? Can someone tell me?
It's like
essentially
it's like
like
tennis,
paddleball but extreme.
but walking. It's like tennis, but like within a small space.
So like racquetball.
Basically.
Oh, okay. Or what's the fancy one with the little birdies? I like that. Badminton, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit like the intensity gives badminton, but think of it as something old people can do without falling.
I'm an old person, so that helps. Pickle paddles for the girls.
It's bad knee. It's bad knee. It's a bad knee version of it, for sure.
Supportive knee socks included.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
We should get knee socks for sure.
There's like a
1000%.
smaller radius.
I can get behind the knee socks thing. Those are dope.
Yes.
I feel like you have your own dark intentions with knee socks, Pickles.
Yeah. We can put little
You play
grains of
video
rice.
games. I know what's in those graphics.
I missed Dead or Unalive or Alive. Yeah, I can't even. That does make sense. I missed that one video game where they were bouncy. That was a good one.
Pickles in a thigh-high stocking and maid outfit. Someone.
I have many if you need.
I told you were a gamer. I knew it was in those graphics.
We need Jovan to come over here and be the furry in our lovely morning. Y'all, please God, tap the screen. Share this out to those creepy dudes. We need them more than ever.
There was a girl that went viral on here for having her boyfriend dressed in a maid costume, and she was sleeping on his thigh. I hope she's living well.
Oh, who is who's that Spider-Man? Tom Holland. He did that, kind of like a musical version, but he was wearing a costume that looked like a maid in my brain, and it was amazing. Tom Holland could get it, as well as Timothy Chalamet. He's small, but I can work with that.
I think someone said that pickleball is like beach volleyball. No, it less impact on your knees, more old person friendly, less radius, smaller paddle.
You are really focused on knees, aren't you?
That's the only way to explain it, to be honest.
Yeah, I told Nicholas, I was like, you have really hot elbows. He's like, you're weird. No one has ever said that. I was like, I'm into it.
Did I just mute you on accident, Buzzy?
She's being a bad girl.
No, I usually mute myself when I'm not talking.
How many asleep in the chat? I bet you there's at least statistically, there's at least 30 people sleeping right now.
Oh, it's gotta be way more than that, right?
You think? Like,
yeah,
I've
300.
had 4 or 5 back-to-back people sleeping, snoring into the mic, coming to the guest box before. Pull up for the sleep ratio.
I'm up. Thank you, Drew.
I actually do have people that message me and say like, "Hey, your voice is really calm. I like it."
I like it too. It's how we started this relationship before you knew. You're a man of the people. I will give you that. 1000%. People love you. You're beloved.
You guys
not as much as Ronald Reagan, but
personally, my favorite thing is when somebody says something that befuddles you and your eyes do the thing.
The squinty thing and close-up thing.
Yeah, he's squinting.
Love that
too.
too.
Like you can see the visual I am confuddled on his face because his eyes just start squinting. He starts giving them the slanty eye.
Like a Rick and Morty situation every time.
Morty.
I love that people reach out to me about Pickles and his Zoom cam. I'm like, I am not the keeper of his Zoom cam, but you're welcome for that experience. I don't know what it is, though.
I trademarked it. The only one who does it.
Oh, yeah? Nice. Except for Carbon, in fairness. But he is your... Yeah. He does it very rarely, though.
Okay.
It's just old Carbon lore for me, because I've been on this app for way too long. Man, back in those pandemic days. I miss Tiger King. He's a terrible person, but I miss it.
Carol Baskins. She killed
was such a fun era. Carol
Baskins. Take a tiger and they snack it.
Like, what a good month of television for us. It was garbage, and I needed it, like Jerry Springer stuff. Or Maury Povich, because he's Polish as well.
You know, I went through a deep phase about 2 years ago where I binged Love Island UK.
Okay, I did the same with Before the 90 Day Fiance. Before the 90 Days, there we go. Hi, Y, what's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Hey, how's it going? I'm not. I just had a quick question. How likely do you think, because Trump was talking about annexing Canada and Mexico, how likely do you guys think that is?
Not likely.
I think he's stupid enough to try it.
Yeah.
And I think it would hit hard enough for him to have to rethink the decision.
I'll blame someone else.
I only say that because he's done the tariff things before. When he was in office, he did a tariff thing on specifically steel, and that caused the loss of thousands of jobs. So I think he's dumb enough to do it, but to hold to it is a different scenario.
Yeah, I guess that was my only question. I don't think it's likely either. It's just weird that he keeps saying it. Um, have you guys had like heard anything from like MAGA supporters like in reference to him saying recently that he doesn't think he'll be able to keep grocery prices low or anything like that?
No, they're coping.
Nothing yet.
All they know to say is that they won. They're not sure what to say. Every day's a roller coaster.
Yeah, it's a lot of belligerent
Majority of his
people on
supporters
that
don't believe
side.
what he
So
says. Majority of his supporters don't believe what he says. And really, because it doesn't matter how wild what he says is, they will find a way to read in between the lines the things he has not said. So I don't think his supporters are a good gauge for that.
Tripping is coping.
I don't know. I keep wanting them to eat humble pie, but I guess yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, those were my only two questions then. So I hope you guys have a good night.
All right, well, I love
Good
you.
night.
Love you too.
Would someone said Alberta would cut their power supply. I believe that's what Canada stated, that they would cut their power supply. But again, because of the American exceptionalism running through Timothy's veins and the fact that he has just been injected by a bald eagle on November 5th, he's dumb enough to try because he has no understanding. Oh, hi, Cullen. He has no understanding for how government works. So yeah, he's dumb enough to try.
Am I still doing debates? We're trying. Chat, if you guys want to tell me why you like Trump, come up and debate. My eyes are dying here. I don't know what's they got like super dry all of a sudden. It's not because I partook. I think we might be getting a little sleepy, chat. Chat should guys, I'm gonna switch over to it's time. I'm gonna switch over to supporter only chat. Guys, if you're freaking way awesome, you're like killing it in life and you have a supporter badge, you can chat. If you don't have a supporter badge and you're not that cool at all, in fact, you might even suck a little bit, you can't chat.
And maybe give them a minute so in case they don't know how to subscribe, you can tell them.
And if you want to subscribe, figure it out.
And go to the fucking Discord. She's also difficult.
But I think it's like right here. I think there's a star right here if you're already following me, but there's also a yellow star below. And you click it. I actually haven't seen it for myself.
Oh my god.
In a long time. I've subbed to Parker and then Harry. Those are the only two subs I've ever had.
I mean, Buzzy's a good sub too. Sup.
Yeah.
But I'm pumped.
I
Guys,
know what
please.
Kristen is talking about. I'm merely just a bumblebee, a humble bee.
Those are weird subs. I was a fanboy, guys. I'm boring. I'm peanut butter and jelly, hot dog hamburgers. I watched Parker and Harry, and I mean I watched everyone else too. Now I don't watch anybody. I feel like I've had my fill after doing debates myself.
So what you're saying is I mean nothing to you. You don't follow me around to
Ouch.
lives to see
Rude.
what I'm doing and what I'm up to.
Daisy
I do
does.
that for
She does it.
y'all, for sure, all the time when you don't see me, because I don't want to distract you. So
Mm-hmm. You're not a good liar. You know that, right?
Your eye does a squinty thing when you lie too. So your eyes squint when you lie and also when you're confused. That is so interesting.
Super interesting. Let's find out his other tells.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Because my eyes are squinting all the time right now.
Yeah, but we know the difference.
No, your eyes were just not squinting a moment ago, and then you lied, and then your eyes squinted again. So no.
Okay, hear me out. My favorite duo. I love Felice, but I fucking love when you're with Tic Tac because you guys are real dumb together. It's my favorite thing.
Are you talking about me?
You know that, right?
Are you talking about me?
Okay, hear me out. My favorite duo. I love Felice, but I fucking love when you're with Tic Tac because you guys are real dumb together. It's my favorite thing. if you're a subscriber, please put the hola sticker and make him giggle for a second. Because you guys laughed so hard for so long. I thought I'd have to mute both of you somehow.
That was so funny, guys. I'm such a bum. I need to clip that.
And get Kristen and Buzzy a sticker. We want emotes. It's tying us together.
Yes, that would be great. I would like to be in a sticker next to Kristen.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll just say purebred, good boy.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Can we just like have a company together and just work on that now?
Honestly, we could. I really need to get some fuck Ronald Reagan merch. And very
Absolutely.
dedicated to the cause.
We could do a lot with that.
Ask how you're doing the other night, Pickles. A good trouble, dude? Good trouble asked how I was doing?
You know, GT and I are like friendly, so like he talks about you too.
What does he say?
I know Buzzy's up there all the time.
Does he say good things?
Mm-hmm.
Does he say like, hey, G, that Pickles guy, I'd like to hang out with him in real life. We'd probably be
He
good
said
friends.
you're a purebred good boy.
He said you're a purebred good boy.
He said that?
The first of its kind.
Yeah.
Wow.
So cute.
Yeah. I told you guys I have a
starstruck.
I have a heart. I have a locket with it's a heart, and one side is my face, and the other side is Good Trouble's face.
Sidebar to you guys and the chat, but is anyone familiar with the movies Creep 1 and Creep 2? With like that hot guy. What's his fucking name? I never remember, damn it. If you're familiar with Creep, someone tell me. But they made a Creep series on Prime, and it's exactly the same and awesome. Parker is a fucking knew you would. You're my girl.
Parker knows all.
She really does. I don't understand. Show us your sugar gliders. She has sugar gliders.
Yep.
And a very large iguana. And she sent me a motorcycle the other day, and I was like flabbergasted. Like I felt very spoiled. Like a big deal for a day. I needed it. Guys, we can't be out of debates. We got to keep working on this. We know that there's some incels out there at least. They're ready to come yell in their anime voices.
I am looking for a life coach, like a full-time live-in life coach. Somebody who can do things like make sure I eat.
Interesting. Interesting. Are you sure this is the right proposition? Because recently I was auctioning off Doug, and I am not against it. I'm not against it, but I need to know specifics. Would you like a relationship with this life coach?
No, I have a girlfriend, but...
So you just need somebody, you need a personal assistant.
Yeah, like somebody pop out of the closet, hey, wake up real quick, and then shoot.
So you need a personal assistant that's a little pushy.
Yeah.
Do you pay, or is this an internship?
Yeah, pay rate? Ooh, that's tough.
Yeah.
It's very important.
Yeah, that's rough. We'll figure that out later.
That can't help you. We need to have all the facts before I can auction you. What I can recommend is going to the TikTok tag for ADHD people for tricks to get through the day, and see if, even though I don't know if you have ADHD or not, see if any of those help you remember to drink water, eat food, and close things.
Or just go on Mr. Jones's live where he'll bully you.
Close things. Wow. Yeah, I have really bad ADHD. But my old roommate, I lived with him for like 7 years, but he'd be like, bro, I lift all the cabinets open all the time.
That's crazy. That's sociopathy, at least. Also, guys, can we get Buzzy to like 1,000 coins pretty please? Buzzy's here, like it's a big deal. Same thing with like Pickles. He needs coinage.
So maybe we're going about this wrong. Let's think about this. Pickles, maybe you should schedule an appointment with your doctor and talk about the possibilities of you having ADHD due to you having ADHD treats, and then seeing where that leads.
I do, and I've been medicated for it for like 17 years.
So what you're saying is I clocked your T.
Yeah, but I'm not medicated right now. So I can't afford it. It's like $500 a month. It's $380 a month for
I was gonna say
scripts.
it's very expensive, but ask
Yeah.
your doctor about. Sometimes what is a little bit cheaper for some people, depending, and there is a shortage happening. Ask your doctor for the non-narcotic version to see if that's available, to see if that helps even a little bit.
I can't do a hamster noise. Shit. I need Alina here.
Because it's a little bit cheaper. The non-narcotic version is less than $100. See if it's affordable for you, but ask if it's available to you.
I 1,000% think we're going to get banned for this particular topic. I'm just feeling it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, Rachel, I guess, left. Oh boy.
Guys,
Small talk. Let's go.
Old school mug today, chat. We're rocking the old school mug.
It's dope.
I actually
I have a Hello Kitty toaster and microwave somewhere I need to find.
I have my my Biden mug with the dark branding glasses that when the mug heats up, the glasses show up.
That technology is sick, brah.
Yeah, it's like 80s.
Like the cores.
80s technology, but it's still dope.
Remember that era where they tried to turn our ketchup like purple and green? That was the worst.
The what?
They
Oh,
tried to turn
the fun
ketchup like,
ketchup.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Fucked with my
It was like
headspace.
easy ketchup. Oh,
Yeah, no. Didn't
it was a
care for
wild
that.
time. I will say the one time I enjoyed my food being a different color. I had the Wednesday Addams Whopper.
Ooh.
It was purple.
That's awesome.
It wasn't bad.
What about the Grimace shake, though?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't actually know what it is either. Oh, also, all of you just lost the game, and I'm very sorry to do that to you.
What kind of
So
game?
suck on that, millennials. You don't remember the game? Back in like middle school? Yeah, sorry. Rickroll. I'm gonna hear some disgruntled people in the chat, I'm sure. And since we're just talking about middle school, meatspin.com. Send it to your buddies.
Yo, nope.
Don't do it. Don't do that. I don't know if it still exists.
Facts.
Pain
What's going on?
Olympics.
Yeah, nope.
So we're just on a loop right now, eyes wide open.
I feel like I look like a Chucky doll when I do that, actually.
Nemo's dad. Thank you for the sub.
Aww. Think it's our Nemo? That'd be funny.
And Jalen Cooper. Thank you for the sub. Thank you, guys.
Guys, I will turn off the whole chat if we don't get to 500 likes. Like, this is crazy.
Oh, yeah. We've been hovering at 480 for a while, guys.
In like hours.
Thank you for the new subs, chat, but you are still very selfish if you're not tapping the screen. Selfish and self-centered.
Don't be greedy. Greedy girls.
New subs. I love it, chat. Thank you.
Guys, give us a topic to throw around. It could be ridiculous. Let's find out what you're thinking. Is it about GAC? I don't know. Hi, Jerry.
Jerry, Jiraiya. Uncle Jiraiya.
Jerry, this is your mother calling from heaven. Dark. choice.
It's a little quiet. A little quiet over here sometimes.
To be fair, you did try to bring a lot of people up, and they just weren't connecting.
Hello?
Danielle.
Danielle Westfield?
This icon could go one of two ways.
Right. Should come up to talk about Aeon Flux as well. No?
Damn. I think we're gonna
Never
have to.
gets. I just need a universe where Aeon Flux meets Sailor Moon, and it's awesome and metal. Ooh, and the Batman who laughs. That'd be great. Mm-hmm. Oh, and Gizmo. Because now it's just ADHD brain, guys.
Guys, I've had about 15 of these Dr. Peppers.
You know you're in Texas when you drink a lot of cold Dr. Peppers. Sugarcane hits just right. I'm not good at voices, apparently.
Pickles, I bought a sub, but it will end in like 2 weeks.
That's the problem. You bought the sub. You need to find one devoted to you, Nemo's dad.
Oh, yeah. Chat, if you guys want to be my forever subs, you can go to YouTube and purchase a sub there. Follow me there. Like, if all 900 of you went and followed me on YouTube right now, it doesn't make any sense right now, but I'd be rich. Or something. Just go follow me, guys, because TikTok could get banned. Follow me on Twitch. Follow me on YouTube. And those places, especially Twitch, actually, you can go to Twitch and you can use your Amazon Prime subscription to gift a creator like 1 month of sub. You can just like redo it every month. And it's free. And it helps us. You can do that. That's always awesome.
So,
or you can buy my sub on YouTube. That's $1,000 a month.
What?
I'm just kidding. I don't have that. But I should.
That'd be dope.
I should. If like one person bought it, that'd be sick.
So I forgot my password to my TikTok the other day. And then I realized I forgot my password to all of my apps. And so I changed them all. And my new password is Kenny. Because I wanted a whole bunch of Kenny logins. I'm not good at jokes either. Okay. All right. Working it out.
Sorry, I'm zoned out.
I giggled, but I was on mute. Also, Nemo's dad said that they were lost in the sauce, and I will say that Pickles Riz is oozing, and that's probably how you drown. But it's all right. It's all right. You're above water. Look at you.
Guys are saucing me up. You guys are gassing me up tonight.
Were you once a cucumber?
I was once a cucumber.
That's how he got pickled.
I just thought that was Daisy. I don't know how that joke worked out in my brain either. You know what I was doing. It's gonna kick me in. I love her so much with a passion. Guys, don't forget to go on the Discord. It exists, and the mods in there are dope, and it's funny and informative. Also, please continue to share and tap. We really could use something tasty.
Join
Is it? Which chapter is that? Which category do I go into? Yeah, I haven't been in the Discord since I requested you all watch Green Room because I was like, oh, I feel very vulnerable now because y'all know my taste in movies and it's dark.
I'm afraid Pickles has lost the plot.
So
The
it's
plot
hilarious.
started. The plot started in the United States of America and ended up in Timbuktu.
So, Buzzy, have you continued your quest to find Douglas not love, but a situationship?
Whenever my earliest convenience allows, I do my best to auction off that purebred good boy.
Yeah,
There's
because it's a
actually, matter of fact, there's
situationship, so he can't have priority
836.
time.
There's 836 people in here. Now's a good time. There's a purebred good boy. His name is Dougie. Username Dougie Lives. And if you're wondering if that's any correlation to his actual life, yes, he's a personal trainer, and he does in fact lift. Is he a purebred good boy? Yes. He's one of a few of his kind on most days. But here's the thing, he could be a better boy. But he eats frozen Michelina dinners.
And peanut butter out of the jar, like a
Because
bear.
he can't cook.
No.
He believes in protein.
I love protein.
He
It's a good
does
choice.
consume his fruits and vegetables. He has a good boy yogurt that is questionable in taste. And why is it questionable in taste, you ask? It has 30 grams of protein. And anybody that has worked out knows that the higher the protein value, the worse the taste is.
Yeah.
No matter what that flavor is on the back end.
I absolutely have the same diet as Dougie, just FYI.
Yeah,
I don't work out.
We'll talk about your transgressions next, Kristen. Don't worry. So you have Nicholas.
Yeah, he can cook.
Yeah,
That's
you
what I
have.
figured out. You get a chef, and he's got to have autism, and I think that's the combo
Fair,
that makes
fair.
them perfect.
No, same, because I think heavy metal boyfriend, same. You get a communist, a little tism, a little ADHD,
Hell yeah.
and a hyperfixation for the things that you like to do.
Yes.
And it works out. Whatever I'm interested in, he's all for. And the patience to build Legos.
Yeah, his Lego thing. I'm not into, but I'm happy for him.
John, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube.
Listen, I think there's a potential for you to be dragged over to the dark side, Kristen. Let me tell you, Heavy Metal Boyfriend got me to build Legos. We made Lego sunflowers.
I want him to buy me the Lego flower bouquet, but I don't want to tell him to do that. I want him to figure it out on his own.
No, definitely. Nicholas will get there. I'm telling you. Eventually, he'll find a Lego of something you like, and you'll be down a rabbit hole. That's how I got here. And now we're purchasing Legos and building them together. So there is a potential to be dragged over to the other side. I'm where you are. The tism and the ADHD. I'm telling you.
Are there Sailor Moon Legos yet?
I do know that there are some sort of mini blocks that make Sailor Moon things. I only know this because he sent them to me. And there's also some sort of mini block thing for Twilight houses. So
What the fuck is a mini block?
I have no idea, but it
Lego
looks like
off-
Legos to me.
It's like Lego off-brand.
Okay, that makes so
Saying
much
he's a purist, we know that.
because it looks like Legos. That's all I got. So for anybody else that is dating somebody with the tism and the ADHD, there is a potential for you to be dragged down the rabbit hole of the things they have the patience to do that you do not. So, anyways, for that purebred good boy Dougie, right? He needs a situationship because he said he's not emotionally ready for a relationship. But he needs a situationship. However, the problem is, I always say, don't do girlfriend things without girlfriend title. The problem is what he's asking for is girlfriend things. So then you have to ask yourself, what boundaries are you going to set for what it is you're willing to put out there? But he is a handsome, purebred good boy. Username Dougie Lives. Check him out sometime.
What a wingman. Wing
He
woman.
strikes me as the type who will very likely say that he's not into a relationship in the first week, and then whenever she expects it and gets mad at him like a year later, he's like, but I told you. And then he's going to fall in love with the next one, and that's going to be sad.
For sure. So that's why I'm saying only engage in this auction for Dougie's time if you two only want a situationship and are emotionally unavailable.
I wonder if like a paper bag over the head would be beneficial. I don't know.
And he still sounds like he sounds.
Yeah. I propose something to Thickless that he is not a fan of, and I don't know what to do about it. So, can I ask you about it?
Start with the pinky. Don't go straight for a thumb.
Oh no, we're already past that lane.
Oh.
I have time. I have ears. I'm willing to listen to anything you have to say, Kristen, as always.
He came out of the
Nicole, thank you
shower
for the sub.
wearing a towel, and for some reason, I don't know. I go, "Do you want to cosplay Abu Ghraib?" And he was like, "Absolutely not." And I was like, "But come on." And he continued to say no. So that was upsetting.
This is one of those situations where you got to buy the costume and just hang it up in plain sight where he can see it sometimes. Just, where he can see it at a glance. And then maybe one day he'll be curious enough to put it, since it's there and it's available.
He told me that there are two things that don't go around that situation, and it would be pew-pews and knives. And I was like, "Are you sure?"
Is he sure?
And I mean, like, I don't think he's sure.
I feel like he's gaslighting us.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
Also, let's go paintballing.
Ooh.
I've never been paintballing, and I need to go.
Me either, but I feel like
hate it. I want to be honest. I hate it.
Really? You're one of those guys who's like naturally already very gamer cool. So like those opportunities just presented themselves to you, and you're like, "Oh, I'm already really good at this." Whereas I am not coordinated in that fashion, but I'm hyper competitive, and I will end up.
Here's the thing about paintball, though. Like, there's like sweats who look like wieners when they're doing it too hard. You're like, you just kind of look like a wiener if you're trying way too hard in paintball.
Wait, what did you just say? There's like sweats?
Yeah, like people who try way too hard. We call them sweats. Nicole, thank you so much for the subscription. I don't know if I already said. Thank you so much. But yeah, it's just so expensive, and they just get these like $3,000 guns that do full auto sprays, and it's just goofy. I don't know. It's so expensive.
That sounds like a passion project. Oh, there's a person above me.
So.
Oh, what's up, Eli? Are you there?
What's going on, guys?
Hi.
What's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
Are you my?
Yeah, we've talked before, Pickles.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, man.
I'm out of the loop.
How about Trump being Time Person of the Year? How about that?
I mean, typically when you become president of the United States of America, you become the Time Person of the Year.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you, ma'am.
I said typically when you become president of the United States of America, you become the person of the year.
Was Obama
correlation.
or George Bush Time of the Year?
I don't know. Wasn't Elon once? Who cares?
Yeah. I can look, but there's a correlation
I
between.
think Trump's the second president besides Reagan.
You
I have
unlock
to
the
check.
beast.
There's usually a correlation. There are few presidents that have been person of the year. To see.
I think he's also been like ranked really poorly, like as far as presidents go, though, hasn't he?
Harry Trump.
Yeah, president. Every year on President's Day, they rank the president based on the administration and what's happening at the time. And I believe he was last or close to last.
Yeah. Is that Nemo?
Is Nemo's dad actually Nemo's dad? I'm convinced now.
You mean Nemesy?
No.
No.
What's up, man?
Nemo.
Yeah, I'm assuming that Nemo's dad is not my dad, seeing as it's 2003 is the year, so I'm guessing not. I got about 10 years
Just
on
thought we
that
were
one.
gonna get another beard. I mean, I was really excited.
It's been so long. I was right. Obama was Time Person of the Year, by the way. I just looked it up.
Yeah, literally everybody that's won the presidency has been Time Person of the Year.
Yeah, quite literally. It's a correlation. Like it's a direct. It's not like a special thing. When you become president, and it only makes sense because we vote every 4 years. And when you become president, you become Person of the Year. Why? Because you are quite literally about to be the head of this country. Like it's a correlation. It's not a special award.
My bad on the Republican side. That's what I meant.
I'm pretty sure
Trump's
George
the second
Bush.
one.
I'm pretty sure Bush was on the magazine.
I don't think so.
That Bush may have been a kind of a weird situation because at least in 2000 they hadn't, I guess, decided yet, and I don't know about 2004.
I don't know.
He should have been in 2004. But
I
yeah, I
like
think
he
2000 wasn't 2000 like famous because it was that the
Y2K
cover was like both of them, like the two faces. You know what I'm talking about?
Bush.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Was that during Bush?
Both
Face Off.
both Bushes were a Person of the Year. Rudy Giuliani was Person of the Year. No one.
He was
That's
because he
dark,
was a
man.
hero.
Man.
Oh
Remember,
yeah.
Rudy Giuliani wasn't always a weirdo. Well,
Yeah,
it's okay.
yeah.
People hate when you use weirdo. Rudy
Ask his dungeon
Giuliani
master.
wasn't always a demon.
He's seen better days.
At one point, he was good. He was good for the state of New York. He did great things for this country. And then capitalism got injected into his bloodstream when that bald eagle hit happened. And now here we are.
Yeah.
So stay away from bald eagles, y'all. That American exceptionalism is hitting hard these days.
I can't picture Rudy Giuliani without first picturing is the little guy from It's Always Sunny
Danny
as
DeVito.
Rudy Giuliani. Yep. Mm-hmm. Every time now. It's terrible.
Chat,
like
follow the stream if you like our shenanigans and debates. I don't know why we haven't had a debate in a minute. Well, we have Eli here, but we haven't had a debate in a minute. But Eli, did you want to say anything else? Is it?
No, let's talk about Luigi.
Are you?
What's your opinions on that?
You know what?
Free
I'm gonna
him
let Nemo answer this
if
one.
he didn't do it.
I want Nemo to talk on this.
Go ahead, Nemo.
Well, my background might kind of give away my opinion. For legal purposes, I do not endorse unaliving of people. Unaliving of people is bad. Don't do that. But no, seriously, like I don't support actually unaliving people. But I mean, I get it. I understand why he did it. I don't feel bad for Mr. CEO, dude. I don't. And if that's a spicy take, then I'm sorry. But literally the entire country has been fucked over by private insurance companies. And there are, people tried to humanize him by saying, oh, but he's got a wife and kids. Yeah, so did the tens of millions of American families that lost a loved one because their shit was denied. So I'd rather feel bad for them than a guy who, literally deployed some type of AI solution to just auto-deny claims.
You think this could be a chain of things to happen in the future?
What do you mean?
Like as far as the unaliving or any of these big CEOs or any of that kind of stuff?
I think that there might be copycats. There's oftentimes a lot of copycats whenever there's some kind of, incident, like any type of unaliving. I mean, go watch any true crime stuff. There's always copycats. Now, who the next CEO would be, I don't know. Will there actually be a successful copycat? I don't know.
I was going to
say maybe
it
it'll happen. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Goes. I think it would depend. I think the radicalization of people will depend on how the trial goes. And that might be something that they're taking into account. On the opposite side of that, very much so with Nemo. I mean, personally, if he didn't do it, free him. If he did do it, let the judicial system run its course. But also understanding his plight and why it could lead someone to doing those things, for sure.
I just hope he gets like the Kyle Rittenhouse treatment at least.
Yeah, that guy, that lady that was arrested. Oh my God.
Which lady? What are you talking about?
There was a lady that was arrested. She was on the phone with Blue Cross Blue Shield, I think, and she said, "This is why this is happening to you," or something of that nature. And she repeated, I believe it was denied. Whatever.
Denied if indepose.
Yeah, she said that. Something of that nature. She got arrested.
Really?
Yeah. And
that doesn't seem okay.
What did she get slammed with? I forget.
I was going to say, because verbal threats, they usually can't do anything for unless they're There's a
Yeah.
different law for that.
And even saying that, like, I mean, I understand, but if we keep, Schnazis around, then what are we doing?
Yeah, so they denied her medical claim. She was 42. She said denied depose. You people are next during a recorded phone call.
The you people are next is probably a little rough.
Yeah,
I just hope
Yeah.
we get like another hot Guy Fawkes looking cat like V for Vendetta. I'd be happy with that copycat.
This poor little lady.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Yeah, this dude. Yeah,
They said that the murder
looks
weapon.
maxed out the wazoo.
They said that the murder weapon wasn't the same as the one used that they found on him, used for the unaliving of the CEO.
I don't know. I'm with his lawyer. His lawyer said, "Here's all the evidence I've seen," and then put his two hands together and told the cameras to zoom in. And honestly, I'm on the lawyer side. So yeah, let the judicial system do its job. Let's see what happens.
This guy definitely seems like the vocal type, just because if you've watched him whenever he's been, moved between locations, he's a talker. So I hope that we get to see something from him in trial. It's in New York, right? So do they do televised?
And does he have a manifesto? That feels like it would be appropriate.
It's not.
Yes.
It's like
we
a couple.
think.
Oh. What we've found so far was a couple It wasn't that long. It was more of like a inspirational thing.
Like a mantra.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
very inspirational. It very much so. I'm not the villain speech, if you will.
I love an anti-hero, in fairness.
I was scrolling through TikTok, I think, 2 nights ago, and somebody read off what currently is thought to be the manifesto. I think it took about 2 minutes. So it's not dramatically long. It's not like
It's like 262 words.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So it's not like Kaczynski's manifesto by any means.
But he did leave a review on Ted Kaczynski's Amazon, his book. It was very...
Seriously? Yeah. Like a Yelp review style?
It was long. It was well thought out. It was well written. It was really good. It was like this fucking long.
Yeah. I wonder if he chat GPT'd it. He's very vocal though. He's very vocal. Like and even when he's talking, being moved from place to place, like he's very.
Well, maybe we'll evoke Hammurabi's code or something during the Trump era, so it'll be fine.
What we know as far as like his online presence and stuff, he's a tech bro.
That tracks.
He's not left wing, which honestly, probably for PR purposes is the best. He doesn't seem to be overly one way or another politically. He's kind of, the way that I've described it is red pill adjacent, or like Rogan bro adjacent. So he's not
all boys school, right?
Yes, he did. Yeah. He's not like a straight up incel. He's not straight up red pilled. It's just he listens to some people who are in that ecosystem a little bit. So I don't know, but he is a tech bro. So yeah, at least they can turn around and be like, "See, left wing communist radicals."
Well, either way, then I wouldn't care what happened to him. A little bit harsh, but tech bros, fuck them.
Yeah. So it's interesting. I'm very interested to listen to what he has to say. But yeah, I guess one tangible thing that's come of it so far is I don't think it was Blue Cross Blue Shield. There was that story circulating that Blue Cross Blue Shield was gonna not pay for anesthesia, like the full amount.
Yeah.
Only like what's necessary or whatever. And then they reversed on that decision within, hours of this happening.
Without admitting that it was a real thing. Of course. Annie, hi.
Yeah.
You want to say something?
Hey guys. I had one quick thought. And I'm wondering, so he was apparently, I mean, he was like a software engineer, right? And this was like really carefully planned out. He like obviously spent time like planning what he would do when he was arrested. I mean, his statements, even as they're dragging him away, like he's making like very intelligent, succinct like statements. It's all planned, you know? And my only thought is I wonder if, like, I'm hoping that he maybe managed to get like some private communications, some shit that's gonna, he's gonna leak or is planned to leak. I don't know. I'm just saying the dude's smart. He's a software engineer, and that is my hope. That's all I got.
Oh, interesting.
Mostly because they've been my insurance company for years and they suck, and they control a lot of Medicaid, like states Medicaid programs, and it's awful. So that's my one thing, and that's all I'm gonna say. I don't know. That's it.
I just want a video game of him in Red Med Redemption.
All right, that's it, guys. I'll please drop me down, okay?
Absolutely.
Right,
Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
That was a tactical, cute yawn just then.
Yeah.
Pickles, can you scroll to the lady's mugshot? That's a request from B.
Oh.
Scroll to the lady's mugshot. I know I'm tired because I don't remember who we're looking at now. Oh,
Spot
the
the
lady who's
difference.
okay, got it.
Look at the hand. Did you see that?
There's a headline above her. It looks like a Sevia. I think that's just an ad, B, possibly.
Pulls executive photos from website.
And to be fair, the person that was up here that said this earlier is 100% correct. Blue Cross Blue Shield does, in fact, control a lot of Medicare and Medicaid here in Florida. As a matter of fact, Florida Blue is one of the things that is used here in Florida. And there are a lot of people that get denied for all kinds of things. There are a lot of hoops to jump through if you don't have advocates or if you don't have experience in healthcare. I can personally say from my experience with the Florida healthcare system and having stayed in surgery insurance when I had surgery a year and some change ago now, it is, when I say if you don't have advocates, it doesn't work. It got to the point where my doctor sent my entire medical record so they could not deny him for gaps in the timeline. Because when they found nothing else, it was, we don't see the timeline. So my doctor said, fuck it. He sent me my entire medical record, and he sent them my entire medical record.
Someone asked for ferret toe beans. Sorry.
Little feets.
The toe beans. Go on, get. Go on. Go crawl around the house. All right, we've got more people now. Hello?
Hey guys. Okay, so in my opinion, all right, all I'm saying, he denied healthcare for a lot of people, right? So Luigi just denied healthcare for him.
I see what you did there. Maybe go back to the drawing board. That one's
Okay.
we're, rough draft.
Rough draft.
Yeah,
All
rough
right.
draft. We can do better
I
than that.
identify with Nemo's facial expression. That's all I'm going to say on that matter.
No comment. No comment.
Colin said deep.
Yeah.
I like your username.
Yo,
It
that's
totally fits. Wild thoughts. That's perfect.
You know, I've came up here and said some pretty outrageous stuff before, but not like crazy.
Mhm.
I never like try to get you taken down, you know.
Mhm.
But I will come up here and be. But yeah, I love what you do. I love the Trump sucks and everything. I love it, bro.
Thanks.
Yeah. My car actually right now before it broke down, I let people draw on it, right? And somebody tried to write Trump on it. I was like, all right. The first rule was no, you know, like no dicks or anything. And then I had to make another rule. So it was no dicks, no politics, right? Because he tried to write like a big Trump 2024. And I was like, nah, everything else is cool. But there's some pretty cool stuff on there. We'll give it that.
Yeah, there's a term in the tech industry. It's called TTP, time to penis, and it's how long it takes until somebody makes a penis out of it. Like in
Yeah.
Minecraft, you know. I think it's a slippery slope when you're drawing things on a car.
You know, people snuck them in there. People did sneak them in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys have a great night.
Hey, you
Oh,
too,
great
man.
morning, I guess.
You too. Appreciate you. Food for thought, chat. Soup for the some kind of soul. Hello? Hello? Chat, if you guys can make beautiful wiener shaped taps on the screen and get us to 600K. I think we got like another, I don't know, like 30 minutes left in me.
Yeah, I was about to ask: is this a late night or is this a early morning?
It was a stream that started a little too late. I was supposed to start at like 6 and I started at like 11 because I forgot that I had went to a hockey game tonight. So started when I came back and now we're here 5 a.m. My sleep schedule's so effed. Hopefully I'll be alive again tonight, chat. I think Felice is gonna come debate tonight with me. Hope she does. Just joined Twitch, followed you in Carbon. Any other recommendations? I'm literally I've never really browsed Twitch.
Nemo, are you on Twitch?
Actually,
Jovan,
not.
we gotta get
Yeah,
you
I'm
over
not.
there.
I don't know how to do simulcasting and all that stuff. Actually, I mean, I haven't hosted a live in God knows how long. I'm a total not smart person when it comes to this.
I'm sure we can.
Yeah, but you're pretty, so you get other people to do it for you. It's fine.
If you ever want help with that kind of stuff, dude, I will do all you need.
Can we teach like a little leftist class? Because I'm also very curious how to do that.
Lefties right witch, thank you for the sub. Yeah, I've helped quite a few now already. But what I do
So I'm
is
saying we gotta
very
pre-record it.
there's a lot going on behind what I'm doing.
Hmm.
But you could definitely I just got Alina on board. She's just about to where she's
Yeah.
multi-streaming kind of like I am.
Well, mine's for Thickless, who's also a fucking nerd slash tech geek. So he already knows kind of what you're doing, but I don't know how to operate it.
A lot of this stuff is just kind of weird. It's hard to Google.
Oh, I've also worked in tech for 10 years, so I forget about that sometimes.
Yeah.
Guys, we need
Yeah,
to get at least like one angry incel. So reach into your deep, deep pockets of hell and find this misogynist, please. Want to yell at them?
I'm gonna incite the rage. Secondhand Serenade, Fall for You is one of the greatest songs ever made. Fight me.
I don't know if it's coming.
Shit.
What song is that?
Nope, not doing it. Mm-mm. Go ahead, Bessie. Over
Nemo,
again.
take it away.
No. It's not a good song though. That voice is whiny as fuck.
I'm an old man. I don't know what that song is.
But hear me out. Hawthorne Heights, still based.
Hawthorne Heights is awesome, right?
Yeah. They're touring, or I guess the lead is touring with his daughter now, which is super cute. Speaking of which, I'm reporting from my lovely music studio, everyone. So say hello to my mini guitar collection. It's a fucking mess because we just finished another album. But yeah, my house is crazy right now.
Lefty says the stream has always seemed drama free. Had to subscribe. I caught up in some bullying and subs. Well, thank you. We try. We try our best.
I mean, I try to bully, but Pickles blocks me.
That's Secondhand Ceramic. Okay. Yes, I know that song. It was one of those bands where it's like, I don't know their name, but I definitely know that song. So, okay.
Every time I see Buzzy, I think of that one song by Owl City, Fireflies.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's a delightful song. I'm scared to know her reaction to it.
We might have a debate. Hello?
Hey, Dark Nemo. Hey, everyone here. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. I hope maybe we can learn something from each other and engage in rhetoric in a positive way, if you will.
I like it. Are you a Trump supporter?
I did vote for Donald Trump. Dark Nemo knows this. I did vote kind of hesitantly. I think a lot of the rhetoric he's talking about now with the 14th Amendment, I stand opposed to. AB, I stand opposed to. A lot of his issues and his tariffs, I stand opposed to as well.
Can you just clarify when you say AB you stand opposed to, do you mean his take on it or do you mean like abortion as a whole?
Yeah, I'm pro individuals making their choices with their own bodies. I think it's a medical issue. I believe women should be able to make that decision on their own accord. I think the government, and especially the state and the government, should stay out of it. That's always been my view. Yep. So yeah, I stand opposed to a lot of his policies. Where I do stand in line with him is his taxation across the board. I even stand opposed to his tariffs. I do think that he will impose less federal government and less taxes overall compared to Kamala Harris. And I don't say that lightly. I will say positive things about Kamala Harris all day. I think she was qualified. I think she was intelligent, but I think that Donald Trump will be a less bad president for most Americans, including the poor and middle class, and individuals around the world. I think he'll be a better leader, and we'll see what happens with those wars. But go ahead.
Here's what I'll say. This is what the after-tax income, or this is actually slightly different than that. But this is how the two tax policies were supposed to affect each class. So like the poorest is on the left, the richest is on the right. If you look at all the yellow, that's Trump. He's going to increase taxes for everybody besides the richest of the rich. And then Kamala's tax plan would have decreased taxes for everybody besides the richest of the rich. So this is, in my belief, this is probably the direction we need to go in. Like, Trump has pushed that all the way so far to the right. Like, as much as he could legally do it, he gave himself a tax cut and his rich friends a tax cut. And for us to believe that it's like the greatest thing we could ever do, no one's ever thought of this, is crazy to me. Like, of course no one wants to pay taxes, especially rich people, I'm sure. But if we look at the data, there's no aggregate data that shows like that cutting taxes for rich people ultimately helps out the economy as a whole. In fact, it doesn't do much at all, especially with all the mechanisms in place right now for rich people to just circle jerk with their own money, just like do stock buybacks. And like, there's like a meta for this. There's like a way to do it. If you don't do it, you're stupid. And it's stock buybacks and buying real estate and all that stuff. That's what they do. So the thing is, this is what would have helped the economy. Like an emboldened middle class and lower class can buy goods and services from McDonald's and Walmart, and they in turn also become successful. It's a healthy economy. But if if the richest of the rich continue to get these huge tax breaks, they're just accumulating wealth, and we're all just gonna wait for them to piss like a little bit down on us. That's my opinion.
With you in the terms of trickle down economics doesn't work. But compared to what? Compared to C-19, the government shut down the small businesses and injected more trillions of dollars into the economy than ever before. And all of that money, virtually all of it, went to the rich elite, right? And Trump was part of that as well. But Biden and the Democrats, it seems, wanted to spend more. They had legislation, trillions upon trillions of dollars more. And I think that that was wrong. And I think that when you shut down small businesses and you virtually make it so that large corporations can compete, I stand opposed to that as well. But I need to ask you a question. Do you stand opposed to tariffs? Why?
I'm not opposed to all tariffs. I think blanket tariffs are a dumb idea. I think they're betraying our allyship with our nations and our biggest trading partners. I think that this is a huge mistake that's complicated our relationships with our like Asia's already banning the trade of like rare metals that we need to produce microchips, like the big industry that we've put billions of dollars in investing in the last few years. Like we just put billions, and now we can't even get the metal to make the stuff just because Trump's yapping about tariffs.
Right. So I agree with you unequivocally and categorically that, and econometrically too, over time, the history of tariffs show that all tariffs, whether they are targeted tariffs like you've described, or blanket tariffs, or any protectionist tariffs, over time they will end up with individuals, in this case Americans and consumers, paying more for those goods and services. That's why I stand opposed to the tariffs. Right. I agree with you there. Right.
Yeah.
And Dark Nemo, we concur on that motion. Uh, but I'd say compared to what? I'd say in the comparison to Kamala Harris's increased taxation across the board, not only on small businesses, but excise taxes, surtaxes, increased marginal tax rate for the top earners from 37% to increase that again and again, increasing taxes on corporations from 21% to 28% and then to 35% and possibly even more than that. And on top of that, the rhetoric of increasing a new tax on unrealized capital gains. And of course, they say that they're only going to go after net worths of $100 million or more. But I'd say over time, the history of taxation, they've always introduced new taxes uh, with the premise of going after the rich elite. Only it will affect the rich, but over time, the poor, in a regressive sense, pay more and more of their income. So this will, over time, over the years and decades, the new taxes affect the poor disproportionately compared to the rich. And so that's why I stand opposed to those taxes, which she wants to increase and Donald Trump does not,
So
in my estimations.
I disagree. So what we have, if I could illustrate this in 30 seconds, is we have an economy, and so like when you buy something from McDonald's, it trickles up to the rich people, and then they pay some taxes, they employ some people, and it comes back down to the poor people, like a little bit of it, not all of it. Some of it stays up here, right? So they get to hold on to a little bit, but then they pour a little bit back down, and then it's this big cycle, right? And then when we run out of money, like think about COVID, everybody was poor, no one could work, and what did we do to fix this? We injected money, we printed money, because we had no money down here. We had to kickstart it. It's like ripping the fucking pull cord on a lawnmower, right? We had to fucking inject money, and then boom, back into the
It's
economy.
almost
Some
the
of it
inverse
stays
to
up
the
here,
to
a
the
little
Great
bit gets
Depression.
pissed back
Sorry.
down.
Yep.
But this is what happens when you cut taxes for the rich. You're sending all this money into this machine, right? And when you cut taxes for the rich, you're making this even bigger and exasperating the problems where you have to print money more and more often because we're running out of money faster at the bottom. And it's just this big, ugly cycle. So the bigger the tax break, the more often we have to print money.
Right, but then you're making an argument for tariffs in the capacity that the rich of the other countries are paying import taxes too. And so that's government revenue to a point as well, which I stand opposed to the tariffs.
But
And
I don't
I
care about the
also stand
government revenue. I'm talking about just the health of the
right.
economy.
Well, right. But in capacity to taxes, the economy would be better off with lower taxation across the board, not only for the poor and middle class to keep more of their earned income and the money that they create and work for themselves so hard, but they'd be
This
better off if the
these are
rich
feelings.
would pay
We
less
have
in
every
taxes too.
developed nation on earth that has a higher tax rate, that has like like a more progressive tax rate. They're doing way better than us. Like they have higher like social mobility. They rank higher on the economic freedom index. They do all of these things
Yeah,
way better than us.
I
These
understand that, and I understand too. To concede to your point too, we pay more per capita for healthcare costs than any other country, developed country in the world by far and away. So I agree with many of your talking points here. I just think we could do better if we had more individualism, more ability for people to start their small businesses and to have more small businesses flourish compared to these multinational conglomerates which are taking over the government. And one of the reasons why I'm in favor of less government and more individual liberty is because, as we've seen in the history of this country, when you have more government, industrialists take it over. That's one of the points I'm making. And Dark Nemo and I have debated on this before. We've always been cordial for the most part. So I appreciate you guys having me up here, and I appreciate the cordiality. I've never sworn at anyone. You guys are very kind in here, and I appreciate the ability to be able to talk, because a lot of people shout you down. Oh, he's a schmatzy, or he's and I disagree with that. I disagree with the notion that Donald Trump is an authoritarian or a despot or an autocrat or whatever name you want to call him. I disagree with that across the board. I will say he does say some stupid things, and I absolutely, unequivocally, categorically, insurmountably stand opposed to many of the foolish rhetoric that he says, including Pocahontas, including the stuff about the 14th Amendment, including today he said, oh, well, tariffs are going to increase prices on groceries. They might. They might. And that's why I stand opposed to the tariffs. That's why I stand opposed to the corporate tax rate going up. But it's just interesting in my understanding of this, like I don't know what your position is on the corporate taxes, but do you want to increase the corporate tax from 21% to 28%, and then again at 35%, like Bernie Sanders and Kamala Harris and many on the Democrat side have said?
Yeah.
When we know, okay, yep. But here, all right, I appreciate you answering that honestly, and I would say that if you've studied in the field of econometrics, uh, we all know that tariffs result in end consumers paying more. Corporations don't pay taxes, right? It's either the employees, the shareholders, or most often the customers who will pay those increased taxes, just like with tariffs, just like with corporate taxes, just like with excise taxes, just like with
So
surtaxes.
you can
Anytime you try to increase taxes on individuals, on a business entity, they will increase prices across the line and down the line to the end consumer. I'll go 10 more seconds and then you can make your point if you please. But at every point of transaction, transportation, and production, prices will increase and end consumers will pay the most every time. And they've correlated the studies. Milton Friedman, Thomas Sowell, F.A. Hayek, they've done studies on this. They know this. Since we've incepted the corporate tax rate in 1909, started out at 1%, we've raised it up through the years, fluctuating very highly. We absolutely unequivocally know that when we raise taxes on individuals and corporations and businesses and tariffs, they end up in end consumers paying more. Go ahead.
Okay, so the question is how much? And the thing is, with a tariff, you can't hide the cost of a tariff. There's no burying that. So that is because that's on the good. That is on the cost of goods sold. Are you like in bookkeeping or accounting or
Right.
anything?
No. I agree with that. But compared to what? Compared to corporations? Do you
To
think they
compare
can
to
hide
corporate
costs?
tax. So like, so yes, so
Right.
like if this corporation, say if they're so high taxed, maybe they pay like 5% extra more in taxes, and they think they're going to pass it on to their consumer. But the next corporation next door, they do the same exact thing. They sell the same product. They're a competitor, and they pay let's say they pay like they pay like a 2% tax, and they have to compete, and their price is right here. If they tack on that 5%, this person is going to get all the business. They're going to sell all their product. This person is going to be priced out. So this is what I'm saying. They can eat the cost. If it's tacked on to the actual cost of goods sold, there's no hiding it. There's no hiding it at all. But in a capitalist society, when it's up here, they can hide it. They have to compete.
I would detest that unequivocally across the board, and I would say you could make that argument inanely for tariffs as well, but it won't hold up in the court of econometrics, in the court of study, if you will. That
I
over
didn't even know
time, the
econometrics was
business,
a word. I didn't know.
it's a field of study under economics, but if the people who've studied this will absolutely unequivocally agree with me that corporate taxes, excise taxes, tariffs, whatever you want to call them, tariffs, when you try to tax a business entity, a production entity, they will cleverly and almost smartly, and in a way where they will keep more for themselves, they will pass on those costs to other people. And that's what I wanted to. And it's just interesting to me that the MAGA will cherry pick on their side. Oh, tariffs don't increase prices. They absolutely unequivocally do. We know that. But on the other side too, I think it's inane that on your side you will not go to the echo of the testimony of the people who have studied this that suggests that you cannot tax corporations as well with the same capacity, because over time, and I see this chart that you just pulled up, but there are things called economic lag, economic indicators, and economic lag over time. The studies are done, and I'm saying that 100% when you try to tax.
What does this chart tell you?
Is this just fancy trickle down?
No, this isn't
You're
trickle
saying
down.
you've seen this chart
Trickle
before?
down
What is
compared to
this?
what? No, go ahead.
This is the wealth gap. And in 1980,
sure, right,
the whole country was suckered into voting for this actor. His name is Ronald Reagan. He didn't know fuck about
Fuzzy's
shit.
favorite person.
And he came in and he cut taxes right here in 1980. And then you can kind of see what happens. The wealth gap just fucking explodes. 90% of the US citizens stayed on this course, while the rich people who are spouting the shit you're saying went on this course. And you can see that didn't trickle down. It didn't trickle down. It didn't come down. We stayed down here. They went up there. And you're making that even worse by cutting their taxes even more. We're down to 15%. Before 1970, it was 51%.
For the corporate tax, 21%. Yeah, it was in 1968. It was the highest at 52%, right? But the corporate tax, it initially started at 1% in 1909, and it fluctuated very highly over the years, right?
Mm-hmm.
But let's go back to the 1950s when the top marginal tax rate was 91% from years 1951 to 1963, right?
Okay.
So not only was there less government revenue compared to GDP income, but there was less effective tax rate. People didn't pay those taxes. They got through them with many exceptions.
Yeah.
Right. Right. That's all right. So we agree there 100%. So the fact is that the effective tax rate in the 1950s, the top 1% paid 32% compared to today, where they're paying 40% or more in the overall taxation in this. Yeah, the effective tax rate is much more today.
You
well,
said
not
today?
much more today, about
more.
Yeah, so the 1%, the richest 1%, right, pay 40% of all the federal taxes in this country, compared to the 1950s, where they had a marginal tax rate of 91%. They only paid 33% of taxes.
Do you think that
across the board
wealth representation looked like this in the 1940s?
No, I think there are a lot of factors that paint to the fact that we had less government overall. We had more production. We were coming out of World War II. We were coming out of a big global depression. And let's go back to I know it was only a couple of decades after from the Great Depression to then, but the Great Depression was caused by failed government monetary policy. Why was the Great Depression called? A lot of people on your side say it was Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act of 1930. That's not entirely the case. Though Smoot-Hawley did exacerbate it, and Ford McCombie. So it did exacerbate it. And I know you might be learning on this, but just so everybody in here and everybody in the comments might get a little education on this. These are unequivocally the facts, which the economists will say what caused the Great Depression. Not only was the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act of 1930 an exacerbating effect, but also Ford McCumber of 1922 was an exacerbating effect. The reason that the Great Depression happened, right? There was a crash in the stock market and people got scared. But the primary factor, right? The primary reason why the Great Depression lasted for as long as it did was in years 1929 to 1933. The federal government, the Federal Reserve, which was enacted in 1913, the same year that we reintroduced income tax for the second time in our country's history. But 1929 to 1933, federal government, the Federal Reserve, reduced total monetary supply by 28% over those 4 years. And that's what caused the Great Depression. And compared to what? Compared to today, when we shut down small businesses and we injected trillions upon trillions of dollars more than ever before, we have some dangerous times ahead, I think. And I'm worried about it. And I don't know if Donald Trump will be worse or not. I believe he'll be better, but we'll see. And I'll leave you on that. Have a good night. Dark Demo, I appreciate always being up here and talking with you. And I'm going to bed. Good night, guys.
Appreciate you, man. All right. You're welcome back anytime.
I'll have a good gish gallop and then even we have questions.
Nemo, he's a regular with you?
Yeah, I've talked to him before. Like he's a smart dude. I didn't want to jump in while you were going, but oh god, I had so many.
I wish I really wanted you
invoking
to,
F.A. Hayek. Oh god.
Yeah. You're welcome
We're
to go
ignoring
off.
a lot of factors. Like
You're welcome to go off. I'm actually trying to link something in OBS right now.
Oh yeah. I wrote a paper on one of the books that F.A. Hayek published. It's one of his famous ones. It's called The Road to Serfdom. And I mean, at the time, I was still in high school, so it wasn't that big of a deal. I'm sure that if I read it now and I had to write a paper on it, I would cry blood because I fundamentally disagree with everything said in that book. But the gist is that centrally planned economies are bad, but while that premise might not necessarily be wrong, it's the way that Hayek argues it. Basically, any type of government intervention whatsoever in an economy is bad. That's his real thesis.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
He's kind of like a Milton Friedman type. He's very small government, anti government intervention, free market, invisible hand stuff. It's ugh. So I'm not a fan of Hayek. But yeah, as far as it's really confusing with Light because he's correct on a number, or he has the correct opinion on a number of different policies, but then for whatever reason he's voting for Trump. I don't think that less taxes is a good thing. I agree with you, right, about your point about trickle down. Reagan, I call Reagan 1980s Satan for a reason. He's the devil incarnate. I guess one of the few pleasures that I have in my life is that I was able to be alive during the same time that he went into the ground. So that was cool.
What year did you die?
I think it was 2007.
Oh, fuck yeah. Me too then.
Yeah, let me double check that. I think it was 2007. But yeah, there's so many problems that we can trace back to Reagan. I think that as far as economic problems, it was 2004. I'm sorry. It's one, which is what you had mentioned, was massive tax cut across the board. The other one was legalizing stock buybacks.
Yeah, that was fucked.
Yeah, so that I've said before that if I had a magic wand and I could I guess, make something policy as far as economic policy, would I pick increasing corporate taxes or stock buybacks or banning stock buybacks?
Yeah,
and it would be banning stock buybacks.
I'd be tempted for that too, but I might also choose the ERA. Just saying.
Oh yeah, well, I was strictly economic policy.
Just, I know,
Obviously,
I'm
ERA
kidding.
is 100%. Yeah, it sucks that we couldn't get that through.
So dumb. But yeah, my follow from Nemo came from talking about stock buybacks, and I was like, yes, this is the coolest moment. And then I met Pickles, and I'm so sorry.
But yeah, like the big problems with Reagan: tax cuts, stock buyback, or legalizing stock buybacks, repealing the fairness doctrine, and oh crap, there's another
fucking
one.
up the education system.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is super interesting that he harkened back to the 50s, kind of, missing a few cues that I'm sure he would have brought up at some point, but and the corporate tax rate there. But that's when we had the highest corporate tax rate. So I don't totally understand what he meant by that. Do you guys have any clarification?
I've always heard of there was like a time period, there was a 91% top corporate tax rate, and it was uncommon. It was like a very few people that paid it.
Mm-hmm.
So there's always confusion on this. So it was the 91 number, that is for individuals.
Right.
So there was during like the early years of Eisenhower and I think late years of maybe Truman. Yes, there was a point in time when 91% was the absolute top marginal tax rate for individuals. For corporations, I think during that same time period for Eisenhower, there were two brackets. One was 21%, the next one was 50%. And as far as individual income tax rates, those dropped from 91, and then the top went to, I think, 70, and it stayed at 70 for decades. And it wasn't until Reagan came along that he cut it to, I think, 38 and caused a recession and all sorts of other crap.
I just don't really understand how they keep their reputation of being better at the economy when we keep doing the same pattern.
I just have a small interjection. I just have a small interjection. Very small, very minor, very subtle. Fuck Reagan, fuck his administration, and fuck those bitch ass advisors too.
Fuck the Heritage Foundation.
I want to take like a big plastic like Reagan statue and reenact the scene from The Office with like a baseball bat in the copy machine.
Oh, from Office Space?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta do it. Yeah. I just have a subtle dislike. Very subtle, very understated for that man.
Just a hint of dislike. A note to that, if you will.
Very mindful, very demure. It's right under the surface. Very light. Unnoticeable to the untrained eye, truly.
That is some hardcore crunch. Like a puppy crunch. Hey guys, can we get Buzzy up to like 2K and get Nemo also up to like a K? That'd be so cool. Thank you.
Freeze dried.
Is that for your
Starburst.
Nora Jones time?
Freeze dried Starburst.
Is that for when you go in the alien spaceship, or do you just like freeze dried things?
Yeah, these are for When I do
Very
dirty
good clarification. Tentacles, yes.
Dr. Adrian, thank you for the sub.
Oh, also, thank you, Dr. Jace, for the $5 on Cash App or Venmo for saying my eyeliner looks better than JD Vance's. I don't know how to take that, but thank you.
Has it been confirmed that it is eyeliner?
I feel like maybe he gets his eyelashes dyed, like darkened.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking
Yeah,
he gets
that's
his
what it looks
eyelashes
like.
dyed. Yeah.
Which is a thing because the pink tack is totally real. Boo.
Guys, freeze dried candy.
Yeah,
is
his
exclusive. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Freeze-dried candy is expensive, but I've been looking at buying a freeze dryer. You can get one for like $80.
Yeah, I have one and they are excellent. My jerky is supreme.
Fuck. Daisy wouldn't like that. She's vegetarian. She wouldn't like me laying out animal flesh.
Daisy's a vegetarian. God, she's such a little nymphet. It's crazy. Little cherub and little puck.
Yeah, JD Vance's wife claims that it's natural.
Yeah.
But
someone's lying. We're being gaslit for sure. This is like when Nicholas told Kristen he wasn't going to put on that outfit.
I just want him to dress up like Pyramid Head once. Is that so much to ask?
Honestly, again, buy the costume and just put it where he can see it.
Yeah. And like get it slightly broken so he has to fix it and then gain pride in it.
With Heavy Metal Boyfriend, because of the ADHD and the autism, I've got to put things in like plain sight. He took me to afternoon tea because I just yap and I send him all the things that I want to do. So he made a reservation for afternoon tea at Disney. So I'm thinking with ADHD and autism, you just got to put it in plain sight and let it sit there. Nemo looks like he's at a loss for words.
I mean, yeah, no, it's solid logic.
Yeah. And then Abu Ghraib will happen after Pyramid Head. We have a new guest.
Yeah. Hello, Screamimi. Are you sleeping?
Snoring.
Hold on. Screamimi, you're feeling very liberal. You're gonna vote blue down the ballot. You're gonna open up a trust fund for your kids and make sure they go through college. That's good. It's good enough. It's a good start.
So I was thinking like it'd be really cool if there's like a poltergeist that like was hitting up like a central bank or something, and then it would be a poltergeist.
That's amazing.
Thank you. I'm here all night, always.
You know what? That was very understated. It was so subtle, I almost didn't see what you did there.
Just a hint of it, yeah. Like Kenny Loggins, man.
Also, I think that one of Reagan's greatest crimes was depriving us of term 2 Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah, fair. No, Reagan gets all the smoke for that. You know what, Nemo, while we're on the subject, Nemo, if your girlfriend wanted you to dress up as, like, I don't know, Pyramid Head, maybe Scream, you know, would you do it?
Are you saying like in general or in a specific circumstance?
I mean, in a specific circumstance.
Very specific.
Oh.
Very specific.
I mean, sure. You know, I'm just happy to be there, honestly.
Purified
like,
good boy.
As long as I can still see, you know, everything, I'm good.
And see, that's what makes a purebred good boy. See, audience, this is what we've been talking about. This is what makes a purebred good boy. The willingness to engage.
Now, how realistic can the scenario be? Like, if she had proposed that you were playing a guard in Abu Ghraib, would you be weirded out by that?
I feel like that's just, you know, a couple steps removed from a certain thing, a certain type of, you know, bedroom activity. So 4 letters of the alphabet, you know?
Yep.
I don't know if you can say that on
fair.
any. Yeah.
But she said it was for science and it had something to do with a book.
Sure. As long as I keep my kidneys at the end of it.
I mean, maybe one.
I'm worried about that.
Okay, good. Thank you for your participation in this survey.
As long as you don't get anything in my eye.
I mean, no promises. You saw what I did to Dan Crenshaw.
I don't know. There was something to be said there, but we are on the live stream right now. There was
the things
something
I
to be said there about things getting in. Sometimes things get in eyes, pickles, and you know there are things for that. Hi, Lolo. How are you doing?
Lolo, check under your bed. It's your poltergeist. Nope.
Lo, what happened in that apple bottom song?
The boots got fur, I think. Right?
Yeah. It was
Yeah.
a public event. A lot of people were looking at her. And then she hit the floor.
And things got real low.
Well,
Yeah,
next
real
thing you
low.
know, yeah.
Mm.
What's Mike Jones up to? I know Paul Wall still got the internet going nuts, but
I don't know, but Mike Jones told us that back then they didn't want him. Now he's hot, they all want him. And then he pulled up with a weight loss. And everybody was like, who? Mike Jones.
okay, so I'm thinking about breaking up with Vic for one reason only. And don't record me on that. There's a song by Mort Sheba and Slick Rick the Ruler, called Women Lose Weight. And he doesn't get how excellent that song is. So, Buzzy, as the person that I would always go to review said song, would you please do that if you're unfamiliar with it and then tell him he's dumb?
I do the best I can, but recently I just told Dick that he's going to have to peel me off the floor if they get rid of Lemonade in the TikTok ban. Because the only thing that's keeping me afloat right now is a girly pop and the heavy metal boyfriend. So, like, if Lemonade gets taken away, where all the girly pop things are, what am I going to do? He's going to have to peel me off the floor.
What the fuck is Lemonade? What are you talking about?
What am I going to do
Isn't it?
without the 8 great tips for how I got my butt big?
Just
That's what I'm saying. So Lemonade is basically girly pop TikTok without the videos. I think now you can post videos, but then what's recently happening is Lemonade and TikTok have done this little merge thing, and now there are more men on Lemonade. So
Ew.
now my Lemonade looks like women asking if it's appropriate to block men just because they're men, and how to avoid He-Man on Lemonade. So really, bring back girl dinner and Target shopping hauls. Like, I just got a new car and I'm waiting on all my Tumu things to come so that I can do a stock my car with me video or post on Lemonade. And here goes this gym bro talking about how he gets his protein in for a day. I don't care about your protein. Where's
you already have a
dinner?
dog.
Right, where's girl dinner? Where are pickles and cucumbers and pretzels and hummus with ham
Would you
on the
like
top?
me to just hack them?
I had
Oh my
this
God.
You're doing
bag of
so well,
candy.
Pickles.
I ate this whole bag of candy today, and this whole bag of freeze-dried Skittles. This was.
You're doing so well. You're doing so well, Pickles. And this is why the Tism ADHD boyfriend reminds me to drink water.
I'm also trying to get mine to buy me a creepy crawler oven because I still want one, and it's been many years.
Yeah, I'm trying to get mine to buy me one of those little Fuggler plushies. Like
Fuggler?
They're called Fuggler. Literally, Pickles.
Is that like a popple?
Pickles, can you do me a favor? Can you Google Fuggler, Fuggler plush?
Also, just look up meatspin.com real quick. See how that goes.
Those. I want one of those so bad.
Oh, those are tight.
Oh my God, I
Anyways,
love it.
they're so ugly. They're so ugly.
Wait, did those merge with Ugly Dolls?
I don't know, but they're called Fugglers. I want one so bad.
I will get you one immediately.
Look at their teeth.
They have a fucking official, like, what's it called? Collabs with Ninja Turtles, like IPs and stuff. That's crazy.
Okay, this is our new thing. Also, can we bring back Garbage Pail Kids? Because I'll marry the guy who makes me Garbage Pail Kids.
It's the teeth that really sells it.
For sure.
Mm-hmm. I'm obsessed. Look at SpongeBob. He's so fugly.
I love
It's definitely taken after the popsicle version. He looks like if Meatwad and Patrick had a baby.
These are tight. I like these.
This feels like a millennial business because every time I think about like the Fuggler, like when I saw Fuggler, I immediately thought Fugly. Oh my God.
I can't pick which one I like the most. I think it's the little black wolf.
They're so stinking cute. They're so stinking
Super cute. I'm gonna get really into this now. Thanks a lot. I've already got so many small ducks and mugwai Funko Pops all over Thickless's poor house.
Oh, yeah.
I like the box.
The heavy metal boyfriend likes Funko Pop. He's trying to get me to buy some Funko Pops, but he's dragged me into the world of Legos.
So we'll just like switch off. I'll get him aligned with your Funko Pops, and you'll get me aligned with the Legos, please.
Fair.
Yeah, it's a good deal. It's a good deal. And Polly Pockets, if we can just throw things in.
Yeah, we could. It'll spice of life.
You know what the guy's version of that was? It's called Mighty Max. I had
Really?
one, and I loved it.
You liked your Mighty Maxi Pad?
I thought it was those. I thought it was the tiny toy soldiers. You know what I'm talking about? I thought it was the
tiny what?
The toy soldiers, the little toy.
Oh yeah, and also Toy Soldiers was a great movie.
It was a great movie.
Loved it.
These were the Mighty Max toys.
Oh.
And you pop those little bad boys open, and you had these little peg. They were like the size of a Tic Tac, and you put them in their little spots around the little in the thing.
I love tiny things, man.
Oh my god, those were so tight. Like in the 90s? Wow. This was insane.
Yeah, we gotta get all these.
Look at all that.
I need a second phone.
Look at all that.
I figured out how you can get thick on board with your Polly Pockets. This right here.
He's already on board. Like he likes Betty Spaghetti and Polly Pocket. I just need him to like buy it for me and not know that I want it.
Carl,
yeah.
for the sub.
I'm getting Heavy Metal Boyfriend in line with the strawberry shortcakes.
Excellent choice. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He saw some of my car accessories put in already, and we were having breakfast with my dad yesterday. He goes, "It is so you. It is very you."
Aww. Were you a Rainbow Bright person?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I feel like it tracks.
Yeah. Care Bears too.
Absolutely. I was just distracted at the comic book store he took me to, because apparently they make Care Bear mystery packs.
Yeah, absolutely. Weirdly, we went down this loophole too.
Oh, Pogs were tight.
You know,
Pogs were not tight.
Kristen,
Come on,
this
Pickles.
conversation has opened up a discourse that we could have right now. You know, all those people that make those videos, all those men that make those videos that say women don't like nerds.
Mm-hmm.
What are they talking about?
Oh, I'm fucking fixated on them. I need a dungeon master, please.
I'm quite hyper fixated on my boyfriend, and he is a nerd.
Sames, hard sames.
An anime
I'm
watching
almost
nerd.
too affectionate.
Almost too. I'm too attached to that man.
Mama Mary, thank you for the sub. He-Man and Care Bears.
No.
Yeah, I had a Beavis and Butthead Slammer Pog. It was my prized possession. I have no idea where it is.
Okay, that is cool. Is there a Daria Slammer Pog? Slammer Poetry Pog?
Daria cha-cha-cha.
I do love Daria. Daria and As Told by Ginger. Ginger, amazing.
Ginger, not so much for me. Daria, of course, I own all of them. I can never quite pick a character which I align with the most, though.
Yeah, I never got into My Little Pony.
Me neither.
I couldn't do it.
I mean, I think I had some, but like they were already.
I didn't even have any. I just never watched it. Like I never got into it.
Yeah.
As Told by Ginger is one of those like core memories. Of, like,
I
oh
love
wow,
that show
I
so
forgot
much.
all about that show.
I was getting
I still remember the intro song.
Yes, I was getting a
in my head.
library card sticker for my car because I had one on my truck. On my truck, my library card sticker was Susie Carmichael. On my SUV, my library card sticker is Penny Proud.
That is a good one.
Penny Proud.
I'm very much an Clarissa Explains It All kind of gal. So.
Oh no, for sure, fair.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I always have like a reading section of stickers on my card, like on my truck. Like on my truck, and my truck was blacked out. Like I had a blacked out 2022 Nissan Frontier. On my truck, there was a sticker that said she has a book for every situation. And there was like the library card and one that said read more books. In my SUV, I have a 2024 Nissan Rogue. On my SUV, it says support your local libraries and chasing that Scholastic Book Fair high.
Ozzy, you look so good. I want to bend you over and crack your spine like a good book.
You know what? You do. You
I
can't
do a
break
lot
the
of
willing.
Riz. Yeah.
You can't break the willing. Isn't that right, Pickles?
I'm not even sure. I just work here. I don't know.
He's that one guy at like the video dome who's like, why am I still working at the shift?
Pickles has been thrown for a loop.
He's pickle sick.
Nemo's facial expression when I said that has not changed yet. He's just sitting there, blinking, a little lost for words.
I don't know why we're like this. It's terrible. I'm
I
collecting
mean,
book talk wives all over the place.
I heard like Scholastic Book Fair and then, bending over and cracking spines and stuff. And
That's about right.
now I'm thinking about bookmarkers. I feel like there's a way to make those two things come together. But yeah, bookmarkers.
I just had an idea and I need it to be known. I'm
Or
sorry.
an epiphany.
Yes. Do you remember the AR reading club when you could go take your points and like
Yep.
exchange them for goods? What if those goods are adult now?
Ooh.
Yeah. You have to read your books first. I'm very into that now. Yes.
Yeah, but could you read a chapter under those circumstances?
How many hands do I get?
Right? That's what I'm saying. Like, could you read a chapter?
I mean, I'd have to reread it 6 times.
What kind of hole are you going down, guys?
What kind of hole do you usually go down?
We're talking about cracking open a good book, Pickles.
We're just talking about literature, Wuthering Heights,
Support your public libraries. Buy from Scholastic book fairs when you have the opportunity.
Library beret.
This is why they think the liberals are trying to indoctrinate their kids.
We're talking about turning pages.
Just because you look like a child, Pickles, it's not our fault. Little baby cherub angel cupcake.
There's nothing like a good tap at the end of a good book,
Now he's going to kick me for that one.
Sometimes you have to tap the back of the book.
I've always looked way too
Firmly.
young. I've always looked, when I was like 18, I looked like 15.
I know that sucked back then, but male problems are like super annoying to women now. Like, I just like don't get hungry when I'm depressed. Like, I just lose weight.
Pickles, I have a question. I have a question. Yeah, Pickles and Nemo, I have a question. Is it wrong to block men on Lemonade because they're men? Objectively. Like, if they're not doing target hauls, I don't want it. Is it wrong to block them from my algorithm because they're not giving me haul videos and they're not telling me about all the things they're doing in the day, and they don't have a purse to go what's in my purse? Like, if they're doing what's in my purse, right, like, and they're doing hauls and they're having a day in the life, that's great. But if they're not participating in the activities of said app and they're Jimbroing it up, is it wrong to block them for being manly man?
By the way, real quick, chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. We are looking for debates.
Oh, we should start sharing this out to people.
People are getting a little antsy in the chat, so I want to make sure you guys know we are still trying to look for another debater. I'm sorry, debate or two. I've had so much candy, but I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. That thought, I have no idea what you just said, by the way. I just had to.
Is it wrong to block creators on social media for being manly men if they don't participate in girly pop activities?
No, you're good. That's safe. That's fair. That's a legal move.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think that's an issue.
Oh, while we're on the subject of supporting men, there is a creator on this app. His name is Zeal. And unfortunately, he got cheated on by his wife with somebody that was running a Reddit snark page about him. And the wife was sending them videos of him living everyday life to the Reddit snark page to add to the snark. Anyways, if you want to support a man's mental health and also a vacation so that they can just kind of get away from it all, he's got like hundreds of thousands of followers. I think his username on here is Zeilzabub, Zeilbub. He's selling all of the Hello Kitty merch he bought her, and we're hoping he goes on vacation with it. He did wait the legal amount of time till it was considered abandoned because she quite literally, once he found out that she was cheating, up and disappeared. He did send her messages and was like, hey, I'm going to be out of the house this time on these days. If you want to come get your things, that would be great. She never responded. He then called and asked how long it would take for it to be abandoned, and he waited that amount of time, and now he is selling all of the Hello Kitty and Kuromi merch, and yes, it is promo, and he's selling it for the low. So if you're a girly pop or you know a girly pop that loves pink, that loves Hello Kitty, and you want to support a man going on vacation after being treated poorly, this would be a great time to do it. He did have a Shopify store for all the stuff. He was putting it up there, but apparently it had a maxed merchandise limit. So now he's just selling it on live, like auction style.
Wow.
I don't want to like support a man at all, but I will support your supporting a man. So fair.
Yeah. And I know this goes directly against my man hating thing, even though I have a whole man. That's the apple of my eye currently. And this just goes against the idea that I hate men. I know this is bad for my image.
That's okay. I was super nice to them all yesterday. It's very strange.
Yeah.
And then they sent me disgusting DMs like hitting on me. So that was, I'm never going to do it again.
And this is why my DMs are not open to the public. This is why people can only get to me if they know one of my mutuals and my mutuals trust them enough to spread the message. That's how I operate. Safety first. But yeah, if you want to, so I, as a social worker, I'm always going to support someone doing things a healthy way. And I think selling the items and then going on vacation is a healthier way to approach this than the usual, the easiest way to get over someone is to get under somebody else kind of method.
Yeah.
Or to go on a trashing campaign. I consider this to be healthy, and so I'm always down to support somebody healthily trying to move on with their life and also, get something out of it for themselves,
But how do we vacation from the patriarchy?
If only.
Yeah. I need a nice silo.
For sure.
Yeah. Guys, tap the screen.
See,
well,
man haters
I feel very honored that you feel safe saying that in my space, as if I'm not also part of the patriarchy bad man situation in real life.
We're all part of the patriarchy, man.
You're a pickle.
Patriarchy.
It's true.
You're a
proletariat.
Pickle. Nemo's a fish. We don't know what you're talking about.
The pickletariat.
And just keep dripping. Mm-hmm.
Yep. You're a pickle. Nemo's a fish. We don't know patriarchy.
I'm a bearded fish.
Absolutely.
Yeah. 100%. Like a lionfish. Wow.
Yeah, it's funny. Heavy Metal Boyfriend has a beard. He has like a long beard, kind of like Jay's beard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has like a Jay beard. And the creator Jay, for people that don't know. And whenever I say something remotely questionable, he strokes his beard.
Oh yeah.
He strokes his beard and smiles at me. It's very funny.
Yeah. No, I do it just because I'm stimming at this point. Like, it's just a nervous tick that I have, and I just don't even realize that I'm doing it. But it has the added benefit of making me look as though I'm deep in thought, so I guess some things work out.
That is the patriarchy, because I stem with my hair, like, twirling, and it makes me look dumber, and that's not fair.
It really is.
Strikes again.
Damn.
I tap my nails. So I don't, because,
See, it also makes her look dumb and impatient.
Very much so. It makes me look impatient.
Ugh. Is there anything we can do right?
Date the Tism ADHD man.
Yes.
We did that right. We did so well.
Yeah.
We did so well. Look at us.
Just gonna put treats out for him or something.
Something.
Bro's just very stuck in his ways. I can use the 1 cup. But if I get out another cup, all hell breaks loose.
I enjoy it. I like the consistency. Keeps me
Except for
honest.
I'm very bratty and I like to ruin worlds, so I'm gonna have to get over it.
No, the
Hi, we have a new
consistency
guest.
keeps me honest. Hi, discipline.
Hey guys.
Perfect
Discipline's
timing.
disciple.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's okay.
Sure.
Freudian
Yeah,
slip.
we'll go with that. We'll go with that.
So Trump sucks compared to what?
Here's
Everybody?
Here's
Or
Trump and how
Incumbent
much. No, okay. Here's everybody else, like
a
kind of
Hoover.
chilling.
He sucks
Kind of
compared to
chilling.
Hoover.
Here's people who suck. Here's people who suck a little extra. Here's Trump.
He
now,
sucks compared to Hoover, according to the Presidential Records Act, and also the vacuum company.
what about like politically? Does he suck? Or just personally?
Politically,
Politically.
economically, yes, in every aspect, in every facet of his
Politically,
life,
he
sucks big
sucks.
floppy donkey dicks.
Yeah.
You guys hate his
Politically, he
guts.
sucks, and personally, he's the vacuum.
I don't hate him. I feel
No.
bad for him, but I also
You
kinda
feel bad
trust
for
him.
him. You feel sorry for him, eh? But what about some of his policies? None
Are
of
you
them
a
are
Canadian,
good.
eh?
I think if I were to give him credit for one policy that I think was pretty good, it was that policy about animals, specifically the one about animal abuse. I thought that was pretty good. And then I guess I
Gonna eat
can't
my
give him.
credit.
Yeah, I can't really give him credit for this, but I don't know if I could give him credit for this. Congress continued the vote that they were already making when Obama was in office to extend the care for veterans. I guess since it happened under his administration, you could give him credit for that, but they were already voting for it while Obama was. It's a weird thing. I would say it passed under his term, though, right?
Yeah, he did do the veteran thing. He
So
liked
I would.
veterans.
So I would. I don't think he likes veterans, but Congress did their job. Thank God for them.
Didn't he pass the thing where they could go to any hospital right away?
No. So Congress bipartisanly passed it in the House and the Senate, and they were already creating the bill under the Obama administration. They were voting on it at the time that it was time for the power transfer, and they just finished it out during that first month or two.
So he sucks even more because he claimed credit for it.
I don't know that he sucks for claiming credit for it. It did happen under his administration. Majority of people would take credit for what happens under his administration.
He doesn't really have any actual policy written down for this run for presidency. He didn't have an economic plan. We still don't know what it is. Will there be tariffs? Will there not? How big? We have no idea. No one, everybody's shocked. China's we've brought it up 7 times already. China's banned the shipping of rare minerals or metals to us for that produce microchips and stuff. He's starting all sorts of trade wars.
That could be a good thing though, because then we're going to bring it to North America.
Wait, bring what to North America?
Start mining, get our own stuff, to our own rare
So
minerals.
we don't have the infrastructure in the United States of America. That's why we don't do it. For us to be able to do that, we have to have the parts and pieces and the space required to build those things. And we have neither of those items. And if he imposes the tariffs, being able to put them here in the United States of America would require the importation of those parts to build that infrastructure.
Yeah. We literally, Biden passed the Chips and Science Act to start manufacturing those things here, just like you're saying. But now we're kind of fucked. I don't think we have all those minerals beneath our feet.
We don't.
Yeah, I mean that's a key detail, right? Is on top of everything that Buzzy said about we need the different parts to actually the equipment to do it. We need the stuff in the ground, right? And we may have deposits of some of those rare earth minerals, but I'm pretty sure we don't have all of them. Like cobalt, for example, I'm pretty sure Uganda is one of the richest sources. So it sucks. It sucks that this is a geographic lottery, right? And it's a fluke of geography or geology or both or whatever. But yeah, no, we have to import this shit from China.
Hey, Dark, can I ask you why you have the bullet insignias on your deny, depose? Why do you have those?
Deny, defend, depose.
Yeah. You hate insurance companies? Like, there, we have something in common.
Yeah. I don't like insurance companies. I think the insurance companies, specifically health insurance companies, are parasites that do nothing more than suck off the system and stand between an individual's health and the doctor. So they do nothing to actually benefit or improve the system whatsoever.
Well, we agree on that, so that's no fun. So what about Trump's cabinet picks? Do you hate those?
I think that Listeria is going to run for president in 2026 after the food regulations are pulled. I think that with McMahon sitting in the top of the education system as a teacher, I should be allowed to have a top rope across my classroom. I think that Elon Musk is going to do whatever he can to add money to his dwindling wallet. I think that this is going to be interesting, and welcome to Gotham City, America's version.
Okay, Trump's dwindling wallet. He just was the first person to make to be worth $400 billion.
Not Trump. Not Trump.
No, Elon. And what did you say you wanted to put in your classroom?
So I think you should look at that. Elon has lost money in a lot of the deals that he's made recently. And so I think he's going to do anything he can to add to his dwindling wallet. And to the classroom, I'm saying a top rope.
A top rope?
Yeah, top rope.
What is that?
Do you watch wrestling?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't watch it that necessarily because it's foolishness, but
okay,
I hear
you wouldn't get the reference.
But you voted Trump, who had Hulk Hogan around.
Yeah, you wouldn't get the reference.
Oh, okay, get rid of it. Hurt Trump. I get it. Okay.
Mm.
So
there's a saying that's coming off the top rope, and it refers to when you're in wrestling, you stand on the top rope of the ring and you jump off of it, and you land on something.
On Trump. Do you want to?
Personally, I guess the summary of my opinion on Donald Trump's cabinet picks, as far as the big ones, the fact that Marco Rubio is the most sensible cabinet pick perfectly summarizes my opinion of Donald Trump's cabinet picks.
Strong, staunch, solid, as always, Nemo. Very well put.
Now, I heard a reference about Kennedy there. What's wrong with him? He wants our food to be better, like where they are poisoning our food. That's
He's
real.
not qualified to make that judgment
Ain't
call
no
on
fucking
any
way.
basis.
The buddy wants to unpasteurize milk and put it on the shelf, which is why Listeria will be president in 2026. I'm so glad
Well, I hear that in Oregon it might be dysentery. Who knows?
Honestly, they might go back to preserving milk with frogs.
Yeah.
Is it not possible that the greed, like the reason they pasteurize milk is so it would last so long, so that they could ship it, hold it longer, and then
pasteurization is.
No, the reason, so pasteurization does not extend the life of milk. Pasteurization is quite literally a very specific process in simple terms of boiling the milk and making sure that the diseases are not in said milk. Unpasteurized milk caused listeria in the United States of America, right? And other countries. And also Giardia. There's a whole, anyways, that process of milk just kind of not being pasteurized led to lots of diseases that took out lots of people. Pasteurizing milk by, I think his name is Louis Pasteur or something.
Louis. I was going to ask, like, do you know who Louis Pasteur is?
Yeah, pasteurizing milk by Louis Pasteur, who created.
So is this illogical to think like this? Is this bad thinking? Listen, so maybe tell me, guys. So you'd rather have killed blood and bacteria than milk that was actually tested to be perfectly sound. I lived on a farm when I was a kid, and we'd milk cows.
What testing would happen?
Pardon?
You can't.
What testing would happen?
Russian
I don't know. Just the milk has to be good in order.
Russian roulette with cows is really the way you want to leave this earth.
Like, we just had a pandemic, and we have people who can't afford health care. I don't know if this is the time to fuck with raw milk.
Yeah, but we got the pandemic because they were effing with
No.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely
bats and
Absolutely
animal.
not.
Absolutely not.
They were messing with it in Wuhan.
Absolutely not.
That's come out now.
No,
That's
That
not.
came from the
hasn't.
Wuhan
That
lab,
is
right?
not what's coming out.
Testing labs, these things happen because they're
No.
labs. Yeah.
Testing labs suck if these things happen.
Well, you guys think everything sucks that's smart, so I don't
so
know what to do about that.
I mean, as far I don't want to get down the whole
Yeah.
fucking COVID rabbit hole.
Bringing
but
the pandemic out was smart. That's what she just said.
Oh my
That's
Letting it out of the
absolutely not
lab
what I
was
just
smart.
said.
Jesus
Absolutely
Christ.
not
Okay,
Oh my god. My
disciple.
boyfriend's
So
really gonna have to watch Twilight today. That's the only way to cope with this nonsense.
And I
disciple.
know
Do you think
Pickles
that
hates raw
you
milk
think
talk,
that
so.
Louis Pasteur is just like a bad person or something?
No,
Do you know
I
who Louis
understand that
Pasteur
in
is?
order to commercialize milk, you have to pasteurize it so
No.
that you can pump it
No,
out the
that's
door.
not what
You can pump
pasteurization
blood
is for.
infested milk out the door.
That's not
I
what
get it.
pasteurization is
No.
for.
Do you know who Louis Pasteur is?
Well, obviously you just said he's the guy that invented pasteurizing milk.
Oh,
Yes,
God.
but do you know anything else about him?
It rings a bell. Actually, he sounds like he invented a bunch of stuff.
Yes, he was one of the most brilliant chemists and I guess biologists or physicians of his time.
Yeah,
he's he's a pioneer in a number of different medical fields or fields that have medical implications. So like
I mean, he's no Dr.
vaccination,
Lister, but
pasteurization, a lot of the stuff related to microbes in general. I mean, think about it this way: instead of raw milk, and like let's say RFK was advocating for the whole raw milk shit that y'all are on now. Imagine for a moment that he was advocating for, hey guys, how about we go back to not washing our hands in between surgeries?
that would be dumb. How about we go back to glass?
Why would it be dumb?
Well, because surgeons, you're cutting someone open, and then you got to be sterile.
Oh, okay. Are you sure?
Drinking something through your stomach is different. It's not more natural. But hey, I'm not even totally against pasteurization. I mean, it does ruin. They do pasteurize nuts. They are not pasteurized, but they do affect our food and take the nutrients away through some of the crap. I mean, but I hear you. The fear of infesting people with listeria and peanuts. They you can't even buy a raw peanut.
Honestly, we shouldn't even be really drinking milk. Milk's not that great. Milk's
not made
like
for us.
I always hear of it put this way. It's like baby formula for it's supposed to take a thing like this big and make it like hundreds of pounds, thousands.
And maybe the eye twitching has caught me off guard, but
I'm not going to disagree with that. I think we shouldn't drink milk. You're right. It's for babies or baby cows.
If you guys are this stuff, it never goes bad. Look at this. I just bought this. It's going to be good till July 2025. This is
It should be in the refrigerator. It should be in the refrigerator.
It's in the fridge.
Almond milk.
It's in the fridge.
It should.
But they even pasteurize those almonds.
It says refrigerate after opening.
It's not open. I have a bunch of these little ones.
They cook the almonds though. What's the sense in that? Why cook nuts?
Why not? Cook it.
Also, it can go bad. It just has a longer shelf life because it's not dairy. Oh God. Oh,
but again, like RFK is just not qualified to do any of this.
You caught me.
He doesn't know things.
Big nuts. I'm so fearful. Big nuts in my wall.
And big milk lobby.
You guys are all vaxxed, I guess.
Playing Russian roulette.
You've taken 8 or 9 of them. You're boosted. I'm a pre-blood. I've never been boosted. I've never had the vax.
A pre-blood?
Pure blood.
Oh my
god.
God.
I'm not infected.
That's so cringe.
Just drag me over the hot coals already. Jesus.
Are you like after 2 weeks, like the whole thing's pretty much gone out of our system.
Yeah. It's so fucking dumb, man.
Ready for a
pure
blood.
Like all gone. It's like a bunch of fatty lipid. It's just like a bunch of nothing.
What about the people that did it harm anybody?
Like very few people.
So does birth control. Like
people have allergic
think about
reactions to medication all the time.
There are higher rates of blood clots in women who take birth control, like a specific type of birth control or like any number of different versions of birth control. There are higher rates of blood clots in that than there were in everybody that got vaccinated.
And
Don't
honestly,
worry, they're going to take that from us
if we want to
too.
have a conversation about it, more people would know about the medications that are harmful to their body if the United States of America had healthcare for all like other countries. The problem is a lot of people in this country don't know the baseline of information for their health because they can't afford to go to specialists and to have meetings with their doctor. I'm immunocompromised. When I got vaccinated, there was a conversation with my allergist, my primary care doctor, and a few other specialists on whether or not it was safe for me to take the vaccine and also what would be the risk if I didn't take the vaccine, to the point where I got it early because there was a letter stating that getting C-19 could unalive me. So, with that being stated, most people don't have access to that kind of health care. I had a team of medical professionals because I had the ability to pay for it. I was paying at the time. This was pre-surgery, so at the time I was paying for 3 different insurances to make sure my health care was covered on all sides. So yeah, maybe if we want to have a conversation about it, we should talk about how healthcare is so lacking in this country that people in alive from allergies all day that were completely preventable, but because people don't have a baseline for their healthcare, because people don't have equitable access to healthcare.
But I thought that people did get care no matter what. They just
No, they don't get care no matter what because you have bills on the back end. And in the United States of America, we have a culture of people that don't go to the hospital when they are sick or in pain or have accidents because it's thousands of dollars.
And also
Also,
in
that
places like Texas, MTELA doesn't even have to be followed anymore if
And
a
in
woman's
places like
pregnant.
Florida, under the new law that was put in place, if you are someone that could be not a citizen of the United States of America, they have the right to turn you away for services.
Now, the audience
also
does have
ask
a quick
any.
question. Oh,
Oh,
sorry. Go ahead, you know.
So ask any physician, because we've had physicians. I've talked to plenty of physicians whenever they've come on to my Amanda's live, where when it comes to Intala, so the exact talking point that you're talking about, where physicians are, or rather the ERs are required to render care, that's a half truth. They are required to render care until the person is stable, which can almost definitely be insufficient care. So for instance, if somebody is going into a diabetic coma, they will render care by giving them insulin or whatever they need, for example, but they're not going to go give a diabetic insulin, like enough for them to take home, that kind of thing. So rendering care is not necessarily the same thing as providing adequate care. That's the difference. They get the person stable so they can get them out. That's what an ER does.
So in order to give other people a chance, in case you want to get rid of me shortly, I have one more I want to ask you guys. What about, and I hope don't freak out, I'm not doing a proselytizing thing or religious thing, but what about the fact that he actually is one of the only political people or even a president to mention Jesus Christ? Does he suck for
What are
that
you
too?
talking about?
He's
Well, he
actually
quite often.
he's said that he's not Christian, and he sells the Bible with his name on it. It's kind of weird.
And also, Robinette talks about Jesus. Robinette actively goes to church. He is actively practicing his religion on a regular, consistent basis. He tithes and attends church every Sunday, and it's in his schedule. So what people don't know is that the presidential calendar is available on Google. Like there's a Google calendar of what he's going to be doing, where he's going to be at, all labeled out. It even has his vacation spread out on it so that the public has access to his schedule. As the public is the one who hired the president of the United States of America, you can go look at his schedule and you can count the amount of times he's been to church and to church events. And I'm so glad we had this talk.
Buzzy,
I
let me
think it's
inform
wildly
you about.
appropriate.
Sorry.
Inappropriate. Pardon me.
Buzzy, let me inform you about God. You don't find him in books and buildings. Going to church and tithe, there is no tithe.
I
And going to
don't
church does.
need
Nope.
a proselytization for
Absolutely
religion.
not.
I am a practicing
They're
Christian.
certainly not between Stormy Daniels' legs either. This
You're
is
right. I am a
Trump is not a
practicing
man of God.
Christian.
You're not going to sell that
Is
to
that where the
us.
Great
Not
Flood
even
was?
close.
Right.
If I can jump in just right quick. So Disciple, was your original claim that Donald Trump was one of the only presidents to invoke Jesus Christ. Is that what you said?
That's what he said. That is what he said.
Yeah, he's like Obama is a Muslim. Barry Soetoro, he changed his name to Barack Hussein Obama.
Okay, cool. Hold on.
So
Hold
at
on.
least he's
So I just wanted to fact
Christ.
check you because it took me exactly 10 seconds to debunk this. So this is Politico from 2009. Let's see. Where was it? Okay, yeah. At the University of Notre Dame on May 17th, Obama talked about the good works he'd seen done by Christian community groups in Chicago. Quote, I found myself drawn not just to work with the church, but to be in the church. It was through this service that I was brought to Christ, end quote. That's Barack Obama in 2009. He was freshly inaugurated as president. Therefore, I debunked your claim. It took 10 seconds for me to type Obama Christ.
What about when he
Found it.
mocked Jesus and
Also,
mocked the
also
Sermon
the
on the
Bushes
Mount?
are religious. Also, the Bushes are religious. This is not the first president to come in office and say anything about Jesus.
Every single president in the modern era has been a Christian. Every single one. It was so common, or it's the only one that has anything remotely close to being different. He's not the only one anymore, but JFK, when he came in, the big controversy with JFK was that he was a Catholic. That was the biggest controversy because they're all Christians. Every single one of them. The overwhelming majority are Protestant Christians, right?
True.
So,
And I just think it's wildly inappropriate to
what
talk
was that
about
opening
Jesus.
that you just... So, if you say true just now, what the hell was this opening claim about Donald Trump was the first one to invoke Christ, or one of the only ones to invoke Christ? You
Because he
know
thought
that
he
talking
entered
point is a lie.
Well, no, he
because he thought
mentioned
he entered
Jesus quite
alive
a
with
bit.
people
That's
that
all. He just
because he thought
mentioned
he entered
Jesus a lot.
alive with people
That's
that didn't
not
know
what your
anything.
claim was.
He entered alive with people he thought didn't know any better, and he thought that it was going to pass over very well, and he thought he had a morality clause. And so to that, I will say this, as a practicing Christian, if morality was tied to religion, the Catholic Church would not exist, and neither would half of the Christian churches. Do better, be better.
No kidding. The Christian churches are on a works-based salvation, which is not true. But anyway, let's not get religious. We're talking about Trump, right? What else can I think of? Okay, I guess that was my last one for Trump. I mean, what about the immigration thing? Is he not pretty smart to not want total mass immigration, like psycho immigration? Immigration is great, but
Bitch ass Reagan wanted to open the borders. He didn't want any borders at all. And I can't stand that man. There is a thing in the United States of America where they make up a good portion of our workforce and they do add to our tax dollars to the tune of billions. They are a asset. Correct. They are an asset to the United States of America. It's not my fault that in your religious, moral body, you don't see the validity of people. And again, you could be better, you could do better, but you keep choosing throughout this conversation to be you. And therein lies a problem.
every human being is amazing and valued incredibly. I'm talking about people that are illegal immigration, like people that are actually not really, we don't really want them in our society.
Let me take this.
You keep choosing to be you. That's not very Christian-like.
Yeah, that's true. What do you feel about... Do you ever sit around and think about, I don't know, people... I live next to a highway. There's people speeding all the time. Speeding's a pretty bad offense. Depending on how fast you're going, you can go to jail, you can go to prison. I don't lie awake. I don't think that anybody would win a presidency if they ran their entire presidency on stopping all people speeding. I don't care. I think it would be debilitating to stop all people from speeding. Would it help somebody? Maybe. It would probably help more people than it would help like this mass deportation shit. But is it the top issue? Like, no, I don't think people being here, like entry without inspection, which is also a misdemeanor, the same thing as speeding. I don't care that they're here. They're contributing to society. Some of them have been here for like 20 years, 30 years, just like the Biden addressed in, I believe is in April. He tried to pass something, I believe also day one of his presidency, trying to get these people who are like maybe mixed marriages, who are like one legal citizen and one maybe non-citizen who've been married for 20 years. Like, what's their path to citizenship? They have none. So like, he's the only person like putting forth something to actually address this, and Trump is not.
But psycho speeders, like people, like a little bit of speeding, yeah, I get it. But the guy that's a psycho, that's like speeding like an animal, we should not have that guy. Should be put in jail or at least.
And here's the thing, though. If someone's speeding, they could potentially they could hurt somebody, they could harm people. And that we've seen, I think car accidents one of the leading causes of death in this country. But you don't see us for a call to action for doing this. And we have 29 murders that happened this year from migrants. And this is y'all's top priority. That's the small statistic I could literally think of. There's no smaller death like statistic. I could even maybe people mauled to death by cats might be a smaller statistic. Like, it's literally not something on the top of the list of things to fix for me, because they help so much with the economy and many other things. Like, I don't care.
What about compared to Biden, who's like not physically capable of even being president? Is Trump better than him?
I think Trump, so we discussed this earlier. So from like 1 to 10, 10 being just brain dead, or, you know, completely gone with Alzheimer's, and 1 being, I don't know, fucking Madonna on
Trump.
TikTok. I think Biden's like a 2, and I think Trump is like a 4. I think Trump is a little further gone than Biden.
I just want to note really quickly about the speeding, because speeding is often performed by young males primarily. They often hit women while driving. Safety regulations for vehicles and seatbelts are especially harmful because they do not cater to women's bodies, especially pregnant women's bodies. And I just find the irony that we keep blaming immigrants for like threatening women and rape and stuff, when it's once again just the males in our own country.
Kristen, are you admitting that women are bad drivers? If speeders hit women,
I'm admitting
does that mean that women aren't as good at drivers? I'm trying to get Christy going.
Reckless drivers. It's well studied.
I'm trying to get you going, Christy. Sorry.
I know you are. I like it. Keep going.
No, women are great drivers. I have 4 daughters, and I've been married for 36 years to the same woman. I can't mess with women. I'm well trained and whipped and beaten and in line.
As you should be.
I sit down to pee, put it that way.
Well, it's comfier.
I do too.
I never want to mess the toilet seat up.
I like it. And I have a bidet, so, you know, gotta splash the butthole.
Yeah, bidet is a must. Bidet is a must. I can't believe people don't have a bidet. But anyway, let's not go there.
That's fancy.
It's clean. It's better than pasteurizing milk.
TikTok shop, like $40. Get it, change your life.
All right, guys. I think Trump's policies are a little better than most. Like, I like some of his policies, and I know he's not perfect. He's a gearbox, but he's better than Biden. That's for sure.
Which ones, dude? No, he's not better than Biden. Which ones?
Immigration's
not better. No,
freedom,
it's not.
Freedom.
Policy of freedom. What is that?
Well, to be able to, like, censorship. I don't believe in
censorship.
Culture.
Donald Trump is the same man who said. Donald Trump is the same man who said shortly before the beginning of his first term that he wanted to, quote, open up the libel laws, because Donald Trump is a thin-skinned bitch that doesn't like it whenever people criticize him. And he always tied people up in litigation whenever they would say something about him. He doesn't like the First Amendment. Donald Trump is also the same person this time around that said someone should go to jail for a year for burning the American flag, which is a First Amendment protected right. You don't have to like it, right? That's the whole point of the First Amendment. I don't have to like what you say, but you absolutely have the right to say it. I may not like what you express, but you have the right to express it. That's what makes our country different from other countries. That's why as many criticisms as I have about this country, I do think we have the capacity to be great. We have not been.
I think
for the most
America's-
part, for most people, we have not been up to this point. We have had these little flashes of greatness throughout our history, these little glimpses at it.
No,
but
America's
we
the
are
greatest,
not. No,
freest
no, we're
nation
not.
on the planet.
By every single metric, we are not.
America, why do you think everybody wants to come there? It's the beacon of freedom and
The only
prosperity.
thing we're best at is we have the biggest GDP. That's it. There's no other metric. Do you know any metrics that we're best at? We have the biggest military.
Look at your gun laws. You're allowed your freedom with your Fourth Amendment.
What about my uterus laws? Can we trade?
You're right. We lead
People
in gun
decide
deaths.
now. Roe v. Wade was canceled.
We lead in gun deaths. That's not a good stat.
Other than Texas, you're pretty good. You can get an abortion. Texas
Bro,
is brutal. I have to
we
admit.
all live in Texas.
We all live in Texas.
You all live in Texas? Oh wow! Wow, that's amazing.
I mean, I live in
I
Georgia.
can't believe you don't like Trump.
Well, we all as
Yeah.
me and Pickles, damn it.
I live in Georgia, and the abortion laws here are dog shit as well. So there's that.
I'm in the hell state of Florida, which is basically Texas light.
Yeah.
Yeah, Texas goes too far with abortion, let's face it. They go way too far, right?
Because we're the testing state of everything.
Yeah,
Terrible.
and so what we have is one of the largest states in our country that just is straight up a hellscape. Don't you think that's a problem? Do you think we should fix that? Like, you want to sit here and say that we're the beacon of freedom, city on a hill, all that, bullshit. Well, if one of the largest states, the second largest state in our country, I think, I don't know if Florida passed them up yet. Anyway, second largest state in the country, maybe the third largest state by population. And this is happening. That is an indictment upon our country.
There's a reason you live in Texas and not California, bro.
I would love
California. Look at California. It's a disaster.
Chat. Donate to my stream. Send me to California. I will live there. Please save me.
Can you take me too?
Save me, chat.
They put bounties on
Are you guys
women.
saying save me from Texas for real?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
scary to be
Texas
here.
is the
I'm
ultimate spot.
I
Not
literally,
for women.
they just tried to, they're gonna ban my fucking diet THC that I can buy at the, I can't, it's such bullshit. What are they doing? What are they doing? I can't
What are they banning?
Like fake,
Oh, the K2 or whatever?
No, it's like it's
That
like
was Did you
say fake
it's like
THC?
Yeah, it's like CBD, dude. Like Delta 8 and stuff. It's like like diet green. It's
like gentle
bullshit.
THC.
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's child stuff.
To be clear, it's not like K2 or Spice. It's not synthetic cannabinoids.
Yeah.
It is natural shit.
Yeah.
And again,
and they're banning
reproductive rights.
and people's vaginas.
Yeah, I mean,
more importantly, somewhat.
Well, the government should have nothing to do with.
I agree.
It's none of their business, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. And the Republicans and Donald Trump decided to make it the government's business. All the 50 little governments that we have, right?
Well, he
the state
professes
governments.
that it's the people choosing.
No, it's not the people choosing.
You should know that. Sorry, Nemo.
There was trigger laws. He knew. He's got people that paid him to do this. He knew.
Yeah, it's not the people choosing in a lot of states, and it's state legislatures are the ones that dictate whether or not it can get onto a ballot. And then even if it gets onto a ballot, the legislatures dictate the threshold for what is or is not considered acceptable. So like in the state of Florida, 58% of people in that state voted to codify, or rather to enshrine the right to an abortion in the state constitution. 58%. the threshold is 60. So Florida said, "Oh, sorry, too bad, not enough."
In
That's
Texas,
stupid.
we don't have
I got a good
civil
one.
ballot initiatives at all. We
I
can't.
got another good one. What about having men go into women's change rooms and
Can you
sports?
guys stop weaponizing our changing rooms again? Can you worry about your own shit?
I have 4
Morning
daughters.
Bagel.
Cool.
Sherry,
Well,
thank you so
I
much
have
for the
absolutely no
$20.
problem with
W
that.
Sherry's in the chat. Thank you so much. Dude,
Hell yeah.
that is not a thing. That is not a thing, bro. Name one instance that made the news where someone underage, a child, was attacked by somebody who was trans.
That's a tough one. What about where the woman got beat to crap in boxing?
Okay, so
by
he's
a
pivoting
man?
away. So Disciple, let me tell you something. You have 4 daughters. Okay, this is a reality for Buzzy, for Kristen, and for your 4 daughters. Do you want to know the only thing that prevents me from walking into the dressing room of your daughters or Buzzy or Kristen? Do you want to know the thing that prevents me from that, or their bathrooms?
Your decision, your choice.
Yes, my choice. I can walk in there. There's not a force field. There's not a magical like blocking spell or some shit. I can walk in there. I can just, as long as no one else is watching, I can walk in there. And
Yeah,
a
but then
bad guy
you'll.
can walk in there.
Yeah, but
And guess
there's
what? The only thing
consequences.
that stops him is whether or not a hallway is empty. That's it. That's the only thing.
Yeah,
So
the
this
tweet.
whole bullshit about like, oh yeah, like a trans woman's gonna walk in there and do horrible thing. No, a
Kristen,
criminal, and horrible piece of shit, an oxygen thief, will walk in there if an oxygen thief is going to do that type of shit. If they are compelled to do it, they will do it.
Kristen, you want to see a
There's
male
no
appendage
subterfuge.
when you go into a change room at a pool? You want to see a male appendage, really? I don't believe you.
Number one, I'm far more preoccupied with the fact that, like in Texas, if I'm raped, which most of us have been, I have no recourse for my body and my body autonomy. And then said rapist can also get custody rights. So that's what I'm concerned about and what you should more so be concerned about. But
I'm
I
concerned
see
about
Lainey is
that.
up here. So go right ahead, Lainey.
This is not something that's happening. This is not something that anybody should be worried about. Trans people make up like 1% of our population, and you've been around them your whole life. You just haven't known it. Some of them, maybe you've seen them, but I'm gonna let Lainey speak. Hi, Lainey.
Hello, good morning. I'm literally just getting ready, and somebody had to do a transphobia because they were getting cooked on everything else. Hello, disciple.
Hello, I'm an advocate for not bullying anybody, so I love
Yeah,
trans people.
you do.
I love everybody.
And you're an American and you voted for Donald Trump?
It's like you love all people and you can't
I'm
approve of
actually.
disparage immigrants. Damn.
I love Trump. I think his policies are great. I think we need him in all over North America. He needs to be the prime minister, president.
Wait,
I'm actually
so
from
you're
Canada.
Canadian? Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
that's what I
actually
thought.
Canadian, obviously.
Okay, so, well, here's the deal. Um, hang on a second. Let me just get set up here.
I
It's
brought up
not letting
Hex
me
as
mute.
well.
It's not letting me mute.
Oh, do you need
I
me to
can't
mute you?
mute. Yeah, can you mute me?
Yeah, of course. I can also drop you down at any point and bring you back up if you need.
All right, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I can hear you for sure.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you.
I can't hear you. What the heck?
That's a new one. If you can't hear Disciple John, I'm really loud.
Somebody talk?
Yeah,
hello.
we're talking.
The
You
frick.
can't hear us? You can't hear us right now?
Oh, I know why.
You goose. You silly goose.
I think I should be good now.
Test.
Yes.
Test.
All right.
Yay.
Huzzah.
He has no policies.
Oh gosh.
Trump has no policies.
Okay. So, when did you first discover that like trans people use the bathroom that align with their gender?
I just know it's a thing for other people. I mean, I don't experience. I don't care who goes in a man's washroom. Like, you could be anybody, and I don't care less. I couldn't care less.
Okay. So you don't care about boys? Because when they get sexually assaulted, it's like over 90% likely that it's going to be a cis man.
Yeah, I don't like bullying. I'm an advocate against bullying anybody. I think it's
Mm-hmm.
disgusting.
So, would you consider running $215 million in anti-trans ads to be bullying?
Probably. Like, I would protect you if you were in the men's
Okay. So
washroom.
you would protect me from Trump, who spent and the Republicans who spent $215 million in anti-trans advertising during this election?
Anti-trans,
Uh-huh.
or just not wanting, just, I think they want them not to be in, like, I think they're concerned about them being in women, like disturbing women. I think that was the goal.
Disturbing women.
Well,
Kristen, are
upsetting
you
women.
Not
disturbed by
disturbed at all.
trans people?
Or bullying.
Buzzy, are you disturbed by trans people?
No, and that kind of is my thought. If they think that they're protecting women, why don't they ask the women? Why has nobody asked us? Why
Well, they
is it
asked
all
Republican
women?
women, you know.
Well, and
Right,
we're the
true,
party
true.
that would actually be the bystander effect. Like, I don't know where men get off thinking that they are protecting us on this one again. It's crazy.
Right. So here's the thing. So in reality, in the world that we live in, trans people have been using the spaces that align with their gender since those spaces existed, because trans people have also existed for all of human history. And um, it only became an issue in 2015, basically, and really a public issue in 2016. You know what the significance of those years would be, Disciple?
Tell me. Enlighten me.
So, do you know what the Obergefell decision is? Obergefell versus Hodges?
No, I don't.
Okay, in 2014, the Supreme Court made a decision that GAY marriage would be legal um, across the country, right? In 2014.
I'm with you.
And then a bunch of right-wing think tanks said, "Well, dang it, we lost that one, so we need to come up with a new boogeyman, something to scare people about." So, because now marriage is destroyed, right? Is marriage destroyed now? Because they said that for years.
Well, my thinking on marriage is it's none of the government's business. I think it's between
Yeah.
you and
Well,
the other person and
Republicans
God
seem to,
Almighty,
yeah, Republicans seem to
if
think
there is a
otherwise
God.
for a very long time. Until they lost that and they were like, well, shoot. And so they said, all right, well, we got to come up with something else. So like the Eagle Forum, Alliance Defending Freedom, Heritage Foundation, Family Policy Alliance, American Principles Project, yada, 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 like a dozen or more of them, got together and they put their heads together and said, okay, we got to figure out a new boogeyman. And Terry Schilling, the president of American Principles Project, said, we knew we needed an issue that the candidates would be comfortable talking about, something that, like, people maybe didn't understand very well. And so we threw everything at the wall. And what stuck was the issue of trans identities. And so they said, all right, well, let's figure out what to do here. They started writing model legislation. And then 2016, North Carolina passed an anti-trans bathroom bill, right? And there was a big hubbub about it. Everybody was like, where the hell did this come from? Bruce Springsteen said he wouldn't play shows there. He canceled a concert. The NCAA pulled out a tournament from North Carolina. They lost billions of dollars. And within a year, they were like, okay, never mind, you guys, we were just kidding. And they rescinded the bill. And they went back to the drawing board and they said, okay, well, we want to eliminate all transition care. Is literally what Terry Schilling said. But we're going to start with the children because that's where we can get a consensus. And so then they started looking specifically to healthcare for trans minors, as well as bathrooms in schools, because they figured that they if they raised the specter of girls being predated on, that it would be easier to pull at the heartstrings of people, give them some red meat, and give them a reason to go vote. against Democrats who were not talking about trans people at all. Like they literally still today. How many times did Kamala Harris say the word trans during this election?
The Democrat Party is woke, though. You got to admit.
What?
They're woke. They're like.
What does woke mean?
I think it means like, cancel culture. You're into the trans and everything. And
I'm gonna ask Buzzy. Buzzy, what does
you're a
woke
Democrat
mean?
if you're woke.
When did the word woke come into being?
Well, I think they stole it from actually being awake, meaning to be smart, to be aware. I think they stole that.
Who stole it and made it made it cancel culture?
The Democrats did.
You think so, huh?
Yeah, because originally woke means to be aware, to be enlightened, to know things.
It means to be aware
I
of
thought.
social injustices.
That's what, it's supposed to be awake and aware of, right? But it has become this blanket term for, and it used to be like PC, right? Politically correct, blah blah. You're curtailing our speech and stuff. We can't say bigoty things, and now woke has replaced PC for that term. And the right are really good about doing this, about taking terms for social justice and for anti-bigotry and turning them into bad words. And so the trans stuff, like Democrats never brought up trans stuff. They just saw a marginalized group being attacked like out of nowhere in 2015, 2016. And they said, yeah, maybe we shouldn't do that. But like basically the extent of their protection is in some blue states, they've been like, okay, you can't discriminate against these people in housing, in healthcare, in employment. But that doesn't particularly protect us very well because I lost my teaching career when I came out in a blue state, right? These protections aren't very protective, but then we have other states that are just passing laws that are basically like, get out of the public. They want us out of the public eye. They're trying to go back to pre-Stonewall days where it's literally illegal for me in certain states with these anti-drag laws because they're so broad that me as a trans person, if I went to an open mic and told a few jokes, I could be arrested for impersonating a woman. Like this, they want us out of public life because if you tell a trans person, okay, you can't go, like for me, for instance, you can't go into a women's room because you might be a predator and you might assault a woman. So you have to go into a men's room where I am 4 times more likely to be assaulted in general than a cis person. But if you put me in a men's room, I'm going to stand out like a sore thumb. I'm going to have a target on my back. And that's what they want. And Hex is the same. And Hex is a trans man or trans masculine. I forget.
Trans mask MB, but hold on, disciple. You do realize that you targeting Lainey is going to have me go into women's spaces, right?
Right. So trans men now are going to be forced to go into women's spaces because they're really like lunkheaded about this. And all of these laws are just like, you have to go into the bathroom that's the signed on your birth certificate, right? And so trans men with beards and all that stuff will be forced to go into women's rooms. And therefore, everybody raises the specter of, well, it's not about the trans people. It's like, what if a cis guy like puts on a wig and goes into a women's room? Well, now you've given the cis guy a lot less effort to have to do to go into a women's room. He can just say he's a trans guy. And people just have to accept it, right? Because otherwise, the only way that any of this can be enforced is with genital inspections. Are you going to volunteer to be the genital inspector, John?
Definitely not. That's weird.
Okay. So who's going to do that? And how much is that going to cost?
That is a serious conundrum because someone that's transformed and they go in and they have to they make it.
We're not transformed. We're not Optimus Prime.
Transgender.
Transgender.
Okay, if they're transgender and then they have to go into their original washer, yeah, that is an issue. And I'm to be honest, like you could go in the washroom when I'm there, you're safe, man. Nobody would mess with you. but I'm mostly it's a sports thing. I mean,
Laney's not trying. Laney does not want to go to the bathroom
I
next
don't
to you.
want to
Laney
go to
wants
the
to go to the
men's
bathroom
room.
next to women because
You
Laney
know,
is a woman.
yeah, and well, I'm a
well, I
non-binary
respect
femme,
that.
and that's the closest thing that
Non-binary
I am.
femme.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so like, that's but I move through the world and I'm treated as a woman. Like that's just when I go to the grocery store, I get missed, I get ma'amed. Like, and so like it makes no sense. Like it's just and also there have been studies. They did a study in Massachusetts, and but it was early on in all of this, like, backlash against trans people, and they said, okay, we need to protect trans people. We're going to try it out a trial run, and we're really going to see, like, does it change anything with regard to crime in bathrooms. And so they allowed trans people in certain cities. They passed laws in certain municipalities that said trans people are allowed to go to the spaces that align with their gender. In other municipalities, they didn't. They didn't have specific laws against it, but they didn't have any for it either. So it was a control group, right? And so they watched these, they monitored these spaces for a number of months, and similar spaces in both types of municipalities and multiple municipalities, and they found that the rates were literally virtually the same. That neither of them increased by any notable amount, and actually in the ones that didn't protect the trans people, it raised slightly, very slightly. But the other thing that they noticed was that these types of attacks don't typically happen in restrooms, and in public restrooms like that, because they're spaces that people are going in and out of all the time. And these types of crimes, when it comes to strangers, because again, 90% of them happen at home or in a space with someone right? But when the stranger danger type of attacks tend to be crimes with opportunity. And it's not going to be they see a woman going into a woman's restroom and they're like, okay, I gotta go buy a wig real quick so I can come back and like go to, you know what I mean? It's not something that's pre-planned. It's typically they see someone alone and they attack them, and that's happening, on a dark street at night, like
Yeah, they
in
often look
suburban
for
neighborhoods, like it's not.
vulnerabilities and specifics like
Exactly.
ponytails as well
In a
to grab.
parking lot, like that's where those things happen.
As far
If
as
you or any woman or anyone vulnerable needed to use the men's washroom, I would leave it and guard the
Great.
door for
Okay,
you.
but like that's not
Stop it.
practical. Like
And
give me a
bystander
break.
theory
You're
has
not going to
disproven
be there
this.
to like protect
Every
every
time,
trans
of
you're not
course.
John, you're not going to be there to protect every trans person, all 1.5 million of us. In
1.6, but yeah.
or sorry, 1.6 million of us. You're not even in this country. So like how are you going to protect every trans person when they have to go to the men's room?
Well,
Like
I'm
give
about
me
to
a
be the
break.
51st state, so easy. I'm almost
You're
going to be
not going to be the 51st state. He's
Trump said
an
that.
idiot.
Can we keep it
But hey,
serious?
what's the solution?
Disciple.
What's the
Disciple.
The
solution?
solution is leave trans
the-
people alone and go back
Yeah.
to when nobody paid any attention to us. That
Let
would be
whoever wants to
fantastic.
use the
And I
washroom use the washroom.
I just
and
wanted to
put-
add, and I'll drop down.
Yeah, go ahead,
I just wanted to add and drop down another layer. A study of 3,700 kids showed 36% being SA'd in 2019, and those were trans students, not cis students. Trans students are being SA'd because of these bathroom laws. Trans students are calling crisis hotlines. Like, you need to stop making this a talking point and being afraid of 0.6%, because that's trans youth, according to Williams Institute. So stop it.
Yeah,
I just really wanted
is,
to quickly say, I'm so sorry. I find it really bothersome that you're worried about women's safety, but you voted in the person who violated aging Carol in a public place, essentially in a dressing room, and also has admitted to walking through teen girls' dressing rooms. So, like, you are not the person to evaluate what's safe for us. That's it.
very good point, Kristen.
Thank you.
hopefully Trump's changed and he's not going to do that kind of weird stuff.
Trump has not changed.
And he's
I
very
don't know why
much
you think that.
yeah, and he and regardless of his personal violations of people, he is emboldening a lot of people, a lot of young men. Like, I had a family member the other day call me a man at a birthday party for his grandmother, right? Like, this is influencing people to be violent, and it is an inciting violence against a marginalized group. And this is not we're not the only marginalized group, that is being targeted because of his types of rhetoric. Every single rally, he mentioned trans people. Every single rally, and he made mountains out of molehills with the sports issue. He pretends that like some hulking trans woman like blew out all the women at the Olympics and stuff. Like he does that story every single time. That never happened. The Olympics allowed trans women to compete for 18 years, from 2004 to 2022, and not a single trans woman ever medaled. One trans woman made it there. That's the one he's talking about, Laurel Hubbard, or he's insinuating.
She wasn't even able to lift.
She didn't complete a single lift in the qualifying round. She got beat by every single cis woman.
She struggled to lift 275 pounds, and putting her out of the running.
Yeah.
Okay, I got one for you. I got one that's controversial here. I'm going to make a statement. What about?
We're
Okay,
not
so
be controversial,
what about?
sir.
What about?
I'm
talking
against
about serious things.
So I'm against bullying, right? But what about this? I feel like the trans community and all the marginalized communities, I think that it takes away from the real bullying that goes on for like a lot of people. Why do we? Here's my question. Why do we have to focus bullying on trans or a specific
because
community?
FBI data in 2022, sir. FBI data in 2020, sir. Listen,
all lives matter,
respectfully,
right?
You're starting to agitate me. There are literally 105,200 youth that cannot access their gender affirming care because y'all wanted to make this a talking point. But you're trying to act like we need to not focus on the fact that FBI data shows an increased attack on gender identity. It was a 32.9% jump on gender identity. So no, we do need to focus on it. 1,947 recorded incidents in 2022 versus the 353 recorded incidents the year prior. So please stop acting like we are making this bigger than it needs to be when the right is causing this to be way more violent towards the trans community.
I'm not accusing you.
Problem is you keep trying to find a controversy.
We were existing just fine.
My problem is you keep trying to find a controversial topic, and when it's not as controversial because it doesn't hit the way you think it is, you try to swap to something else that you think is going to cause us to attack you in some way, shape, or form so that you can be the victim, is what it seems. On the opposite side of that, as we discussed earlier, you don't even go here. Do you have something else you wanted to discuss?
Let me drop down.
I don't want to. I wanted to make it interesting, so I'm bringing up points that I think are important. I think it's important
to be honest,
to focus on bullying in general.
No,
not just
you were focusing on 0.6%,
and
kids,
that guy.
Sir, kids are suffering because of your talking points. So I need you to stop. Studies and data suggest that kids are suffering because of the online bullying and shit.
Kids are not suffering.
Trump is the bully of bullies, man. Trump is like making bullying.
Oh my god, every study shows it.
Trump is like Trump has
That's what I was talking
Trump's
about.
Incendiary rhetoric has led to like a huge increase in right-wing domestic terrorism. People are emboldened by the things he says. You remember when he came out and called Ted Cruz's wife a dog, and like called like the woman that he raped like horseface, and like he's given every one of his opponents a nickname. Sleepy Joe.
They've called Trump a Hitler.
No.
They've said everything bad
All
about
data
Trump.
in the United States of America shows that children are suffering at the hands of adults, even down to certain states that have put in legislation to allow children to work longer hours and to start working earlier. Children in the United States of America are suffering at the hands of adults that breathe like, live like, and think like you.
Children are not.
Sure as hell continue to.
Children are not being harmed by waiting till they're an adult and to make a decision on.
Oh boy, let's go.
Transgendering.
Child marriage.
Let's go.
Children are taking their own. Children are taking their own lives because people that breathe like, look like, and think like you think that they don't have the ability to understand autonomy and understand their suffering. And then by way of thinking that you know better, when the average adult your age only has a 5th grade comprehension level, doesn't take them to get the care that they need.
Have you
Children are
listened to
suffering at the
detransitioning
hands of
people?
adults that know nothing but wanting to drink unpasteurized milk. Children are suffering at the hands of adults that don't put their cheese in the refrigerator after they slice it off the block. Children are suffering at the hands of adults that don't take their trash out, don't wash their hands, and refuse to use hand sanitizer. Children are suffering at the hands of adults that touch doors, then touch their food. Children are suffering at the hands of adults that breathe like, look like, think like, and act like you, disciple.
Children are also being
No, stop it,
respected and
disciple. Stop it.
comforted
You don't
by
get to
people
talk.
like me.
You don't
Okay.
get to talk.
All right.
Stop it.
Let me
Stop
let
it.
me
Children
You
go.
said one more
need a
thing.
chance to
Allow
grow
me to
up
cook.
before they
I'm
make
leaving.
major
Go
major
ahead, Lainey.
decisions like that. Don't you think?
Okay.
Stop it,
John.
disciple. Shut.
John.
Shh.
Why?
John.
What's wrong with a child
John.
wanting a child to grow up?
What's wrong? What is wrong
I
here
thought I was a
is
cowboy when I was little.
shut the entire F up, please. Okay? Zip it. All right? What's wrong here is you just used a word transgendering, which is not even a word, and you think you know anything about us. You know nothing.
The comprehension of a 5th grade.
Nothing. That's not a thing. Transgendering is not a thing.
I use a lot of slangs because I'm.
It's not a slang. It's an idiot talking about a subject in which he knows nothing about.
Why are
Now,
you
I'm
so
gonna
defensive, though, guys?
shut up.
John, because kids are suffering because of your type of rhetoric, and I'm going to encourage everybody to go read the 2024 U.S. National Survey on mental health of young LGBTQ people. Okay,
And then I'm gonna
They are
tell you.
not suffering because they
Go
can't
read
take
that.
castration chemicals
John,
and
please
change
stop
their
talking.
get their
Oh my God,
their
nobody's being
breasts cut
castrated.
off.
Can you just get rid of him? Just get rid of John.
There's no way
Because
they're
at this point now he's
suffering.
becoming
I want
harmful.
no. I want him to stay up here. I
He's
want him to
becoming
mute.
harmful.
I want him to mute, and I'm gonna explain to him how this works. Okay. So, say a kid comes out to their parent and says, you know, they're 7, 8 years old, and they say, you know, Mom, I'm not a girl, I'm a boy. And the mom listens, and they hear that. What do you think that they do? What do they do if they believe there might be an issue? That the kid is showing sign of distress whenever they're called a girl.
Well, one of my daughters was very tomboyish.
Okay,
And I said,
that's not what I'm talking about.
I told
I'm
her
not
the
talking about a
truth. I said,
tomboy.
hey, it's going to be rough if you want to
You don't
change
care
your
about the
gender.
kids.
I told
Just
her
say
the
you don't
truth.
care about the
Of
kids,
course,
sir.
that's true.
Respectfully.
That is true. It's going
You
to be
don't
rough, but do you want to
Yeah.
do you want to be your child's first bully?
No, I would never bully anybody.
Okay, because you said you're concerned about bullying. Okay, so
Yeah.
here's the thing. If it is persistent, though, and insistent and consistent, like they don't give it up, they keep telling you this, and every time you say, sweetie, honey, girly pop, or whatever, you know, whatever little feminine, you know, nickname that you give her, or you refer to her as her.
I wasn't that kind of dad.
Listen though, if you did, if you had like, you know, if you anytime you referred to her in a feminine fashion, or you asked her to put on a dress for Sunday school or whatever, and she said, no, I don't wear dresses, I'm a boy, every single time, what do you do then? You just keep saying, no, that's not what you are? Or would you think like, okay, this is an issue that needs to be addressed?
I was a very open parent. Like my daughter could have wore whatever she wanted. I never.
Okay, but I'm not talking
But
about
in
just
general,
the
I know
dress.
the world is twisted. I get it.
That's
The
what
world's
I'm
messed
talking
up.
about. What are you talking about? I'm saying
People are
like
messed
if
up. People do all kinds of weird stuff and tell their kids, "Oh, you can't do this, you can't do that." It's disgusting.
Okay, but
Kids
like
need a chance to be able to discover who they are. That's a
okay,
fact.
you're just not tracking. Okay. So
he
if
doesn't
the
care.
kid is consistent, insistent, and persistent, they won't give this up. The thing that you do if you're a sensible parent is say, okay, I may not be equipped for this conversation. Let's go see a therapist, right? Let's go see a therapist.
I
You can
wouldn't,
go
but I
with
hear
your
ya.
child. Why would you not? If your child is in distress, you don't think therapy is a good idea?
Oh
That's
boy. I
weird.
mean, my children weren't in distress, so I guess it's hard for me to understand.
If try to put yourself in the shoes of a parent of a child who is expressing incongruence with
If
their
my
sex and
kid was
gender.
really messed up, yeah, I would seek help. Professional
Okay,
help.
thank you. Good Lord. And then you go to the therapist, and over months and months and months, it's consistent, it's persistent, and it's insistent. And it is obvious that this child is trans, right? Because every trans adult was a trans kid. I knew I wasn't a boy when I was 4 years old in 1979, but I had nobody who would listen, right? I wished every day that somebody would understand. I didn't understand completely because there was no language for me. There was no visibility of other trans people for me to see in a positive light that showed me a mirror of myself, right? And so that's why it took me 44 years to come out, right? And so these kids, if they have a caring adult who's hearing them and who's concerned and isn't just shutting them down at every turn to where they just turn inward and they become a shadow person like I did, and having to suffer silently through natal puberty that they're then going to have to like undo years and years, with tons of expense and tons of pain. Let me tell you, removing facial hair fucking sucks. If they have a parent who is listening to them, they go to therapy, right? They might decide to try a social change, changing clothing, hairstyle, changing the name. They don't even have to do it legally, right? They just like, everybody call me, Jeff instead of Jenny, right? And and they try that out, and they feel better. Suddenly they light up, like they're smiling again, they feel like a real person, and they're starting to do better in school, all the good things, right? Then that's a sign. And so they continue in that direction. And if it's consistent and they're not just like a month or two later going like, oh, you know what? I think it was just because like my brothers were getting a lot of attention for, doing their boy things. And that's what, and it just doesn't turn around, because it does sometimes happen that it was like, a flight of fancy and like for a couple of weeks or a couple of months or whatever. And then they go back to their original name and stuff, and no harm done. But if it's consistent, then when they reach Tanner stage 2 of puberty, they have an option of puberty blockers that are reversible if they're done at the small dosages that they're given. It's the same thing that they would give to cisgender children who have precocious puberty. And in fact, the cis kids with precocious puberty are on them longer, and nobody cares about that. The laws always carve it out that cisgender people can still have these medications. They're not dangerous for cis people. They're only dangerous for trans people for some reason. So then they go and they take that medication, and all that's doing is giving them more time, and it doesn't actually block it, just slows it down to a crawl, basically. And if they go off of them at any point during that and go back to their natal puberty, it just picks right up where it left off. Okay, so this is starting around the age of 12. They would have those until they're 14 or so. And if they are still, after all of this time, years at this point, still consistent, then they have the opportunity to avoid the natal puberty, which is going to cause a lot less hassle later on, like emotional hassle, financial hassle, and pain hassle, right? Because they're not going to have to undo all the stuff that natal puberty did, as much of it anyway. And so it gives them the opportunity to have a more, fulfilling life earlier, right? Because the regret rate for transition healthcare at any age, by the way, you talked about detransitioners, those are a handful of people that you see over and over and over again on YouTube, and they go to the Senate hearings and all of that stuff. It's like a half a dozen people. And because the actual percentage of regret is 0.3 to 1%. It is one of the lowest regret rates in all of medicine. But the regret rate that nobody ever talks about is that every single trans adult that had to transition as an adult wishes they could have started sooner. Every one of them. Every fucking one of them. And nobody listened to us when we were young. And so we speak for them. We speak for the young. We speak for ourselves when we were kids, when we had no voice. And we speak for the kids today who are being treated even worse than we were because we were just ignored.
but
Well, I'm
they
listening to
know
you.
that there's something that they can do, and it's being kept from them and their parents as well, because all of this is done with the um, guidance of a parent or guardian, the therapist, a psychologist, the general practitioner or pediatrician, and an endocrinologist. This is a team of professionals and a parent. This isn't a kid walking into a pharmacy and saying, "Shoot it up, please." That's not how any of this works. And so, like, for you to come up here and say, like, kids are being transgendering or whatever the hell you said is silly. And it is a dismissal of the actual difficult process that it is already. And now we have people who know nothing, because you know what? You know about as much as any of the representatives and senators that are yapping about this and making it their business for no fucking reason except to get votes.
Well, I apologize, and I am listening to you, and I'll tell you this right now. You're an awesome person. You're an awesome lady, and I just think you're amazing, and I can't mess with anything you've said. I have learned a lot from talking to you, and I feel your struggle and your pain, and I'll just sit and listen to you even more if you want me to. You need to be heard.
My plan has landed. My plane has landed. I just want you to understand that, like, this was given to you as a talking point, very intentionally, and I would ask you just to let it lie. And
Yeah,
if
there's
somebody else
brainwash
brings
going
it up,
on.
say, "Listen, like, you don't know what these folks are going through," and leave it at that, and say it's none of our business.
Respect.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pickles. Thank you, y'all.
Thank
Fuzzy,
you, Lenny.
Kristen, Nemo, love y'all. And I'm gonna head off. I should be going live around 1:30 or so today.
Yeah,
If anybody
y'all
wants to
follow.
join me,
Please follow Defense Trans, and give
and I want to
her all
talk
the
to you
love.
because you were talking about or you were talking about doing maybe doing a little lesson. I want a little doodle pad on my live, so I need to learn how to
Yeah.
do that because
I
that
will be
that
releasing
is.
Also,
my multi-level marketing program for you
low key it
very
would work.
soon.
Also, guys, please go check out Lainey's website. Her art is amazing, and it's
Thank you.
important that you
Oh,
guys find out about it.
Kristen, I'm talking with Nicholas right now. I'm going to
Yay.
right after I leave this, I'm gonna go get the two pieces that y'all are wanting available, and
Oh,
I'll
he's already
send you
picked them.
links. Yeah, well, he said that you had a piece and he had a piece, so
Yeah.
you're getting the Marina Abramovich altered
Yay.
version, and you're getting the Shibari piece that
That's
with the flowers.
amazing. Thank you.
So yeah, I'm gonna make those up and I'll get him the links, so you'll see them
Yay.
later.
Thank
All right. Love
you.
you guys so much.
Bye.
Love
Thank
you
you.
back. Mean it. Have a good day.
I can't leave. It's not letting me. Can you boot
Yeah,
me?
I'll get you.
It's fate. You're stuck. All right, Disciple. We've had you up for over an
Thanks for
hour,
letting me
sir.
up. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good
I
day.
Thank
appreciate you
you.
putting up with me. Take
Yep.
care.
No problem.
Thank
You
you for
too.
being respectful.
I don't know how many more debates I can do, guys, even though I didn't have much to do with that debate.
Well, I need to jump over to Jovan, so whenever you decide to end.
Yeah. Chat, follow the stream if you enjoy this content. We do debates all the time, and please do follow Nemo and Kristen. I think we're gonna be wrapping up here soon, guys. If you're looking for more debates, I would be lying if I said you could find them here. I'm probably gonna just be chilling for a few more minutes. Just a bunch of poop and fart jokes from here on out. If you guys want to hang out for that,
Do you
I
have a
didn't see
Discord,
Buzzy
by the
flip
way?
out.
I do. I do. We have the coolest Discord, honestly. If you guys come to my profile and don't find my contacts, click link tree, and it's right here. We have our server is just a few months old, and I mean like since October, and we're up there in like 1,500 members, guys. We're killing it.
We have
Damn.
movie nights. Those are fun.
Yeah. We are
I don't know where
killing it.
Story is. I haven't seen Story in a minute, but Story's up in there. So is Tanner. They're very helpful.
Do you ever have any issues with like the Discord link not working for some people?
Yes. So sometimes if you're on, it's mostly on Android. You have to like copy the link and paste it into the browser.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
also.
I was wondering if you'd. Oh, go ahead.
We also just got a custom Discord link. Discord.com/pickles GGS. Whoop, whoop.
This might be a debate. I don't know yet.
Cassie? Or club? Oh. Oh yes, he's the debate for sure.
It felt like it, if he's still there.
He's a debate for sure.
I feel like I'm really good at spotting incels, but then they run.
It takes you to the App Store. Achilles, do you have Discord downloaded? Story, good morning.
Yay!
You do?
Hey, Story.
Um,
Uh-oh, they both came up. Sorry, I guess I got a glitchy.
I don't think either of them are connecting. If you just copy paste that into a browser though, it should work. I use your custom link though. Good morning, y'all. Good. Yay. Yeah, we also, I'm so proud, we bought the domain pickles.gg. So
Oh, yeah.
So
super sick. Sickly dickly.
For smooth $100, mind you, too. Not bad.
GoDaddy?
Unfortunately, I had to buy it through GoDaddy.
That's fair. We are your overlords. I don't know if we have more debates. Might be done so.
Yeah, we might be done for the night. I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling, chat. Yeah, we have movie nights and we have game nights and we have a book club. I don't know.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What? We got a book club. God damn it. I gotta go on Discord again.
We have a book club. Story will tell you more.
Story, yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Kristen, you may or may not know, but I'm on the recovery. I had surgery the day after Thanksgiving, so
yeah,
been a little bit MIA. Anywho, yeah, we do have a book club. We are talking. Let me turn off this trial that I'm watching. We do have a book club. We're trying to figure out if it's going to be random, because my lovely Pickles does not have a schedule. So, we want to support everyone. But we do. But we do have a book club. Lauren hosts those book clubs. She drops right now. The book is Mary L. Trump. So if you guys have not started reading the book, go grab it for audio. I think it's like 99 cents on audio. So yeah, grab the book and we will meet this coming Monday and talk about it.
That's awesome.
It's juicy.
That's the niece, right? The niece
Yep.
that hates him?
That hates his guts.
Love.
Did you guys talk about him? Oh, I had to sleep tonight last night. But did you guys talk about him saying that he cannot lower groceries at all? Did that come up?
He can't guarantee. Yeah, he's like, it's very hard. Yeah, yeah, of course.
Hey, Tickety Tack.
Good morning, y'all.
Tic Tac, I
Hey,
sent
how
you
are
a
you?
friend request and I sent you some messages. Are you ignoring me?
On TikTok?
No, on Discord.
Oh, I rarely get on Discord. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Then I know it's.
I'll check it. No, I'll check it. Like I'll get on there, I'll jump the Pickles thing, and then I'll get off. I just see if I have any notifications. That's all I ever do.
Oh, got it. Are you?
No, I'm not ignoring anybody. I'll go check them.
Are you sub only right now?
I am sub only right now. I've been on sub only for like 4 hours actually. 3 hours.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had 1,200
You
viewers
still
here
keep
before I
900
just told
people in here?
everybody to
That's
go away.
impressive.
It was good. We've been rolling all night. We've been roaring.
Yeah, I do need to go out and drop in, make it to Jovan's because I promised. But I love you guys. Thank you so much for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Yes, thank you
Have a
for
good day.
hanging out.
Bye, guys.
Bye,
Bye.
Kristen.
Mm.
Hey, Nemo. I have not officially met you. I've watched Amanda's live, but never joined. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Thanks for coming over to Pickles. Yay!
Yeah. Yep. I woke up super early, decided to hop on. Then I saw that Pickles was live. Said, "Oh, okay." So I had to hop on here.
Nemo found us. Imagine that.
I did.
Woohoo! That's awesome.
It's a Finding Nemo joke. God, I got dad jokes for days. I got
Yes, TikTok.
What's funny is like the name is it's if anything, Jules Verne is the inspiration, I guess. Like I've told the story behind it, but yeah, if you want to draw inspiration, it would have been that.
Wait, there's a Finding Nemo book? Is that what you just told me?
No, 20,000 Leagues.
Okay. Okay.
Captain Nemo, 20,000 Leagues.
Gotcha. All right. I clearly never read that. I saw the movie. I did not read the book though.
Yeah. No, like the only reason that I use the name it has nothing to do with the captain, other than when I first read the book, I was a kid, and like the teacher was talking about different things in the book, and it mentioned that Nemo is Latin for no one or nobody. And that was just something that as a kid I remembered for the rest of my life. And so, yeah, it's just Latin for no one or nobody.
I almost took the name Startle Bart for last on this app. I'm glad I didn't. I would have been. You guys know who that is, right? From
Startle Bart? No.
Startle Bart Fust. It's from. God bless. It's my favorite book. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I don't know why. I just had a brain fart. No, Douglas Adams. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is 5 different books in one. It was made into a movie, but the movie is fucking great. It's not better than the books, though, of course. But Startle Bart Fast is one of the. He takes him on a guide through a planet. It's really kind of hard to explain.
I'm not as well cultured or as well read as y'all. My old usernames were like Anal Destroyer 209.
Oh God.
69.
Anal Destroyer. Are you serious?
All his emails end in 69. It's kind of weird.
My old MySpace URL was calling all cougars.
Nice.
All cougars. Oh wow.
He was 14. He was.
I have this guy. He was going through a divorce, and he changed his email to "I'm divorcing" and whatever her name was.
Oh my god.
Patty.
I laughed every time. I'm divorcing. Every time I had to send him an email, I am divorcing whatever her name was at gmail.com. I guess he wanted the world to know.
Oh my god. There's this guy on TikTok who went viral for a while. He was hilarious. He was like this old dude, like you could tell he's like trying to figure out TikTok, but he's like trying to call. He's like, Deborah, I miss you. Please come back. It's like a fucking like collage of his face.
That's the saddest.
Oh wow. That's deep.
That's really sad.
I think I'm gonna hop off too. But I appreciate you having me up, man.
Yeah.
Good try and
we need
get
to
my
hang
day
out
started.
more, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, do you use OBS or Streamlabs? Which one do you use?
I use OBS and TikTok Studio together.
Oh, damn. Nice. Yeah, I need to get educated on that one. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if you ever want to poke around in it, let me know. I'll do like a Discord call and we can do stuff.
Yeah, sweet.
Did you
All right,
join
man.
the Discord, Nemo?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
I did.
sweet. Welcome. Okay. I'm just like his his main admin person, so.
Oh yeah, no, you're good. I joined just a few minutes ago.
Great. Glad it worked.
Alrighty.
Yay. See you
Sweet.
All right,
later.
Well, yeah. I'll catch you later. Thanks for hanging
Nice.
out, man. Have a good day. I forgot that there's like a bunch of subs that I missed, chat. Hold on. Thank you so much. Taylor Summers, thank you for the sub. Michelle Zahn, thank you for the sub. James, thank you. And Big Dog, thank you for the sub. Thank you guys so much. I can't even tell how many subs have we gotten tonight. 37. Holy
wow.
Fuck.
Damn.
Damn, chat.
Damn.
Thanks, guys. I love you back.
Thanks for the gifts too.
Yeah, thank you.
Just kind of noticed I got gifts. I haven't been up here long.
I know. Thank you. I know.
Maybe these were from last night.
I think they were because
I was in here last night.
Yeah.
You think they are?
Yeah, I think they are because we both went in at the same time. I dropped a little bit after you. I mean, before you. Hey, is Kelly in the chat? Pickles, did you see Kelly Potter? I told her to jump in. She said she jumped in at like 1 a.m., but I was asleep.
What's her user again?
I don't know what it is over here, but I sent her a DM. I mean, I DM'd her. It doesn't look like she's here. All right, we'll catch her next time. And then after that, it'll be a couple more weeks, and then we'll mod a couple more people.
Okay. When do we do?
Thanks, DJ.
Friendlies. I should do friendlies. Damn. I guess we're at the point where I could do that. I've never. Yeah.
Let's use the last half hour or something.
Yeah.
I mean, not today. It's we're wrapping up today, but like you could set aside the last half hour of your shows.
Yeah, I could do that. I can do that. PP edibles. Audible Prime would rather use my money to subscribe. Love that. Love that.
Oh yeah, you got Twitch. You could subscribe. They can use Jeff Bezos' money to pay you. They don't have to come out of pocket.
F you, Bezos.
Fucking awesome.
Give me that money.
Bezos just said he's giving them $1 billion. Was it $1 billion or $1 million? I think it was $1 million. Giving $1 million to Donald Trump's inauguration. Fuck that.
What?
Guy. Yes, because Zuckerberg came out and said he's giving $1 million to the inauguration. So Bezos came out and said, "Yeah, I'll do that too." Both of y'all.
Douche, dude.
No. So, have you guys ever read On Tyranny by Timothy Snyder?
No.
No, it's a super short book. It's like every third page is a new chapter, right? So it took like maybe 3 hours to read. But the very first chapter is called Do Not Obey in Advance. And what we are witnessing right now through Christopher Wray is people obeying in advance. They are anticipating what Donald Trump wants before he even says this is what he wants, and they're just obeying. They're going ahead and doing this shit. And it's boggling my mind on history doesn't repeat itself, but it sure shit rhymes. You know what I mean? It's called On Tyranny.
Yeah, I was just listening to something on YouTube when I woke up this morning. They were talking about that. There was like, you do not bow down. You do not give in. You don't give in. You have to fight back, because that's how we end up in dictatorship, basically, or authoritarian.
Yeah. The name of the book was On Tyranny by Timothy Snyder, in case you guys missed it.
Oh yeah, drop it to me, because I love to read. So yeah, it boggles my mind as well. TikTok, I don't understand why they're quote unquote like just falling in line. Like somebody said in Discord last night, like this is the biggest cult in history, probably. Like I don't get it. I really don't get it.
We're about to do American fascism. That's what's about to happen. The
Yep.
best form of fascism we can do. That was more Richard Nixon than Donald Trump, but you get my point. I tried to impersonate.
You always try Tic Tac. Pickles and Tatter.
I'm not good.
Where's Tatter? Tatter. But yeah, it's I don't know. It's scary times, and I don't know how to really combat it. So I'm trying.
We'll just keep fighting. That's it. That's all we can do.
But I mean, like I have the teams, in Discord and all that, but it's like I don't know, getting people engaged. People are still kind of upset, so I don't understand why MAGA is so mad though. Why are they so angry? Shouldn't they be joyful, 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 joyful? Lord, we adore you. I mean,
they don't know what to do. They're like, wait a second. You guys are still saying the same thing after the election? Wait, like, I thought you guys were like all paid propagandists or some weird shit like that. Like, I think their brains are breaking. They're like, wait a second, and all these bad things are happening. They're like, come on, please don't call us out for the next 4 years. I hate this part. Like, dang it. No. They're all trying to come sing Kumbaya with us. They're like, we're sorry.
That's what I was getting.
Sorry.
Yeah, they all want to be like, oh, we can just come together now. Not you guys know how we felt. No, F you. Because this is a whole different party. We are about that.
Yeah,
I'm going to find out.
I think it's funny how a lot of them are starting to backtrack. They're saying things like, "Well, he's not going to do that. He's not going to put tariffs on China." Yeah, he is, and I think it's funny because now you're recognizing that this is going to be a bad thing. Before you were using it against us, and now you're like, "No, it's not going to happen like that." He's not actually mass deportation can't happen. Then why did you vote for it to happen?
Oh, is
why
that
are you backtracking on this stuff now? Yeah, they're saying that, oh, he can't do that. Like, it's mass deportation isn't going to happen because it can't. The logistics of it, it can't happen. And the tariffs, those are negotiation. Yeah, those are negotiations. Those aren't actual tariffs. He's just trying to negotiate. No, guys, this is already happening. This is already fucking happening. China's already said no more rare earth materials to America. This is in direct correlation with tariffs placed on them.
Yeah, and what's his name? Ford came out and said he's like, we don't want to, but we would shut off that energy.
Yep. The not the prime minister, the premier of Ontario said think about that. Donald Trump gets in on January 20th. In February they start shutting down the power because of tariffs. What happens to the North in the middle of fucking February when their power shut off?
Yeah, look at their weather today. Shit. It's fucked. Well, Michigan, this is what you voted for. You voted for your power to be shut off. Because isn't Michigan a part of it?
Yeah, Michigan, Montana, pretty much all of the Northeast.
Damn. Yeah, I was listening to a veteran earlier too, and he was like, "Oh, well, when you talk to people, you have to, just stop mentioning Trump and stop." I'm like, why do people keep saying that? He is about to be president. Like, why do y'all keep saying stop mentioning him? Just talk about his picks and how bad they are. Don't mention him. He's the one that selected them. Yeah, Yahoo.
You think the white supremacist Pete Hegseth is going to get in?
I hope not, especially since they sworn in Schiff early. I don't think so, honestly.
So let me be honest. Is if you guys let me control the Department of Justice, I'll stop drinking. Is that not the most alcoholic fucking thing you've ever heard in your life?
He's definitely not.
Just let me come back, baby. I'll stop drinking if you let me come back.
I know my kind when I see him. He's one of me.
Yeah.
That man is an alcoholic.
That was. I've got a
Yeah.
video of him talking about. I'm not much of a beer drinker. I'm a gin guy. It used to be, it'd be this much gin and this much soda, but now it's this much soda and this much gin because I've cut back a lot. What the fuck are we talking about here, bud?
No,
He's on a video saying that.
Oh yeah. I've got it. I can pull it up if you want. If you want to hear it.
Everybody who's spoken out against him in the past is rolling over, kissing the ring. We'll see if he gets past. I think he deserves a good. We'll see at the here. Like, they're all being pussies. It's so crazy, and like the fact that people don't see the corruption is insane. Like spineless people going back on like people that hated Pete. They're like, well, rape
Elon's Elon's came out and said if we don't, he's going to personally primary us, which means he's not been elected or anything, but he has control over government because he has so much money. That makes sense. Hold on a second.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. Like, what have they been promised? What have they been threatened?
Sorry.
Go ahead. You're
That's
good.
where I get my news too, bro.
No, I was playing that.
Aaron Parnas.
This is what he said.
God bless it.
Yeah, but I fact checked him and he was wrong on something. So be careful.
Hold on, here he is.
Gin. I do less beer these days. I'm a gin guy. Gin is my poison of choice, for sure. Gin and soda. Yeah, it's good. But now that I'm getting older, I got to get up early for Fox and Friends. I put this much soda in and this much gin in. I do less beer.
So he said, before I get up for Fox and Friends, I have to do less gin now. So he's saying he gets up and drinks and then goes to Fox and Friends. That's exactly what he's saying. But it's less than what he used to do, so that's an improvement, I guess.
Yeah, Miss Wonder, we don't know how intelligent people. The only thing that I attribute it to is narcissists. If you've never experienced a narcissist, it's a self-experience thing. But if you've never experienced one, they're very, very, very manipulative. Very manipulative. And I just think they're being taunted or threatened behind the scenes. Well, thank you, Miller, for the gifts. Thank you guys for the gifts.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I think
Pickles
that's
fell asleep.
Yeah, he's zoning out.
Yeah, I'm
He's zoning.
associating, guys. I think I'm gonna call
All right,
it.
man. Let's wrap this up.
Yeah, chat.
All right, guys.
Have a good day,
Thank
bud.
you, guys.
We're going to Jesus Jackalope. Thank you, Pat. Thank you for the sub, and Norguy.
Nice.
Thank you guys for the sub. You guys are so fucking awesome. Thank you.
If anybody wants to sub, this is the chance before he gets off.
Sub now. Join the Discord. Unless we're gonna raid.
Let's go to Javon. Jovan.
Oh yeah.
Javon Bradley. At Jovan_Bradley. At Jovan_Bradley. Hold on.
I thought it was
big.
3 furries in a coat.
Yeah. 3 furries in a coat, or at Jovan_Bradley. Yeah. Chat. I'll see how.
Nice. Another sub.
Thank you guys.
Nice,
Miller,
guys.
Thank you guys for all the gifts.
We'll see you over on Discord.
Okie dokie. All right, guys.
Alrighty.
Chat. I'll
Okay,
see y'all
bye.
there. Bye.
Bye.